Chapter 321 Step on the accelerator. He bypassed these people and waved his hand without looking back. I am not a god. And I can't help you get out of suffering. Rely on yourself. He walked away after saying that. Back to the highway. Release the supercar again. Sit in and step on the accelerator. The sports car roared into the distance. Late at night? Around 9:40. Chinyu drove slowly to the southeast of Puching, turned off the highway, and drove along the small road under Jinli Mountain towards Kinjiapo. The mountain road is difficult to travel, especially driving. Chinyu has changed to a large jeep. Drive with confidence. The super low chassis of the sports car can't drive on mountain roads at all. Kinjiapo is in the southeast of Jinlishan. If Chinyu hadn't stopped and started along the way, and constantly checked the map to correct the route, he would have almost lost his way. This place is too remote. There are few people even in peacetime, let alone now. Before, he was driving on the highway, and when the sun went down, the whole world was dark, and he was the only one driving on the road. That feeling was too lonely. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. When he turned off the highway and started driving on the mountain road, the feeling was even worse. The mountain road was very narrow. There was a mountain wall on the left and a cliff on the right. It was easy to fall down if you were not careful. But there is no way. In order to obtain coal resources, Kinjiapo coal mine has to go again. I hope I can get something. Otherwise, it will be in vain. Chinyu drove slowly, scanning the mental map while looking into the distance. When he drove along the rural road to Kinjiapo, bypassing the scenic spots of Xuanzong Tailing, Chinyu was surprised. There are people there. Quite a lot. From the mental map, at least hundreds of people gathered in a certain area of Kinjiapo. Damn! Is that the coal mine? Has it been occupied? It's less than 6 kilometers away. Get off the car. Chinyu stopped the car, put the car into the space, then took out the big travel backpack, and then took out the tang sword and put it on his back, dressing himself up as a lone traveler. The small county town here is located in a remote area and has a very sparse population, so most of the houses around are intact. Maybe we can find some useful supplies. Let's go for a walk first. Chinyu took out a bag of bread, ate it while walking, and began to wander around the village. Kinjiapo is backed by a mountain. The coal mine should be in the mountain. In the mental map, the location where the group of people gathered is also in the mountain. Not surprisingly, there is a coal mine, and Chinyu has roughly guessed who those people are. It is probably Yongqing's people, because this is the coal mine closest to Shanxi City. The scale is not small. He wants to rely on the convenience of the train all the time. As long as he is not a fool, he should think of sending people to occupy the coal mine here. We can even get a group of people to continue mining coal here. Chinyu searched and pondered, slowly approached the place where the group of people gathered. After searching for a long time, he didn't find any particularly useful supplies, and there was little food. Maybe this place is too barren. Chinyu walked along the path to the foot of the mountain. After about 2 or 3 kilometers, he finally saw light in front of him. It was a cold light source. It seemed to be a small square. In the mental map, there were still people in the square, and there were quite a few. Chinyu curiously approached slowly, climbed up an old tree, took out a telescope and took a look. This look made him so angry that one Buddha ascended to heaven and 2 Buddhas were born. That group of people in the square were actually grabbing women for pleasure. More than 20 people gathered in the small square. Some cold light sources commonly used in mines were placed around to illuminate the square a little. No bonfire was lit. Maybe they were afraid that the target would be too obvious. Now, there are not only other survivors lurking in the darkness, but also mutated animals. So people are becoming more and more cautious. Although the cold light source is bright, the light has weak penetrating ability and a narrow transmission range. When Chinyu saw the scene in the square clearly, he was quite angry, because those men were grabbing women. It seemed like they were going to molest them. Several women rolled on the ground, struggling and dodging, screaming non-stop. Just as Chinyu was about to make a move, the situation in the square suddenly changed again. The 2 women who were caught started to giggle. The other women also behaved wildly. They kept making coquettish noises. The men laughed. Are they playing a game? Chinyu was confused. It seems that they are in the same group. They must have been staying here for a long time. So they played the robbery of women drama in the square when they had nothing to do. Seeking excitement. Right. Soon. The scene in the small square was unbearable to watch. They started to have sex in the open air. Chin Yu shook his head, put away his weapon, turned around and walked around the small square, and walked quietly to the foot of the mountain. Not far away, we saw the gate of Kinjiapo coal mine. The gate of the mine area is quite impressive. It covers a large area. Inside the mine area, there are piles of waste rock hills standing in the middle. There is the gate of the mine in front of the mountain wall. There are ant cars and cables. There are people busy. All lighting equipment uses cold light sources. There are at least 100 or 200 living people in this mine area. Some of them are motionless in the building in the far corner. Probably the mine dormitory. Another part is still in the mountain. Working at night? Mining without regard for life. I guess they are forced to do it. Seeing this scene, Chin Yu was quite happy. This means that this mining area has been mining and producing coal. So his trip was not in vain. Chin Yu hid in the dark, looked around for a while, and quickly moved towards a building inside. That was an office building. There was still light in an office inside. It should be the office of the person in charge. Soon, Chin Yu came downstairs, jumped up, and climbed to the window of the lighted office in a few steps. The window was not locked. The people here were extremely lax in defense. Maybe no outsiders have been here for a long time. Originally, this place was located in a remote area, between the mountains, and there were not many people in a village during the Tianping period. After the disaster, there were even fewer people. Those who could leave had left. Most of those who didn't leave were dead. There were still 100 or 200 people left here to mine. They were probably miners that Yang Qing had coerced or summoned. So, it was not difficult to sneak in. There was another man in the office. He was in his 40s. He was wearing the kind of work clothes that people in mining areas wear. He was reading documents. He sighed as he read. Chin Yu watched from the window for a moment, then pulled open the window and jumped up. The man inside was startled. He screamed, stood up and leaned against the wall, looking helpless. Don't shout. Chin Yu's gun was already pointed at him. The man immediately raised his hands. His mouth was tightly shut. From his reaction, Chin Yu knew that he was definitely not Yang Qing's man. Nor was he an armed element. This reaction was very ordinary. Chapter 322 Data. He might be the original person in charge of the coal mine. Chin Yu slowly walked to the desk and took a look at the file he had just seen. There were some data on it, like coal production data. Chin Yu looked up at the man again. What's your name? Zhao Gang. The man's voice was a little trembling. It didn't seem to be fake. Sweat came out on his forehead. Chen Yu asked indifferently, what do you do? The person in charge of mining here. Chen Yu looked him up and down. Do you know Yang Qing? No. I don't know him. Who asked you to mine here? Yang Biao. Chen Yu suddenly understood. It seems that Yang Qing's brother Yang Biao is in charge of the coal mine. Chen Yu slowly picked up the documents on the table and asked casually, what is this? Daily coal mining data. How much coal is mined per day now? Xiao Gang looked grim. Every day, only more than 100 tons. Chen Yu didn't know the scale of mining in this kind of coal mine. So he asked, is this amount a lot or a little? Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment. He was a little confused. Suddenly a stranger jumped in with a gun. And he thought he was here to search for supplies. But why did he ask these questions for no reason? And he was concerned about the amount of coal mined? He was confused. You said that if you are a lone traveler, just take some things and leave. There are at least some biscuits and sausages in this office. What are you asking? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when the guards come back. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, and said sincerely in a low voice, brother, if you are a lone traveler and want to find food, there are bread and sausages in my drawer. And there are 2 bottles of mineral water in the cabinet. Take them and leave quickly. There are at least 40 guards here. They all have guns and strong firepower. Once they find you, you can't run away at all. The final result is that you are forced to go down the mine and mine coal with your bare hands. Young man, you are still young. Listen to me, and take the supplies and leave quickly. After hearing his words, Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. This man still has a conscience. These days, there are not many people with conscience. Just as Chen Yu was about to speak, footsteps were heard outside the door. Xiao Gang's face changed. As a result, the door was pushed open. A girl who was also wearing work clothes came in, with a pile of information in her hand. As soon as she came in, she said, Dad, The previous records, ah! The girl screamed. All the information in her hand fell to the ground. At the same time, her hand was raised, because Qingyu had another gun in his hand, pointed at her. Xiao Gang's face became even uglier, and he looked as pale as death. Xiao Gang swallowed hard, looked at the girl and said hoarsely, Yin Yin. Don't move. Don't move. Dad? I won't move. The girl's eyes were red from nervousness. Standing still, Qingyu looked her up and down. Probably in her early 20s. Very thin. Long hair. Delicate features. Like a beautiful girl. Qingyu tilted his head. Come in. The girl hurriedly came in carefully along the wall. Close the door. The girl closed the door with her hand. Qingyu pointed a gun at the girl. Tie your father's hands with shoelaces. Tie it tightly, or I'll tie you up too. The girl was so scared that she burst into tears. She looked at Xiao Gang and said with a sob, Dad, come on. Listen to him. Tie me up. Woo. Dad. I don't dare. Come here quickly. Xiao Gang stamped his feet anxiously. He just asked you to tie me up. But he didn't kill me. He has a gun. It's easy for him to kill me. So he shouldn't kill us. Come here quickly. Hearing this, Qingyu looked at this man differently. Not bad. This coal mining manager is very calm. And very smart. Under such circumstances, he can still analyze so clearly and confidently. Not bad. The girl had no choice but to go over and untie her shoelaces and tie Xiao Gang's hands behind his back. After tying her up, the girl hid behind Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang looked at Qingyu and begged in a low voice, Little brother, please don't touch my daughter. She is just 20 years old and doesn't know anything. 20 years old and still don't know. Qingyu put away a gun and waved at the girl. Come here. The girl walked out slowly and tremblingly. What's your name? Qingyu looked at her coldly. Zhao Zian. I ask you, how many guards are there here? Zhao Zian looked back at her father and whispered, 42. How many workers are there? 216. Where did you catch them from? Zhao Zian shook her head. I don't know. People are sent in from outside every time. It seems to be sent from Shanxi City. You too? No. My father is the person in charge of this mining area. Qingyu nodded and looked at Zhao Gang. How much coal has been mined in the mining area now? 2,600 tons. Zhao Gang said hurriedly. It's all high-quality coal, dug out by workers with their bare hands. It has been washed and used as storage coal in the future. 2,600 tons? It's a lot. If they take it all away, it will definitely be enough to go to Tibet. Yangqing still has some means. If the coal mines here can be maintained, wait for the ice in a few years. The arrival of the river century should also be a guarantee. Qingyu did not want to cut off people's money. Just take the stored coal. No matter how Shanxi City changes, there are indeed many people waiting for him to eat under Yangqing. There is no need to destroy the resources here. Qingyu strode towards Xiao Gang. When he saw him coming, Xiao Gang suddenly had an ominous premonition and asked hurriedly, Little brother. Little brother. What are you going to do? Bang! Qingyu knocked Xiao Gang unconscious with the butt of a gun. Zhao Zian screamed in fear and rushed over. Qingyu pointed a gun at her. Take me to the coal bunker. My father. Your father will not die. But if you don't behave, your father will die. Zhao Zian bit her lip, looked at Zhao Gang falling to the ground with tears in her eyes, and slowly turned around and walked towards the door with grievance, looking back every few steps. Qingyu followed behind and suddenly said, You are so worried about your father. Why don't you find a chance to escape? If you stay here, you will die when you are no longer useful. We can't escape. Zhao Zian choked and said, There are more than 40 guards here. They all carry guns. And there are people guarding the mining area 24 hours a day. It's hard to survive outside the mining area. Have you been here since the disaster? Yes. You and your father are the only ones left in your family? Zhao Zian nodded, yes. My mother and brother died of the virus. How far is the coal bunker from here? More than 200 meters away. But you have to pass 3 centuries. Zhao Zian said softly, It's useless for you to go there. You can't take it away. And you can't avoid the centuries. It doesn't matter. If you can't avoid them, just kill them. Yu casually took out a silencer and screwed it on. Zhao Zian looked back. The expression became even uglier. Chapter 3 2300-year-old medicine. Last time, I made medicinal food for Yang Yuyan. And the herbs needed were not very precious, and could be bought in the general medicinal material market. But the medicinal materials he needs now are as precious as possible. If there is 100-year-old medicine, it will be even more perfect. Not only can it repair the damaged body, it may even make him reach a higher level. Liang Yuping did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment. Indeed, Zhang Qifan's attainments in traditional Chinese medicine are very high, and he is more than qualified to be the head of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. But he feels that this is a bit of a waste of talent. You know, Zhang Qifan is an all-round doctor, not only good at traditional Chinese medicine, but also first-class surgical skills. Even Sun Yu, who came from the capital, praised him highly. Okay, then when you recover, go to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine to be the director, Liang Yuping said slowly after thinking for a while. Dean, I have another request. Zhang Qifan glanced sideways and cast his eyes on Wang Rao beside him. Qifan, why are you being so polite to me? Just tell me what you want, and I will definitely arrange it for you if I can do it. Liang Yuping vowed and patted his chest. Dean, Sister Wang has always taken good care of me, and I want to take her to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's not a big deal. When you two recover, we will go to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine together. Thank you very much. Dean. On the bed behind the two, Wang Rao was moved. Qin Biao's sudden appearance made Wang Rao panic, and Zhang Qifan's words made her feel the deep love. Touched tears slowly flowed down her beautiful face. Tianhu Group headquarters. Qin Biao slapped the table hard, with a ferocious expression on his face. Waste. All of you are a bunch of waste. I asked you to check Zhang Qifan's information. What did you find? Why does he know Lin Jinhai? The old man? He waved his hand fiercely, and swept everything on the table to the ground. Since becoming the president of Tianhu Group, he has been bullying others for so many years. When has he ever been bullied like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had to avenge this. Zhang Qifan. You bastard. Wait for me. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were fierce, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Tell the brothers below to keep an eye on the hospital. If Zhang Qifan, that bastard, dares to leave the hospital, he will be crippled. Qin Biao shouted sternly. He was furious, but he hadn't lost his mind. He didn't dare to act rashly in the hospital. After all, it was a special place. Once something happened, it would attract worldwide attention. If he wasn't careful, it might even become a hot topic. By then, even the King of Heaven couldn't save him. Yes, Brother Biao. One of his subordinates bowed and responded, then turned and left. In the next few days, Zhang Qifan recovered in the hospital and did not encounter any more problems. His injuries were still quite serious. Half of his arm was damaged and almost broken. Fortunately, Zhang Qifan himself was a doctor, and he did some simple treatment after the injury. That's why he didn't end up with amputation. Otherwise, even if he had Shenongju, he would be a useless person. After this incident, Zhang Qifan's heart settled down. When he first got the Tianlei inheritance, he wanted to be low-key. But what he did was extremely high-profile. At such a young age, he has superb skills. Anyone would be proud of it. Zhang Qifan is no exception. He is just an ordinary person. But after this incident, he reflected, it was because he was too confident that he ended up like this. Fortunately, his arm has not been disabled. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he regretted it. Knock. 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 The door of the ward was knocked. Zhang Qifan didn't know who was coming, so he hurried to the door and opened it. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood at the door with a nervous look, as if he was expecting something. Hello. Who are you looking for? Zhang Qifan didn't know this middle-aged man, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Hello. Are you Zhang Qifan? Director Lin? The middle-aged man spoke respectfully. He used honorifics when speaking, which made Zhang Qifan feel uncomfortable. Yes, I am Zhang Qifan. What do you want to talk to me about? Hello, Director Lin. I am Zhao Yuan from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Dean Liang asked me to come to you to confirm the medicinal materials. Lin. Director Lin? Zhang Qifan was stunned. Didn't he say that he would go to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine after his body recovered? Why did he come to see him now? Okay. I see. You go back first. I'll go later. Zhang Qifan sent Zhao Yuan away and turned around to call Liang Yuping. Chi Fan. What's wrong? Liang Yoping's puzzled voice came out of the phone as soon as the call was connected. Dean. I'm still a wounded soldier. And you're arranging my work? Isn't this a bit too dark? The relationship between the two is no longer the same as before. Almost like brothers. During the time when Zhang Qifan was recovering from his injury, Lin Yuping would come over from time to time. Unconsciously, their relationship has changed from a superior-subordinate relationship to a close friend relationship. Chi Fan. You misunderstood me. Liang Yuping smiled lightly. Last time when we chatted, didn't you say that if you could find a century-old medicine, your arm would have a chance to recover? Isn't it? I just thought of you when I got the news. Zhang Qifan was stunned for a moment. And then, he was ecstatic. Dean, do you mean that there are century-old medicines in this batch of medicines? As soon as Zhang Qifan finished speaking, Liang Yuping immediately said, I didn't say that. I just asked you to go and have a look. Oh! Zhang Qifan became interested. Dean, where did this batch of medicines come from? Can you tell me? Chonbai Mountain. Liang Yuping only said these 3 words, and hung up the phone with Zhang Qifan. Chonbai Mountain. It turned out to be Chonbai Mountain. Nowadays in China, only a few mountains such as Chonbai Mountain and Kunlun Mountain have areas that humans have not set foot on. That is to say, there are only a few places where century-old medicines may exist. Knowing that this batch of medicinal materials came from Chonbai Mountain, Zhang Qifan became more and more interested in this batch of medicinal materials. Wang Rao was resting. Zhang Qifan came to her bed quietly, checked her condition, and walked out of the ward slowly. Since Zhang Qifan woke up, the two of them have switched. When he was not awake, it was Wang Rao who took care of him. After waking up, it was Zhang Qifan who took care of Wang Rao. In any case, Wang Rao's injuries were also inflicted to protect him. In terms of emotion and reason, Zhang Qifan should be responsible for taking care of her. The two have experienced so much together. It is definitely a lie to say that Zhang Qifan has no feelings for Wang Rao in his heart. Zhang Qifan's heart is not made of stone. And he also has feelings. Unknowingly, he has already had feelings for Wang Rao. But he never knew whether his feelings for Wang Rao were sibling love or love. Chapter 324 Save Your Dad. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyan's mind went blank. This man is so powerful. Qin Yu collected everyone's guns and searched their cigarettes. Although they were not good cigarettes, it was better to have more. Then he came to the warehouse door, gently pushed it open and slipped in. The coal inside was piled up like a mountain. Thousands of tons of raw coal, all of which were of high quality and without any gang. Cool. Qin Yu immediately spread his legs, opened his arms, and started running around in the coal bunker. After about 20 minutes, all the stored coal was emptied. Enough. This coal is basically enough to last until Tibet. As long as we can get the steam locomotive and 2 or 3 carriages, we can basically leave Shancheng by. Chen Yu turned and left. He returned to Zhao Ziyan leisurely. She was like a good girl, not daring to move. When she saw Qin Yu coming back, there was even more admiration in her eyes. Qin Yu untied the handcuffs and smiled at her. You can go. What? Zhao Ziyan was stunned. You can go. Go back to your father. You, just let me go. What else? Chen Yu asked in confusion. What else do you expect me to do? Touch you and see if you have lost weight? Zhao Ziyan's face flushed instantly. She shook her head and said nervously, I didn't mean that. I thought you came here for... What? Zhao Ziyan didn't know what to say. She didn't think about anything. But she always felt that Qin Yu would do something to her. At that time, she might fight back desperately, and would rather die than obey, or even be tortured to death by Qin Yu, and her life would be over. But in the end, everything was just her own fantasy. He actually let her go. Zhao Ziyan felt her face burning for a moment. She didn't know what to say, thought about it, and turned around and left in a hurry. But after walking a few steps, he turned around and came back, ran to Qin Yu and whispered, Can you save my dad? Why should I save your dad? Zhao Ziyan was stunned, then begged, I know you are a good person. You didn't kill me, which proves that you are a good person. Save my dad. If we stay here, we will die sooner or later. TSK. Chen Yu sneered. I am a good person? Does not killing you prove that I am a good person? Yes. Zhao Ziyan nodded. If you are like those beasts, you will not let me go under such circumstances and conditions. You will definitely. Before she finished her words, Chen Yu walked over, hugged her and pushed her to the ground. Then he started to tear her clothes. Zhao Ziyan was shocked. She even forgot to resist. In a few seconds, she was clean. Chen Yu looked at her coldly. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Zhao Ziyan suddenly came to her senses and trembled all over. She looked at Chen Yu with fear in her eyes, slowly closed her eyes, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and dripped onto the ground. Chen Yu blinked. Don't you know how to resist? Zhao Ziyan closed her eyes tightly and said with a sob, You are so strong. I don't have the strength to resist. It's up to you. But you'd better kill me afterwards. Otherwise, I will definitely find a chance to take revenge. Afterwards? Chen Yu was so confused. Afterwards? I will leave here. Where can you take revenge? I will find you even if I search the ends of the earth. Take revenge on you. You are so determined. Why don't you try to resist me now? The harder you struggle and resist, the lower the chance of my success. Even if you shout loudly, the guards here will be called. Zhao Ziyan pursed her lips tightly. She stopped crying. Hands were protected in front of her chest, and her body was shaking slightly. I don't know if it was because of the cold or fear. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and whispered, Anyway, I can't resist you. So hurry up. Kill me when you're done. Otherwise, I will definitely seek revenge on you. Chen Yu. Speechless. So in this world, the most deceiving people are not fraudsters, but women. She did it on purpose. She pretended to be a little lamb before. This girl is definitely not as simple and weak as she appears on the surface. Chen Yu squatted and threw the clothes to her. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing Liao Shai? Get up quickly. Stop pretending. Zhao Ziyan suddenly opened her eyes. The fear in her eyes had disappeared. She bit her lip and looked at Chen Yu, feeling a little aggrieved. It's like this. But he's still not tempted? Although her body is a little barren. It's still a mountain range. Right? This man is ruthless. He must have lived outside for a long time. Why is he not tempted? Zhao Ziyan wants to escape from here. But with her and her father, there is no chance. So after seeing Chen Yu's ruthless methods, Zhao Ziyan was tempted and hoped to get Chen Yu's help. Therefore, she risked her life. She risked the right to a woman's first night, which she thought was the most precious. It's worth it for her to be able to keep it in such a place until now. As a result, this man was indifferent. Zhao Ziyan suddenly gritted her teeth, stretched out her hands and hugged Chen Yu's neck, and said with a wronged face, As long as you take me and my father away, I am willing to dedicate myself to you. You are really brave. Chen Yu stretched out his hands to hug her waist and smiled faintly. There are corpses everywhere nearby. You don't care at all? Not afraid at all? With you here, what am I afraid of? You have evil spirits on you, and ghosts dare not approach you. What are you afraid of? Are you in the mood? Zhao Ziyan lowered her head and whispered, I hope to use my body in exchange for a chance to escape from here. Please, help me. Otherwise, I will not be able to escape the insult sooner or later. Are you sure? Yes. Is this your first time? Yes. Dad has been protecting me. So, I want to save Dad and get him out of this fire pit. There is one more thing. If you know, maybe you will agree. Chen Yu asked in confusion, What is it? My dad is not from the coal mine. He is actually from the railway department and originally transports coal. My dad knows a place where there may be a train that transports coal. Chen Yu laughed immediately. You mean? Your dad can drive a train? Yes. Haha. To be honest, I can't help hugging you like this. If you don't mind, I'll do it for real. Yeah. Zhao Ziyan nodded with a red face. So, she was gently laid down again. But this time, Chen Yu laid a lot of clothes under her. Such a night did not seem to become gloomy because of the bloody corpses around, but became charming. Half an hour later, the whistle sounded in the mining area. More than 40 guards were fully armed and began to search everywhere. They had found the bodies of the guards at 2 checkpoints. Someone invaded. No one noticed. It was weird. Chapter 325 Hot Steam. More than 40 guards were divided into 5 groups and searched in 5 directions in the mining area. Some people quickly rushed to the coal bunker, because that is the forbidden area of the mining area. It is the location of all coal resources in the entire coal mine. If something goes wrong, these people will lose their heads. Several people rushed to the door of the coal bunker and found that the door of the coal bunker was closed well. And they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the coal bunker is fine. Several people are ready to search other places. One of them was very careful and was not at ease. So he opened a crack in the door and took a look inside. As a result, he gasped at the sight. Shit! It's empty inside? He suddenly pulled open the door of the coal bunker with force and screamed in fear. Shit! Where's the coal? Where's the coal? Why is the stored coal gone? The other people rushed in to take a look. Everyone was cold. The huge coal bunker was really empty. Thousands of tons of stored coal were gone. Is it a ghost? At the same time, someone quickly ran to find Zhao Gang, the person in charge of coal mining. But the office was also empty. No one was missing. The building immediately became noisy. The guards frantically passed a message through the radio. All the headlights in the entire mining area were turned on. And people were everywhere outside. They were all looking for people. There was a loud bang that shook the earth. The place in the mining area used to store detonators, explosives, guns and ammunition was blown up into the sky. The blinding white light illuminated the sky. A huge fireball slowly rose into the sky, illuminating the area for miles. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, the administrative building, garage, canteen, coal washing workshop, almost all the buildings began to explode one after another, except for the staff dormitory and the mine entrance. All other places were a sea of fire. The mining area collapsed completely. More than 2 hours later, Puching Railway Station. Zhao Gang and his daughter took Chinyu to the ancient railway station in this small county. The father and daughter finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been rushing on the road before. Their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that the group of people in the mining area would catch up. As a result, there was a loud explosion over there, which opened the eyes of the father and daughter. They all thought Chinyu was amazing. Especially Zhao Zian. She had experienced it herself. The two of them finished their intimate experience in 20 minutes. And then Chinyu only took 10 minutes to set up bombs in the entire mining area. Finally, she easily rescued her father. The three of them slipped away quietly before anyone noticed. It was amazing. This method was too sick. Although Zhao Zian was not feeling well, the excitement and ecstasy had already surpassed the physical discomfort. She knew she had chosen the right person. From now on, she said goodbye to the nightmare in the mining area. After the three people entered the train station, Chinyu looked around. Where is the coal truck you mentioned? In the garage over there. Zhao Gang hurriedly said, if I'm not mistaken, the coal truck must be intact. Before the disaster, this small county still used ancient steam locomotives to transport coal. Okay, let's go and take a look. If it is really intact and can even be driven out, then you are doing me a great favor. I hope so. Zhao Gang was also anxious to prove himself. So, the three people jumped off the rails without stopping and ran along the rails to the deepest part of the station. It was very quiet here. Chinyu had been monitoring with his mental map, except for some mutant animals hiding in the darkness. There was no one here. Soon, the three of them arrived at the garage door. Zhao Gang pushed open the garage door, took a look inside, and then heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, sure enough, it's here, and it's still intact. Chinyu rushed in quickly. Sure enough, an old steam locomotive. There were no freight train carriages. Those carriages were parked on the tracks outside. Chinyu laughed and said, with this, we really don't have to deal with Yangqing's train anymore. Old Zhao, can this be driven out? It should be possible. Zhao Gang nodded. It's definitely okay to drive away. The problem is, if you want to use this to leave the Shansheng area and go to the Tibetan area, there is a big problem right now. What's the problem? It's the track switching. Zhao Gang said helplessly. Now even the rails in small county towns are all electrically braked and switched. But now, there is no power at all. How to change the track? Is there no way? Chinyu blinked. It's not completely impossible. There is only the dumbest way. What method? Change manually. Zhao Gang pointed to the intersection of the rails in the distance. Destroy the electric control mechanism there, and then change the track manually. Is it difficult? Only one difficulty. Zhao Gang spread his hands. It's easy to destroy the electric control mechanism. I can do it. However, it may take a lot of strength to change the track manually. Relying on the three of us? It's hard. Just strong strength? Chenyu laughed unexpectedly. Yes, You need a lot of strength. For a strong man like me, at least 7 or 8 people can barely move the track. Haha. That's no problem. Qin Yu laughed and patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Old Zhao. Get to work. As long as you can drive the train, I will change the track. If everything goes well, I will take you and your daughter to Tibet to start a new life. You change the track by yourself. Old Zhao. Get started. Qin Yu's eyes were serious. Zhao Zian, who was standing by, quickly pulled her father's arm. Dad, give it a try. Okay, let's try it. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and looked back at the locomotive. Zhao Gang started to work. After his rough introduction, Qin Yu also roughly understood the operating principle of the steam locomotive. The steam locomotive relies on the thermal expansion of steam to do work. After the boiler operator puts coal into the furnace, the coal converts chemical energy into thermal energy during the combustion process, heats the water in the locomotive boiler, vaporizes it, and forms superheated steam above 400 degrees. The steam then enters the steam engine to expand and do work. It can push the piston of the steam engine to reciprocate, and the piston then converts the reciprocating linear motion into circular motion of the wheel through the connecting rod and the rocker. In this way, the train can move. So, the key is coal and water. As long as these two raw materials can be adequately guaranteed, the locomotive can continue to run. In the garage, there is a water room where the steam locomotive is parked, which is specially used to provide water for the train. Few people know about the water source here. Laymen don't understand it at all. So according to Zhao Gang's estimation, there should be water in the water room. After his inspection, the water room was indeed full of water. There was also coal prepared in the coal bunker at the front of the train. All conditions were ready. Zhao Gang asked his daughter to help him. After working for more than half an hour, the water in the boiler was added and all preparations were completed. He nodded at Qin Yu. So, he started to light the fire. As the fire in the boiler became more and more fierce, the steam meter index continued to rise. At a certain moment, Zhao Gang was ready to start the train. Chapter 326 Method of Changing Tracks. Qin Yu also jumped off the train, came outside, and ran to the fork in the road ahead, where he needed to change tracks. Zhao Gang roughly told him how to change tracks. Qin Yu looked at the circuit controller on the ground, and simply activated his superpowers. Kicked the circuit controller away with one kick. Then he broke the connecting power rod in a few seconds. This level of force was simply child's play for him, who had activated the level 2 superpowers. Qin Yu squatted down, and the muscles in his arms quickly moved. Then he grabbed the rails with both hands and pulled them hard. There was a sound of crack. The rails merged into the track on the other side very smoothly. Done. At this time, the locomotive in the garage slowly drove out. It was a real success. Looking at Zhao Gang, who was waving excitedly at the driver's window, Qin Yu also smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the lane change was completed. Zhao Gang was really shocked. He looked back at his daughter and said in surprise, "He really turned the track over by himself." "Well, I believe him." Zhao Zian nodded with a red face and whispered, "He is very strong." "Really?" After that, she stretched her neck to look outside. In the dark night, Qin Yu's figure was tall and straight. He is a real man. In this life, it is enough to follow him. Zhao Zian's eyes gradually became obsessed. Early morning. The sun rose. Zhang Yan came out of the room with a scruffy beard and wiped his face vigorously. Today is the second day. There are still 4 days. He must find a way to get Li Dahuzi. Yesterday he and Lu Yuanchao made a plan. It is not difficult to kidnap Li Dahuzi. The defense of Yinta district is average. It is far inferior to the defense strength of Yangqing at the North Station. Moreover, Li Dahuzi's people are all locals who organize themselves, and they all stayed for his medical skills. This person has great medical skills. It is said that his medical ethics are also very good. Otherwise, so many people would not gather. If possible, Zhang Yang really doesn't want to touch him. It would be better to let him live in Shancheng peacefully. But then he thought again. If the military really wants to go to war with the cannibals, no matter what the result is, Shancheng will probably fall into ruins. Are the cannibals easy to deal with? Definitely not. Even the military is prone to the risk of failure. If the cannibals control Shancheng, no one will have a good ending. If possible, it is best to include Li Dahuzi in the team. This is the best policy. It just so happens that the team is short of doctors. I just don't know if this Li Dahuzi can pass Qinyu's approval. Leave the residence. Zhang Yang found Lu Yuanqiu and the 5 warriors he chose. In addition, Li Zhongjuan and Qin Yao were brought along. These 2 people. One is a retired veteran, and the other is a member of the escort team. They both have good combat qualities and excellent discipline. They can go on missions. Several people gathered together. Lu Yuanqiu casually asked, "Where are Su Jian and Xiao Dong? They are not showing up. It will be difficult to cover up the lie if someone sees them. We should be enough. It won't be a problem to kidnap Li Dahuzi," Zhang Yang said quickly. "Have you contacted Xiao Chen?" "No. That guy hasn't responded yet." Zhang Yang distributed weapons to everyone. After everyone checked the weapons, Zhang Yang waved his hand directly. "Let's go. Action. Make sure to take." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud rumbling sound in the distance of the city. It sounded like an explosion. Several people were stunned at the same time. Zhang Yang immediately picked up the intercom and asked, "Who is on guard at the high ground? What's going on? Can you see what happened?" "Brother Zhang." "It's me. Xiao Jiang." Jiang Zhan's voice came from the intercom. "Damn. Brother Zhang. It seems something happened. There was a big explosion in the Yenta district, and the entire Bailin area was engulfed in flames." As he was talking, explosions were heard from other directions. Jiang Zhan was even more surprised. "Oh no. Brother Zhang. Something big happened. The whole city of Shangxi was blown up everywhere. It seems that the military's perimeter has also opened fire." "Cannibals?" Zhang Yang exclaimed. When the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. The cannibals are taking action now. The key is, isn't this too large a scale? Could it be that the cannibals have already deployed throughout the city in advance? The whole city is full of cannibals. At this moment, there were explosions and gunshots in the city. The gunshots from the North Station and the military garrison were the most intensive. The tanks on the military side were all fired. But the area around the institute was still calm. Zhang Yang immediately issued an order. "Xiao Jiang, closely monitor the surrounding situation, and report immediately if you find cannibals." "Yes." Zhang Yang switched channels and contacted Fang Jing. "Fang Jing. Fang Jing. Shangxi City is in chaos. It seems that the cannibals have launched an attack. Immediately gather everyone to prepare for battle. And we are also not good." Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu roared and threw Zhang Yang to the ground. Boom! A rocket hit near them. The huge explosion knocked everyone over. A soldier's arm was pierced by the shrapnel. At the same time, several rockets were fired into other buildings. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, it was a doomsday scene. Zhang Yang suddenly got up from the ground, shocked and angry. If there were casualties, he would not have the face to see Qinyu. So he quickly picked up the intercom to contact other people. Soon, reports from various bases came over the intercom. The result was no casualties. The buildings that were knocked down in the institute were all vacant. Hearing this result, Zhang Yang was stunned. So lucky? Although there were no casualties in the institute, it was in chaos. Fang Jing and others quickly escaped from the institute through the escape passage prepared in advance, and gathered in a valley at the foot of Daqing Mountain outside. After carefully counting the number of people, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the soldier whose arm was injured by shrapnel. Almost no one else was injured. If there is any injury, it is just a minor scratch. This is simply impossible. Only Fang Jing and a limited number of people thought of the mystery. It may be Su Qing's doing. For some reason, although Su Qing became the leader of the cannibals, her humanity has never been completely wiped out. She still retains a trace of humanity. That is her feelings for Qinyu. Only she can make the cannibals' attacks all fail. Fang Jing and several other leaders gathered together. What should we do now? Fang Jing looked at Zhang Yang helplessly and said, I just contacted AU again, but I couldn't get through. He may be beyond the transmission range of the radio. Me too. I couldn't contact him. Zhang Yang rubbed his temples, glanced at 22 Shaoling in the distance, took a deep breath and said, don't wait for him. Find a way to leave Shancheng. Leave like this? The most effective way is to withdraw from Daqing Mountain and return to the Qinling Mountains. But there is a disadvantage to this. If you want to skip Shancheng, you may have to go a long way. And you have to go around in the mountains all the time, which is very difficult. Chapter 327 Our Enemies. No. There is another way. Suddenly, Su Jian spoke again. Let's go to the North Station as planned. But, no need to use strategies anymore. Let's rob a train and take it. Too risky. Lu Yuanchao frowned and shook his head. From here to the North Station, we have to go through the entire Shancheng vertically. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible to move forward. Old Lu, I know it's risky. Su Jian looked at him seriously. However, if we choose to withdraw from Daqing Mountain and enter Qinling Mountains to bypass Shancheng, not only will the journey be countless times longer, but even the various mutant animals in the jungle will become our enemies. That would be more dangerous. Dong Jiulei also nodded. I agree with Lao Su's opinion. Let's go and rob Yang Qing's train. Because Sister Ling can't walk on the mountain road now. Both of them insisted on the original plan. And the others didn't have an idea for a while. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Yang. He frowned and thought hard. At this moment, the walkie-talkie on his waist suddenly rang. Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang. This is Qinyu. What's going on? What happened in the city? Zhang Yang was shocked, and quickly took off the walkie-talkie and said excitedly, Brother Qin, you finally have a letter. Now Shangqi City is in chaos. We suspect that the cannibals have launched a general attack. Their methods were too exaggerated. All forces in the city were attacked at the same time, including the military garrison. As expected. In the intercom, Qin Yu's voice was calm. Lao Zhang. Are there any casualties among our people? No. Zhang Yang quickly replied. The research institute was attacked by rockets. But all our key positions were avoided. We all guessed that Su Qing helped. There was silence in the intercom for a moment. Then, Lao Zhang. What are your plans? I will arrive in Shancheng in a few hours. Zhang Yang rubbed his temple. All of us are now in the valley, discussing how to leave Shancheng. Xiao Dong and Su Jian both advocated continuing to rob the train at the North Station. Lao Lu suggested withdrawing from Daqing Mountain and leaving Shangqi City by a detour. What about you? What do you think? Zhang Yang looked at the people around him, and then said, My real idea is the same as Xiao Dong and Su Jian. That is to avoid the enemy's main force, and go to the North Station to find Yang Qing. Okay. Chen Yu's voice came out slowly. I'll give you a suggestion. The overall goal remains unchanged, and we must go to the North Station. But not today. Zhang Yang was stunned. Not today? Still have to stay here? Yes. Chen Yu continued. Stay for a day and a night. Avoid the peak period of the battle. Then go to North Station. But don't worry about the train. Because I have already got a train. What? Zhang Yang was shocked. You said you got a train? Yes. Didn't you hear the noise? I was on the front of the train. Zhang Yang looked at the others with a strange look on his face. Everyone also had a helpless expression. This guy went out quietly for a day and a night, and actually got a train back. How did he do it? Why is this thing getting more and more fantastic? But no matter what, Qin Yu said that he got a train, which is simply great news. That means that everyone can take the train for the rest of their trip. Train. It's much more stable than a car. At this time, Qin Yu's voice continued to come out. Lao Zhang. Just do as I say. Stay in the valley and hold on for a day and a night. Also, I need you to take people to rescue someone. When Zhang Yang heard this, a light bulb went off in his head. Li Dehuzi. Smart. Qin Yu smiled and said, if Li Dehuzi is lucky and hasn't died yet, I hope to rescue him first and keep him in the team. Although I haven't met him, I heard that he has good medical ethics and superb medical skills. It's a pity for such a talent to die. Especially there is no doctor in our team. Okay. Just as I thought. Zhang Yang's expression became serious. This task is handed over to me. That's settled. The others rest here and hide in the valley. I believe the cannibals won't come. According to my estimation, it will take at least a day and a night for them to decide the winner with the military. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get back. But you know, this kind of old steam locomotive is very slow. So, it will take a few more hours. We'll see each other then. Before that, everyone, please don't die. Because I don't have time to build a grave for you. Erect a monument and engrave your merits. After that, there was no sound in the intercom. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know when. He, the major, and LV Yuanchao, the deputy commander, have completely given up giving orders. In the end, Chen Yu basically made the decision. Maybe it was a habit, or maybe it was because of submission. Anyway, they would definitely execute the plan set by Chinyu. Putting away the intercom, Zhang Yan looked at everyone and said, "You all heard it. This is Brother Chin's plan. So everyone stay in the valley for a while. Fang Jing, I'll leave this to you." "Okay." Fang Jing nodded. Zhang Yang turned around and looked at the other main combatants. As a result, a figure stood in front of him very abruptly. It was Su Jian. He looked at Zhang Yang seriously and whispered, "Brother Zhang, I have a suggestion." "You have another suggestion?" Zhang Yang frowned. "Yes, I have a suggestion. You stay here, Xiao Lei, and I will go to rescue Li Dehuzi." "What? Just the two of you?" Zhang Yang was stunned. "Yes, just the two of us. Flexible and flexible. Come and go freely. Trust me. What do you think? As long as Li Dehuzi is still alive, I promise to bring him back." Just when Zhang Yang was hesitating, his walkie-talkie suddenly rang again. "By the way, the task of rescuing Li Dehuzi can be handed over to Lao Su and Xiao Lei. Lao Zhang, you stay in the valley to support the large force." Zhang Yang was stunned. "Damn!" Su Jian smiled knowingly, turned around and called out to Dong Qiulei, "Qiulei, hurry up." The two immediately turned around and ran. Soon the figures disappeared. Only the others were left in the wind. Zhang Yang and others stayed in the valley, strictly followed Chinyu's plan. However, they were always confused about Su Jian and Dong Qiulei. They didn't understand why these two people suddenly became extremely belligerent. And they were so brave. Even Chinyu specifically asked them to carry out the mission. "Why? Come out of the valley." Su Jian glanced at the chaos in the city in the distance. The explosions and gunshots were still continuing. You can imagine how fierce the battle was. The Emptied district was also filled with thick smoke and raging fire. Su Jian took a deep breath and murmured, "I hope Li Dehuzi has better luck. It's better not to die. Otherwise our efforts will be in vain. I heard that he is a great doctor and has saved many people. He must have accumulated a lot of virtue." "Right? Accumulated virtue?" Su Jian laughed disdainfully as he ran. "No matter how much virtue you accumulate, it can't stop the cannibals. They don't care whether you are a bodhisattva or an evil ghost. To the cannibals, good people and bad people are all the same." "Strange. Don't cannibals get sick?" "I guess so." The two hurried on their way. Chapter 328 Running all the way. After running to the main street, they turned directly into the alley in the building complex and ran all the way to Emptied district. Occasionally, they could see people fleeing in panic. They were all lone travelers. They didn't take it seriously. They were running for their lives. And the other two were on their way. They ignored each other and ran in silence. After about an hour and a half, the two arrived at the outskirts of Emptied district. There were still gunshots ahead. It means that Li Dehuzi's people should still be resisting. But the gunshots were sparse and the resistance was weak. They didn't have many weapons to begin with. There were more ordinary survivors. Now they were faced with such a large-scale attack. And they couldn't stop it at all. Chinyu's assessment of the military district is that they can resist for a day and a night. For a place like Emptied district, it would be good if they can hold out for hours. Su Jian took out his gun and turned on the safety. Dong Qiulei did not take out the gun, but pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet. Su Jian looked at her in confusion. "What are you doing? Using cold weapons? Are you a little too confident? Let's divide the work and cooperate." Dong Qiulei patted Su Jian on the shoulder. "I'm fast. So I'll sneak into the lair of Li Dehuzi and his men to try my luck. But I guess it's a no-go. So you go from the periphery. Judge where the gunfire is the most intensive. And go there." "Damn it." Su Jian's face darkened. "So I'm a cannon fodder?" "Oh! Stop talking nonsense. Time is running out. If Li Dehuzi is killed, I tell you that brother you will be disappointed with us." After saying that, Dong Qiulei rushed into the alley and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Jian shook his head helplessly. "Okay. Just go to the periphery. Where is the most dense gunfire? Listen carefully. Then turn around and change direction. And quickly move over. Emptied district is very large. It turns out that there are many people living with Li Dehuzi. And most of them are ordinary people. Li Dehuzi's nest is in an office building. There are many residential areas around." Dong Qiulei continued to use her ability to teleport in a small area to quickly break through into the crossfire zone. She finally saw clearly those people who were shooting everywhere. All in black uniforms. All wearing strange hoods. They were cannibals. They were the same group that attacked her that day. Although enemies were particularly jealous when they met, Dong Qiulei was still able to hold back her hatred. She always put Chen Yu's instructions first. So, she had to find Li Dehuzi first. As long as he was not dead, he had to be rescued. Dong Qiulei became more and more careful. She combined her current superpowers with the lurking skills taught by Zhang Yang, and moved silently among the buildings. Soon, she approached Li Dehuzi's lair. But there was no need to get closer. The office building had been blown down. Half of it collapsed. If there were people inside, they would probably be dead. Dong Qiulei hid in the dark, looking at the building and cursing the bad luck. Then picked up the intercom, contacted Su Jian and whispered, "Old Su, I'm out of luck here. The building has collapsed, and I don't know if Li Dehuzi is dead inside. Qiulei, I'm rushing to the battle zone in the north. It seems that there are people fighting and fleeing there. It seems that they are protecting someone. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe Li Dehuzi is not dead yet. Okay, I'll go over." Dong Qiulei was delighted. Then she turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as she turned around, she froze in fear. Behind her, a woman with a graceful figure and extraordinary charm slowly walked over. Her footsteps were so light that Dong Qiulei didn't hear the footsteps at all. And the woman knew. Wasn't she Su Qing? Dong Qiulei's hairs all stood up. The three-edged military dagger in her hand was immediately clenched. At this time, Su Qing's footsteps also stopped. She looked at Dong Qiulei silently. She looked up and down for several times, and finally said softly, "She is quite beautiful. No wonder he went crazy because of your injury. Do you want to eat me?" Dong Qiulei kept calming herself down. Because today, she is no longer the one who was forced into a desperate situation last time. Now, she has superpowers. Su Qing turned around gracefully, looked at a team passing by not far away, and said lightly, "Originally, I really wanted to eat you, because I found that you seem to have activated superpowers." Dong Qiulei was shocked. She knew about superpowers. Su Qing continued, "Maybe if we eat humans like you who have activated superpowers, we may be able to inherit your abilities." Dong Qiulei's face turned a little pale. Su Qing slowly turned around and found that Dong Qiulei was a little scared. So he smiled lightly, "But I didn't kill you last time. And I won't kill you this time either." "Last time?" Dong Qiulei was stunned. Then angrily said, "You still mean it? Didn't you kill me last time? It was Brother Yu who saved me." "Okay. No. I'm not talking about the last time." Su Qing shook his head and said softly, "When you were still hiding in the woods, I found you. I have been using drones to monitor you." Dong Qiulei was shocked. "The drone behind me was monitoring me?" "Yes." Su Qing nodded. "I know you are someone close to Chen Yu, so I just wanted to observe you. Unfortunately, you broke my monitor later, so the people ambushing there started to hunt you down." Dong Qiulei was speechless. What's wrong with Su Qing? How come she is completely different from other cannibals? She can laugh, speak softly, and express emotions. Weird. What kind of cannibal is she? Su Qing is gentle and soft-spoken. She seems to be less and less like a cannibal. However, in such a place with constant gunfire, the feeling of her speaking gently to you is creepy. Dong Qiulei's scalp tingled. She stared at Su Qing and asked in confusion, "What do you want to do? If you want to kill me, do it. If you don't want to kill me, leave. I have something else to do. If I leave now, you will be surrounded and annihilated immediately." Su Qing slowly approached a little closer and said lightly, "When they see me here, they won't embarrass you." "Are you saving me?" Dong Qiulei asked doubtfully. "I guess so. Why did you save me? Give me a convincing reason." "No reason." Su Qing smiled softly. "I know he cares about you, so I won't kill you. He will be very happy if you are alive. You care so much about Brother Yu. Why don't you go back to him?" Su Qing glanced at Dong Qiulei. "Do you think I can go back to him like this?" After saying that, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He was filled with murderous aura. Those eyes changed color strangely, turning into blood-red pupils, which was very scary. Moreover, she opened her mouth slightly. The teeth in her mouth had become serrated, especially the two canine teeth. Very sharp. At first glance, it looked a bit like a vampire in a movie or TV show. Dong Qiulei looked disgusted. She even felt a little panic and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Su Qing's eyes relaxed. The fierce aura on his body disappeared, His eyes also returned to their original state. Dong Qiulei looked at it strangely, and couldn't help asking in confusion, "Why are you different from others? As far as I know, all other cannibals have lost their humanity. Why do you still remember Brother Yu?" Chapter 329 Pregnant with Brother Yu's Child. "I don't know either." Su Qing shook her head, slowly lowered her head to look at her belly, and gently rubbed it. "Maybe it has something to do with the child I have in my belly?" "What?" Dong Qiulei was shocked and blurted out, "You are pregnant with Brother Yu's child?" "Yes." "You, cannibals can also have children?" "Of course. We just have different living habits. But most of our physiological structures are the same as ordinary people. We can get pregnant and reproduce." Hearing this, Dong Qiulei's face turned gray, and she murmured to herself, "Oh my god. Will there be a peaceful life in the future? Can cannibals still have children?" "Little sister, the rise of the cannibals is unstoppable." Su Qing let out a long breath and said lightly, "In the future, this planet will be the world of cannibals. You humans can only live in a corner and become food." "Bah!" Dong Qiulei raised her eyebrows and shouted sharply, "Dream on. As long as we are here, you will never become strong. Try it." Su Qing looked back a few times, then smiled lightly. "Okay. I'm leaving. Little sister, go back and tell him to leave Shangqi City as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't stop him for too long." After saying that, he turned around and walked away gracefully. Looking at her back, Dong Qiulei grinned. "A fairy." "What a fairy? From top to bottom? From inside to outside?" "She is a fairy." "Ah!" However, despite the scolding, Dong Qiulei was relieved unexpectedly. Su Qing really let her go again. He didn't kill her. And after a brief chat with Su Qing, Dong Qiulei's hostility towards her was actually gradually weakening. Especially now. In addition to feeling goosebumps at Su Qing's seductive energy, she didn't feel disgusted like other cannibals. It's really strange. Dong Qiulei herself was puzzled. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on her waist rang. "Qiulei. Qiulei. Come here quickly." In a building about 400 meters away from the northwest of Yinta Park, "I have found Li Dehuzi. His followers are all dead. Come quickly." Dong Qiulei quickly picked up the intercom. "I am here. Hold on." After saying that, he turned around to identify the direction and ran away. A few minutes later, Dong Qiulei found the building. There were many cannibals searching around outside. They were obviously looking for Li Dehuzi. Dong Qiulei fully activated his skills, increased his speed to the limit, and kept flashing through teleportation at close range. He rushed into the building in a few flashes. Soon, he found Su Jian. Good guy. Su Jian was also injured. It seems that the battle just now was very fierce. "Old Su, are you okay?" Dong Qiulei rushed over and looked at the wound on his thigh. "It's okay." Su Jian was a little tired and panting. "I have squeezed the bullet out, and the body seems to have the ability to heal itself. It's okay. Don't worry." After saying that, he turned around and looked at the unconscious Li Dehuzi. "The old man has fainted. He was protected all the way to escape here. Unfortunately, everyone died in the battle." Dong Qiulei looked around. There were corpses everywhere. Su Jian continued, "Just now, he was almost discovered. In a hurry, I stretched my body like a big leather bag and wrapped him up. Only then did he escape the search of the cannibals. However, the old man was suffocated and deprived of oxygen." Dong Qiulei was immediately confused. "I thought Li Dehuzi was scared. It turned out that he was suffocated." However, Su Jian was also quite imaginative. He actually used this method to avoid the search. Smart. Dong Qiulei quietly walked to the window, looked at the crowd searching outside, and whispered, "Let's hide here for a night. Wait until they leave completely before leaving." "I agree. I think so too." Su Jian barely got up from the ground, and was surprised to find that the injury on his leg had healed for the most part. It seems that as long as the superpower is activated, the body has a certain degree of self-healing ability. But the principles are different. Dong Qiulei's self-healing is purely the result of accelerated metabolism. His self-healing is like a structural mutation of the flesh that improves the environment of the wound. Very strange. Su Jian bent down and helped Li Dehuzi up, whispering, "Let's find a safer house and hide in it. Do you have any food?" "I'm starving." "Yes." "Thank God. Only 2 pieces of chewing gum." Hee. "I'm kidding. I still have chocolate." "Huh? You loser." Old Sue. You're pretty reliable. Nonsense. Guess who I just met? Who? Su Qing. What? Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. She didn't touch me. But I heard a scary news. What news? She's pregnant with Brother Yu's child. WTF? The sound of gunfire continued in the urban area of Shancheng. But the scope has been reduced a lot. Most of them have stopped. Except for Yongqing's territory at the North Station and the fierce gunfire around the garrison. Most other areas have not moved. The cannibals almost succeeded. As long as the military troops are knocked out, Shancheng will fall completely into the control of the cannibals. There are at least nearly 1 million people here. For the cannibals, these are all food. They can eat for several years. In the valley of Daqing Mountain, Zhang Yang just got the news that Dong Qiulei and Su Jian have found Li Dehuzi and successfully rescued him. But there are too many cannibals searching in Emptied district now. So it is not convenient to leave. So they have to hide for one night. Zhang Yang is relieved. These two people actually rescued Li Dehuzi from the encirclement of the cannibals. It's amazing. This is a mystery. We must find out this secret in the future. If the two of them don't say it, go ask Chen Yu. Chen Yu must know. The people in the valley are hiding carefully. They only eat fast food. Everyone is waiting for Chen Yu's return. And at this moment, where is Chen Yu? He is still on the train, heading to Shancheng. The reason why it is so slow is that the maximum speed of the old steam locomotive is only more than 40 kilometers per hour. In addition, along the way, Xiao Gang has to check the route all the time. And Chen Yu has to go down and change the direction of the track by hand from time to time. So it took a lot of time. But even so, it is of great significance to get the train. The most important thing is that the train is stable. It is more comfortable to take the train while the rails are not damaged. In this way, a night passed quickly. At dawn, Chen Yu's locomotive also drove out of Shancheng. He asked Zhao Gang to stop the train. But it cannot be turned off. And coal must be burned to keep it in condition. He has to go into the city. Find a way to notify everyone to come to the North Station and leave Shancheng from the North Station. Before leaving, Chen Yu left 2 guns. Chapter 330 Leaving weapons for Zhao Gang and Zhao Zian means that Chen Yu accepted them as partners. Zhao Gang has good skills. He is a useful talent. This person not only knows how to mine coal, but also knows how to drive a train. It's rare. He must be kept. What's more, Zhao Zian, this smart girl, has already consumed Chen Yu. She is a die-hard admirer. Therefore, Chen Yu left weapons for them. He even called Zhao Zian outside before leaving and whispered a few words. Zian, I only say these words to you. You are more flexible than your father. You are also more suitable for survival than your father. Leave the weapons to you. No matter who approaches you. No matter how your father reacts. Don't worry about it. Just shoot. Remember? Those who can live to this point are not good men and women. I know your cunning. And I like your decisiveness. So after I leave, you will lead your father. Please stay alive. Don't let me down. As long as you are alive. Sooner or later, I will take you to Tibet to live a safe and stable life. Remember? Zhao Zian's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she hugged him with her arms and gave him a kiss. Then she said affectionately, Chen Yu, I love you. You must come back. Come back to us. Don't worry. I will definitely survive. I listen to you. I know what to do. That's good. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Chen Yu turned around and left without hesitation. After his figure completely disappeared, Zhao Zian returned to the train head with a sense of loss. She saw her father looking at her with a strange face. Zhao Zian blushed. And with a hard heart, she told in detail that she had lost her virginity to Chen Yu last night. After hearing this, Zhao Gang was simply confused. Zhao Zian hurriedly whispered, Dad. Actually at that time, I volunteered. I knew this person would definitely lead us out of the predicament. In fact, I bet right. Alas. Zhao Gang sighed and sat down dejectedly. Dad is incompetent. Otherwise, I would never let you use this method to exchange for freedom. Oh, Dad. I said I was willing. Zhao Zian stamped her feet repeatedly. Let me put it this way. If it were a peaceful time, I would probably be with him if I saw him. He is a very charming person, and he attracted me. Yen, you really don't feel wronged? Not at all. Zhao Zian smiled proudly. I think my decision last night was very correct. Maybe we don't have to worry anymore in the future. After that, he picked up a gun and muttered, but now, I have to get familiar with this thing quickly. It would be bad if someone comes. Yen, do you really dare to use it? Zhao Gang looked at her helplessly. I have to use it even if I don't dare. I promised him that we must be alive before he comes back. So, we must be alive. Zhao Zian lowered her head. A rare cold expression appeared on her face. Such a daughter is really serious. Outside the city. At the checkpoint on the highway. The guards are gone. Qin Yu stood in the middle of the road and closed his eyes to feel it carefully. Su Qing is still in the city. And this feeling is getting clearer and clearer. He can feel Su Qing. And Su Qing can feel her. The telepathy between the two seems to become clearer every time they get close. Chen Yu felt it silently for a moment. He knew how many people and cannibals there were in the mental map within 6 kilometers. Then, Qin Yu took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Zhang Yang. His own goal was to go straight to the military garrison in Shanxi City. He had to take advantage before leaving. If the military could not withstand the attack of the cannibals, the huge military supplies left by the military would all be given to the cannibals. This was unacceptable to Qin Yu. Although he could not confront the cannibals head-on for the time being, Qin Yu did not want to leave too many weapons for them. It would be better to give those weapons to himself. The cannibals could shock everyone, but they could not scare themselves. After Chen Yu contacted Zhang Yang and made a retreat plan, he rushed to the garrison at a very fast speed. 386 before leaving, he destroyed the leader of the cannibals. In the city, the cannibals had been fighting with the army for a day and a night. The battle was extremely fierce. It is a stalemate for the time being. The advantage of the army lies in the unified combat orders, strict discipline, and trained soldiers, especially the advanced weapons of the army. There are many heavy firepower weapons, but they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The advantage of the cannibals lies in the number of people and the physique that is slowly breaking through the shackles of evolution. Each of them is fearless. The strength and flexibility of their bodies are far superior to ordinary people, and even slightly better than the trained soldiers. This is just an ordinary cannibal. In the cannibal tribe, there are also those old guys who have eaten their own kind for a long time. Now they have evolved to a 333 level that is frightening. One-on-one is impossible to fight. But the cannibals also have shortcomings. That is, the weapons are not sophisticated enough. What they can rob are those police weapons that have been circulated outside, which are of average power. And there are few in number. It's not like an army. The arsenal has built several warehouses. All kinds of guns and ammunition are stockpiled. It is to deal with the Doomsday disaster. Therefore, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. So after a day and a night, the military and the cannibals are in a stalemate. No one can do anything to anyone. But in the long run, the military will suffer more and more, because cannibals from other places are constantly coming. The number of cannibals in the whole city may be as high as 100,000. After dawn, the only gunshots in Shanxi City are from the garrison troops. All other areas have stopped. It was around 5 in the morning. The gunshots stopped briefly. In the garrison building, which was the original official building of Shanxi City, leaders at all levels hurriedly rested and ate, taking turns to take a short rest to restore their spirits. Outside, the cannibals have retreated. No one can be seen, but no one dared to relax. These cannibal monsters are too ferocious, elusive, and don't even know what fear is. It's really depressing to fight such monsters. You are not even afraid of them, unless you annihilate them. They will always harass you. It's a headache. About 2 kilometers away from the garrison, on the top of a skyscraper, Qin Yu was observing the situation over there with a military telescope. After watching for a long time, he turned around and sat on the ground. Why didn't they fight anymore? Why did the cannibals retreat? Is it because Su Qing felt that she was coming, so they retreated? It's unlikely. According to what she said last time, the cannibal tribe is getting bigger and bigger, and she can no longer control the entire tribe. And competitors have appeared. So there must be a reason for this large-scale ceasefire. It's definitely not because of me. The cannibals are really scary. Chapter 331 On the Way to Survive. Some horrible memory fragments emerged in Qin Yu's mind. That was the memory of the previous life. Qin Yu left Jiancheng with his relatives and friends, and encountered large-scale cannibals several times on the way north to survive. Each time, there were heavy casualties. The most troublesome thing about these cannibals is that they have lost their humanity. But their wisdom is still there. Especially, There are many people with superior IQ in the tribe. This makes them not only powerful in combat, but also in tactics. They are definitely the most terrifying enemy in the late Doomsday. No wonder Su Qing said that after hundreds or thousands of years, the cannibal tribe may become the master of the earth. By then, the textbooks their children will learn will definitely not define them as cannibals. They are the new humans. As for primitive ordinary humans, they are no different from farm livestock. They are just for eating. Qinyu sat on the ground and thought silently. If the military did not collapse, he would not be able to take advantage. After all, the military is really protecting the survivors. Qinyu admired soldiers in his previous life. It is the same in this life. But if the stalemate continues, there will be no advantage for him. It is better to leave early. Should we fight or not? Qinyu thought about it, stood up again, picked up the telescope and observed. At the same time, his mental map expanded to the limit, scanning the entire area within a radius of 6 kilometers. After a moment, he made a decision. The battle in Shanxi City might last for a long time. The military has sufficient weapons and resources, so it can't be swallowed up in the short term. But the cannibals are numerous. Their personal abilities are far superior to the military. So once the cannibals use siege tactics, the military will be slowly exhausted sooner or later. At that time, the cannibals will still get all the military resources. Qinyu doesn't like this result. In addition to having an inexplicable feeling for Su Qing, he basically hates other cannibals to the extreme. If most of the team members were not ordinary people who could not confront the cannibals head-on, Qinyu would have launched a counterattack against the cannibals long ago. Therefore, no more waiting. Leave Shancheng. Before leaving, Qinyu prepared to give the military a big gift. Those soldiers fought bloody battles, and they should not be allowed to die humiliatingly in the hands of cannibals in the end. That would be too insulting to the word soldiers. Therefore, Qinyu decided to destroy the cannibals' combat headquarters. There must be a place in this city that is the cannibals' combat headquarters. Maybe it is Su Qing's location. Anyway, he has always had telepathy with Su Qing, so Qinyu decided to take a risk. As long as we find the cannibals' battle headquarters, we will use the most powerful firepower to directly destroy all the cannibal leaders. At that time, the cannibal tribe will collapse without a fight. But before that, we must inform Zhang Yang and the others to rush to the North Station immediately. Once we start the war, the cannibals may no longer be under Su Qing's control. They will definitely attack their own people like crazy. Qinyu made a decision and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to contact 387. One person single-handedly challenged the cannibals' battle headquarters. Time is running out. Mobilize everyone. After receiving Qinyu's order, Zhang Yang led a large force out of the call of Daqing Mountain, bypassed the main urban area, and followed the edge areas that had been settled, and quickly rushed to the North Station. At the same time, Su Jian and Dong Qiulei also rested. The two of them set off with Li Dehuzi. The target is the North Station. As for Qinyu, he has begun to move closer to the area where Su Qing is. If nothing unexpected happens, the cannibals' battle command center is there. As the distance slowly approaches, Qinyu suddenly realizes that Su Qing's telepathy begins to become confused. Seems a little excited. Some resistance. Even became fierce at one point. She may be struggling with herself. Su Qing must have also noticed Qinyu's approach. No need to ask. You know, Qinyu is going to do something tricky. That's why Su Qing struggled. According to her nature, she must be inclined to the cannibal tribe, and should warn the tribe that a very scary and dangerous guy is coming. But the trace of emotion left in her heart always bothered her. She was reluctant. She couldn't let go of her love for Qinyu. So, Su Qing's mental fluctuations began to become chaotic. More and more chaotic. Qinyu could feel it. So when 21 was close to halfway, Qinyu suddenly stopped, frowning and looking into the distance. About 5 or 6 kilometers away from the military garrison, there is the most magnificent building in Shanxi City. The financial building. On the roof. I can feel her. She is also looking at Qinyu. She was confused. Qinyu felt this confusion, as if Su Qing was going to have schizophrenia. So, he stopped. As soon as he stopped, Su Qing's confused state slowly stabilized. The two people looked at each other from thousands of meters away. It was as if they could communicate with each other through their minds. She was persuading him not to come, but he persuaded her to leave. The two looked at each other from a distance for more than 10 minutes. Qinyu's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly accelerated again and ran towards the building. The roof of the building in the distance. Su Qing's mental state suddenly broke out. It seemed to be furious. But after reaching the peak, it suddenly weakened rapidly. And in a very short time, the mental power almost disappeared. Qinyu was shocked. What happened? Did something happen? But he didn't have time to think about it now. The main force had already headed towards the North Station. And Li Dehuzi had also been dealt with. If he wanted to take action, he had to do it now. So, Qinyu gritted his teeth, instantly activated his supernatural power, and ran all the way. When he was less than a kilometer away from the building, he suddenly felt that Su Qing's spiritual power seemed to have left. She became very weak. The distance gradually widened. It seemed that she was taken away. Huh? It's good that she left. Otherwise, in the battle later, she might even be eliminated. Qinyu is locked onto the building, because in the spiritual map, there are many very special spiritual bodies in the building, which are very powerful. Those are definitely the leaders of the cannibals. Su Qing did not inform them. So, Su Qing was still loyal to himself. This made Qinyu even more helpless. Because the more Su Qing acted like this, the more he could not kill Su Qing. That woman had become a cannibal. But she still had some feelings for him. Qinyu was not a wooden man. He knew how exaggerated the weight of that feeling was. So exaggerated that it was enough to suppress the cannibal nature in Su Qing. Alas, this deadly woman. Forget it. Let it go in the future. I hope I will never see her again in the future. This way I don't have to go to the opposite side. Qinyu stopped. This distance is already within the attack range. So, let's get started. Qinyu turned around and ran all the way to the rooftop next to him. Found a good position on the rooftop. And fired more than a dozen small mortars in a row. Fixed on the ground. Adjust the angle. Then put more than a dozen rockets next to him. Continuous rocket launcher. Individual anti-tank armor-piercing shells. Thermal incendiary shells. And subshell shells. Various powerful long-range weapons were arranged in several rows. Damn! Let's have a fierce wave. When they were chasing Dongqiule, Qinyu was already full of killing intent. If it wasn't for the overall situation, or if it wasn't for saving Dongqiule's life, Qinyu wanted to fight back at that time. Cannibals have no humanity. Except for Su Qing. The rest can be killed. Everything is ready. Qinyu no longer observes the situation in the building, but directly opens the mental map and adjusts the mortar according to the position of the mental map. This is his secret method. He can use long-range sniper weapons to snipe the opponent without observing the opponent at all. It depends on the mental map. So, the shells are loaded. Let's have fun. Qinyu roared. Bang. A mortar was fired. The financial building in the distance rumbled loudly, and a whole row of windows were directly shattered. Qinyu turned on the superpower state and started to load the mortar in the state of level 2 superpower. Bang. 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 Mortars bombarded the building one after another. No matter how solid the financial building was, it was useless. Amid the rumbling sound, the entire Cannibal Combat Command Center was completely buried in the ruins. But those people were not dead. Those who could become leaders were basically old antiques in the cannibals. Each of them had outstanding abilities. They were very strong. So, when a whole floor collapsed, more than a dozen people escaped. Some rushed upstairs, and some ran downstairs. Qinyu immediately picked up the rocket launcher and bombarded the ground desperately. So, the classic scene came again. The cannibal guards at 463 downstairs were all scared. Is there a company stationed up there? How the hell did they carry so many heavy firepower weapons up there? Just when I was surprised, the rockets had already fallen. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was a sea of fire. Chapter 332 No Threat. Some powerful cannibals were injured and were able to escape. However, when the incendiary bomb exploded in the center of the floor, the scene was terrifying. There was a loud bang. The flames scattered and broke like a rain of fire. It was like the sky was going to explode. If those flames touched anyone, they would definitely ignite a raging fire, completely enveloping the person and unable to be extinguished. The terrifying high temperature burned the cannibals into charcoal in an instant. After more than 10 minutes, looking down, there was a sea of purgatory fire. In the mental map, the spirits of the dozens of cannibal leaders who were in the financial building before disappeared. It seems that he is dead, but there are thousands of cannibals gathered below. They are crazy. Qinyu quickly collected all the weapons. Boom! A big gap was blown open on the rooftop next to him. Qin Yu quickly dodged and muttered to himself, "Retribution comes so quickly. Now it's my turn to be bombed." After that, he quickly took off his clothes, complete the optical stealth state in the shortest time, and then climbed down directly along the gap that was just blown open. Cannibals? If you can find me, I will lose. The direction of the financial building was bombed, earth-shaking. Almost the entire Shangxi city was alarmed. All the cannibals began to gather in that direction. Military garrison. The two army commanders looked at the distance in shock, not knowing what had happened. But the explosion there was real. What happened? What kind of firepower could cause such great damage? Who did it? Suddenly, a guard ran over from behind and handed a radio communicator to Zhao Changjiang. "Chief, Zhang Yang has contacted me." "Zhang Yang?" Zhao Changjiang quickly took the communicator and did not avoid Xinjiangwo. After the previous crazy action of the cannibals, the military leadership was united as never before. Zhao Changjiang pressed the call button. "I am Zhao Changjiang." "Hello, Chief. I'm Zhang Yang," Zhao Changjiang said quickly. "Okay. Don't be polite, Zhang Yang. Just speak directly. You contacted us at this time, so you must have important information to convey, right?" "Yes." Zhang Yang's voice was very soft on the intercom, and he seemed to be deliberately speaking in a low voice. "Chief, I have a few things to say. First, what was just destroyed was the combat headquarters of the cannibals. Almost all the leaders of the cannibals are dead. So, it's time for you to counterattack. Although the cannibals are numerous, they are a mess without their leaders. Clearing up Shangxi City is imminent. Second, we are leaving Shancheng soon. Thank you for your favor, but I have a mission to complete and our team has other goals. So Zhang Yang will not say goodbye to the two leaders and other leaders in person. We will leave from the North Station. If you can't live in Shancheng anymore, welcome your brothers to Tibet to find a paradise. That's all. See you later." After that, there was no sound on the radio. Zhao Changjiang shouted twice, but there was no response. "What should I do?" "Lao Zhao." Xinjiangwo on the side had already given up the command. Zhao Changjiang slapped the table without hesitation. "Organize a counterattack immediately. I believe Zhang Yang will not lie to us, and the movement in that direction is too big. But who can have the ability to completely wipe out the cannibals' combat command? They have such strong combat power?" Zhao Changjiang shook his head. "I don't know. Forget about that. Old Shen, organize the troops immediately, and we will counterattack on all fronts. You and I will go to the battlefield in person. This time, we must wipe out all the cannibals." "Okay." Half an hour later, Shan City was noisy again. Starting from the garrison, the war slowly spread to the entire city. The edge of the city, Zhang Yang led a large army while avoiding the cannibals, while quickly approaching the North Station. When I heard the gunshots in the city again, I felt a little relieved. The cannibals must not be completely killed, but a counterattack may be able to clear most of the areas. At the same time, the survivors can be gathered together. After the war in the past few days, the survivors in the entire Shangxi city are estimated to be less than 1/10 of the original. It's a pity. This is the real Doomsday. The number of humans is visibly decreasing. Alas, modern civilization will eventually become a thing of the past. A few hours later, Zhang Yang and others successfully reached the North Station. The main reason is that most of the remaining cannibals were held back by Qin Yu. This group of people, even if they encounter a small group of cannibals, there is no threat. Just do it. The only thing the whole team needs to protect is Xiao Ling and Dong Zhou's 2 children. Even Xiao Yu can go to the battlefield, so the overall strength and mobility are very high. Arrived at the North Station, everyone felt their scalps tingling. This place was also bloodbath by cannibals, and you can see that the 2 trains parked in the station have been completely blown up and turned into ruins. There are corpses everywhere. The air is filled with a strong smell of blood. In one of the ticket halls, the corpses inside were even piled up several meters high. There must have been a massacre there. Cannibals have no humanity and don't care about such things at all. Zhang Yang and others looked at everything here with a depressed look on their faces, feeling exhausted physically and mentally. I thought I could take the train. Now everything is ruined. Qin Yu hasn't arrived yet, but Su Jian and Dong Qiulei are said to have arrived. Where are they? Zhang Yang picked up the radio and was about to contact, but he saw a figure flashing outside the square of the train station in the distance. It was Dong Chiole. She waved to everyone and pointed at the walkie-talkie in her hand. Zhang Yang quickly turned on the radio. Chiole. Master. You are finally here. Come on. We found Yang Qing's material warehouse. There are still a lot of things in here. Come here. Is it safe over there? Yes. It's safe. Don't worry. Okay. Zhang Yang put down the intercom. He gestured to the people behind him. And everyone rushed to the direction of Dong Chiole. A few minutes later, everyone quietly entered a warehouse. It was the supermarket warehouse under the waiting hall of the original train station. As soon as they entered, it was full of supplies. Almost filled the entire warehouse. Zhang Yang and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. It was not in vain. If all these things could be taken away, it would be enough for everyone to eat for 2 months. However, how to take them away is a problem. Now the train has been blown up. How to take them away? After entering the warehouse, Lu Yuanqiao immediately arranged his soldiers to guard various key locations. Others rested on the spot. Replenish food and water. The remaining thing is to wait for Qinyu. Night fell. Qinyu kept circling in the city. In order to reduce the pressure on the large army, he harassed the cannibals from time to time to attract attention. When the military began to counterattack with all its strength, Qinyu finally got rid of the large group of main forces that had been chasing him. The cannibals collapsed. Chapter 333 defeated. Su Qing's team. The entire leadership was slaughtered by him alone. In fact, their combat effectiveness should not be so weak. But the cannibals have not been able to get rid of some shortcomings of humans. For example, arrogance, blind self-confidence. They have been operating in Shangqi City for so long, and they broke out in one fell swoop. Except for the military's territory. Everything else was defeated. So the cannibals are very arrogant. The leaders also feel that they are high above and have surpassed humans. In order to finally annihilate the military forces, the leaders of these cannibals occupied the financial center building in a high-profile manner. They used it as a combat command center. Who would have thought that they would be wiped out by Qinyu? They really have the capital to be arrogant. If it weren't for Qinyu, the big cheater, ordinary people really couldn't do anything to them. Who can be like Qinyu? Who can make so many advanced heavy firepower weapons by himself? And even have extremely lethal weapons such as thermal incendiary bombs. So the cannibals are unlucky. Too bad luck. When Qinyu got rid of the cannibals' pursuit, he prepared to rush to the north station. Before leaving, he suddenly turned back and looked to the south. Su Qing was there. Her spiritual power was restored. But it was rather dim. Maybe it was because the tribe was completely defeated by Qinyu alone. She was very distressed. Qinyu could sense her state. But even so, she still didn't want to kill Qinyu. So Qinyu's mental state was also very gentle. The two people silently felt each other's spiritual world. And there was a trace of regret in their reluctance. This separation may really mean that they will never see each other again. Qinyu's ultimate goal is to go to Tibet. Create a home for himself. But the cannibals can only wander in major cities, constantly looking for living supplies. They basically won't go to the bitter and cold places, like Tibet, to open up wasteland. So, maybe there will be no time to meet again. Qinyu stood silently for a while, showing his love for Su Qing without reservation in his heart, and then turned and left. Su Qing, who was far away, felt this love. Her spirits brightened instead. Depression disappeared. She became full of energy in an instant. It was a little after 7 in the evening. Qinyu quietly touched the door of the warehouse. When he opened the door of the warehouse, everyone inside was shocked. What the hell? How did Qinyu find this place? He didn't even contact everyone. And no one told him that he was here. Qinyu didn't explain. Instead, he greeted everyone one by one. After a few greetings, Zhang Yang pulled Qinyu out, pointed in the direction of the train station and sighed, "Brother Chen, the train is over. Our wishful thinking was wrong." "Uh-huh. Don't worry." Qinyu patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, "I promised you that I would let your wife leave by train. Don't worry. Didn't I tell you that I got a train?" "What?" Zhang Yang was stunned. "You? I thought there was only a train here." "Of course not. Then where did you get it?" "I'll tell you later." Qinyu smiled, then turned around and walked away, saying as he walked, "I'm going to switch the track, and the train will arrive soon. You let everyone wait in the warehouse." "Hey! What the hell? Brother Chen. Brother Chen?" Qinyu ran away. Zhang Yang was confused. "The train is coming soon?" Could it be that Qingyu went out alone those 2 days and got a train back? Then he said he was going to get Yang Qing's train? Zhang Yang was completely confused by Qinyu's tricks. Okay. Wait. If there is a train, it would be a big pie in the sky. In the distant train station, Qinyu has already started to check the railroad tracks. A track must be cleared to allow the train to leave Shangcheng and go to the Tibetan area in the northwest. When he came, he had already contacted Zhao Gang. Luckily, Zhao Gang and his team were safe. Except for encountering 2 small mutant animals. There was no other danger. So, they have already driven the locomotive here. It will arrive in about 20 minutes. So, Qinyu quickly cleared a smooth track according to the track map of the North Station. 20 minutes later, the steam locomotive slowly entered the station. Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard the sound of the locomotive outside, everyone in the warehouse ran out subconsciously, looking at the locomotive approaching from afar with a dull face. Damn! There is really a locomotive that can be driven. Qinyu is too amazing. Right? This guy seems to be omnipotent. Soon, the train stopped. Zhao Gang and Zhao Ziyan jumped out of the cockpit and joined Qinyu. The 3 of them returned to the door of the warehouse. Qinyu introduced Zhao Gang and Zhao Ziyan to everyone. When they heard that Zhao Gang was a coal mining manager and knew how to drive a train, everyone exclaimed, "Damn! Everything you want is available. So happy. Can we take the train?" After Qinyu waited for everyone to get excited, he looked at everyone and smiled. Now we have the locomotive. But I didn't expect that the carriages at the North Station were destroyed. So, it may take some time. Ayu, do we need to do any preparations? Fong Jing asked hurriedly. Yes. Stay for a while. Qinyu pointed to a train on the track where only the empty carriages were left after being burned and said, I checked that train. The wheelbase, bearings and chassis are all fine. And can still be used. So, I plan to spend some time to remodel those carriages and arm them thoroughly. Ah? This is a big project. Yes, it is a big project. Qinyu nodded, but once the modification is completed and it has defensive performance, maybe we don't have to sleep outdoors for the rest of the journey. We just need to eat hot pot while sitting on the train and go to Tibet comfortably. This is called once and for all. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. Eating hot pot while sitting on the train? I am so looking forward to it. That night, everyone was in the warehouse, laughing and talking. They were full of hope for the future. Especially Xiaoling. She found an opportunity to drag Qinyu outside. When no one was around, she gave Qinyu a hug that made him numb. What was she doing? She hugged him tightly. If she wasn't pregnant, and if she hadn't had a good relationship with Zhang Yang, Qinyu would have almost thought that she had some idea about him. They hugged for a long time. Xiaoling let go of Qinyu and said softly with red eyes, Ayu, thank you for taking care of me. I will never forget this kindness. Hey, it's over. Qinyu waved his hand quickly. Sister-in-law, I chose the train not only for you, but also for this team. Like Director Zhong, he may not be able to stand the tossing. Anyway, I'm very grateful to you. Xiaoling looked at Qinyu seriously. When the child is born, can I recognize you as the godfather? Of course. Qinyu smiled brightly. Zhang Yang and I are brothers. His child is my child. Don't worry. I will definitely be the godfather. Thank you. Chapter 334 Turn Around and Run. Xiaoling's face was flushed with excitement. Looking at Qinyu, she couldn't help but tiptoe and kiss him. This kiss scared Qinyu. Xiaoling also knew that she was too excited, and quickly blushed and whispered, I'm sorry. I lost control a little. I couldn't help it. Ahem. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed in a low voice, Sister-in-law. Fortunately no one saw it. Be careful in the future. You are a mother. You have to control your emotions. I know. Hate it. Xiaoling's face became even redder. She glanced at Qinyu, turned around and ran away. Qinyu was also speechless. He shook his head. He knew that Xiaoling's feelings for him were not that of a man and a woman. It was just an admiration under excitement and joy. It was understandable. So Qinyu didn't take it seriously. He returned to the warehouse and went straight to Li Dahuzi, sitting cross-legged. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello. Li Dahuzi had been silent all the time. He looked haggard. He didn't even eat much dinner. Qinyu looked at him and asked softly, Mr. Li, my name is Qinyu, and I am the leader of this team. First of all, I sincerely hope that you can join us. Not for anything else. Just for your superb medical skills. I know. Li Dahuzi sighed and said hoarsely, you saved my life. So I should make some contributions to you. Mr. Li. I know you are very sad. Chun Yu said calmly, most people find it difficult to adapt and accept leaving their familiar environment. But please believe me, our team will make you feel more at home. Li Dahuzi turned his head and looked around. Indeed, from the time he was rescued to now, he really felt a lot. These people in Chen Yu's team feel really different from those outside. These people seem to be flesh and blood. But those people outside? 90% are almost turning into zombies. Just to survive. Those people hardly have smiles on their faces. Every day they look as pale as death. Just to survive. But Chen Yu's people seem to have a belief and ideal. They are very persistent in going to Tibet. They think that there is heaven. It is a paradise. The key is, what is the difference between there and here? Li Dahuzi doesn't know. He also doesn't know that in 2 or 3 years, the sun will have no heat. In fact, staying in the city is a dead end. Of course, it's not time yet. Li Dahuzi let out a long breath, looked at Chen Yu and smiled reluctantly. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'm in good spirits. Nothing is wrong. However, medicines are becoming increasingly difficult to find. Let our field staff find medicines. We will search for supplies whenever we have the chance. Of course, in a few years, we may have to rely on ourselves. Tibet? There are many places where you can collect herbs. I hope you have the knowledge in this area. Li Dahuzi nodded. I'm okay. That's good. Chen Yu knew that if someone like him could say that he was okay, he must have a pretty amazing ability. It is estimated that herbs are not a problem for him. Huh? The team doctor's issue has been resolved. Now that we have a trained driver and a team doctor, we can finally set off to Tibet. Please give me flowers. Next, we must seize every moment to finish the carriage. We must be fully armed. At least the carriages must be welded into steel plates to block ordinary firearms bullets. At the same time, radar and anti-radar devices must be installed. Make the train into a mobile fortress. As for where to get these equipment, Chen Yu has a general direction. Some things are in his space, all of which were obtained from the military factory in Sakurajima. There are also some things that can be exchanged with the military. For example, defensive weapons. I believe they will not refuse. In addition, the reason why Chen Yu wanted to delay for a few more days was mainly because he wanted to find a safe time and place to swallow the crystal core of the undead. Let's see the effect. So, Chen Yu didn't sleep that night. He was thinking about the defense design of the train all the time. The next morning, he woke Zhang Yang up and told him about his ideas all night. Zhang Yang felt a little ashamed. I didn't expect Chen Yu didn't sleep all night. He is a leader. But he is still working so hard. I seem to be getting lazier and lazier. It seems that once Chen Yu comes back, I will be too lazy to think, and even just want my wife and children to be warm. Alas, the hero is short-tempered, and the children are long-lasting. How energetic Zhang Yang was before Xiaoling and the baby. In fact, he didn't know that Chen Yu is almost becoming half a Superman now. And not sleeping for a few days and nights doesn't affect his mental state. After all, he is a superpower. After reading Chen Yu's design, Zhang Yang was silent for a moment, and finally uttered 2 words, very rough. Chen Yu was very upset. He actually said that the thing he worked hard on all night was very rough. Then, Zhang Yang patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. If I had known that you were working on this last night, I should have arranged 2 assistants for you. Assistant? Chen Yu was stunned. Yes. Wait a minute. I'll call 2 people for you. If you really want to design a defense system, you have to learn more from these 2 people. After that, Zhang Yang left in a hurry. Chen Yu scratched his head. Is there such a great person in the team? After a while, Zhang Yang brought 2 people over. Chen Yu saw that they were 2 members of the 13 Hairpins women's gang. One was the 29-year-old eldest sister Wang Lijuan, a project manager of a security company. The other was the 21-year-old college student Luya. After Zhang Yang's introduction, he learned that one of the 2 beauties was proficient in fortifications, and the other majored in mechanical structure design. Zhang Yang showed the 2 the car defense diagram designed by Chen Yu on the spot, and said that he designed it himself. The 2 beauties looked at it with great interest for a long time. Finally, he commented mercilessly, Brother Zhang, you really messed up this. Zhang Yang looked at Chen Yu with a smile. Qin Yu was also at a loss for words. Is it really that bad? Luya had no idea that this was Qin Yu's design. So she pointed to the changes on the drawing and said, "These places are not designed reliably, and cannot achieve the defensive effect at all. Here, and here are all wrong. The structural drawing itself is wrong. Brother Zhang, your three-dimensional imagination is really bad. And these? If you want to put these designs on, I'm not saying. You have to get the chief designer of the aircraft carrier to complete it for you. And these places." He kept talking. Afterwards, Wang Lijuan also smiled and commented, "In fact, the placement of these defensive weapons is not reasonable. Long-range sniper equipment is placed here, and almost no one can control it. Brother Zhang, you can't do it. In addition, the anti-radar device cannot be left in this place. This place is very easy to be attacked. Chapter 335. The task is for you. And this place." He made a bunch of suggestions. After finishing, the two beauties looked at Zhang Yang at the same time. And Zhang Yang said expressionlessly, "In fact, this drawing was drawn by Brother Chen last night after staying up all night." "Ah? Oh my god." Luya and Wang Lijuan were both shocked. They all looked at Qin Yu with embarrassment. Qin Yu blinked and laughed. "You too. This task is for you too. I, an outsider, will run errands for you." The two beauties were relieved when they heard it. At the same time, their eyes were full of stars. To be honest, Qin Yu's prestige in the team is growing day by day. He has saved everyone from danger time and time again with his miraculous skills, and created hope for everyone's survival. He has defeated powerful enemies time and time again, and led the team to victory. So don't look at Qin Yu's youth, but his image has been thoroughly established. Whether it is Zhang Yang or Lu Yuanchao, they all have a mysterious sense of awe for Qin Yu, not to mention other ordinary people. Usually, if Qin Yu doesn't talk or laugh, once his face turns cold, it is really an amazing sense of oppression. It makes people's scalps numb. So, most people began to be afraid of him. Women are the same. Love and fear. Luya and the others were afraid that Qin Yu's self-esteem would be hurt, and he would lose his temper again. As a result, he was just as sunny and gentle as when they first met. He had no airs at all. If he really treated you as a partner, he would never have a condescending attitude. But if he faced an enemy, he would be like a bloody Shura. This is Qin Yu. So Wang Lijuan and Luya were very happy. On the one hand, it was because they had something to do. They could get close to Qin Yu often. On the other hand, they were glad to follow the right person. So, the task of modifying the carriage defense was given to Luya and Wang Lijuan. Qin Yu had only one requirement, which was to try to fit the current resource conditions. If there were materials that could not be avoided, Qin Yu would personally get them. The construction and modification period was set at about 1 month. It was quite hard. Most people might have to help as laborers. Next, it was a matter of resources. All the resources needed to modify the carriage had to be obtained in a way. Yangqing's material warehouse had some valuable materials. For example, gas welding equipment. There were also many construction tools. Other resources needed had to be found in the surrounding areas. Qin Yu thought it was not a big problem. As long as the military successfully cleared Shangqi City, some tools could still be found in the city. After all, those things were not survival materials, and few people would stock up on them. In this way, Qin Yu's team temporarily settled down again. The living supplies in Yangqing's warehouse were enough for the team members to live for 2 or 3 months. After confirming the designers, Qin Yu talked to Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchou about the supply search along the way. With the train, the search work was much more convenient. All the villages along the way had to be searched. The most important living supplies could not be missed, such as water, oil, and other medical supplies. These plans had to be ordered in advance. Busy all day, everyone felt more relaxed than ever. At the same time, the city was noisy all day, but the sound of gunfire was getting less and less. This shows that with the military's counterattack, the cannibals who lost their leader in the city also slowly disintegrated and completely fled from Shangqi City. Unfortunately, the city is getting more and more dilapidated. After a few days of fighting, 70% of the city buildings were destroyed. The few remaining humans were halved again. 2 days later, the city was completely pacified. There were no more gunshots. There were no more explosions. It seemed that the whole world was at peace, except for the occasional strong winds that blew up dust all over the sky. The carriage renovation work has begun. With two smart and capable beauties, Wang Lijuan and Lu Ye, taking the lead in guidance, the whole team began to get busy. However, the project of renovating the carriages required too much physical work, so even Chen Yu couldn't spare time to do his own things. He was busy every day, moving this and that. Chen Yu finally had an idea again. It seems that he has to slowly recruit more male members. Otherwise, a large project like this would take too long. Just when Chen Yu was worried, someone suddenly broke into the security area of the North Station. Chen Yu immediately opened the mental map and took a look. It turned out that the military had come. The military had come and brought a lot of people with them. At first, everyone in the team thought they were here to cause trouble. Some even picked up their weapons and prepared to be on guard. Zhang Yang was also confused. He didn't know why the military came to find him, and even brought 20 to 30 people with great fanfare. So he notified Chen Yu immediately. When Chen Yu rushed out of the station and saw the military people in the square, they had already shaken hands and laughed with Zhang Yang. It seemed not a bad thing. Seeing him coming, Zhang Yang quickly pulled him to his side. 2 leaders. He is Chen Yu, our person in charge. Oh, he is Chen Yu? Zhao Chaojiang was shocked, because he found that the young man in front of him might not even be 30 years old. How did he become the leader of these people? Although he was shocked, Zhao Chaojiang still reached out his hand. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Zhao Chaojiang, and I am the head of the Shangqi City Garrison. Hello, Chief. Chen Yu smiled faintly. He went over and shook hands. Hello. My name is Shen Jiangwo. Hello, Chief. After shaking hands with the 2 leaders, Chen Yu looked at the soldiers behind him in confusion. 2 leaders. What are you doing? Oh, that's it. Zhao Chaojiang smiled and said, our little soldiers detected that you were stranded at the North Station and seemed to be modifying the train carriages. But seeing that you were short of manpower, the 2 of us decided to send some people to help you. Chen Yu was stunned. Zhang Yang was also stunned. Are they here to help? Shen Jiangwo also laughed and said, we heard from Comrade Zhang Yang that it was you who destroyed the cannibal battle headquarters. This is a big deal. Although it is hard for us to believe. You really did it. We must show our gratitude. Chen Yu suddenly realized it. So it was because of this. Zhang Yang was relieved. However, he pointed to the backpacks of the more than 30 soldiers behind him and said, 2 leaders, how come they look like they don't plan to go back? Zhao Chongjiang laughed. They are our carefully selected elite soldiers. Our idea is that they will stay in your team. Zhang Yang was stunned. This is based on 2 considerations. Shen Jiangwo continued first. You and I are both soldiers of the people, and we both have the mission of protecting the people. The difference is that we have to be stationed in Shangqi City, while you have a mission and people to protect. Chapter 336. A little selfish. So, we have the responsibility to increase your defense capabilities. Second, we actually have a little selfishness. Speaking of this, Shen Jiangwo looked back at Shancheng and sighed. After this battle, Shancheng is basically destroyed. But there are still survivors in Shancheng. As long as there are survivors, we have to stay here. But in the future, maybe one day when we can't hold on, we also hope to find a shelter. So, these people join your team. On the one hand, to improve your combat defense capabilities. On the other hand, I also hope that they can survive to Tibet. When you are completely stable, when we can't hold on one day, I hope they can come back with a message and point out the direction. Maybe we can meet in the future. This is our selfish desire. Shen Jiangwo said helplessly. At this time, I just hope everyone can be more honest. So I won't hide our thoughts. Hearing this, Zhang Yang nodded. He understood. But if the team wants to accept newcomers, Chen Yu must nod. So, Zhang Yang looked at Chen Yu, and Chen Yu's expression remained calm. After listening to Shen Jiangwo's words, he did not reply, but directly picked up the intercom and pressed the call button. Zhang Lixia. Is Zhang Lixia here? After a moment, a woman's voice came from the intercom. I'm here. Come to the square in front of the station. Okay. I'll be there right away. After that, she turned off the intercom. Zhang Yang was confused and leaned over to him and whispered, what are you doing? What do you think the leader wants? Wait a minute. Chen Yu smiled, then looked at Zhao Chongjiang and Shen Jiangwo. 2 leaders. Wait for me for a moment. I'll get back to you right away. You doubt us too? Zhao Chongjiang asked doubtfully. Strictly speaking, I don't doubt soldiers that much. Like Lao Zhang, I had a sense of trust in him from the beginning. And Lu Yuanchao, the head of the regiment. That's good. Then what are you waiting for? Zhao Chongjiang asked in confusion. A little program. Qin Yu smiled furtively. The two leaders were also confused. A little program? What does it mean? No one knows. Soon, Zhang Lixia ran out. Zhao Chongjiang saw a graceful woman coming, and was even more confused. Zhang Lixia quickly ran to Qin Yu's side. Qin Yu leaned over to her ear and whispered something. Zhang Lixia understood. She looked back at the more than 30 soldiers. After reading it, she whispered a few words in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu was happy. Nodded. Then he turned back to Zhao Chongjiang and stretched out his hand directly. Chief, I formally thank you for your help on behalf of the entire team. We have accepted all these people. Also, if we can really find a paradise and settle down in the future, I will send someone to Shanxi City to deliver a letter to you. Trust me. Zhao Chongjiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand to shake his hand, and said with a smile, Okay? Then we have officially established contact. Yes. That's it. Zhao Chongjiang then said seriously, before leaving, I have to remind you that these people should be left behind and let Zhang Yang or Lu Yuanchao lead them. After all, they are only used to obeying military orders. Don't worry. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Even if you want me to lead them, I won't lead them. Two leaders. We'll meet again. See you later. Okay. Bye. Bye. Zhao Chongjiang and Shen Jiangwo left under the escort of the guards. 32 soldiers were left. Elite soldiers. Even stronger than those under Lu Yuanchao. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they are soldiers. And they will always be the people's soldiers. So, there is a reason to respect them. All 32 soldiers were allocated to Lu Yuanchao. He was so happy. These soldiers are the warriors of the group army. And they are carefully selected elite soldiers. Stronger than his previous soldiers. So, Lu Yuanchao rushed to the top with passion. The whole person was like a chicken blood. And began to learn all the information about these 32 soldiers in detail. Qin Yu didn't care. Lu Yuanchao was a veteran with rich combat experience. In addition, Zhang Yang was more proficient in personal skills and had to manage the affairs of the entire team. So he didn't need to lead the troops. With the addition of these 32 soldiers, the number of people in the team soared. At the same time, the combat effectiveness also increased sharply. Everyone was excited. Along the way, everyone saw the combat quality of the soldiers. Lu Yuanchao only relied on the 13 remaining soldiers to protect everyone along the way. So far, only one of his men has been lost. Therefore, the addition of these 32 warriors really gave everyone peace of mind. Moreover, the modification project of the carriage immediately had a new force. Basically, Qin Yu no longer had to work as a laborer. Just like that. A week later, when these 32 warriors were completely integrated into the team, Qin Yu found a time to leave the North Station and found a building of Enjing alone. Ready to improve himself again. For him now, swallowing crystal cores will no longer cause mutations. So he doesn't need anyone to follow him. Once humans activate their superpowers, it means that their physique is suitable for the absorption of energy crystals such as crystal cores. Therefore, the danger of swallowing crystal cores again will become lower and lower. Especially for someone like Qin Yu. He already has many supernatural means. And his physical supernatural power has even reached the level 2. With such a strong physique, as long as the crystal core is not too exaggerated, there will be basically no danger. Qin Yu found an abandoned building. It was a place that had been looted and destroyed. Generally, survivors in such places will not come in to search for supplies. And there will be less harassment. Qin Yu found a relatively clean room. He roughly cleaned it up. After cleaning out a space, he arranged it as usual. What tents? Camp beds, bedding, batteries, small refrigerators, small gas stoves, and other daily necessities. Anyway, he shouldn't have to worry about the train station. Stay here for a few days. After a good rest, he will devour the crystal core of the immortal. It may be a little painful, but there should be new improvements. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Everything was arranged in the room, which was quite warm. There was also electricity. Qin Yu took a can of beer out of the refrigerator, lay directly on the bed, and drank leisurely. Relax? It has been a long time since I relaxed. The spirit needs rest. As long as he has a good sleep, his spirit will be completely restored. Huh? It's so cool. Shansheng has become much more peaceful. The whole city was like other deserted and silent cities, almost without any noise. No gunshots. No roars of wild animals. This was a short blank period. Because the cannibals had just been driven away. There were probably less than 10,000 survivors left. Qin really needed this kind of peaceful environment. He needed absolute relaxation. Chapter 337 hurting him for a lifetime. Although he can relax in a team, he is not much more relaxed mentally. The main reason is that there are too many women. In his previous life, he only recognized one woman. As a result, this woman hurt him for a lifetime. In this life, he does not recognize any woman and only plays games. The result? It is still very painful. He is not emotional. But others are emotional. It is still a troublesome matter. And it is getting more and more troublesome. So, Qin misses being alone more and more. In the future, he must find some time from time to be alone for a while. This is the only way to completely empty himself. Soon, a can of beer was finished. Qin lay down on the camp bed, covered himself with the cup, turned on the cold night light next to him, and took out his mobile phone again. He turned on the phone while charging the battery. He flipped through it casually. He mainly looked at some photos. Those photos were memorials before the disaster. Perhaps in the future, thousands of years later, when human beings regain civilization, the photos in his mobile phone can be put into the history museum. As he looked at it, a photo was fixed on the screen. It was his parents. Qin felt emotional. They died early and never saw this purgatory like Doomsday. It was also a kind of luck. In this life, will he have a chance to become a father? Qin didn't dare to think about it. Maybe because the women he had sex with, except Fang Jing, basically did not take any contraceptive measures. It is not impossible for an accidental pregnancy. But at least so far, there has not been one. If there is a baby, what should I do? Like Xiaoling and Zhang Yang. Grit my teeth and give birth to it and raise it. Dealing with cannibals, superpowers, mutants and various viruses and natural disasters since childhood? Alas, it is hard to imagine. Will the child really thank his parents when he grows up? No one knows. Qin was thinking wildly. He fell asleep soon. A peaceful night. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. When the sun shone into the room, Qin finally woke up slowly, sat up and stretched hard. So cool. I was completely refreshed. I didn't have any dreams last night. It was definitely the best quality deep sleep. I got up and went to the door to check. The alarm bells were all there, and they were not triggered. I opened the mental map and saw that there was no one in the building. It was good. This place was well chosen. Especially it was very close to the station. And anything there could be monitored. After checking around and finding no abnormalities, Qin returned to his chair and sat down. Make some breakfast. After finishing his meal, he officially began to devour the crystal core of the undead. See if I can bring myself a miracle. I had a rich breakfast. Qin even pulled out a king crab from the space. He made a super luxurious king crab pizza. Anyway, I was very relaxed. During the meal, there was a sudden fluttering sound outside the window. Qin turned his head and saw that it was a big black crow that landed on the windowsill. It had mutated, and its image was a bit scary. It actually had 3 heads. The eyes on each head were dark gold. It looked very weird. Qin shook his head secretly. There are too many mutated creatures in nature. And the images after mutation are also amazing. At one time, some people said that these mutant creatures were simply the monsters and demons in ancient mythological novels. So, perhaps the ancient mythological novels were real historical periods. Just like now. The prototypes of monsters and demons are all these mutant creatures. And gods and immortals are superpowers. Superpowers are so powerful that they can fly and change the laws of heaven and earth. This is not impossible. It's just that at a certain historical period, these mutant creatures and superpowers suddenly disappeared. Whether they were all extinct or entered another time and space, they all disappeared anyway. So, the remaining 300 surviving humans slowly multiplied and gave birth to the next human civilization. As time goes by, the real events recorded by the earliest survivors gradually become myths as history evolves. Until the beginning of the next reincarnation. Over and over again. Perhaps this is the history of human evolution and development. Chinyu believes this argument more and more. Take him as an example. If he is lucky, he can continuously activate his superpowers, and continuously improve his superpowers. When he reaches a certain level, can he fly and change the rules? No one dares to say no. As long as he is alive, everything is possible. Outside the window, the three-headed crow kept staring at Chinyu. With his head tilted, three little heads tilted in different directions. The dark golden eyes blinked, as if they wanted to come in. Chinyu stood up and walked to the window. The crow was so brave that it hadn't flown away yet. It raised its head and stared at Chinyu. Then it used its long beak to peck at the window twice. Chinyu looked surprised. Perhaps the crystal core of this crow has also matured. Is this its complete state? Get it. Get the crystal core. Chinyu slowly reached out to take the weapon. And at the same time, his other hand also touched the window lock. As his hand moved, the crow's eyes followed. It seemed to know that Chinyu was taking the weapon. So it flapped its wings twice, as if it wanted to fly away. Chinyu stopped immediately. The crow also folded its wings immediately. When Chinyu reached for the weapon again, the crow also quickly spread its wings and wanted to fly. Chinyu was happy. This thing has a high IQ. He looked far outside and didn't see any crows. Strange. Crows are all flocks of birds. It doesn't have its own tribe? Is it because it is too special? It looks like me at the beginning. Chinyu looked at the crow for a while and decided to give up. Although this crow looks weird, its crystal core is not that powerful and may not be able to reach the stage of formation. Forget it. Give it a chance to live. Chinyu turned around and wanted to go back. As a result, the crow behind him actually used its beak to poke at the window again. Chinyu looked back, grabbed a piece of red meat from the space, and then stretched out his hand to pull open the window. As soon as the window opened, the crow fluttered away. It did not attack Chinyu. I don't know if it was afraid or for other reasons. Chinyu put the red meat on the windowsill, then closed the window, turned around and returned to his seat. Continue eating. Soon, the big crow flew back again, landed on the windowsill. Then it began to eat the piece of red meat voraciously. While eating, it also made a strange quack sound. Chinyu ignored it. I finished my breakfast alone. After I packed up my tools, I turned around and saw that the crow had also eaten the whole piece of red meat. After looking at Chinyu for a while on the windowsill, it flew away. Quite interesting. Logically, crows are scavengers. It should eat rotten meat. There are not many other things in this city, but there should be a lot of corpses. It didn't eat it. It ran here to ask me for food. It's also weird. Chapter 338 Hunger. It's a pity that all ground communication equipment is disconnected. Otherwise, we can connect to the ground communication equipment now and call up the surveillance images of the incident site. And we should be able to see the initiator of this strange brain wave. The woman frowned and pondered for a moment. Then she quickly stored all the data files and sent all the files to the last ground transfer station in Xia country that could still contact the communication satellite. That transfer station is in the south of Sichuan. Sichuan. There is a hidden military base among the mountains. It is the last surface transfer station on the surface that is still in contact with the extraterrestrial space station. The staff in the space station have not been able to contact the ground unit for several months, but they still try to send information to the ground every day. I hope to get a reply one day, because if I continue to endure, the resources in the space station will not be able to sustain. She will either starve to death or freeze to death. So, she persists every day, encourages herself, and still has hope. Unfortunately, what she doesn't know is that the military base in Sichuan and Shu has long been dead silent. In the underground experimental space, there are corpses everywhere. There are no living things. The entire experimental base is in a kind of darkness. Only the command room at the core seems to have power resources. Several large units are still working. The power source for these large units is operated separately, and it is provided by the water flow generator built in the underground river nearly 100 meters deep under the experimental base. The purpose is to ensure the continuous operation of the transfer station. This cannot be interrupted by external interference. However, although the equipment is running, no one is watching. The equipment that receives information decodes the information transmitted by the satellite signal and prints it out through the printer. On the ground, the printer's paper has been spread all over the floor, and the paper in the cardboard box is basically exhausted. When the information is printed this time, the printer also flashes the fault light. No paper. In the deepest part of the base, there is a room with only the last device left running and working. It is a very advanced convalescent cabin for medical use. There was another person lying inside. A thin, pale-faced man. The display screen of the sanatorium cabin had rows of parameter indicators and various physiological level values. 3 huge red Chinese characters flashed on the top. Leukemia. At a certain moment, the power system in the room suddenly went out of operation. The display interface of the sanatorium cabin also suddenly went black. The cabin door made a hissing sound. The pneumatic closure stopped and the cabin door opened automatically. A few minutes later, the man in the sanatorium cabin suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes turned scarlet, looking evil and terrifying. And his chest, breathing became more and more intense. Veins and muscles slowly bulged on his arms. In front of the Qin Mausoleum underground palace, after Qin Yu erupted with the strongest mental fluctuation, the entire Qin Mausoleum underground palace of more than 50 square kilometers disappeared without a trace. Only a huge deep pit remained on the ground. Deep darkness. An unpleasant smell drifted up from below. Plop! Qin Yu's mental power was exhausted, and he fell to the ground. So tired. So tired. Too exhausted. Qin Yu could hardly think, and could only collapse on the ground helplessly. Slowly, time passed by little. The sun rose in the east, and set in the west. Qin Yu lay there for a whole day, like a corpse. When the sun was about to set, suddenly a huge mutant marten jumped out of the woods like lightning. It jumped directly near him. Qin Yu saw it, but the result of excessive mental exhaustion was that he had no strength in his body. The mutant marten seemed to have set its sights on Qin Yu and regarded him as prey. So it slowly approached. Once it got close to him and found that Qin Yu couldn't move at all, it would probably feast on him immediately. This is the taste of fresh flesh and blood. Just as the marten was about to approach, there was a sudden fluttering sound in the sky. A huge mutant crow fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Qin Yu, blocking him and the marten. Qin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this the crow that begged for food from him last night? But remember, it only had 3 heads last night. Today, there is 1 more. Now it has 4 heads. A strange crow. 4 heads. Its body has also become huge, like the size of an eagle. It spread its huge black wings and stood between Qin Yu and the marten, looking quite intimidating. The mutant marten was obviously not as high level as the crow. They could all sense it. So after hesitating for a moment, the mutant marten immediately turned around and dodged. Then, the crow turned around. It folded its wings. It tilted its 4 heads and looked at Qin Yu. Its eyes were full of confusion. Qin Yu wanted to laugh a little, because the 4 heads tilted were really funny. But it was almost the same. Qin Yu took a deep breath, moved slowly, and then propped up his body little by little, sat up, and wiped his face tiredly. He murmured, "Even if you didn't come, it couldn't kill me. But you helped me. So I'll give you this reward." Qin Yu casually took out a piece of bloody red meat from the space and threw it over. The crow immediately cackled twice and began to eat the fresh meat without any hesitation. Qin Yu also began to take out the food and eat it. After the spiritual emptiness, there is extreme hunger. Food needs to be replenished. So, the man and the crow ate together. While eating, Qin Yu suddenly looked at the crow and asked, "Can you understand human language?" The crow stopped pecking at food. It turned its head and looked at Qin Yu. Then it continued to peck at food. "I don't know if it understood." Qin Yu asked again, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and eat your meat?" Quack, quack. The crow suddenly spread its wings and flapped twice, as if protesting. Then it continued to eat. Hey, it's really strange. This crow can actually feel that Qin Yu has no real killing intention towards it. So it is not afraid at all. Magical. In the past, some zoologists have popularized science that crows are actually one of the smartest species. Their IQ is definitely ranked in the top 3 among birds. As a result, this crow mutated and actually grew 4 heads. Is it smarter? Qin Yu blinked and asked again, "Do you want to follow me?" Quack, quack. The crow seemed very angry. Then it picked up the fresh meat, spread its wings, and suddenly soared into the sky, and flew away. Qin Yu was sweating. Damn. Is it disgusted that I am too nagging? It was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Yu received a radio call from Zhang Yang, asking about his location. Maybe he hadn't seen him all day and hadn't contacted him. So he was a little worried. Chinyu replied directly that he was still searching for supplies. After saying that, he turned off the radio. Chinyu didn't want to go back either, because it was a bit embarrassing. I knocked down 13 people at once last night. Isn't this crazy? 13 women with different personalities. Chapter 339. The harvest is very rich. So in order to avoid embarrassment, let's hang out for a few days before going back. Wait until everyone is no longer so embarrassed. Chinyu has rushed back to the urban area of Shancheng. He wandered around the area of the Tang Dynasty city that never sleeps, searching for all the existing underground buildings. The harvest is very rich, especially tobacco and alcohol. It's strange that so many people build underground warehouses, but they only stockpile things like tobacco and alcohol. Like abroad, those warring people stockpile everything, often measure what to stockpile based on doomsday survival. I didn't think so before. Now I realize that it's good to have a sense of crisis. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Chinyu stretched his muscles lazily, found a skyscraper at random, and quickly climbed to the top. When I came to the balcony on the top floor, I unexpectedly found that there was actually a small garden on the top floor. It was decorated beautifully. It was not damaged. This is precious. I will sleep here tonight. Chinyu immediately found a place covered by vines in the corner of the small garden and put a camping tent underneath. Then he took out various camping equipment. I have to have a good rest tonight, in order to deal with the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. I really exhausted my mental energy. It was too hard but worth it. The oldest miracle of the Xia Kingdom was protected by myself. One day in the future, I can open it and take a look. See if Qin Shi Huang is dead or not. See how magnificent his Qin Mausoleum Palace is. Not bad. After Chinyu placed all the equipment, he did not use the light source again, because the moonlight tonight was still good. The sun changed dramatically, but the moon remained the same. It has been guarding the earth for who knows how long, and it has been working diligently. Looking at the moon, Chenyu's mood gradually relaxed. Let's just have a hot pot tonight. Take out various hot pot ingredients from the space, and take out fresh beef slices, various fish balls and meatballs, shrimp and crab sticks, fish intestines and duck intestines, tofu blood cubes, vermicelli noodles, and various vegetables. Then turn on the electric stew pot. Boil water. Add the base ingredients. After a while, the soup pot boiled. The spicy smell spread. It smells so good. Eating hot pot alone. You have to have some wine? Searched in the space and directly took out a bottle of Wuliangye. White wine goes well with hot pot. Let's eat. Chinyu leisurely started to simmer the pot. Bursts of steam drifted up. While eating, the radio he carried with him suddenly sizzled. Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it this channel? The guy eating hot pot on the rooftop? Hello? Chinyu was stunned. The mental map was displayed. There were 7 or 8 people scattered within 3 kilometers. I don't know who found me. However, it can be judged from the mental map that these people did not have long-range sniper weapons. So Chinyu didn't take it seriously. He continued to eat. Hello? Hello? No response. Don't you have a radio? So stupid. You don't even have a radio. You actually had the resources to eat hot pot? Chinyu wanted to laugh when he heard it. It seemed to be the voice of a young boy. He didn't sound aggressive. Chinyu took a bite of tofu and grimaced because of the heat. He simply picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. Little ghost. Is it stupid to have no radio? Damn. Big brother. You finally replied. Chinyu smiled and said, Little ghost. What do you want? Can I ask for some food? Sure. Exchange with other resources. Brother. What resources do you want? I'll find them for you. Chinyu thought for a moment and said casually, medicine, gasoline, warm clothes. All are fine, as long as the quantity is sufficient. You will have a good meal tonight. Brother. Where do I have what you said? Chinyu smiled and said, then you will not have a good meal. As he said that, he put down the intercom and continued to eat meat. Soon, the boy's voice came from the intercom again. Brother. I know there is a science and technology library in Shangqi City that is intact. There is also a warehouse and a hardware store that is also good. I wonder if these can be used. When Chinyu heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Hardware store. That's a good thing. When you arrive in Tibet, you will have to build a home. You will need a lot of hardware equipment. When I was searching for survival supplies before, I didn't find much of these things, so I need to replenish them in large quantities. In addition, the science and technology library is also good. In the Doomsday era, no one cares about books. Even in the peaceful times, when electronic reading has been popularized all over the world, books have gradually withdrawn from the stage of history. However, who would have known that in the Doomsday era, books are precious wealth? At least you can still read. Especially this kid is talking about the science and technology library. There should be a lot of reference books in it. This is a treasure. Chinyu immediately picked up the intercom and smiled. Kid, where are you? Take me to the 2 places you mentioned immediately. As long as it really exists and there are supplies, I will let you eat whatever you want tonight. Really? The little boy shouted excitedly in the intercom. Tell me where you are. I'll find you. No need. Let's designate a place to meet. Otherwise, I'm afraid my sister will think you are an intruder and shoot you. Your sister? Chinyu blinked. You have a sister? Yes. But she's asleep. Don't worry. I can definitely get out. But if I go to find supplies first, what about your hot pot? What if it's stolen? Uh-huh. You don't need to worry about that. Come out quickly. I will make sure you have hot pot tonight. Brother, you won't kill me, will you? Chinyu laughed and scolded. I have hot pot to eat. Do you think I care about you? A little kid? Why would I kill you? I can't eat it. Come out quickly. You are lucky to meet me. After saying that, he switched to the teen's dedicated channel and contacted Fang Jing to let her release the general. The general is very scary now. It can basically find Chinyu in the same city. Its sense of smell is so strong that it makes people tremble. After the contact, Chinyu continued to eat. Waiting time is always boring. Soon, the general came. This guy rushed to the rooftop like a lion. And when he saw Chinyu, he shook his head and tail, and rushed into his arms, and started rubbing against him. Chinyu laughed. After playing with the general for a while, he patted his head and said, You stay here and watch my nest for me. I have to go out and get some resources. Understand? Roar! The general roared. He lay down beside him and yawned lazily. Suddenly, there was a fluttering sound in the sky. The general stood up suddenly, and the animal pupil in the middle of his forehead emitted a faint light. There was a low roar in his throat. Chinyu looked up. He couldn't help but laugh. The mutant crow came again. However, because the general was below, it seemed a little scared. So it circled and flew away. The general then laid down safely again. Chinyu sighed in his heart. It seemed that the crow was much worse than the general. It was scared away. But the crow was also very interesting. And its heads could continue to increase. How many heads could it increase in the end? 9 heads? 9-headed bird? Chapter 342. Embarrassed to do it. Don't you have any other abilities? Just then, the voice of the little boy came from the intercom. Brother, I'm out. Next to the intersection north of your building. Chinyu picked up the intercom. Okay. Wait for me. After that, he patted the general's head. Wait for me to come back. Then he got up and left. A few minutes later, north intersection. Chinyu saw a little boy in his early teens from a distance, hiding behind a car very cautiously. Observing him. So young? How did he survive? He has a sister. And she even used the word shoot herself. Could it be that his sister is a police officer? Generally, such people have a high chance of surviving. Chinyu walked over slowly, raised his hands and smiled. I don't have any weapons. Kid, don't worry. I care more about the resources you mentioned. Brother, have you ever killed anyone? The little boy still didn't come out. Yes. Then you. Okay. Kid, stop talking nonsense. Chinyu waved his hand impatiently and walked forward on his own. I've said it before. I'm not interested in a kid like you. I only care about resources. Okay. The little boy walked out carefully from behind the car, carrying a small backpack. He was holding a radio in his hand. He was dressed neatly, but a little dirty. This was understandable. Water resources are very precious now. Most people don't take a bath. The little boy saw that Chinyu was indeed not aggressive. So he slowly relaxed his guard and said with a smile, Brother, what's your name? Chinyu. What about you? My name is Lu Xing. What's your sister's name? My sister's name is Lu Lin. Chinyu turned his head and looked at him. Is your sister a police officer? Yes. How did you know? My sister is a criminal police officer. Lu Xing looked excited. Chen Yu nodded. No wonder. You are quite skilled. Huh? How do you know? Chen Yu didn't answer, but asked casually, little boy. You are quite courageous. You dare to contact strangers by radio casually? Not casually. I have been observing you with a telescope for a long time. Observing me? Yes. Lu Xing nodded. There are several women living on the rooftop you went to before. They are cute and clean. I often use a telescope to watch them. Chen Yu's face darkened. Smelly boy. You call this peeping? No. I just appreciate it. Lu Xing said with a smile. Those women live quite comfortably. They can always find supplies. My sister and I are jealous. What a pity. He changed his tone. The city was in chaos a few days ago. They went out and never came back. And I couldn't see them. Humph. So you saw me today? Yes. Lu Xing nodded quickly. I saw you cleaning up and setting up tents after you went up. And there was even a gas stove and batteries. Later I saw you eating hot pot. And I knew that you were definitely not a cannibal. And you don't lack resources. So you definitely won't steal my things. So I tried to contact you. Humph. You are a little devil. Do you know what it means to be fascinated by others' hearts? Chen Yu snorted twice, at this time. Supplies will only become less and less. Even if I have enough supplies. Who cares more? You are still too young. Don't contact people randomly. Otherwise, your sister will be mad at you sooner or later. Hee. Lu Xing smiled. My sister said the same thing. She said that sooner or later, I would kill her. She also said that she wanted to lock me up with a chain. If I were your sister, I would have locked you up long ago. After speaking, Chen Yu looked around. Where is the place you mentioned? And how long does it take to walk? It's early. At least 40 minutes. But the two places are basically next to each other. So you can come back in one trip. Okay. Do you smoke? Ah? Are you smoking? Do you still have cigarettes? The problem is that my sister doesn't let me smoke, saying that I'm too young. Besides, smoking can easily lead to lung cancer. Chen Yu was very upset. Didn't you ask your sister whether she would die faster from lung cancer? Or from having her resources taken away by others? Or from being attacked by mutant animals? That's true. Alas, my sister is too rigid. Then do you smoke? Yes. Chen Yu casually took out a box of good cat cigarettes from his pocket. 8 yuan a box. Tear open the package. Take out a cigarette and hand it to Lu Xing. Here. Hey. It's still good cat. How do you know that we like this cigarette? Lu Xing looked excited. Chen Yu glanced at him. You smoked a lot in school. Didn't you? No. No. Lu Xing quickly denied it. Chen Yu immediately took out a lighter and handed it over. As a result, he saw that the kid held the cigarette in his mouth very skillfully, and even protected the flame with both hands. This posture is called a standard. Chen Yu was amused and asked casually, Are you the kind of student who ranks last in school? It's okay. About 30th from the bottom. I guess. This is called okay? What a naughty child. If I had a brother like this, I would definitely tie him up and beat him up every day. Chen Yu also lit a cigarette, walking on the street with a swagger. I was also surprised. The woman following behind. She has great patience. Why not get angry? She is indeed a criminal policeman. This character is good. Chen Yu had opened the mental map a long time ago, so he had already discovered that someone was lurking not far behind him. It was Lu Xing's sister, and she was armed. She was probably ready to take action. This sister is also quite cunning. She could actually stop her brother from coming out. But she didn't. Instead, she followed him with a weapon. She must have wanted to rob him. If she found Chen Yu doing something wrong, she would definitely shoot him. As a result, Chen Yu never did anything abnormal. It seems that she is really not interested in her brother. This makes the sister a little confused. At this time, are there any good people? Does this man really want to get some hardware and appliances? If Chen Yu doesn't do it, the sister is embarrassed to do it. So she followed secretly from behind. She kept following. Then she saw the guy giving a cigarette to her brother. It's really infuriating. But it's not suitable to show up now. Hold it in. Hold it in. The sister suppressed her anger and followed with a weapon. On the one hand, it was to prevent Chen Yu from doing bad things. And on the other hand, it was to prevent mutant animals in the city. In this way, the three people kept moving forward. As they walked, The elder sister discovered something very surprising. Although the younger brother was leading the way, he could always turn away from the dangerous road and advance at the critical moment. You know, there are still many scattered mutant animals in this city. Like mutant cats, there are a lot of them. Some of the mutations are very scary and pose a great threat to humans. As a result, the man took his younger brother around and around, and actually walked all the way to the destination without any danger. It's weird. The elder sister became more and more curious. Ahead, Qinyu and Lu Xing have been walking for more than half an hour. Soon. Chapter 341 Dark Alley. Lu Xing pointed to a building in the distance and said, "Look, that's the Science and Technology Library. Behind it is a warehouse of a hardware store. How do you know these places? And can you be sure that these places are intact?" Lu Xing shrugged. "My sister and I often go out to search for supplies. About 7 days ago, the place was still fine, and no one had touched it. No one should have been there now. Well, I hope you are right. Otherwise, you won't have hot pot tonight." Lu Xing immediately asked with a smile, "Brother, what ingredients do you have? I haven't eaten proper food for so long that I have forgotten what hot pot tastes like." "Haha. There are so many ingredients. What do you and your sister usually eat? Bread, biscuits, all kinds of things. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can pick up some mutant animal corpses and roast them at home. Anyway, we eat whatever we can. Have you ever been hungry?" Lu Xing shook his head. "So far, no. Shancheng is a first-tier city. Before, there was a community near where we lived, and we could barter. What a pity. It's gone now." "Yeah." Chunyu nodded. "Big cities have their advantages. That is, there are more urban resources and population resources. If they are handled well and support each other, they can indeed last longer. But with more people, there are more conflicts. If one is not handled properly, it will become a situation of power division. In the end, it will always turn into a war." Qinyu casually took out a bag of spicy strips from his pocket. "Here. How long have you not eaten it?" "Oh my god. Spicy strips?" Lu Xing grabbed the spicy strips in surprise and shouted wildly, "Spicy strips? This is spicy strips? My favorite snack when I was in school." "Keep your voice down, bastard." Qinyu slapped him in annoyance. "You attract the beast again." Sorry. Lu Xing quickly apologized, then excitedly tore open the package, pulled out a strip and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing desperately, devouring it. Delicious. Really delicious. I thought I would never be able to eat this again in my life. So delicious. His. So spicy. So satisfying. Lu Xing looked up at Qinyu. "When I was in school, my girlfriend often bought this for me." Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How old are you?" "You have a girlfriend?" "I'm 14. Several girls in our class like to play with me. Isn't it normal to have a girlfriend? By the way, brother, do you have a woman?" "Yes." "That's a pity." "Why?" "Because my sister is so beautiful. If you don't have a woman, I can introduce my sister to you." As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, there was a splash in the distance behind him. Lu Xing was startled. He turned around and asked in surprise, "Is there anyone?" "No." Qinyu did not look back, and said lazily, "If there was someone, they would have taken action long ago. Let's go. Kid, you are so smart even though you are so young." Lu Xing looked suspiciously for a long time before turning back. Then he said, "Brother, what does your woman look like?" "My girlfriend is so beautiful. She looks like a little koi. You know what beautiful means." Lu Xing curled his lips. Shout. "How could I not know? My sister is so beautiful. She looks like that big me." Chunyu chuckled. "Little boy, you are too good at bragging. I finally know why some girls like you. You are really good at talking." "I am not bragging. My sister is really..." Okay. Don't brag to me. We are here. Is this the Science and Technology Library?" Qinyu stopped, looking up at the building in front. Shancheng Science and Technology Library. A very classical 3-story building. Quite unexpected. The gate is not broken. It seems that books are really unpopular in the Doomsday world. The survivors are too lazy to come in. It's the end of the world. Who is still in the mood to read books? So, Chunyu walked over leisurely. The Science and Technology Library in Shangqi City is really big, because no one cares about books. The security door here has never been damaged, and the inside has always been closed. When Chinyu kicked open the security door and went in, a scent of books hit him. It smelled really good. Chinyu couldn't remember how long it had been since he last smelled the scent of books. There were so many resources in his personal space. But there were no books. Because he had never thought about it at the beginning. Chinyu walked around, wandering around the lobby on the first floor, looking around with a flashlight. There were hundreds of categories. Most of them are reference books of various subjects. All books are of practical value. The library has 3 floors. Chinyu walked around downstairs and immediately went upstairs. He wanted to see what kind of books there were. Lu Xing was bored. He felt bored after just 2 glances. When he was in school, he had no feeling when reading. So his academic performance was also poor. Now it's the end of the world. Who cares about books? This big brother is really weird. Is he here to read books? So he has so much free time? Lu Xing turned around and walked to the door, sitting on the steps. Wait. See when he comes down. He couldn't take many books by himself. He would probably come down soon. Upstairs, Chinyu walked very fast. He was looking for reference books on geological exploration and agricultural breeding. Soon, he found various reference books on geology and agriculture on the 2nd floor. They were all very classic and practical encyclopedia reference books. Chinyu went up to the 3rd floor again. He searched everywhere. Wow! There are reference books on nuclear physics here. Even biochemistry and genetic engineering. Take them all away. This library may be garbage to others, but it is definitely an invaluable treasure to me. It will definitely be useful in the future. Chinyu started to move things. The 3rd and 2nd floors were completely emptied. When he reached the 1st floor, he looked at the kids sitting at the door, then walked around and put everything he needed into the space. 10 minutes later, Chinyu walked out of the door. Let's go. Lu Xing looked back. Hey, you didn't take anything. Yeah. Then what are you doing here? Look and smell. Lu Xing was immediately upset. He stood up and muttered, You're kidding me. What did you say? Chinyu glanced at him. No, brother. I didn't say anything. Then let's go to the warehouse of the hardware store. Lu Xing smiled. Let's go. Chinyu didn't take it seriously. He continued to walk forward. He crossed a street, walked through 2 alleys, and came to a dark alley. The second one is a hardware store. Although their store was smashed, the warehouse is underground. I found it. Really? Let's go and take a look. Chapter 342 A Great Contribution. Chinyu went straight to the door of the hardware store. In the mental map, there was indeed an underground space below. Chinyu turned around and waved at Lu Xing. Go! Guard the entrance of the alley. If anyone comes, come and notify me. You go down by yourself? Lu Xing was stunned. Well, I'll go down and take a look. I'll take away those who need it. Okay. Then hurry up. Don't forget to restore the portal after you've chosen it. Maybe we can use it in the future. Okay. Hurry up. Lu Xing nodded, turned around and ran to the entrance of the alley and stood there. Chinyu jumped into the store, followed the guidance of the mental map, went directly to the door of the basement, and kicked it hard. The door of the basement slammed. It was shaken open. Chinyu jumped down directly. Oh my goodness! This is really a warehouse. It's full of hardware. What are hardware? Hardware actually refers to the 5 metals of gold, silver, copper, iron and tin. Daily products made of these 5 metals are called hardware. These products include locks, doors and windows, plumbing, home decoration, building decoration, tools, bathroom, and so on. The categories are complex, covering people's daily expenses. This is a treasure. Chinyu was not polite, and directly waved his hand and took away almost everything that could be taken from it. The underground warehouse of more than 200 square meters was cleared out. This trip is worth it. To be honest, this little brat has done a lot. It's worth a hot pot meal. Chinyu jumped into the warehouse, walked out of the hardware store, and returned to the entrance of the alley. Lu Xing immediately asked excitedly, So fast? What did you take? Nothing. Chinyu shrugged and walked out directly. Ah? You didn't take anything again. Then why did I bring you all the way here? Lu Xing pouted and said with a look of disappointment, Then will I not be able to eat hot pot? No. You can eat it. Ah? Lu Xing was stunned. You didn't take anything. But I can eat hot pot? Sure. Chinyu smiled as he walked At least you told me these 2 places. You have already done a good deed. When I need it in the future, I will come and get it. Great. Lu Xing finally got excited again. Ran to Chen Yu and said excitedly, then let's go eat hot pot. Yeah. Let's go eat hot pot. Great. Do you have duck intestines? Yes. Do you have luncheon meat? Yes. Do you have yellow throat? All of them. I also have lobsters and king crabs. Ah? Lu Xing was startled and said excitedly, can I eat them all? Chen Yu looked at him speechlessly, then reached out and rubbed his head, with your IQ. If it weren't for your sister, you would have died several times. You're playing tricks on me again. Lu Xing angrily slapped Chen Yu's hand away. Chen Yu smiled, shaked his head. I felt a lot more relaxed tonight unexpectedly. Let's go back. Take this kid to have a hot pot meal. We'll go our separate ways tomorrow. It's fate to know each other. Soon, the 2 returned to the rooftop. When Lu Xing saw the general, he was so scared that he hugged Chen Yu's thigh and shouted in horror, what is that? Chen Yu smiled, my pet? What? Lu Xing was terrified. At the same time, a figure rushed over from the darkness behind him at a very fast speed and pulled Lu Xing away. The gun in his hand was already raised. It was actually a Type 79 submachine gun. When Chen Yu saw the person holding the gun, he was surprised. This woman. She actually looks like Yangmi. This face. These eyebrows. This unique mouth. At least 80% similar to Yangmi when she was 20 years old. Long hair. With a little bit of natural waves. Wearing a police camouflage uniform. The posture of holding the gun in his hand is very standard. This is surprising. Lu Xing is not bragging. His sister is really a beauty. She is a beauty who looks like Yangmi. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. And the general was ready to pounce. General. It's okay. Sit down. Chen Yu shouted. The general, who was crouching, slowly stood up, shook off the hair on his body, turned around and sat down again. Wow. So obedient? Lu Xing couldn't help but praise. As a result, the woman waved her hand and slapped him hard on the back of his head. Snap! Lu Xing was hit and staggered. He covered his head and turned his head and said angrily, what are you doing? You're still asking. The woman glared angrily. Chen Yu laughed again when she said this. Even the voices are similar. Could they be twin sisters? Chen Yu looked at the woman and smiled. You can put down the gun. I don't mean any harm. You're pretending again. The woman's face sank. Am I pretending? Chen Yu looked innocent. The woman said coldly, you took my brother around for such a long time. But you didn't take anything. Now you bring him here again. Who do you think is a fool? What do you want to do with my brother? Just eating hot pot. Chen Yu turned and walked to the front of the tent. Before leaving, he had cut off all the power. So, he turned on the battery switch and turned on the induction cooker. Add some more water. Then he put all the hot pot food on the ground and said casually, you have been with us all the way. If you are hungry, eat together. If you are not hungry, leave. The woman was shocked. You still have batteries? Yes. You actually use batteries to power the refrigerator? What do you mean? Doesn't the refrigerator use electricity? The woman blurted out. Do you know how extravagant and wasteful you are? I haven't seen the light for several months. Chen Yu turned his head to look at her, smiled and said, your name is Lu Lin. Put down the gun. Meeting is fate. You 2 siblings are okay. There is nothing I hate about you. So, I will treat you tonight. In a few days, we will leave Shancheng. You? Do you still have a team? Lu Lin was alert and never put down her gun. But she was actually shaken, because she had no confidence that she could handle the fierce giant mutant dog. But it was someone's pet. To be able to tame such a terrifying pet. This person must be very powerful. Moreover, he had known it for a long time, since he had been following it. Chen Yu nodded and said calmly, our team is at the North Station. We will leave Shanxi soon. I just used my free time to find some resources. Your people are at the North Station. Where did you get your battery and small refrigerator? Lu Lin felt that her brain was not enough. This is my secret. The water in front of Chen Yu boiled. A spicy aroma spread. Lu Xing couldn't help it anymore, and kept whispering anxiously, Sister. Sister. The water is boiling. How long are you going to ask? I have no ill will towards me at all. Why are you so anxious? Are you born in the year of the monkey? Slap. Another slap. Chapter 343. Start eating. Hit the back of the head. Then he slowly put away the rifle. Put it on his back. And walked closer tentatively. Are these really edible? When your brother came to me, I had already eaten for a while. Chinyu picked up the chopsticks and started eating. That was real eating. Meat slices. Meatballs. Duck intestines. Sister. There are also duck intestines. Lu Xing screamed. Suddenly broke free from his sister's hand. Rushed to the nearby area. Picked up the chopsticks on the table and started eating. Lu Lin hurriedly followed. But she was too late. Lu Xing had already eaten it. MMM. So hot. So hot. It's delicious. So spicy. Sister. Eat quickly. How long has it been since I last had hot pot? MMM. Delicious. Lu Xing spit it all over the place. Chenyu was speechless. And immediately picked up the bowl. Saying unhappily, little devil. Be more civilized. Your saliva is flying into my bowl. Then when I pick up the food with chopsticks, my saliva will also go into the pot. Chinyu's face turned black. Okay. You don't suffer any loss when you talk. If I were your sister, I would be at least 10 years older. Hee hee. My sister is mentally strong. Look at her. She is in her 20s. But she still looks like an 18-year-old girl. Lu Lin blushed immediately. And glared at her brother unhappily. Shut your mouth. Don't talk while eating. I won't say it for a long time. Brother. I'm eating meat. I'm greedy. Chinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slowly put down his bowl and chopsticks. At this time, Lu Lin finally let down her guard. Stretched out her hand to smooth her long hair. Walked to Chinyu and stretched out her hand. Hello. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Lu Lin, Captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Shangxi City Branch. Hello. Chinyu. Chinyu shook hands with her. Only after the handshake did he realize that her hands were indeed the kind of hands that often held guns. There were calluses on the palms. But she really didn't look as youthful and invincible as her face. Sit down, Captain Lu. To be honest, I admire people in your profession. There are at least 2 policemen in my team. One is a policeman, and the other is a special operations team member. There are also 40 soldiers from the army. 32 of them were sent by the 2 leaders of your Shangxi City garrison. What? Lu Lin was shocked. The 2 leaders sent you soldiers? Well, they just arrived 2 days ago. They are ready to leave Shangxi City with us. Is there a problem? No. Lu Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He completely let down his guard. This person is not an ordinary person. No wonder he has so many resources. He is so familiar with the leaders of the Shangxi City garrison. He must be a relative. Are you hungry? Let's eat together. Chinyu pointed at the hot pot. Lu Lin blushed and said awkwardly, Is it convenient? My sister and I eat a lot. So we are taking advantage of you. I said. Fate. Your brother is quite fun. But he is too naughty. A real naughty kid. Besides, we will leave soon and we will not have a chance to see each other again. So, let's eat. Lu Lin pondered for a moment. Then nodded and said, Thank you first. I will not be polite. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Chinyu poured 2 glasses of Wuliangya and gestured to Lu Lin. Let's drink. Okay. Lu Lin took the glass generously. They drank it all in one gulp. Chinyu smiled and said, Come on. Don't be polite. Let's eat. Then I'll eat. Lu Lin smiled sweetly. Picked up the chopsticks and started eating. In fact, I'm really greedy. A cool spring night. The bright moon is hanging high. The city is dead silent all around. And everything is in ruins. On the rooftop of a building, someone is eating hot pot. This kind of thing is unbelievable. Others are lucky to be alive. And they have to take risks every day to find daily necessities. Who has the strength to eat hot pot? In the past, those who relied on Yongqing or Li Dehuzi didn't say they could eat hot pot. But Chinyu and the other 2 were eating hot pot. They ate with great pleasure. They drank a bottle of Wuliangya liquor. They also drank a lot of canned beer in the refrigerator. Chinyu didn't expect that Lu Lin, who was so gentle and elegant, could drink so much. A tough girl from the northwest. Not simple. They drank a bottle of white wine and 7 or 8 cans of beer. Lu Lin had no abnormalities except that her face was red and her forehead was sweaty. Lu Xing, on the other hand, drank a few sips of white wine and fell down directly. He lay under the table and fell asleep. Lu Lin and Chen Yu ate until midnight. She really couldn't hold on any longer. Finally, she said reluctantly, I really can't do it anymore. I'm too sleepy. And I'm very dizzy. Chen Yu, thank you for this unexpected hot pot. To be honest, I may never have such a hot pot again in the rest of my life. The memory of this time may be preserved for a lifetime. You will leave in a few days, and I can't see you off. Here, I wish you a safe journey. Peace and happiness. One day in the future, you will have a new home. Don't forget Lu Lin in Shanxi City. The last glass of wine. Toast to you. And thank you. After saying that, Lu Lin picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Chen Yu didn't act pretentiously. Pick up the wine glass and drink it all. The two smiled at each other. Lu Lin stood up and prepared to leave. But when she stood up, she immediately felt dizzy and she exclaimed, It's bad. Before she finished speaking, her body softened. Chen Yu quickly dodged over and held her in his arms. The two looked at each other. The originally normal atmosphere suddenly became charming. Lu Lin stared at Chen Yu blankly. Chen Yu also looked at her carefully. After the two looked at each other for a while, Lu Lin stretched out her hand, directly hugged Chen Yu's neck, and slowly closed her eyes. Her chest rose and fell violently. It was obvious that she couldn't bear it anymore. Chen Yu immediately carried her into the marching tent and put her on the bed. Then, he turned around and pulled the chain of the tent. The general moved his buttocks with ease, laid down in front of the tent, and closed his eyes boredly. No one cared about Lu Xing, who had been sleeping on the ground. So, this night was filled with romance again. Ever since he swallowed the golden monkey's crystal core, Chen Yu seemed to enjoy this kind of thing more and more. The next day, when Lu Lin woke up from her deep sleep, it was already noon outside. She found herself sleeping in a tent. She had taken off all her clothes. She was covered with a blanket. Someone was walking outside. Lu Lin blushed and quickly got up to check herself. It was over. Her virginity was gone. Alas, it was not bad. Although Chen Yu was also a passing visitor, at least he was the man she had chosen. Not those cruel and inhumane survivors. She was already very satisfied. Is he still outside? Lu Lin struggled to get up, hurriedly put on her clothes, endured the discomfort, and slowly walked out of the tent. When she came out, she saw that only her younger brother Lu Xing was outside. He looked like a big enemy, pouting, busy with a small gas stove. When she heard Lu Lin coming out, she turned her head and said angrily, I really admire you. Originally, Chen Yu was my brother-in-law, and I admired him. But you slept so soundly? We didn't even know when he left. Lu Lin. Chapter 344. A place I am familiar with. Has he left? That's right. There is no way to stop him. He wants to leave Shancheng and go to Tibet. But I want to stay in my hometown. Although Shancheng has been destroyed beyond recognition, at least it is a place I am familiar with. It is relatively easy to survive. And there is a garrison to seek help. But who knows how dangerous it is outside after leaving Shancheng. The chances of surviving with my weak brother are too small. Lu Lin was a little sad. The discomfort in her body still exists. But she has gone far away. Sister, what are you thinking about? Lu Xing walked up to her angrily and suddenly said depressedly, You are not a virgin anymore. Right? Pa! Lu Lin waved her hand and slapped him. She glared at him angrily. Is it you who should ask? What do you know? Little brat? What's the matter with these things? Why didn't he take them away? Lu Xing covered the back of his head and said with resentment, They left them for us. All given to us? Yes. A note for you. Lu Xing handed over a note. Lu Lin took it quickly. There were a few words scribbled on it. The general meaning was that leaving Shanxi City was unstoppable. If Lu Lin wanted to leave one day in the future, she could go to Tibet to find him. All the things on the rooftop were left to the two siblings. Gas stove, battery, small refrigerator, and a lot of food in the refrigerator, plus camp beds, various small tools, cold light sources, and some solar charging panels. Wow! All treasures. Those solar charging panels are rare treasures. At least when the battery is dead, it can be charged by solar energy. Then it can be recycled. Open the small refrigerator and take a look. All frozen goods. There is also ice cream. Lu Lin was stunned. I didn't expect Chen Yu to leave her so many things. There is also a map in the tent. There is a circle on the location of the Swan Lake in Tibet. That should be their destination. Right? Lu Lin suddenly threw down the map, turned around and ran to the edge of the rooftop, picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the North Station. A strong impulse surged in my heart. I really want to leave with him. However, it is so dangerous outside. How can I survive with my brother? Before her parents died, the only task they gave her was to make sure her brother survived and let the Lu family have a successor. Lu Lin lowered her head helplessly again. Helpless. If she knew how perverted Chen Yu was, she would have left for Tibet without hesitation. So, let it be. Time flies. Half a month passed in a hurry. With the whole team's full cooperation, the originally scrapped carriage was finally fully armed. There are 5 carriages in total. 3 of them are fully armed and modified, which are used for the daily life of the team members. One of the other 2 carriages is sealed and welded, and used as a water tank. The remaining one has not been modified. It is a freight carriage found from the North Station, which is used to load coal. There is still a lot of storage coal in the North Station. All of them were stored by Yang Qing. Unfortunately, his beautiful dream was not fulfilled yet, and it was wiped out. That day, the carefully built Doomsday train is ready. Qin Yu's team has transferred all the things in the material warehouse, and everyone has entered the train carriage and completed the room allocation. Now, the team has a total of 72 people. It's already a lot. The 32 new soldiers, together with the remaining 11 soldiers under Lu Yuanchao, are evenly distributed in the first 3 carriages, responsible for guarding Chen Yu, Fang Jing, Xiao Ya, Dong Zhou's family, Zhang Yang's family, plus Su Jian and Dong Qiulei live in the first carriage. Li Zhongjuan and Li Xiuyun, father and daughter. Fang Ya, Zhao Gang and Zhao Zian, father and daughter. Lu Yuanchao, Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao, Chao Fang and Yin Guang Monk live in the second carriage. The rest of the people live in the third carriage with the members of the 13 Hairpins women's gang. There are soldiers in each carriage to guard key positions. There are anti-radar devices, radar scanning controllers, solar charging panels, locomotive steam power generation devices, heavy sniper equipment, etc. in the carriage. The defense capability is exaggerated enough. With Chen Yu's mental map as a guarantee, it is actually very safe. Before leaving, the 2 big men of the military came again. This time, they actually sent 3 pickup trucks of military standard weapons and ammunition. These 2 leaders have actually placed a heavy bet on Chen Yu. Once Shanxi City can no longer be defended in the future, they will immediately move to Tibet. Therefore, they did not hesitate to give weapons to Chen Yu. Anyway, due to the previous big move of the cannibals, the remaining tens of thousands of troops of the military have also shrunk sharply to less than 10,000 people. On the contrary, the weapons have been well protected. Not too much was consumed, so it was fine to give them away. If Shanxi City encounters such a large-scale attack again in the future, the remaining military soldiers will not be able to withstand it. At that time, all the weapons will be robbed. It is better to give away some of them now. Let Chen Yu and his men have stronger combat capabilities. Chen Yu accepted this generous gift from the military without hesitation. What is polite? These weapons can arm several companies. And there are some weapons of mass destruction. Don't miss it. After Chen Yu was polite to the 2 leaders, it was finally time to leave. After Zhao Gang received the order, he finally started the train. When the whole train shook suddenly, and then slowly opened, everyone in the carriage cheered and screamed excitedly. Chen Yu waved goodbye to the 2 leaders. Then he turned around and jumped on the train. The train slowly left the North Station, accelerated a little bit, and soon disappeared in the distance. Shen Jiangwo and Zhao Chongjiang looked at each other. Is it amazing? It's quite amazing. This kid is simply a miracle. He can actually get a train. Oh, I really wanted to jump on the train regardless of everything. Haha. Lao Shen, you can't leave. You have to stick with me to the end. If we have to go, we have to go together. Of course. Shen Jiangwo looked back at the dead city and murmured, but, is such a city still worth our protection? As long as there are still living people, we have to defend it to the death. How many survivors have been taken in so far? Less than 20,000 people. Alas, the once glorious Shanxi City. Okay, stop sighing. This place is much better than the coastal areas. Didn't the once glorious Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou sink to the bottom of the sea overnight? This place is much happier. That's right. Let's go! At the same time, in the south of Sichuan and Chongqing, in a hidden underground military base, a tall, thin, skinny, pale as paper, but with eyes flashing with evil and terrifying scarlet color, a man slowly walked into the central control room. He was the man who walked out of the sanatorium. Chapter 345 Doomsday is coming. He is the chief scientist of the military base, the chief expert of Xiaohua Space Technology Research, and the most powerful academician of the Academy of Sciences. Before the disaster, he had been diagnosed with advanced leukemia. However, in order to overcome a space technology problem and achieve the space race, he has been relying on the sanatorium to forcibly prolong his life and maintain his vitality. Every day when he wakes up, he is busy with research. Unexpectedly, the end of the world has come before the subject has been solved. The underground military base is buried deep underground, so it has avoided the invasion of extremely high temperatures. The backflow of seawater did not affect the south of Sichuan and Chongqing. However, the terrifying Doomsday virus attacked the entire military base. In just 2 months, no one was spared. All were infected with the virus, and almost all of them were wiped out. Murongzheng, who had already suffered from leukemia, barely survived for a while, but he could no longer hold on because of the infection of the Doomsday virus. One night, he climbed into the sanatorium with all his strength, and never woke up again. Unexpectedly, half a month ago, the sanatorium was completely powered off, and he woke up again strangely. Not dead? Murongzheng himself felt strange. But he was not dead. But he felt something was wrong. He was extremely hungry and thirsty. There was still food in the underground base, but he vomited after eating a few bites. When he encountered the corpses that had not yet rotted in the base, the strong desire to eat broke through his reason, and he began to devour the corpses frantically. It was very strange that every time he ate a corpse, his mind would absorb all the memories and abilities of the corpse before its death. Murongzheng was starving. He ate like crazy. Half a month passed in a flash, and he ate no less than 50 corpses in a days. So, he had 50 different memories in his mind. This feeling was too terrible. More than 50 memories were interspersed in his brain, which was extremely chaotic, making him feel like a schizophrenic patient. Until 2 days ago, he ran around the underground base like crazy, crashing wildly, and accidentally ran into a dormitory, where he encountered a mutant military dog. A strange thing happened. The mutant military dog that Murongzheng met was not dead yet. He was trapped in the dormitory and had not been able to escape. He was almost going crazy. So when Murongzheng broke the door, the mutant military dog rushed up madly, and the man and the dog started to bite each other. It was hard to imagine that the old scholar, old expert, and old academician, who was weak and frail before, was now biting a dog like a savage. After a struggle, the mutant military dog was forced to open his mouth and split his head. Murongzheng ate it all. He didn't care what was in the head. He stuffed it all into his mouth. He liked this taste. But after eating the dog's brain, less than 10 minutes later, Murongzheng suddenly froze. He could clearly feel that there seemed to be an extra life in his body. One after another. One after another. These lives inherited the chaotic memories in his mind. This feeling of life reconstruction lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Until just now, he finally regained his mobility. Murongzheng finally calmed down. All the memories in his mind were distributed and disappeared. Or it could not be called disappeared. It was as if he had more than 50 personalities. Each personality had independent memories and abilities, and even the voice and eyes were different. It was a very strange feeling. Fortunately, Murongzheng was able to confirm that his main personality could control everything for the time being. But this situation is not good, because he can't eat anything else now. He can only eat humans. The case of the mutant military dog is an exception. But once he eats human flesh and blood, he will split his personality again. What if sooner or later his main personality can no longer restrain these secondary personalities? He may collapse completely. Among these secondary personalities, there are many warriors and researchers in various other disciplines. So he now has too many skills. Murongzheng feels that his condition is very dangerous. A solution must be found. So, he returned to the central control room. He wanted to find a way out. He wanted to go out and see if he could find other people to ask what happened to him. It would be best if someone could solve his problem. In the control room, electricity is always there. The underground river here is constantly flowing. So it is a very smart idea to use groundwater to generate electricity to support the core equipment here. Murong began to search for all effective clues. After searching for a long time, he suddenly saw a lot of fax machine printouts scattered on the ground. And he quickly picked them up and looked through them. They were all sent back from the space station. There has been no reply for more than 2 months. These printouts were all encrypted files, all of which were unusual events found in the universe. As he looked at them, Murong was suddenly stunned. He moved the file in his hand closer. This was the last file. It was transmitted half a month ago. It was the space station that discovered an extremely terrifying brain wave radiation in Shanxi City, which actually spread from the ground to outer space, and was received by the sensors of the space station. Murong was stunned. Human brain waves? How is it possible? If human brain waves can spread to outer space, then the brain waves of this person can be separated from the brain and uploaded to the carrier. It can even give consciousness to intelligent robots. This is too exaggerated. It feels unlikely intuitively. But the space station did detect it. What if it is true? With such a powerful brain wave, this person should also be a human with a high IQ. Right? Yes. Go find him. Maybe he has a way to restore himself to normal. Murong made a decision immediately. He put the document in his pocket carefully, then turned and walked outside, changed his clothes, and simply wiped his face. He walked to the mirror and took a look. Murong brows were tightly furrowed, because his current face was extremely evil. His scarlet eyes did not look like a human at all. Murong took a deep breath. After careful consideration, if he goes out, he must be able to defend himself. He must know how to use a gun, because he doesn't know what's going on outside. In this case, he should change to a Special Forces soldier's personality. The main personality hides behind the scenes, and can also control part of the consciousness state of the secondary personality, at least allowing the secondary personality to follow the set route. However, that's all he can do. As for the behavior pattern of the secondary personality, he can't control it. For example, if he kills people indiscriminately, he can only be a bystander. But these don't need to be considered for the time being. He just needs to find this person with extremely powerful brain waves alive. Isn't it Shanxi City? Go north. But before that, Murong took another look at the fax printouts he had seen before. The resources on the space station are about to run out. There is also an astronaut from Xia country there. Chapter 346 Guidance. She wanted to return to Earth, but there was no docking instruction. There was a lifeboat on the space station that could return to the ground. However, that kind of lifeboat could only maintain the simplest functions, and could not navigate and fly on its own. Therefore, if that kind of lifeboat wanted to return to the ground, it needed navigation guidance from the ground. With this guidance, the lifeboat could land at the designated location. If there was no navigation guidance, it would be hard to tell where it would fall. If it fell into the desert or the sea, it would be a dead end. This was mentioned many times in the facts. If there was no response after 3 months, the astronaut would risk his life and try to gamble with God. Murong has not lost his mind yet, so he decided to save the astronaut first. After all, he is a companion. So, Murong stood silently for a moment, and his personality switched to a person in charge of ground-to-air docking in the underground base. After changing his personality, Murong temperament changed. Even his walking posture changed. He has independent thinking ability, but he must complete the tasks assigned by the main personality. So, this secondary personality immediately got busy in the central control room, activated the signal transmission tower of the ground base, and began to prepare to send the recovery signal to space. A few hours later, in the outer space near the Earth space station, the signal receiver suddenly flashed. The female astronaut, who was resting, suddenly woke up and quickly floated over. When she saw the lines of code received on the monitor, she screamed excitedly and cried with joy. Finally, the female astronaut in the space station is Liang Qiuying. She is 31 years old. She is a famous biotechnology researcher in Xiagua. 5 years ago, she was selected to join the space agency for training. And a year ago, she followed the astronauts into the space station to conduct some biotechnology research. These studies are very sensitive. They can only be conducted in space. In the event of an accident, the research object can be directly sent into space for extermination. Originally, her research period was 1 year. She should have returned to the ground in June this year. Unfortunately, She was unlucky. A natural disaster struck. When the extreme heat appeared, most areas of the space station were destroyed due to the intense glare of the sun. Only the core area barely survived. She happened to be in the core area at that time. The other team members were not as lucky as her. When other areas of the space station exploded, those team members were all killed. So Liang Qiuying survived alone. In the past few months, she has been trying to transmit information to the ground non-stop. At first, she could receive a reply. Let her be patient. As a result, within 2 months, the ground contact suddenly disappeared. Almost all the ground contact points in the whole Xia country disappeared. And finally, there was only one contact station in the south of Sichuan and Chongqing. This contact station could only pass on messages. But no one responded. If nothing unexpected happened, there might be no survivors in the contact station. Liang Qiuying collapsed several times. She wanted to end her life several times. But when she thought of her research results and her parents and relatives on Earth, she couldn't bear to do it. She held on until now. Today, she finally received a reply. Liang Qiuying was really ecstatic. She actually observed the situation of the entire Earth from space. She could see the sea level rising and spreading over a large area of land. The same is true all over the world. Humanity must have suffered heavy casualties. But even so, she hopes to return to the ground. Even if she dies, she must die on the land that gave birth to her. Fortunately, now there is finally hope of survival. Liang Qiuying received the signal transmitted from below, and also analyzed the location and direction of the guidance signal from the opposite side. Prepared to evacuate, she quickly packed her belongings, and prepared the escape capsule. She carefully packed all the experimental data and experimental specimens, sealed them up, and returned to the Earth with herself. 1 hour later, everything is ready. Liang Qiuying put on her space suit, took her belongings, and hurried into the escape capsule. Take a last look at the space station. Living in such a place for a few months is really a nightmare. I wonder if it will be scarier down there than up here. Liang Qiuying took a deep breath and got into the escape capsule. Put the items away. Adjust the seat. Fasten the seat belt. Turn on the escape capsule. Light up all the indicator lights. Check the energy situation and the parameters of various facilities. 10 minutes later. Set off. Start to detach. With a shock from the escape capsule. The escape capsule, which was only the size of a small van, detached from the main body of the space station. Liang Qiuying quickly adjusted the pneumatic device of the escape capsule, modified the route, slowly merged into the Earth's orbit, and input the ground reception signal code into the escape capsule. With the guidance of the ground, the escape capsule slowly accelerated and began to rush towards the Earth's atmosphere along an arc. 10 minutes later, when the escape capsule hit the atmosphere, the speed began to increase dramatically. Affected by the Earth's gravity, the escape capsule also vibrated violently. Liang Qiuying folded her hands on her chest, tightly protecting her head and neck, and her heart slowly rose to her throat. Leave everything to fate. Tremor. Violent tremor. Liang Qiuying's mind was blank. It was too painful. After living in the space station for a few more months, her physical condition and various physiological levels were very poor. I don't know how long the vibration lasted, and the escape capsule made a loud bang, as if it hit something. Liang Qiuying's body suddenly shook violently. She fainted directly. She didn't know how long it took, but she slowly woke up again. Her body was unconscious. Only her brain could still work. Liang Qiuying looked at everything around her weakly. The escape pod was deformed by the collision. It seemed that the landing failed. Either it deviated from the scheduled landing point, because the scheduled landing points in the base had buffer devices, and it was impossible to be smashed like this, or the ground receiving point had been destroyed. Liang Qiuying couldn't feel her lower body, and her heart was completely cold. It's over. Am I paralyzed? I can't feel anything from my neck down. Did she die here? No. There seemed to be a sound outside. When Liang Qiuying's tinnitus slowly returned to normal, she vaguely heard a series of strange sounds, like the sound of gas welding. 10 minutes later. Sure enough, the flame of gas welding was coming from a little bit in front of her. Someone was cutting the door. Phew? It's good. Finally someone can save me. But, is she really paralyzed? Liang Qiuying tried desperately to move her body, but it was of no use. She felt nothing at all. In this way, the cutting work outside lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. when Liang Qiuying was about to die of thirst. A window was finally cut out in the escape pod that was big enough for people to pass through. A man appeared at the window. Liang Qiuying felt relieved and fainted. The man at the window was Murongzheng. However, when he saw Liang Qiuying, he really took a breath of cold air, because Liang Qiuying looked even more terrifying than him. Chapter 347. My scalp is numb. Only the head of this woman is intact, and the rest of her body and limbs are basically twisted and smashed. But what makes people's scalp numb is that her body and limbs seem to be densely packed with some tiny microorganisms that can only be seen by the naked eye. It looks so disgusting. Murongzheng thought Liang Qiuying was dead. He sighed and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, although Liang Qiuying couldn't speak, she blinked her eyes, which made Murongzheng stunned. What's going on? She's still not dead after all this? He hurried in, and didn't care about the weirdness of Liang Qiuying's body. He picked her up from the chair, moved her out of the escape pod, and hurried back to the control center. On the way, Liang Qiuying had a chance to take a look around. The result was shocking. No wonder the escape capsule crashed. Most of the ground base had collapsed and was completely destroyed. Murongzheng also transported her to the main control center below through a hole in the ruins. It was a mess everywhere. There was no intact place at all. Back underground, after arriving at the main control room, Murongzheng put Liang Qiuying in his previous sanatorium and unplugged the main power supply of the main control center and transferred it to the sanatorium. His sanatorium is the highest crystallization of Xiaoguo's medical equipment technology. It is only used secretly in certain military bases, because it is still a semi-finished product. The functions are not yet complete. It was originally a medical tool that was to be promoted nationwide and even worldwide. After the power was turned on again, the indicator lights of the sanatorium lit up, and the built-in scanner inside began to perform a tomography analysis on Liang Qiuying. A moment later, the virtual display screen analyzed dense data. Murongzheng was shocked. This woman actually had tens of thousands of bacterial samples on her body. Moreover, she had an unknown biological worm in her body, which was only nanometers in size and spread all over her body, except for her head. That kind of nanoworm was the reason she was still alive. The nanoworms in her body, as if following some biological law, kept moving back and forth, and even assisted her heartbeat. The blood is full of nanoworms. Simply put, this woman is like a virus complex parasitized by nanoworms. Murongzheng was dumbfounded. What to do with this thing? The sanatorium can't treat it at all. It can only provide the most basic pure oxygen breathing. But looking at her, it seems that she doesn't have any hypoxia reaction at all. There's nothing to do. Murongzheng found a pen and paper, wrote down Liang Qiuying's condition on the paper, and finally asked her if she still wanted to hold on. If she didn't want to hold on, Murongzheng could help her end her life. Liang Qiuying was stunned for a long time after seeing her condition. Finally, she blinked and tried to squeeze out a few sounds from her throat. Wait a little longer. Murongzheng nodded as soon as he heard it. Okay. I'll stay here and wait for you for 7 days. If the situation worsens after 7 days, I'll help you end your life. Liang Qiuying blinked. Tears also flowed down. Murongzheng sighed helplessly. In the Doomsday world, everything is out of control. Human life is as cheap as grass. Just like him, he also has a lot of problems. It can still be maintained until now. But I really don't know what kind of person he will become when his main personality can't be controlled. I'm afraid his spiritual world will collapse in an instant. Before that, he must find a solution. Otherwise, he would be more comfortable if he just shot himself. So, Murongzheng cleaned out a room and prepared to stay for another 7 days. After 7 days, leave here. Go north to Shancheng. At this moment, on the railway track west of Shancheng, an old train is running forward at a high speed. It is running very slowly. The maximum speed of the old steam locomotive is only more than 40 kilometers per hour. In addition, when leaving Shancheng, Jinyu had to go down in advance to change lanes manually every time he encountered a fork in the road. So the speed was even slower. But no one cares. Take the train. Who the hell would have thought that it has been almost a year since the end of the world, and these people can still take the train to Tibet leisurely? It is simply unimaginable. In addition, the train's defensive armaments were very strong, and there were more than 40 experienced army soldiers on duty. So no one was nervous. No one was afraid. This relaxing feeling was unprecedented. In the carriage, people walked around. Sometimes they ran here. Sometimes they walked there. Children also ran around. Except for the guards on duty. Everyone else gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to chat and gossip. Before leaving Shangchi City, we encountered 2 groups who wanted to rob the train. As a result, the people on the train laughed. Rob a train? How brave are they? Those people shot at the carriages with pistols. There were loud bangs and sparks. In the end, there were only some white bullet marks left. In the end, the guards were scared away by 2 bullets. It was so cool. In the front car, Chinyu was lying on the bed to rest. And suddenly someone knocked on the door. Come in. Gio. The door opened. Chinyu stood up and saw that it was Lu Shuyun, the oldest sister of the 13 women's gang. Her pretty face was red. She walked in slowly, looked at Chinyu and whispered, "Come with me." "What's the matter?" Chinyu was a little embarrassed. Since that night, he was busy collecting supplies, and never formally discussed this matter with the 13 women's gang. I finally relaxed for a while today. I didn't expect that the eldest sister would come to see me. Lu Shuyun's face was rosy, and she glanced at him seductively, and said softly, "Are you still asking? Why don't you come over and explain to the sisters?" Well, okay. Chinyu was helpless. He had to explain sooner or later. So, he followed Lu Shuyun to the back of the car. He met several groups of people along the way, and each of them looked at them with strange eyes. Soon, they came to the back of the car. They entered the single room at the front. All the members of the 13 hairpin sister gang were here. They were chatting in a low voice. But when they saw Chinyu coming, everyone shut up and blushed. No one dared to look at him. Mainly because the scene that day was too embarrassing. 13 women. In the same camp. God knows how Chinyu succeeded. Lu Shuyun grabbed Chinyu's hand and pulled him in. Then turned around and closed the door. Laughing softly, "Explain it yourself. If you can't explain it clearly, you won't be allowed to leave today." Chinyu was in a big headache. What to do? If you stick your head out, you will be stabbed. If you hide your head, you will be stabbed. You must say it. But Chinyu looked at the charming faces in the single room and suddenly laughed. "I declare in advance that if I don't like what I said, don't hit me." Second sister Deng Kaiyun rolled her eyes at him unhappily. "Look, which of us dares to hit you? Now everyone blushes when they see you. What's wrong with you?" Hee hee. Chapter 348 transformed into a little teddy. Chinyu laughed. "It's actually quite simple. I was sleepwalking that day and dreamed that I turned into a little teddy and was put in a kennel. So I... Hateful. /n/, and the youngest Jiang Shanshan screamed and blushed and said, "Brother, you don't talk nonsense and just perfunctorily treat us." The other one, Sun Mimi, who was just 18 years old, also whispered, "Brother, you are really dishonest. You don't look like a teddy at all? Then what do I look like?" Chinyu looked at her with a smile. Sun Mimi's ears turned red when she looked at her, and she turned her head and hid behind Luo Yan. Luo Yan was more mature after all, and glared at Chinyu angrily. "Tell me quickly. What's going on? Is there something wrong with your body or mind? If there is a problem, you have to let Mr. Li take a look." "Ah!" Chinyu sighed. When he sighed, the 13 women became nervous at the same time, and they couldn't help but move closer. Chinyu blinked and suddenly smiled. "Okay. No more jokes. I did have some problems with my body, but it's not convenient to talk about the specific problems. That day was a matter of life and death, and I didn't think too much about it. I only know that after such a long time of getting along with you 13, you are not strangers to me, Chinyu. So I only thought of you. Sorry. You may think I am a beast or a scumbag. I have nothing to say. You want me to be responsible. That's fine. I will be responsible for you for the rest of your life. But now is not the time to have a family. When things become stable in the future, I will take on as much responsibility as I can. I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry. And don't care. I will do whatever it takes to survive the Doomsday. I'm done. It's your turn. I hope the storm won't be too severe." After Chinyu finished speaking, he shrugged. The 13 women in the room were silent. They didn't look angry. In fact, they were all a little bit happy. Chinyu looked around in confusion, and finally looked at Luo Yan, who had the hottest temper. "What are you laughing at?" "Ah? Nothing?" Luo Yan looked like she was smiling, which was quite tempting. Chinyu asked in confusion, Did I not express myself clearly just now? Very clearly. Luo Yin smiled and stood up in front of him, saying softly, "We don't really dislike what you did to us. If you really disliked it, do you think you could succeed that day? You can succeed for 1. But you can succeed for 13? I would have shot you long ago. In fact, we have already made it clear in Shanxi City. For you, we are unreserved and can dedicate everything. Because you saved our lives. Do you know? Strictly speaking, you are our benefactor. A drop of water should be rewarded with one's body." Speaking of this, Luo Yin leaned close to Qin Yu's ear and smiled softly. "We sisters regard you as our master. And we don't care about ethics and morality. Do you know? Master?" Qin Yu shuddered all over. "My God. It's deadly. You know, Luo Yin has the highest appearance among these 13 women. And is also a very famous iceberg cold beauty. When did she smile at others outside? As a result, now, she actually called Qin Yu master in a gentle voice. This master was very charming and almost made Qin Yu's blood boil. After Luo Yin finished speaking, she bit her lip and stepped back. Qin Yu glanced at the others. The other 12 sisters nodded at the same time. All of them had seductive eyes, including the youngest Jiang Shanshan. Lu Xun came behind him, gently hugged him and whispered, "Actually, we asked you to come here because we have something to tell you. These past few days, you have been deliberately avoiding us. We know. Actually, you don't need to. First, no one knows what happened between you and us that night. Second, we don't care. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, Qin Yu, the 13 of us might have been treated inhumanely in Shanxi City. Yin Yin is right. You are our master. We are yours. Oh, we are whatever you want us to be. Right? Anyway, this is the Doomsday world. A world of disorder. We don't care about fame and fortune. We don't care about reputation. We will follow you in this life. No matter what the world becomes in the future. Our women's gang will always be yours. Do you understand? My master." Qin Yu swallowed hard. "I really can't stand it. If this continues, I will have to confess here in broad daylight." But Qin Yu knew they were telling the truth. If Qin Yu hadn't been strict with himself in Shanxi City, he would have had sex with them there. They were willing, because they knew how powerful Qin Yu was. A strong man is the king in the end times. They worship the king and hope to devote everything they have. This is their choice, and the choice of the end times. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He took Lu Xuyin's hand and looked at everyone in the room and nodded with a smile. "Okay. I understand. Qin Yu will remember this. Don't worry. Even if there was no thing that happened that night, you 13 would have already become my partners and comrades in arms. Brother Yu, I love you so much." Suddenly, Chu Dan couldn't help but pounce on him and hug Qin Yu directly. When she moved, all the other women surrounded her, except for the oldest Lu Xuyun, Deng Kaiyun, Wang Lijuan and Luo Yin. The rest were tightly attached to Qin Yu. The temperature in the room began to soar. The small single room was going out of control. Even though Qin Yu had a strong willpower, who could resist 13 beautiful women who were willing to call you master? Qin Yu didn't want to bear it, because of the golden monkey crystal core. He was not prepared for such things at all. And there is no problem with the ability. He is not afraid at all. But the key is that it is broad daylight now. And on the train. This is embarrassing. Just when Qin Yu was in a state of panic, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Everyone be alert. The radar has found an enemy." /n/n hearing this, the beauties in this small single room were startled. They immediately scattered. They took out their weapons from their hiding places. Luo Yin even directly drew the curtains, opened the door of the single room, and shouted to the outside, "Who is at the sniper point?" "Sister Luo. I'm here." It was Jiangjin. Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to walk out. And at the same time, the mental map instantly spread out. I gather? There really are enemies. About 3 kilometers away, there is a culvert. There are about 60 people guarding there. Qin Yu quickly picked up the intercom to inform Zhao Gang to stop the train immediately. Soon, the train stopped. All the armed personnel entered the combat position. Jiangjin contacted Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, at this distance, I should be able to deal with the people there with the Barrett. Do you want to do it?" "Don't." Chapter 349. There is a sniper. Qin Yu denied it directly. Then he said on the intercom in the train, "Everyone stay where you are. Don't shoot casually. There is a culvert where those people are. The culvert is quite long. If the culvert collapses accidentally, our train will be stranded. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. There is a culvert? That's really dangerous. Soon, all the leaders in the front carriage came to the meeting. Chun Yu, Fang Jing, Zhang Yang, Lu Yuanchao, Su Jian, Li Zhongjuan, Luo Yin and Lu Shuyuan. All came. Everyone gathered together. Zhang Yang frowned and said, Brother Chen, how do you know there is a culvert there? On the map. There is a mountain there. There must be a culvert. Chen Yu explained casually. Fang Jing also asked, the radar shows that there are quite a lot of people there. At least dozens of people. I guess they should have seen us with binoculars. Well, it doesn't matter. Chen Yu took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yang. Stop the train here. Everyone monitor the surroundings and be careful. I will take people to contact them and see who they are? Luo Yin looked at him in confusion. You don't still think it can be resolved peacefully? Right? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible. But there are also extremely special situations. So it is not too much to go over and contact them first. Okay, Brother Chen. How do you plan? Zhang Yang looked at him. Form 3 teams and follow me. Team 1. Consisting of me, Lao Su, Qiu Lei and Xia. The 4 of us will go directly to them. Team 2. Led by Lao Lu with 5 people. Will try to outflank from the left. Team 3. Led by Fang Jing with 5 people. Will outflank from the right and make sure there is no trace left. Any questions? Chen Yu looked at the others. Zhang Yang pointed at himself in confusion. What about me? You stay in command here. Ahem. Brother Chen. Lingzi is fine. You don't have to take care of me all the time. Zhang Yang was a little embarrassed. Chen Yu glanced at him. Who said I took care of you? Let you stay here. There are many people who need protection. Dr. Dong is also important. Director Zhong is more important. You know? I don't feel at ease letting others guard here. Zhang Yang looked helpless. Since Xiaoling got pregnant, his chances of going out have been completely reduced to 0. Every time he stayed behind. Although Chen Yu always had special reasons, he also knew that Chen Yu was taking care of him. So Zhang Yang's gratitude to Chen Yu in his heart could no longer be described in words. Just like that, everyone dispersed and started to act. In the radar, the group of people had not moved and had been guarding the culvert. Chen Yu estimated that they must have discovered the train. And the train only had this route to go. So it would pass through the culvert sooner or later. If I guessed correctly, the culvert might have been filled with explosives. So, this group of people must be eliminated. His so-called contact was just an excuse. Once the culvert was blown up by those guys, his train would be completely grounded unless it could be lifted through. So, this battle could not be lost. That's why he chose to let Su Jian and Dong Qiulei follow him. And bring Zhang Lixia up as well. Because sometimes, it is not necessary to use violence to defeat a powerful gang. With Zhang Lixia here, maybe we can use some dirty tricks. A few minutes later, Lu Yuanchao and Fang Jing's 2 groups of 12 people quietly slipped out from the back of the train, quickly hid in the bushes under the rails, and quickly broke through to the distance. As for Chen Yu, he took Su Jian and 3 others and got off the train directly, swaggering forward along the rails, decided to have a head-on contact. The positioning of the 3 people was also simple and clear. Zhang Lixia observed the quality of the group. Su Jian lured the enemy, and Dong Qiulei attacked. Chen Yu controlled the overall situation and notified the left and right wings to coordinate the attack at any time. After they left, the entire train entered a defensive state. Xiaoya and the general stood in the locomotive, occasionally looking out to observe the distance. Just then, there was a fluttering sound above their heads. The general immediately raised his head. A rough roar came from his throat. Xiaoya also looked up. Oh my god! A big crow. A mutant big crow. It actually has 5 heads. Chen Yu and Su Jian walked along the rails. On the way, Dong Qiulei asked in a low voice, Brother Yu, what are you going to do? Kill them all. Chen Yu had no expression on his face. Oh, okay. Dong Qiulei nodded and began to check her equipment. Su Jian scratched his head. Don't you want to leave any of them? We'll talk about it later. Chen Yu said casually, when we see them. Let Axia confirm what kind of people they are. /n/n okay. The 4 of them stopped talking. When they had walked about a kilometer, Chen Yu suddenly whispered Axia. Qiulei, hide behind me. Hurry up. The two women immediately flashed behind him. Su Jian was shocked. What are you doing? Where am I? 947. You carry it. They have snipers. And they seem to be shooting. Su Jian was shocked. Damn. Snipers? I can't stand it either. You're fine. Their snipers are not professional just by looking at their posture. At such a long distance, they can only hit your body at most. Not your head. Ahem. Ayu. Do you know how much you deserve a beating for saying this? Su Jian was speechless. Don't worry. He may not want to do it directly. After all, none of our people has shown up yet. They are probably just testing it out. As soon as the voice fell, a gunshot rang out in the distance. A deep pit was created by the bullet under Chen Yu's feet, and a lot of gravel was blown away. Several people stopped immediately. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Look, it's just a test. Huh? Not bad. If it hit me, I will be in pain for a long time. Brother Yu, what should we do? There is still some distance. Dong Qiulei pulled Chen Yu's clothes from behind. Don't worry. Wait. They will come. So, the four people stopped and did not move forward. Sure enough, a few minutes later, four people ran over from the direction of the culvert. They all had guns in their hands. Chen Yu said lightly, listen to what they want to say first. Yeah. Soon, the four people ran to the nearby area. The guns were raised. One of the tall and thin men pushed his glasses, looked at the four people and shouted, Who is the leader? Me. Chen Yu took a step forward. The tall and thin man pointed a gun at Chen Yu's head. How many people are there in the train car? No one. Just you guys? Yes. The tall and thin man was immediately angry. Who are you trying to fool? Only the four of you can drive a train? Brother, it only takes two people to drive a train. You must not understand this kind of steam locomotive. If it's a train, one person is enough. You are kidding me. Chapter 350 Armed. The veins on the thin tall man's neck were bulging. And he glared and scolded. Just answer whatever I ask you. Why are you wasting your words? Okay. Ask. Chen Yu looked indifferent. Tell me the truth. How many people are there? All 3 carriages are armed. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you four need to arm 3 carriages? Oh. Chen Yu was quite surprised. This guy is quite sharp. Not a fool. At this time, Zhang Lixiao behind him suddenly whispered, the 4 of them are almost cannibals. What did that little girl say? The thin tall man immediately shouted vigilantly. The smile on Chen Yu's face disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. She said you are handsome, tall and thin, and you are a top-notch man at first glance. What? The tall and thin man was stunned and said in confusion, I am a top-notch man. But just now. MD. Why did she say so many words? She was obviously playing tricks on me. At this time, in Chen Yu's mental map, the small teams on both sides had reached the attack position. Forget it. I am too lazy to confirm it again. These 4 are about to become cannibals. How many of his teammates can be good? Chen Yu suddenly turned around and waved his hand directly. Qiulei. Kill them. Dong Qiulei received the order and suddenly flashed under her feet. He instantly moved in front of the tall and thin man, and continuously sent out a 3-edged military bayonet in his hand. Puff. 2 sounds. The tall and thin man and the triangular-eyed man beside him were directly pierced through the heart. Su Jian had been anxious for a long time. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, directly shot in the head. As soon as he fired, dense gunfire suddenly rang out on both sides of the culvert in the distance. And even rockets were fired. For a while, the sound of gunfire and explosions continued. Chen Yu blocked with his body. He directly protected Zhang Lixiao in front of him, hugged her and walked back while saying, if it is almost the level of cannibals, it means that they don't have much supplies. Let's go back and wait for news. Brother Yu, aren't you afraid that they will blow up the culvert? Zhang Lixiao was a little worried. Chen Yu smiled. They are in such a difficult situation that they are ready to eat people. I don't believe they still have big guns in their hands. Don't worry. It's okay. So the 2 of them walked back slowly. When the 2 returned to the position of the locomotive, the gunshots in the distance had stopped. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Look, the battle is over. Zhang Lixiao was secretly shocked. Although she can use a gun and fight, she is not a professional fighter, so she doesn't have such an intuitive understanding of the group's power. You know, the people Chen Yu gathered are really very powerful. They are all elites. Who among those who can be sent out to fight this kind of battle is not a veteran warrior? It is so easy to deal with a group of robbers. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the team. 0 casualties. All the robbers were shot dead. And what disappointed everyone was that these idiots were really at the end of their rope. No supplies. Waste of bullets. So everyone got on the train. At Qinyu's order, Zhao Gang continued to drive the train and rush forward. When the train finally passed the culvert, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. There was actually nothing in the culvert. These people just had no place to live. So they lived in the culvert. After returning to the carriage, Qinyu glanced at the map, then picked up the intercom to contact Zhao Gang. Old Zhao. After passing Maui Slope, stop outside Yonling City. Rest there tonight. /n/n Qinyu's travel strategy is to travel during the day and stop at night. At night, driving a train is too conspicuous. So try to choose to travel during the day. Every time you arrive at a relatively large town, rest for 2 or 3 days. And then everyone takes turns to collect supplies in the surrounding towns and villages. In view of the previous experience of discovering mutant giant snakes, some remote villages may still have important oil and gas resources to collect. Now we must be thrifty. Don't miss the chance. It was a little after 4 p.m. The train arrived outside Yonling City. After stopping, Qinyu first used the mental map to confirm the area within a radius of 20 kilometers. There were some scattered survivors. No major threats. So the train officially broke down. Everyone could get off the train to take a walk. But the sniper still had to find a high ground to monitor the surroundings to avoid trouble. After everyone got off the train, Qinyu left only a few people to guard the train. And all the others were in groups of 3, searching for supplies in all directions. 28, he was alone. After leaving the main force, he rushed north as fast as possible. About 2 kilometers away, near the highway, there is a Huanbei gas station. Qinyu planned to try his luck. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gas station. Just as he was about to open the gas gun to see if there was any gas left, he suddenly heard a low roar of a motorcycle. It drove over from far away. Huh? Someone who still has a car at this time must be a great person. Maybe he is also looking for gas. Right? Qinyu looked back. Soon, the motorcycle drove close, but stopped 30 meters away. It was a woman. She was wearing a worn leather jacket and leather pants, and a baseball cap on her head. Short hair. Her face was covered with a scarf. Only a pair of European eyes, with a unique personality, were exposed. Her pupils were actually sea blue. She looked like a foreigner. After she stopped the motorcycle, she kept looking at Qinyu cautiously. Qinyu also kept looking at her. The two looked at each other for 2 or 3 minutes. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of taking a weapon, they slowly relaxed their vigilance. The woman slowly got off the motorcycle, looked at Qinyu and stretched out her hands, and said in a hoarse and low voice, "I just want to see if there is any oil." Qinyu nodded. He didn't say anything. He pressed the oil gun and tried it. It was empty. He gestured to the woman, shook his head, and then threw the oil gun to the ground. The woman sighed helplessly. She also quickly walked to other places and checked them one by one. Indeed, they were all empty. The woman returned to the motorcycle tiredly. At this time, Qinyu had already walked into the convenience store next to the gas station. The woman did not start the motorcycle either. It was probably because the gas was running low. She took off her hat, revealing her long hair, and took off the veil on her face, sat on the motorcycle, and took some food from the storage box on the back seat to eat. Her eyes were always on the convenience store. She was looking at Qinyu, because Qinyu had nothing on him. Not even a backpack. But his clothes were very clean, and even his face was very clean. In this case, he must have a shelter nearby. The woman decided to see the situation first. If she could judge that Qinyu was not so aggressive, maybe they could discuss it and stay together for a night and share food. So, the woman pinched the small piece of jerky while drinking a small sip of mineral water very cherishingly, to fill her stomach a little. Chapter 351 Shotgun. Just when she was wondering why Qinyu had been in there for a long time, there was a loud bang. Then, 2 figures smashed the glass and flew out, accompanied by loud roars. The woman was so scared that she quickly picked up a shotgun from the motorcycle. Outside the convenience store, a naked humanoid creature with azure skin roared continuously, and pressed Qinyu under it with extremely terrifying power. Opened its bloody mouth, full of fangs, with a fishy smell. bit Chun Yu's face fiercely. Chun Yu was also drunk. I didn't expect to meet a sub-alien in such a ghost place. And it was a physical mutation. He was extremely powerful. The surface of his body was as tough as rubber. Seeing that he was about to bite him, he didn't care about the people around him, and immediately activated his supernatural power to kill him. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, bang! A huge shotgun sound rang out. The sub-alien's body was blown forward. And then he turned back and roared. He actually bounced off Chun Yu, jumped more than 10 meters high, jumped behind the oil tank, and ran away without a trace in an instant. Damn! Chun Yu was surprised. This sub-alien has evolved so maturely? His physical fitness is no less than his supernatural power enhancement level 1 state. Damn it! We should kill it and get its crystal core. Alas! This woman means well, but ends up doing something bad. What's wrong with you? The woman also ran over at this time, looking at Chun Yu on the ground cautiously. Chun Yu finally saw her face. Oh my! She's not a foreigner, but she's a mixed blood. A very typical Sia European mixed blood type. High nose bridge, deep eyes, and the color of the pupil is seed blue, which is pretty good. Chun Yu slowly propped up his body and said casually, I didn't. You'd better leave here. Mutants are not something that ordinary people can deal with. I have to chase them. Leave here as soon as possible. Before Chun Yu finished speaking, the woman turned around and ran away. The speed is quite fast. Chun Yu was stunned. Hey! I haven't chased her yet. But she has already chased her. She calls the sub-alien people mutants? Could it be that she knows the secret of the sub-alien people? Could this woman be a superpower? Logically speaking, those who can survive to this time are not weak. Some rely on the team, and some rely on individuals. This woman is a loner at first glance. So, she is very likely to be a superpower. Chun Yu suddenly turned over and chased after her. His interest was aroused. Anyway, I have to rest here tonight, so I'll go and take a look first. By the way, I'll kill that sub-alien again. Chun Yu got up and chased after her for less than 5 minutes before he saw the mixed-race beauty again. She stopped. It seems that she has lost the trace of the sub-alien. When she saw Chun Yu chasing her again, she immediately became alert, slowly raised the shotgun in her hand, frowned and asked, Why are you following me? Chun Yu stopped. He sighed in his heart that her accent was a little exotic, and it was quite nice. At the same time, he shrugged, I also want to chase that. What? You call it a mutant? Yes, that's a mutant. The woman explained. They are a new species formed by genetic mutations of those infected with the Doomsday virus. So they are called mutants. Why are you chasing him? Chun Yu asked in confusion. This is none of your business. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly. Because of their physical mutations, mutants are extremely powerful and feed on humans. If you don't leave now, that thing will come back, and you may become his dinner. Aren't you afraid? Chun Yu looked her up and down. From the looks of you, it seems that you are not made of iron and steel. And you are extremely powerful. Aren't you afraid that thing will hurt you? I have my own way. Oh! Why don't you leave? No. Why? Aren't you afraid of death? No. Chun Yu shook his head. I have my own way. You want to catch mutants too? More or less. The woman asked in confusion. Why do you want to catch mutants? Nothing. I've never seen one before. I just want to have some fun. You? The woman was almost mad at Chun Yu for vomiting blood. Want to have some fun? Are you crazy? I really shouldn't have saved him just now. Is this man a fool? The woman didn't want to waste any more time, so she turned around and walked back, putting away her shotgun. Her motorcycle was still on the side of the road. That was the means of transportation she had finally gotten. The woman left in a hurry. After walking for 2 minutes, she suddenly looked back. As a result, she saw Chun Yu holding a bottle of Coke and drinking it. The woman stopped immediately. She looked suspicious. Where did the man get the Coke from? There was no place on him to hide a bottle of Coke. That was the Happy Fat House water. I always felt that it would make people fat, so I gave it up for a while. Now I realize how much I miss it. The woman swallowed unconsciously. She blinked, suddenly turned around and walked back. Came behind Chun Yu. Raised the shotgun. Hey! Don't drink it. Give me the rest. Chun Yu was stunned. He looked back at her. Then he screwed the bottle cap on without hesitation and threw it back. The woman caught it. She was also stunned for a moment. She looked down and saw that there was still half a bottle left. She didn't expect this man to be so easy to talk to. The woman felt a little guilty. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of dried meat from her pocket and threw it over. This is compensation for you. Chinyu caught the meat. He picked it up and looked at it. What is this? Red jerky. Damn. Chinyu threw it away without thinking. The woman glared angrily. You? Forget it. You don't know what's good for you. After saying that, she quickly retreated with the coke. And after leaving a distance, she put away the gun and hurried to the gas station. While running, she turned around and unscrewed the lid. After finding that Chen Yu did not chase after her, she drank a small sip of coke with peace of mind. Hiss. It feels so good. Damn it! Why does this bottle of coke feel like it's cold? Cool and stimulating. The rustling feeling of the sparkling water entering the throat really makes people's souls ascend to heaven. Now it's basically impossible to find coke. There's not even drinking water, let alone coke. The woman couldn't help it. She tilted her head back and started to gulp it down. After taking a few big gulps, she burped directly, and then let out a satisfied sigh. What an unexpected surprise. There's only half a bottle left. Keep it. This thing is also one of the important sources of sugar. Very precious. So, the woman ran quickly towards the motorcycle. While running, she suddenly felt dizzy. Huh? What's going on? The woman stopped and felt dizzy. She was suddenly shocked. Is she poisoned? She turned around and looked back. Chapter 352, Tingling. As a result, I saw Chinyu had walked 7 or 8 meters behind me without knowing when. And he was still holding a mess of rope in his hand. It's over. He drugged me. The woman was anxious and quickly took out her gun to fight. But she couldn't even lift the gun. Her legs went soft, and the world spun in front of her eyes. Then she fell to the ground and lost consciousness. She didn't know how long it had been in a daze. When the woman opened her eyes again, it was dark. She was in a small house. It was a mud house in the countryside. There seemed to be a stream flowing outside. The woman suddenly woke up. She struggled all over. As a result, she found that she had been tied up. She quickly felt the condition of her body. She moved her thighs and her buttocks. Fortunately, she was not violated. The woman struggled hard for a few times, and the bed creaked. Then, the door was pulled open. She saw Chinyu holding a machete in one hand and a bowl in the other. He walked into the room and muttered, "This bowl is not enough to hold blood." The woman was trembling when she heard it. Her face turned pale with fear. She looked at Chinyu and said in horror, Are you a cannibal? Do you want to eat me? You cruel guy. Do you want to use my blood to make blood tofu? Chinyu was confused. He stood in the middle of the house and looked at her silently for a few seconds. Then he asked, Your name is Lisa. Your Chinese name is Yang Lisa. You are of Chinese and European descent. You are the Deputy General Manager of Luocheng Biotechnology Company, Limited in Hunan Province, responsible for the research and development of biotechnology. Is that right? You searched my backpack? The woman was shocked. Yes, I not only searched your backpack, but also searched all the pockets on your body. I think you have to tell me. What is this thing? As he said, Chinyu stretched out his hand to identify it. In his hand, he was holding a crystal core the size of a soybean. Obviously, Lisa knew the secret of the crystal core, and she pursued the alien for the crystal core. Chinyu was somewhat surprised. According to the experience of the previous life, no one should know the secret of the crystal core at this time. It will be exposed 4 years later. So how did Lisa know? Is the butterfly effect so serious? Has someone started to study the crystal core? Chinyu looked at Lisa, took the crystal core and approached her and asked, Tell me, what is this? Stone. Lisa gritted her teeth and glared at Chinyu. Is it really a stone? Chinyu blinked, then I'll throw it away. No. Lisa blurted out subconsciously. No. Chinyu laughed and said, Do you think I'm a fool? This thing is in a small lead box in your backpack. And you tell me it's a stone? The lead box is used to prevent radiation. Right? Lisa stopped talking again. Her face looked a little ugly. I didn't expect that I couldn't fool the other party. This guy is a college student at first glance. And he knows a lot. What to do? Lisa's brain raced. Chinyu tilted his head and looked at her for a long time. And suddenly said coldly, It seems that you really treat me as a fool. And you are still thinking about how to deal with me? After that, he picked up the machete in his hand. Then, he went up and grabbed Lisa's pants and pulled them hard. There was a ripping sound. One leg of the trousers was torn apart. The waistband was torn apart, revealing the thigh inside. Lisa was startled and screamed, "What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Bleeding," Chin-Yu said coldly. "The skin is tender, and the meat is just right for a few days. The blood tofu must be made. Otherwise there will be no food to go with the wine." After that, he swung the machete and chopped. Lisa was so scared that her soul flew away. She closed her eyes and screamed, "Ah! Don't eat me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything." Suddenly, the root of her thigh felt cold. There seemed to be a tingling sensation. Lisa's head buzzed and she fainted. I don't know how long it took. Lisa woke up again. She found that it was still dark outside. She quickly looked down at her thigh. Her thigh was still there. And there was no wound. She looked up. A fire was lit in the room. Chin-Yu was grilling. He was grilling a mutated goose. There were several bowls on the ground filled with jelly-like goose blood. Lisa stared blankly, not reacting for a while. So, when he said he wanted to pretend to be blood, did he mean goose blood? Did I misunderstand? He didn't cut his own leg. For a moment, Lisa felt more at ease. As soon as she relaxed, she was immediately attracted by the aroma of Chin-Yu's roasted goose. Hungry. Her stomach was growling. She had only eaten a few bites of dried meat during the day, and now she was out of food. Hungry and thirsty. Chin-Yu heard her voice, looked back, and said lightly, "Are you awake? Didn't you cut me? Didn't you see it?" Lisa blinked. You want to know the information about the stone, right?" "Yes." Lisa took a deep breath and sighed softly. "Then I'll tell you. That stone is an energy crystal, which we took out from the mutant's brain. What is the use of this thing? I don't know yet. But such a small crystal contains enough energy to be comparable to a medium-sized nuclear power plant." Chin-Yu was stunned. So exaggerated? He really didn't know this. Is the energy of this thing so exaggerated? Lisa nodded. Not at all. We discovered this secret by accident. As long as there is an energy conversion equation, plus a suitable catalyst and reactor, one of these things can provide electricity for a city. Chin-Yu was stunned. In the previous life, there was no information about this. But Chin-Yu knew that in the previous life, the national officials had established the last shelter for humans in Tibet. It was a very large base. Chin-Yu didn't know what kind of energy the base used to provide the power system. Could it be this way of energy conversion? Because this thing is too shocking. The news was completely blocked by the state officials. The news of superpowers cannot be blocked. It is because the super soldier trained by the government regularly goes out to search for survivors and various related resources, and also hunt stronger mutant animals to obtain crystal cores. This understanding seems reasonable. Chin-Yu took out the crystal core and looked at it carefully, and asked casually, "Aren't you studying biotechnology? Why did you discover this secret?" "We used to have a large team in Los Angeles. There is an old expert from the Institute of Atomic Energy in the team, and he accidentally cracked this secret." "How many people know this secret?" Lisa shook her head. "I don't know. Our team encountered a large-scale mutant attack, and there were not many survivors. Those who knew the specific information also fled." Chin-Yu was silent for a while, and then asked, "How did you appear here? This place is far away from Los Angeles. How did you get here?" Chapter 353 Voluntary Tracking. Tell me. It's the end of the world. Why are you still keeping this secret? Shouldn't the survivors help each other? I'm not a cannibal. I'm not your enemy. If you're not my enemy, you should let me go," Lisa said faintly. "Not yet. If you don't tell the truth, I won't let you go. You'd better think it over. I just saw your thighs, and I'm lusting after you. I tell you, I haven't touched a woman for a long time." Lisa's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "You're such a..." "Okay. I'll tell you. I came all the way from Los Angeles to track down someone." "Who?" "He's a young professor from the Institute of Atomic Energy. When the old professor accidentally developed a formula for energy conversion using crystal cores, he died of exhaustion. And his formula is with his students." Chin-Yu's eyes lit up. "Are you chasing that student?" "Yes." "Do you have any clues about him?" "Yes." "Are you chasing him alone? You came all the way here?" Lisa shook her head. "At the beginning, there were 12 of us, all of whom volunteered to track him. But along the way, all my companions died, and I was the only one left." As she spoke, Lisa's eyes turned red. She lowered her head with a lonely look. and her legs were also close together. She looked very miserable. Xinyu looked at her twice, and then asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yeah." Lisa nodded slightly. "Then come over and eat." "Untie me." Xinyu smiled. "The rope on your hand has been loosened for a long time. Didn't you notice?" "What?" Lisa was stunned. She struggled hard with both hands. Sure enough, the rope fell directly. She quickly got up from the ground and retreated to the corner. Xinyu looked at her and smiled. "Let's get to know each other again." "Hello. My name is Xinyu, a student of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology." Lisa looked at Xinyu in surprise. "Are you a student of Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology?" "Yes." "But how did you survive until now?" Xinyu smiled and said, "I have a team. I came here just to search for supplies. /and/and-oh." Lisa suddenly realized. Then she approached the fire tentatively, but stood opposite Xinyu and asked carefully, "Can I eat some?" "Yes." "You won't drug me again?" "Of course not." "Why drug me? If you want to molest me, you can just do it directly. Why do you need to drug me?" "Eat it. Don't worry, eat it." Lisa rolled her eyes at Xinyu. Then she sat down slowly. She looked at her thighs, because her pants were torn before, all the way to the crotch. So this time she sat down. She was a little exposed. She quickly changed her posture. Xinyu smiled and handed over the freshly grilled meat. Lisa quickly took it. Then she ate it voraciously. Afraid of the heat, but still wanting to eat, she tore off a small piece with her hands and put it in her mouth, eating it in a mess. Xinyu looked at her and wanted to laugh. The two of them ate the grilled meat attentively for a while. A few minutes later, after Lisa relieved her hunger, she looked at Xinyu and suddenly asked, "Can you give me back the stone?" "No. It's useless for you to keep him." Xinyu shrugged. "It's useful for me to keep him. If I find that young professor, won't I have sustainable energy?" "What?" Lisa was stunned. "You want to find him too? Such a good thing. Why shouldn't I find him? I also have a team. And I also hope to have sustainable energy in the future. So, I decided to find someone with you." Lisa blinked, and suddenly frowned. "No. I can't take you with me. You look so weak. What else can you do besides using tricks? Can you shoot?" "Puff." Xinyu chuckled. She actually said that she was weak. No wonder. Her appearance was indeed a bit confusing. Xinyu was too lazy to explain to her, and just said lazily, "You don't have to pay attention to me. I'll just follow you anyway. You can't keep up with me. I still have a motorcycle." "Oh, my motorcycle." Lisa stood up suddenly. Xinyu was very upset. This woman was startled. Maybe because of her mixed blood. She didn't seem like someone who had always lived in China. Maybe she was abroad before? I always felt that she was a little silly. But she knew how to use a gun. It should be no problem for her to survive independently. Maybe she is good at fighting. At least, she has a great body shape and well-proportioned muscles. At first glance, she is a woman with a very good body fat percentage and a very healthy exercise state. Seeing that Lisa was about to run out, Xinyu pointed to the corner of the room and said, "Your motorcycle is there. It's pushed in for you." Lisa hurriedly stopped. She turned her head and took a look, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xinyu asked in confusion, "Your motorcycle has run out of gas. There is only one gas station within a few kilometers. Where can you go to refuel? Without gas? Why do you still need a motorcycle?" Lisa sat back and said, "You don't have to go to a gas station to get gas. I often go to the city to find abandoned cars. Basically, there will be gains every time." "Oh, so that's it. A smart idea." Xinyu gave a thumbs up. Then he asked another question. "You chased the mutant before. Did you want to see if there was a crystal core in his head?" "Yes. But it seems to me that you are no match for that mutant. That guy is extremely strong and has tough skin. Just you? It seems difficult." Lisa was silent for a while. Finally, she took out a shotgun bullet from her pocket. She held the bullet and whispered, "This bullet not only contains gunpowder, but also a biological inhibitor, which we developed ourselves. For mutants, it can play a certain destructive role." "Biological inhibitor? Destruction?" Xinyu asked curiously. "Mutants are actually formed by genetic mutations after humans were infected with ancient viruses. So mutants are basically a virus library. Our biological inhibitors are inspired by the ancient mercury pill prescription. It can destroy the virus strains in mutants." Xinyu was surprised. "Is it true?" What is the mercury pill prescription? Mercury pill is actually the so-called elixir made by ancient alchemy. We know that those are all poisonous things. But its refining process does have scientific principles that we don't understand. This biological inhibitor has a certain destructive effect on most Doomsday virus strains. Qinyu was surprised. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Xia country still has many talented people. Someone can get inspiration from the ancient alchemy formula to develop biological inhibitors for subhumans. Does it feel a bit like using magic to deal with demons? It feels a bit like that. Qinyu is becoming more and more interested in Lisa. If this woman doesn't have too many problems, she will be a member of the team that Qinyu is trying hard to win. Professional talents in biological research and development. Very important. Especially. She also brought more important information and clues. That is the young professor. He holds a world-shaking treasure that can change the future living environment of human beings. That formula must be obtained. No one can stop it. Chapter 354 Lighter. Qinyu thought for a moment. Then said, I've decided. I'll follow you to find the professor and get the formula. In exchange, I can protect your safety. You? Lisa wanted to laugh, but she held back and looked at Qinyu very seriously. Do you have the ability to protect me? Can you shoot? Qinyu casually pulled out the Desert Eagle from his waist and put it on the ground. Here. My gun is no worse than yours. Lisa was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a lighter? Pfft. You're really funny. Qinyu chuckled, picked up the gun, unloaded the bullets, and shook it at Lisa. Have you ever seen a lighter loaded with real bullets? Okay. Lisa thought for a moment and asked again, don't you have a team? If you are willing to go with me to find Professor Qian, then call your team. There is strength in numbers. No. I am enough. It would be troublesome if there are too many people. After that, Qinyu took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Zhang Yang, Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang. This is Qinyu. Answer the phone. Soon. Zhang Yang's reply came. Brother Qin. I'm here. What's the situation? Qinyu quickly said, you will spend the night in the wild tonight. Enter Yangling City tomorrow. After ensuring safety, wait for me in Yangling City for a few days. I have something to do. Ah? Zhang Yang was startled. Where have you been again? What's the matter? Do you need more people? At least let Qiu Lei and Lao Su follow you. No. I can do it myself. This matter is very important. More important than anything else. So I must do it myself. Okay. That's it. After saying that, he turned off the intercom. Lisa was stunned. And after a long time she murmured, are you so blindly confident in yourself? Can't your companions support you? Believe me, it's really not necessary. I am enough. Lisa was silent. Is it blind self-confidence, or is it really capable? Lisa acquiesced to this result, because she also saw that Qinyu would follow no matter what. Since he wanted to follow, then let's go together. At the very least, there was an extra companion on the road. If he was really good, then it would be relatively easy for me. Moreover, he actually brought back a mutant goose to eat casually, which was actually quite capable. At least when I was in the wild. It was basically difficult to catch mutant animals without using guns. So Lisa often ate dry food. She ate very little. Every day was very hard. Today was the most luxurious meal I had in the past half a month. More than half an hour later, the two of them finally finished their meal. Qinyu threw the remaining goose meat to the side and left it alone. Lisa was stunned. She ran over and asked, why did you throw it away? You didn't throw it away after you finished eating? I haven't finished it yet. Can you still eat more? You seem to have eaten 2 whole goose legs. Right? Do you have such a big appetite? Lisa frowned and said, not to eat today, but to store it and carry it with you for emergency use. Food cannot be wasted. Qinyu blinked. It's May now. And it's so hot. If you carry these with you, they will rot soon. Right? Just deal with it. Lisa took the unfinished goose meat to the fire, picked out a lot of charcoal ash from it, and wrapped the goose meat with the charcoal ash. It won't spoil easily if you treat it this way. After Lisa finished, she looked up at Qinyu and shook her head and sighed. I can see that you don't have enough experience in outdoor life. I'm beginning to worry about your colleagues. Ahem. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could get food easily now, and he wouldn't be so frugal. He didn't expect to be ridiculed. Forget it. Let her do it. It's no big deal if she ridicules. Chinyu didn't take it seriously, turned around and walked to the corner, sat on the ground, stretched and said, "Let's rest here tonight. Leave tomorrow. Actually, we should leave at night. I still want to try to find the mutant. No need to look for him. I know where he is." Chinyu leaned against the wall and murmured, "I'll take you to find him tomorrow morning. If you go there at night, I promise that you won't leave even a trace." "What do you mean?" Lisa was puzzled. "Don't ask. Listen to me. Leave tomorrow morning." Lisa didn't expect Chinyu to be so domineering. I was a little unhappy. But when I thought about eating someone else's roast goose, I decided to forget it. I was a little tired today. Let's take a night's rest first. No matter whether we can find the mutant tomorrow, we have to leave here and continue to track Professor Chen. He is the most important target. So, Lisa also hid in the corner opposite and slowly sat on the ground. "I don't know if I can fall asleep tonight." The man opposite closed his eyes. "Isn't he afraid of doing something bad?" Lisa kept staring at Chinyu, wanting to see if he was really asleep or pretending to be asleep. A few minutes later, the snoring sound started. "Really asleep?" Lisa slowly took out her shotgun, raised it up a little bit, and aimed it at Chinyu. After aiming for a long time, she finally put the gun down. Then she laid down with her clothes on, head resting on arm. Closed eyes too. No words for the whole night. The next day, storms and rainstorms swept the land. Raindrops as big as beans hit the window, making a crackling sound. Lisa was awakened. She rolled over and got up, checking her body first. Fortunately, nothing happened. She looked up. Chinyu was already standing at the door, looking outside. It's raining heavily. Lisa slowly walked to the window and looked out. Oh my goodness! The sky and the earth were gray. Since the Doomsday, every time it rained, it was like a typhoon. This kind of severe convective weather is no longer a rare phenomenon, but a common occurrence. Chinyu looked back at Lisa. "Do you still want to go?" "We must go." Lisa nodded without hesitation. "In this kind of weather, your motorcycle will soon be soaked and scrapped. Do you still want to go out?" Lisa looked back at the motorcycle and hesitated. It was her treasure. She really didn't want to scrap it. But if she delayed the trip any further, she might not be able to catch up with Professor Chen. Lisa hesitated. Chinyu asked casually, "What method did you use to track Professor Chen?" "He has a tracker we secretly placed on him." Lisa finally said it. Chinyu immediately realized he was released secretly. So, Professor Chen was not forced to be captured, but he sneaked away on his own. Is that right? Yes. Why did he sneak away? Lisa shook her head and sighed. Our news leaked accidentally. One day, a group of Sakurajima people secretly contacted him and told him that the Sakurajima people had already built the Sakurajima Free City in Hanzhong City. The group promised Professor Chen that they could take him to live in the Free City and become a VIP there, enjoying the treatment of a scientist. Chapter 355 Shelter. According to the Sakurajima people, Liberty City was actually built before the disaster, but no one in the entire Xia Kingdom discovered it. The purpose of their building Liberty City is to prevent the Sakurajima volcano from erupting one day and facing the disaster of the extinction of the entire nation. Therefore, the Sakurajima people have secretly sent a large number of children to the Liberty City in Hanzhong City to live and study. The conditions there are very good, and they have built a very complete underground air raid shelter. It is said that their shelter is still very solid. The supplies stored in it are enough for 50,000 people to use for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Chinyu's eyes lit up instantly. Damn! So many supplies? Chinyu was excited. How long has it been since I was so excited? Hanzhong City? It seems to be in the south of the current position, so I have to change direction. But if I continue to go west from Hanzhong City, I can also reach Tibet. Just different ways to the same destination. I just don't know if the train can go to Hanzhong City? Let Xiao Gang investigate later. I didn't expect that the Japanese devils actually have a base in Hanzhong City. These Japanese devils are really blooming everywhere on the land of Xia, and it is hard to defend against them. But it's meaningless now. I don't know how deep Sakurajima is now underwater. How many Sakurajima people can stay in Xia country? The whole world is facing extinction. And the Sakurajima people still want to reproduce? Chinyu has been thinking about the so-called Free City in Hanzhong City, and the resources there must be obtained. Supplies that can be used by 50,000 people for 10 years. It's tempting to think about it. Chinyu said bluntly, Since you know where their final destination is, there is no need to rush. Why not go directly to Hanzhong City? You think too simply. Lisa shook her head and sighed. Do you know how many people are in Hanzhong City? It is said that there are at least 30,000 people stationed there. There are nearly 10,000 combat troops alone. Go there? Isn't that courting death? Haha. We'll talk about it later. Qinyu pointed to the weather outside. Look. You can't go out in this weather. Not only will your motorcycle be affected, I'm afraid your signal tracker may also be interfered with. Chasing him at this time is simply a waste of effort. Lisa was helpless. She also knew the truth of what Qinyu said. The storm outside was very scary. And the sky was getting dark. Forget it. We can only wait for the rain to stop. Lisa turned around and sat back, leaning against the wall and raising her head and muttering, if I don't do anything, I don't know what else I should do. In such a world, I always feel that living is redundant. Huh? You are still a sentimental type? Qinyu looked back at her. If it were you, what would you do? I would find something to do. What to find? Are you very interested in mutants? Lisa immediately looked at him. By the way, you said last night that you knew the location of that mutant. Where is he? Can we find him now? Yes. If you are interested, I will take you to see him. Qinyu smiled strangely. As a result, Lisa stood up quickly. Take me there. It would be great if that mutant also has energy crystals in his head. These things are all treasures of the future. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. But you might be disappointed. What's the disappointment? You'll know when you go there. Qinyu pushed open the door. The heavy rain outside was immediately blown into the house by the strong wind. And he was soaked. In this kind of weather, it's nonsense to hold an umbrella. Lisa didn't have a raincoat or anything like that. Anyway, she's used to it. So the two of them simply didn't use any shelter and rushed out in the heavy rain. Outside, the strong wind was blowing. Lisa's clothes were immediately soaked by the wind and rain. And they stuck to her body, revealing her curves. It looked quite tempting. Don't mention it. This mixed-race beauty has a really hot body. Qinyu couldn't help but take a few more glances. The two rushed out of the shelter, quickly got on the highway, and walked west along the road. Lisa asked in a hoarse voice in the heavy rain, Where is it? A little further ahead. Do you see that construction area? It's an industrial park. The mutant you are looking for is in there. How did you know? Have you seen it? Yes. While I was unconscious? Yes. Why are you talking so much? If you say a few more words, I will drink rainwater to my heart's content. Puff. Lisa couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then she covered her mouth again. But the corners of his eyes were slightly curved. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. And he was smiling happily. Qinyu was puzzled. Was what he said so funny? Or was this mixed-race kid's sense of humor too low? At this moment, the surroundings suddenly brightened. Crack! A thunderclap fell. Qinyu lowered his head in fear. Lisa was even more direct. She turned her head and hugged his waist tightly, hiding her head in his chest. Oh my god! Qinyu was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really know how to find a place to hide? So the thunder will strike me first. Right. After the thunderclap, the heavy rain continued. Qinyu patted Lisa's shoulder. Hey, how long are you going to hug me? Oh, sorry. Lisa quickly dodged with a red face. The tight hug just now made her feel a wonderful warm feeling. Although it is midsummer now, she won't catch a cold if she gets a little rain. But it keeps pouring like this, and there are strong winds from time to time. So she will feel cold after a long time. Shivering. So when I hugged Qinyu just now, I felt a masculine heat from him. It feels great. I really want to hug him like this. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy. After leaving Qinyu, Lisa felt cold again. In fact, Qinyu also felt it. The main reason was that the clothes of the two were thin to begin with, and they were completely wet by the rain, and all stuck to their bodies. So when Lisa hugged him, it felt like she was hugging him without clothes. The touch was wonderful. But we had already arrived. Turning down the auxiliary road, we could reach the industrial park. For some reason, Qinyu always had a sense of danger. There might be something very dangerous hidden in that industrial park. I don't know if it was a mutant or a sub-alien. So, when the two turned off the highway, Qinyu had completely opened the mental map and took out the Desert Eagle. Be alert. See what's going on there. The way Qinyu tracked the sub-alien was discovered through the mental map. The alien stopped at the industrial park. In a factory building inside the park. The two quickly came to the outside of the park wall and climbed over the wall. Chinyu led the way and quickly rushed to the outside of a factory building on the south side of the park. Suddenly, Chinyu reached out and grabbed Lisa. What's wrong? Lisa was stunned. Hush. Chinyu frowned and listened. Damn! What's the sound? There seemed to be a dense panting sound in the factory. No way. Chinyu looked up in surprise. There is something inside. Chinyu looked around, then pointed to a location and whispered, Let's climb up and observe from above. Are you worried that the mutants will attack us? Don't worry. My bullets. Chapter 356. It's amazing. It's not about the bullet. Come up with me and you'll know. There seems to be something else in here. As he said that, Chinyu had already walked to the side and jumped up, hanging his hands on the protrusions on the factory building. He climbed up to the top of the factory building like a monkey. Then he stretched out his hand to the bottom. Come on. Jump up. Hurry up. Lisa saw it and had to put the shotgun on her back. Then she took a few steps back, ran up, accelerated, pushed hard on the wall, and jumped up. Her hand was just grabbed by Chinyu. It was slippery on rainy days, and she was afraid that Chinyu couldn't hold her. Unexpectedly, Chinyu held her wrist with one hand and lifted her up easily. Lifted her up, like lifting a chicken. Lisa was shocked. The strength of this arm is amazing. Right? It turns out that he is so strong. I underestimated him. After pulling Lisa up, Chinyu turned around and pointed at the skylight not far away and said, Go and have a look. Be careful. There may be many zombie-like creatures in here. Zombies? Lisa was shocked. The two tiptoed to the skylight, then slowly stretched their heads out and took a look below. Lisa gasped at the sight. In the factory, it was full of humanoid creatures. They stood there, swaying, with dull expressions and eyes closed, as if they were asleep. You could faintly hear them making a sound similar to snoring. The sound was continuous. It was quite scary. After a rough count, there were at least 200 ghosts in here. The two people slowly retreated. Chinyu's expression was also solemn, because the things below were a bit like the nature of undead people, although they were also a kind of sub-alien. They were different from ordinary sub-alien. In Chinyu's cognition, there were two types of sub-alien. One was infected with a virus but not dead, and directly mutated into a sub-alien state. This kind of sub-alien had a spiritual body in the spiritual map. It can be tracked. Another type is those who died after being infected with the virus. This kind of dead person will also become a sub-alien under certain conditions. Just like the undead in Shanxi City. This sub-alien has no spiritual body and cannot be tracked by the spiritual map. This thing is very troublesome. It can also have superpowers. Once it becomes powerful, its threat is hundreds or thousands of times that of ordinary sub-alien. Now, the team is resting outside Yonling City. Who would have thought that there are hundreds of these terrifying sub-alien beside the bed? If they find out where their team is and sneak over to attack the team, it is estimated that there will be heavy casualties. No. We must find a way to destroy these things. Otherwise, the team will be in danger. Lisa was also shocked by the subhumans below. She didn't expect there were so many mutants. And the ones below looked different from the ones she had seen before, because some of these things below were torn and even rotten, and they felt more like zombies in Western movies. She calmed down her mind, slowly stretched her head out again, and observed carefully for a long time. Are they sleeping? Maybe. Where are the mutants from yesterday? In the middle. Surrounded. Hey. Let's go. Leave here first. If they wake up, we won't be able to leave. Lisa thought about it and slowly retreated. No choice. We can only retreat first. There are too many of these things. And she only has a few bullets. There are only 6 bullets left for that special shotgun, which is not enough. So, the two of them quietly jumped down from the factory and quickly moved away. Where are we going? Let's find a place to observe inside. Chinyu looked around and pointed to a tall building opposite the factory and said, There. Find a room to shelter from the rain. What are your plans? Lisa asked as she walked. I need to think about it and make a good plan. Do you still want to deal with those mutants? I told you. My team is nearby. Chinyu's face was solemn. If we don't kill those ghosts, my team may be attacked at any time. Ordinary people have a very low chance of winning against those things. But there are at least 200 of them down there. What can you do? The solution is slowly figured out. As the two talked, they had already entered the building in front. The building opposite was the administrative office building. Surprisingly, it seemed that no one had visited it, especially outside the building, where at least a dozen bodies were piled up. Judging from the death state of those bodies, it seemed that they were killed by the sub-alien people. So, the aliens protected this place to a certain extent, since it has not been visited by survivors. There may be supplies in the building that can be searched. Chinyu opened the mental map, confirmed safety, and took Lisa into the building. A gust of cold wind swirled through the corridor. Lisa sneezed several times in a row. Chinyu looked back at her and found that she was shivering a little. He took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket. Eat it. You didn't eat breakfast. Your resistance is too poor. Hurry up. Don't catch a cold. Thank you. Lisa quickly took the chocolate. She was indeed a little hungry. After eating, search the whole building. There may be supplies. Chinyu pulled out another small pistol from his waist. A Type 92 police pistol with a silencer. He handed the gun to Lisa. Don't use your spray gun. It's too loud. Don't blow up those ghosts. You have so many weapons. Lisa looked at him with a strange look. Chinyu smiled slightly. I said, I'm very strong. I'll search the left side. You search the right side. Meet on the top floor. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he turned and ran into the corridor. Lisa looked at his back, and her eyes were full of brilliance. He was quite reliable. An hour later, Chinyu and Lisa met at the door of a large office on the top floor. Both of them wrapped a large bag of things with curtains. In sync. After meeting, the two smiled at each other. At this point, Lisa's hostility towards Chinyu had completely disappeared. Chinyu pried open the door of the big office, and the two walked in and put the things on the ground. Check it out. I'll go check the angle. /n said, and ran to the window to look outside. Lisa turned around and closed the door, and searched the room carefully again, and found several cigarettes, and some coffee, and other things again. The view here is very good. You can observe the situation in the factory. Chinyu looked for a while, turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. I suspect those things are afraid of rain, or afraid of thunder, so I probably won't go out today. We just keep watching here? No. I'll find a way. You watch here. Ah? Chinyu smiled. I have my way. Don't forget it. Don't think about those things. To be honest, you have no way at all. I really have no way. Lisa sighed helplessly. I only have 6 bullets left. I can't deal with those things at all. By the way, Chapter 357 Swear to God. Chinyu suddenly asked, can your 157 bullets be copied? Maybe they will be very useful in the future. In the future? Lisa was stunned. Are you going to follow me all the time? I'm not following you. I'm inviting you to join my team. If you're willing. Of course. After getting the formula back, Lisa's eyes lit up. But she didn't agree directly, but hesitated for a while, and said, I'll think about it. Okay. You think about it slowly. Chinyu put away his gun, spread the collected supplies on the ground, and said with a smile, not bad. There are food and drinks. It can also shelter from the rain here. Then he picked up a cigarette. Yellow Crane Tower? Uh-huh. I have cigarettes. It's worth it. It's a pity that I don't have clothes. Lisa hugged her shoulders and shivered. It doesn't matter. Use fire. Chinyu picked up a lighter from the ground, turned around and kicked a chair and a table to pieces, and piled the wooden boards and sticks together. A book was stuffed underneath. Lighted. In a few minutes, the fire was burning. Opened another window to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. Seeing Chinyu do all this, his technique was neat and direct. Especially his sense of strength. Whether it was kicking a stool or a table, almost every kick would break it. This visual impact made Lisa feel more secure psychologically. She even developed a little admiration for him. A strong man. I like him so much. Chinyu turned around and picked up the curtain and asked, if you feel it is inconvenient, just use the curtain to separate us, and we can each have a fire. No. I don't care. Lisa shook her head generously, sat directly next to the fire, and began to take off her clothes. She really didn't care. Maybe it has something to do with her being mixed race. If she didn't care, what else would Chinyu care about? He also sat opposite her and asked casually, have you lived abroad for many years? Yeah. Did you learn Chinese later? Yes. I've been studying in Xiaohua for 3 years. You're right. Thank you. You're the first one to compliment me. Others say I still have an accent. Of course I have an accent. But it's already very good to be able to speak to this extent. While the two were talking, they took off their clothes. It didn't matter that Chinyu was shirtless. I never thought that Lisa was also naked. She just turned her body slightly to the side, not facing Chinyu directly. Then, she took off her pants. Even her panties. All hung on the chair next to her. Chinyu was a little angry. Mixed blood girls are really open. If it was a Xiaohua girl, she would never be so direct. The curtains in the middle were open. Usually there were 2 rooms. Chinyu simply took off all his clothes, hung his clothes on the side, and wiped himself with a vest. The two of them worked silently. They glanced at each other from time to time. The atmosphere was quite strange. The body temperature of the two people rose quickly. Lisa finally stopped shivering. There was silence for a long time. Lisa suddenly asked, "How many people are there in your team?" "Dozens." "Can they fight?" "Except for 2 children, who are a few years old, and an old professor in his 60s or 70s. Everyone else can fight." "How many women are there?" "About a dozen." Lisa was shocked. "So many? How many is this?" "It's already a lot." Lisa leaned sideways, bent her knees, hugged her calves with both hands, rested her head on her knees, and said faintly, "There were many people in our previous base. About 70 or so. At least half of them were women. They used to live well. Alas, in the face of natural disasters, human life is too fragile. Those people died as soon as they said they would. What's more terrifying is that some people don't care how many of their kind are left. They only care about robbing and killing. They have already robbed things, but they still have to kill them all. Aren't they afraid that in a few years, when he is the only one left on the earth, how will he survive?" Chinyu smiled and said, "Human nature is like this. People were like this in peacetime, too. Except that there were rules and constraints back then. The difference now is that there are no rules. So, don't feel sad about these things. As long as you survive, there is hope for the future." "Will there be a future?" Lisa murmured. "Yes," Chinyu said calmly. "The Earth has existed for more than 4 billion years. I don't believe that we are the only ones in this world. You have a firm belief." "Of course," Chinyu smiled and said. "We plan to go to Tibet to create our own home. How can we get there without a firm belief?" "Tibet?" Lisa's eyes lit up. "I also yearn for it." "Want to go?" "Yes." "So, are you still considering it?" Lisa blinked, suddenly turned around, with a bright smile on her face, stood up charmingly, and said with a smile, "I need to think about it again. I need to know if you are a real man." After that, she walked over openly. Chinyu was stunned. Good guy. Facing such a mixed-race beauty. Especially so open. Not twisting and turning at all. Chinyu likes it the most. "Come on. Whether you are a real man, it's up to you to decide." Lisa's personality is typical of a Western girl. She can sleep with anyone she likes. She doesn't care much about the distinction between men and women. Moreover, she is very confident about her figure, and likes to show her body in front of Chinyu, and even enjoys it. So, the two of them spent the whole morning without shame. It was almost noon, and the clothes were dried. The two of them put on their clothes, and started to pick food from the supplies they had searched. When eating, Lisa lay on Chinyu's thighs, eating a bite herself and feeding Chinyu a bite, which was very disgusting. "Chinyu, how many women do you have?" Lisa suddenly asked. "How many women? Do you mean those you have had sex with?" "Yes." "About a dozen." "Ah?" Lisa was shocked. "So many? A lot? How many do you have?" "You are the only one." Chinyu pouted. "Do you think I'm a fool? How come you didn't bleed when I was the only one?" "I don't know about that. But I really haven't done it with a man. When I was abroad, I had 6 boyfriends. But they were all scumbags." Chinyu blinked. "You really haven't done it?" "Really? I can swear to God." "Forget it." Chinyu laughed. "God has no credibility. In our Xia country, he is a fool. Even gods are not worthy of it." "Okay." Lisa also smiled. "I also know that God is not good now." "Then do you believe me?" "I do." Chinyu leaned lazily against the wall. "Some girls do not bleed the first time. This is related to personal physique. It's not a rare thing. Why do you care so much about bleeding? It affects your mood so much." "Hee hee. It's just a plot. You don't understand. Well, I don't quite understand. Lisa closed her eyes, let out a long breath and said, I suddenly feel very relaxed. Following you. I feel very safe. You are a strongman with ridiculous strength. So you are a strongman who can be relied on. Have you decided? Follow me? Yes. Welcome. Chapter 358 Right Time and Right Place. Chinyu held Lisa's hand and said with a smile, Actually, I want to invite you. Not because you have a good figure, are beautiful, or even have sex with me. I invite you because of your profession. Biotechnology research and development? Yes. Chinyu murmured, in the future, we will be in Tibet. And I need a lot of professionals. I need to build my own survivor base. Do you have people in this field? Several. Currently, there are people who study crop cultivation, experts in virology, professional traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and people who understand coal mining and exploration, including you. There are already 5 professionals in biotechnology research and development. Lisa blinked. Such professionals need protection. Right? Of course. Isn't that troublesome? Chinyu shook his head and said, It can't be considered troublesome. In the future, we can't just rely on fighting and killing. So we must protect professional technicians. Lisa's eyes were full of stars. Looking at Chinyu, she said happily, I admire you too much. Your realm consciousness is much higher than those leaders I knew before. Moreover, you have a clear future plan. People like you can succeed? Okay. Stop praising. Chinyu pinched her cheek. Get up and eat more. Only when you are full can you have the energy to deal with emergencies that may occur at any time. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the window to look out. It was still gloomy outside. It was raining heavily. The factory building opposite was still as quiet as before. Chinyu picked up the intercom and contacted Zhang Yang, told him about the situation in the industrial park, and told him to be careful. If you can enter Yangling City today, enter the city today. After entering the city, take a few days to recuperate. Wait for Chinyu to come back before setting off. After the contact, Chinyu decided to take action. There are so many sub-alien people in the factory, including the one he met yesterday. He should be able to get a lot of crystal cores. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Fortunately, today is the right time and place. It was a thunderstorm outside, so all the ghosts in the factory seemed to be sleeping. This created conditions for Chinyu. There was also a geographical advantage. It was easy to kill all the sub-alien people in one fell swoop. Just use high explosive bombs. But that might explode the crystal core in the sub-alien people's heads. So, we had to copy the previous methods. Bury these sub-alien people first. The factory building was very large. If we bury explosives around and blow up the factory building directly, we should be able to bury those sub-alien people under the house. Burying them alive is enough. Then cut off their heads one by one. It's easy to do. That's it. Chinyu turned around and told Lisa to stay here for the time being. He went out for a while to investigate. Lisa didn't know what he was going to investigate. She couldn't stop him anyway. Besides, Lisa was very tired. So she didn't insist on going out with him, and stayed alone in the big office. Chinyu left the building and rushed into the rain. He went outside the factory and listened. There was still the same sound inside. It was like sleeping. Very quiet. Cool. While the rainstorm hadn't stopped yet, he got to work. Chinyu quickly started to bury explosives under the factory. The kind that could be detonated by remote control. The explosives in this space were extremely powerful. They were all military. So there were probably only 8 groups buried around the factory. If nothing unexpected happened, the factory would collapse completely, burying the alien inside. More than an hour later, everything was ready. Chinyu turned and walked into the heavy rain, holding the remote control in his hand, looking at the factory gate, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to press the remote control, there was a sudden gunshot in the distance. A bullet hit his feet, splashing water. Don't move, or I'll blow your head off. Someone shouted from a distance behind him. A group of people rushed over to see the Doomsday Carnival. They looked like a group of desperate criminals, all with guns in their hands. The bearded man in the front pointed a submachine gun at Chinyu. Don't move. What are you holding in your hand? What are you doing? Where are you from? Chinyu slowly raised his hand. He had a half smile on his face. At the same time, Lisa, who had been observing Chinyu in the building, was terrified. Damn! Chinyu was caught. Those guys didn't look like good people at first glance. Lisa quickly put on her clothes and took up her weapons. But how to rescue? There were so many people on the other side. And she was no match for them alone with a gun. Lisa gritted her teeth. She put on her clothes, picked up her gun and rushed down. It was difficult to save him. But she had to save him. If he died, she would avenge him. Outside, the storm was raging. The group of people who rushed over had rat-like faces and looked like people who had lived in the wild for a long time. There was almost no humanity in his eyes. They didn't shoot Chinyu directly because they wanted to ask Chinyu if he had any resources. There were several injured people following them. They looked like they had just been injured. They were all shot. The leader rushed to Chinyu and shouted angrily, "I'm asking you a question. CNM, what do you have in your hand? Where did you come from?" Before Chinyu could speak, an injured person collapsed to the ground. He was twitching violently. He died soon after. The man who had been supporting him shouted helplessly, "Brother Nyo. The kidnapper is dead." Fuck. The leader called Brother Nyo stomped his feet fiercely, then picked up the gun and shot it into the sky. A burst of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The loud gunshots finally drowned out the sound of the rainstorm. Chinyu frowned. The sound in the delivery room behind him gradually became louder. Was he awakened? At this time, Brother Nyo also put down his gun and cursed angrily. Hack him. Those bastards. Relying on the train as a defense. They will be blown to death sooner or later. Chinyu was even happier when he heard it. What does it mean? Were they chased here by Zhang Yang and the others? Are you laughing at your mother? Brother Nyo suddenly turned around and looked at Chinyu, shouting, "Are you laughing at your mother?" Huh? What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. What are you laughing at? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chinyu laughed wildly. He laughed louder and louder. More and more crazy. His face was hysterical. His eyes were full of madness. The people on the opposite side were all laughing and looked at Chinyu in surprise. Is this guy crazy? Neurotic? Already schizophrenic? The rainstorm was violent. The lightning and thunder were terrifying. Now he laughed, and it felt like the wind was howling around. Brother Nyo suddenly roared, "Don't laugh." Chinyu's smile faded. His face was cold. And he said lightly, "Ask me what I'm laughing at? I tell you what I'm laughing at. Come on. Let me show you what Doomsday Carnival is." After that, he suddenly pressed the remote control. The next second, boom boom boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent shock wave swept out from around the factory building, rushing out with a devastating momentum, knocking everyone over. Of course, except Chinyu. Chapter 359 Thoughts. He stood like a ghost in the light curtain of flames and rainstorms. Everyone saw this scene, including Lisa. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. What is he? Is he a human? Around the factory, the terrifying explosion completely overturned the ground, and the entire factory collapsed with a loud rumble. All the aliens in the factory were buried under the collapse from above. Brother Nyo and the others were terrified. But before they could come to their senses, Chinyu had already rushed over like a devil, with a machete in his hand flying up and down, one back and forth. Everyone's head was chopped off. Chinyu was covered in blood, but under the heavy rain, it was soon washed away. Finally, the explosion ended. There were constant roars under the factory. Chinyu slowly turned around and looked at Lisa, who had already been soaked like a drowned chicken in the heavy rain, and smiled indifferently. "Are you scared?" Lisa looked at him blankly. For a long time. Suddenly, she jumped over and threw herself into Chinyu's arms, hugged his waist with all her strength, and slowly looked up at him. "Don't be afraid. You are my man and I am your woman. You are strong, and I like you more." "Okay." Chinyu hugged Lisa's head and kissed her forehead hard. The two hugged each other tightly. After a moment, Chinyu patted Lisa's shoulder. Go back to the building. I need to deal with the things in here. It's not convenient for you to be here. It will be dangerous. The things down there are not dead yet." "Yeah. Although I really want to ask him how he got those explosives." "Now is not the time to talk. There are already things digging in the ruins. Lisa knows how powerful these things are." So she quickly turned around and ran into the building. Chinyu jumped onto the ruins and swung the machete. He chopped down one by one when he digged. Now, his physical body is the strongest in the world. With a machete, he is invincible, almost faster than a chainsaw. So, the harvesting of crystal cores began. More than 2 hours later, Chinyu finished his work. There were a total of 259 subhumans under the factory. One was alive, and the others were all dead. A total of 94 crystal cores were harvested. Among them, only 2 were mature and beautiful. The rest were semi-finished products, in the form of small particles. Finished. Another unexpected advantage. Now, there are more than 6,000 crystal cores in the portable space. Almost all of them are small. If so many crystal cores are converted into usable energy in the future, it is estimated that they will not be used up in this lifetime. So, the next goal. We must catch that professor and get his formula. This mission must be completed, and we must return to the building. Lisa had already made the fire burn brightly. As soon as she saw Chinyu coming back, she immediately helped him take down his clothes and pants to dry, like a young wife who was diligently serving a man. So in the end, the two of them were honest with each other again. Midnight. Chinyu hugged Lisa and lay on the bed. The two of them ate some meat and some dry food at night. It was still raining heavily outside. It never stopped. So the two of them also took a break. Chinyu showed her a crystal core and told her that it was the crystal core of the mutant who ran away last time. Lisa was very happy. She played with the crystal core in her hand like a child. Finally, after playing for a while, she returned the crystal core to Chinyu and said with a smile, "I'd better leave it with you. It's not safe for me to keep it." "Okay, I'll keep it for now." "Ayu, where did you get the explosives to blow up the factory?" "It wasn't me. There were explosives buried there. Maybe someone wanted to blow it up a long time ago, but they just didn't have the chance." "Oh." Lisa was fooled. The two chatted for a while, and Chinyu casually pulled a map from the side and began to look for the location of Hanzhong City on it. After finding it, he looked at the railway line again. He frowned. To go to Hanzhong City from Yangling, you may have to go back a distance before going south. It's not very convenient. Moreover, if it's true as Lisa said, Hanzhong City has more than 10,000 combat troops, and they are well equipped, then it's not suitable to let the team go. It's not that I don't believe in their combat capabilities, but Chinyu can't afford to be hurt. Most of the members of the current team are people who have shared life and death with Chinyu. I don't want to let anyone get hurt. Therefore, the team still goes west to Tibet according to the original plan. Just go to Hanzhong City by yourself. The larger the force, the more Chinyu likes to act alone, because there is nothing to worry about. Just sneak attack, find a place, set up a mortar, and bomb him. It's not difficult. But it is more difficult to fight with a team. Yes, let's do it. Go find it by yourself. Or, take Lisa with you. She knows Professor Qian. Maybe it can be used at a critical moment. Chinyu made up his mind and immediately contacted Zhang Yang by radio, explaining the situation in Hanzhong City, and then told Zhang Yang to rest in Yangling City for 2 days, and set off for Tibet immediately. No need to wait for him. Arrive in Tibet as soon as possible, and you can build a base faster. Wasting time on the road is completely unnecessary. Zhang Yang was helpless. He also knew that no one could control Chinyu. In addition, the news Chinyu said was indeed an amazing good news. Not to mention the resources of Hanzhong City. News. At least the information about the energy crystal is too valuable. If we can get the formula, won't the future be secure? So, Zhang Yang nodded. In this way, Chinyu parted ways with the main group again. The men are fine. When the women heard the news, they all started to curse in their beds. This damn ghost. He ran away again. Next time he comes back, he might bring back a few more women. Late at night, Lisa fell asleep. Chinyu secretly left the building and released a Humern car outside. Put some resources inside. Drive there tomorrow. Otherwise, if the heavy rain continues, do I have to ride a motorcycle with Lisa? Although the feeling was very erotic, it was too uncomfortable. So we drove there. After getting the supplies, Chinyu returned upstairs and slept until dawn with Lisa's warm body in his arms. The next morning, the heavy rain still showed no sign of stopping, but neither of them wanted to waste any more time. Packed up and went downstairs. Chinyu said to Lisa mysteriously, "Let's go. I'll give you a surprise." "Surprise?" Lisa smiled. "Romantic man. You're giving me a surprise so soon? I love you so much." The two went downstairs in a sweet way. As a result, when Lisa saw the Humern car parked at the door, she exclaimed, "Car? There's still a car? Can it be driven away?" Of course. Chinyu smiled and said, I'm ready. Put all these supplies in. It will definitely be enough for us to get to Hanzhong City. Oh my god. You are amazing. Where did you find it? In this factory area. As long as you look carefully, you will definitely find a surprise. Lisa turned around excitedly and jumped on Chinyu. Another century-long kiss almost made Chinyu short of breath. It can be seen that this mixed-blood girl loves him to death. Chinyu simply rushed to the car with her in his arms, opened the door, and put her on the passenger seat, and then sat in the driver's seat. Lisa said anxiously, "Ayu, help me take my motorcycle with me. I can't bear to leave my baby." "Okay." Chinyu smiled and said, "You are quite nostalgic. I guess you can put it down. Let's go. Let's go to Hanzhong City. Let's go." Chapter 360 Laughing or Crying. Lisa screamed excitedly. Chinyu started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The Daewoo horsemen immediately rushed into the rainstorm and drove out of the factory. After going back to get the motorcycle and stuffing it into the trunk, Chinyu drove straight to Hanzhong City. When rushing onto the highway, suddenly, a black shadow rushed over from the haze, flapping its wings and rushing towards the car. Chinyu was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this the mutant crow? Damn! It has 5 heads? In the sky, the mutant crow didn't know how to locate Chinyu, and it fluttered its huge wings and landed on the front hood. Chinyu hurriedly stopped the car. Just then, a majestic roar came from a distance. Then, a huge and majestic beast ran over from the rain. It was the three-eyed general. Chinyu was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Lisa, who was frightened and pale, she comforted him. It's okay. That big dog is my pet. This crow. The crow on the front hood suddenly cackled twice. It even looked back at Chinyu. Chinyu laughed and said, "It may have become my pet too." /n/n Chinyu contacted Zhang Yang with the radio, so he knew the whole story. Who would have thought that the usually calm general would be provoked by this crow and get furious this time? He ran out of the train without listening to orders. No matter who shouted. It didn't work. He ran into Chinyu while chasing the crow. Chinyu couldn't figure out which of the two found him first. Anyway, since he was out, he would just take it with him. After telling Zhang Yang not to worry, Chinyu turned off the radio. "General, get in the car." Chinyu opened the back door and let the general get in. The general howled twice and jumped into the car. As soon as it got in the car, the mutant crow also fluttered into the car and landed on the back seat. Chinyu was stunned. Then the general's eyes flashed with ferocity. But he did not attack. The dog and the crow confronted each other, but they actually lived in harmony. Chinyu was also surprised. He couldn't understand how this crow with 5 heads made the general give up the idea of attacking it. Now it seems that this crow is extraordinary. However, why did it keep chasing me? Was it because I fed it before? So it kept following me. That's fine. Chinyu closed the car door directly, got into the driver's seat, and said with a smile, "Since you want to follow me so much, then keep following me. But you two are not allowed to fight in my car. There is a woman in my car. She is my woman. Remember that?" Lisa sat in the passenger seat. She was too hungry to move. Hearing Chinyu's words, she couldn't help but whispered, "Brother, you. Can they understand human language?" "I think so." Chinyu smiled, "But don't be afraid. You have my scent on you. And it's the strongest one. They can distinguish the smell very clearly." Lisa blushed immediately. "What do you mean by the strongest one?" But after the 2 big guys came in, they didn't seem to show any aggression towards her. They just paid attention to each other. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. Chinyu also restarted the car and patted the back seat. "I'm going to drive. You two should give me some Jing. Otherwise I will throw you all down." "Ah! Gaw!" A dog and a crow responded almost at the same time. Chinyu and Lisa were startled and looked back at the same time. Hey! Could it be that after not seeing them for a while, their IQ has increased again? Can they now completely hear human words? Chinyu laughed and stepped on the accelerator, and the Yuma people rushed out again. In Yangling City, the Doomsday train has stopped at the train station. The train needs to be recharged with water. It happened that there were heavy rains in the past 2 days, so the water source is not a big problem. There is still a lot of coal in stock. However, to be safe, Zhao Gang still took a few people to search near the train station. Yangling is not a big city. There is not even a high-speed rail. They use small trains. That is, steam locomotives. So, there must be a coal bunker here. The damage to the train station here is not too serious. So it should be possible to find coal. After Zhao Gang left, the remaining people in the train moved on their own. Everyone carried a radio. Except for the women's gang. Most of the others, either in groups of 3 or 6, went out to look for supplies. Yanling City is not big. The permanent population is more than 200,000. After the disaster, this place was almost abandoned. Almost all the surviving people in the city left their homes and went to Shangxi City to escape the disaster. So the resources in this small city are still good. There are some small gangs in the city. They are all weak. Zhang Yang told everyone to try not to conflict with local forces. There is no need in any conflict, no matter whether the strength is very different. As long as the war starts, accidents are likely to happen. Everyone has only one life. So, safety is the priority. Stay here for only 2 days. After the resources are replenished, go west to Tibet immediately. In the carriage, Su Jian did not go out this time, mainly because he was a little bored. Chen Yu slipped away again, and according to Zhang Yang, there were Japanese soldiers fighting where Chen Yu was going. Unfortunately, he didn't take anyone with him. Su Jian was upset. He was already a superpower, but he didn't take himself with him? Alas, it was boring. After everyone else left, he looked at himself, and he smelled so bad. No. Go take a shower. On weekdays, everyone cherishes water, so they try to save it. Men rarely take showers. Just wipe it off. Women just use less water to wash key parts. In the Doomsday era, water is really precious. So, Su Jian hasn't taken a shower for a long time. Although there is no woman, it's too outrageous to keep smelling like this. So, he took a wash basin and some toiletries, ready to climb directly to the top of the carriage and take a wild bath. As soon as he went out, he suddenly saw Dong Qiulei walking out of the room. Su Jian asked casually, "Qiulei, where is Xiao Jiang?" At the sniper point, Dong Qiulei looked back at Su Jian. "Why didn't you go out?" "Not interested." "Bored?" "What about you? Why didn't you go out either?" Dong Qiulei blinked, with a face full of sympathy. "I'm not interested either. I feel bored. Brother Yu is really bad." He went on his own again. That's it. Alas. Su Jian walked slowly with a basin, and when he passed the sniper point, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Jiang, do you want to take a shower? Go to the roof and take a shower?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qiulei behind him almost fell to the ground. At the same time, several heads popped out from other carriages. There were Fangya, Li Xiaoyun, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, and a few insiders. Chapter 361 startled. Everyone looked at Su Jian with a strange look. Su Jian looked back in confusion. "What are you doing? Why are you all looking at me?" At this time, a head popped out from the sniper point. It was Jiang Zhan. He looked at Su Jian with a strange look on his face. "Old Su, what did you say just now? I asked you if you wanted to go to the roof of the car with me to take a shower? Go. You must go." Jiang Zhan's eyes lit up immediately, and he jumped down headfirst, then quickly ran back to his room and took out the wash basin. Su Jian walked over carelessly and put his arm around Jiang Zhan's shoulders. Jiang Zhan's expression was a little flattered. So, the two of them walked out. Then, a group of insiders in the carriage rushed out and gathered around Dong Qiulei. Fangya looked at Dong Qiulei in confusion. "Old Su doesn't know that Jiang Zhan is a homosexual?" "I don't know either. Didn't anyone tell him?" Dong Qiulei looked suspicious. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Then everyone showed a sneaky smile. Dong Qiulei jumped up and whispered anxiously, "Go to the monitoring point quickly. I want to see it." "Me too." "Hey, wait for me. Save a seat for me." Pfft. "Lingzi, you are still so nosy. Don't go up. Be careful not to squeeze the child." Okay. Hey, tell me what happened." "I know." Several women ran to the monitoring point. There they could monitor the top of the carriage. At this time, Fang Jing came out of her carriage, shook her head helplessly and said, "Don't let old Su run away later." /in/non the top of the carriage. Jiang Zhan and Su Jian had already come up. They were very close. It has been raining heavily these 2 days. The rainfall was abundant. Yesterday, many soldiers had already taken a bath on the top of the carriage. It was mainly for convenience. and women rarely came out. And no one looked up. So Su Jian also ran up to try it. As soon as he came up, Su Jian couldn't wait to take off all his clothes and threw them aside. Then opened his arms, raised his head, and closed his eyes, welcoming the baptism of the heavy rain. On the side, Jiang Zhan stared at him with a strange expression. He slowly took off his clothes while watching. Suddenly, Su Jian closed his eyes and asked casually, "Xiao Jiang, who did you learn how to use a sniper rifle from? It's pretty cool." "My master, Zhan Yang." Jiang Zhan replied absent-mindedly, his eyes never leaving Su Jian's body. Su Jian's physique has changed now. He is no longer the thin figure when he was in college. After the change of the crystal core, his physique is strong and full of masculine charm. Of course, it was mainly his own changes, because his body is like rubber, with a certain degree of plasticity. He can change it however he wants. But this body shape really fascinated Jiang Zhan. His heartbeat accelerated a little. At this time, Su Jian suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Jiang Zhan. "Xiao Jiang, aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you suddenly mute?" After saying that, he turned around and bent down to get the towel and soap. At that moment, Jiang Zhan froze. "Damn! Isn't this seducing me?" At this moment, there were several heads squeezed under a monitoring point on the train. Dong Qiulei and the others didn't care about being shy, and all secretly watched the classic scene above. No one told Su Jian that Jiang Zhan was gay. I was drunk. As a result, today, he made an appointment with Jiang Zhan to take a bath. Will something happen between the two of them? Although Dong Qiulei and the others were afraid of causing conflicts, women are naturally gossipy and even have some bad thoughts. So, they were worried and praying at the same time. The mood was so complicated. When seeing Su Jian bending down to get the soap without any defense, a few rotten girls actually whispered, "Pick up the soap." Oh my god. What should Xiao Jiang do? I suddenly feel that Xiao Jiang is so pitiful. Shh. Keep your voice down. You are asking for death. And still discussing. The top of the carriage. Su Jian picked up the soap and began to wash his body without any danger. He smiled as he washed. When Ayu and I were in the dormitory at school, a bay, we often took a shower in the bathroom in the summer. That scene was spectacular. It was embarrassing, but it was so cool. After taking a shower in the bathroom, I ran to the dormitory naked. At that time, girls liked to run to the boys' dormitory the most. In name, we went to find our boyfriends. But in fact, we went to visit. Every time I encountered a surprise. So throughout the summer, the most common sound heard in the corridor of the boys' dormitory was the screams of girls. I'm just wondering, if a boy goes to the girls' dormitory and sees this, he will definitely be scolded and run away. And it may even spread to the campus, and he will be criticized in various ways. But if a girl goes to the boys' dormitory, she will just watch it. These rotten girls will discuss it when they go back. What the hell? Why do these rotten girls like to watch boys take a bath so much? Huh? Speaking of this, Su Jian suddenly remembered something, and quickly turned his head to look not far away. Muttering, "Are there any rotten girls peeping at us there?" He suddenly looked at the surveillance point, and the women peeping inside were all startled. They didn't dare to breathe. At the same time, they were secretly praying that he would not come over to see. Otherwise, there would be no gossip. What a pity! It was as if Su Jian had a sixth sense. The more he looked at the surveillance point, the more he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously ran over to check. Before he even got close, he heard a woman screaming and running away. The loudest voice was Dong Qiulei's. Su Jian yelled angrily, "Dong Qiulei, you pervert! How dare you peek at me? I'll punish you when I get back." Dong Qiulei screamed immediately from below, "It's not just me. There's also Fanya and Xiuyun. Don't just pick on me. Okay? Ah?" Su Jian's face turned black. "Damn! You rotten girls. You're going too far. Damn it. I can't take revenge. Because these women are all Qingyu's women. This loss is not in vain." Su Jian turned his head and said angrily, "Xiao Jiang. You said? Hey! Where is he? Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang." Jiang Zhan was gone. The wash basin was also taken away. Su Jian was confused. Why did he leave? He didn't even say hello after washing? It's so mean. Forget it. Wash it yourself. Whoever wants to watch can watch. Whoever watches can. I don't care. So, Su Jian hummed a little song and continued to wash. Next, Jiang Zhan hurriedly wiped himself clean, put on his clothes, and returned to his residence. Soon, Dong Qiulei came over stealthily. Hello? What for? Jiang Zhan glared at her unhappily. Hey, why are you glaring at me? Dong Qiulei looked surprised. You didn't tell him about me? No. Why didn't you tell him? Chapter 362 Important Notice. Dong Qiulei was so angry that she laughed. Why should I tell him? It's not an important notice. Humph. I don't want to be your sister anymore. Jiang Zhan laid down on the bed in a bad mood. Hello? Dong Qiulei approached him suspiciously, looked at him for a few times, and suddenly said in surprise, No way. Are you attracted to him? No. Why are you angry if you're not? What if I am attracted to him? Jiang Zhan said angrily, If he knows about me and asks me to take a bath together, then I will have no scruples. But now, what am I going to do? Dong Qiulei chuckled and patted his arm. Okay. For the sake of our sisterhood, I'll find a chance to tell him for you. If he can accept it, then there's no problem. If he can't accept it, just pretend it never happened. Don't worry. He won't do anything to you. Jiang Zhan didn't say anything. He just turned over and turned his face inside. After a long time, he murmured, Forget it. Don't tell him. I don't want to think about it anymore. There's basically no success rate. This is how my life will be. Really? Yeah. Dong Qiulei didn't say a word, looking at him lying on the bed lonely. She felt helpless. There's nothing she can do. There's no one on this train who can match him. The conditions for the team to accept outsiders are very harsh. Maybe he may really be alone for the rest of his life. Suddenly I feel a little melancholy. I have been sisters with him for so long, and I still feel a little bit reluctant. Or, why not ask Su Jian? Old Su has a good personality. He will definitely not be angry. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's such a simple thing. So, Dong Qiulei turned around and walked out. On the top of the car, Su Jian was still washing, and he was having a great time washing alone. He didn't care if people saw him. It's the end of the world. Who cares about that? Suddenly, Dong Qiulei's voice came from behind. Hey, old Su. Fuck. Su Jian was so scared that he shivered and quickly covered his key parts with his hands. He turned his head and said angrily, Dong Qiulei, are you going too far? What's wrong? Although Dong Qiulei also came up, she was facing away from him. Su Jian was relieved when he saw that she was facing away from him. He said unhappily, What are you doing? You are so naughty every day. Don't make fun of me all the time. Oh, no. Dong Qiulei scratched her head and asked, Can I ask you something? You have to ask me while I'm taking a shower? What are you afraid of? I'm not looking at you. Get out. Didn't you peek just now? Shout. I'm not the only one who peeked. The law cannot punish everyone. Seriously? I want to ask you something. Tell me the truth. Su Jian looked helpless. He really had no idea what to do with Dong Qiulei. This girl was lively and active. And quirky. Since she had activated her superpowers, she had become even more of a headache. She liked to tease Su Jian whenever she had nothing to do. After all, in this team, except for Zhang Lixia, only the two of them had activated their superpowers. Dong Qiulei was young, and she really couldn't hold back on such things. But Xinyu strictly ordered them not to tell anyone casually, as this was the real core secret. So Dong Qiulei could only use her superpowers on Su Jian whenever she had nothing to do, and tease him to kill time. Su Jian already hated her. He couldn't beat her. He didn't dare to hit her. Who dared to touch Xinyu's woman? But he was so annoyed by her. It was really terrible. Seeing that Dong Qiulei would not turn around, Su Jian simply continued to wash her, saying while washing, If you want to ask quickly. I'll finish washing soon. Old Su, let me ask you. Is your sexual orientation normal? What? Su Jian was stunned. He never thought that she would ask such a question. What does it mean? Do I look like a gay? You actually asked me about my sexual orientation? Su Jian looked at Dong Qiulei with vigilance. Qiulei, I warn you. Don't play tricks on me again. Otherwise, I will really get angry. Oh, I'm not kidding you. I really have something serious to say. Something serious? You asked me about my sexual orientation. And you said it was something serious? It is something serious. Answer me quickly. Su Jian looked helpless and said in a long voice, yes. I am normal. Don't worry. I am definitely a steel man. Pure. And I only like women. Oh. It is true. Well. Then there is nothing I can do. What is there? Su Jian looked at Dong Qiulei in confusion. What do you want to say? I want to tell you something. You have to know. So as to avoid the embarrassing things today in the future. Tell me. What is it? Well, Xiao Jiang is a gay. Su Jian was shocked when he heard this. What? Xiao Jiang is a gay. A homosexual. Do you understand? Su Jian looked at Dong Qiulei blankly. You can't scold people like that? Oh. Who are you scolding? We were both in the same entertainment company at the beginning. You know? He is a gay. A long time ago. He was a homosexual before he met you. Su Jian was stunned. The towel in his hand fell off. Fuck. Just now. I actually picked up the soap with my back to him. No wonder. This kid's expression was very strange throughout the whole process. The look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him. Su Jian got goosebumps. When Dong Qiulei saw that he was silent, she quickly explained, Old Su. Don't misunderstand. Xiao Jiang has no bad intentions. Many of us know this. I thought others would have told you. But no one told you. Yeah. No one told me. Su Jian murmured. He didn't know that no one told you about this. So when you went to him to take a shower today, he thought you knew about his situation. So you went to him. Ahem. So embarrassing. Su Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What should I do? How will we get along in the future? Originally, Su Jian liked to be with Jiang Zhan. Because this guy looks cool. He looks like a cool and handsome boy. Isn't this a sin? He looks so cool. Why did he become a gay? Is this a waste of talent? Suddenly, bang! A gunshot pierced the sky. Su Jian was shot in the chest and fell to the ground. Old Su. Dong Qiulei exclaimed. I'm fine. Qiulei. Go down and find cover. Su Jian was not seriously injured. He suddenly turned over and fell down from the top of the carriage naked. Dong Qiulei even flashed away from the roof in an instant. At the same time, all the people who stayed in the train compartment picked up their weapons. Jiang Zhan jumped off the bed, picked up the sniper rifle, and rushed into the sniper point. Everyone picked up the intercom. Fong Jing hid behind the window and whispered with the intercom, Zhang Yang, Lao Lu, and others. Our hometown has been attacked. We haven't seen the enemy and the number yet. You should come back as soon as possible. Got it. I'll go back right away. Chapter 363, Raid. Got it. We'll be back soon. We're nearby. I'll keep an eye on the source of the gunfire. I'll lead people there. Uncle Li. Be careful. Don't act rashly. Old Li. Wait for me. Let's move together. The combat team's responsibility was extremely fast. Almost in an instant. Those who should return to defend returned to defend. And those who should attack attacked. Dong Qiulei dragged Jiang Zhan under the train immediately and whispered anxiously, Old Su. How are you? Shh. It's okay. Su Jian reached out and dug hard from his chest, directly pulling out the bullet. Then gritted his teeth and whispered, Qiulei. Move. Are you sure it's okay? It's okay. Then I'll go. You son of a bitch. Which bastard dares to shoot from behind? If I catch you, I'll break your dick. After saying that, the figure flashed and disappeared. Su Jian smiled. He stood up and looked at the bullet hole on his chest. It was slowly healing. No blood was flowing out. It seems it can block bullets now. Li Zhongyuan had noticed the source of the gunshot. He took Fanya and Li Xiaoyun and chased after them. About a few hundred meters behind him, Lu Yuanchi also followed quickly with 5 soldiers. The gunshots came from outside the train station, in a hotel standing on the right side of the square in front of the station. After firing a shot, Jing didn't move. Li Zhongyuan led the 2 girls to the downstairs quickly, turned back and whispered to Li Xiaoyun and Fanya, Follow me. Remember the coordination in the daily drills. Yeah. Dad. Don't worry. Uncle Li. We'll be fine. Li Zhongyuan nodded. He picked up the intercom and said, Captain Lu. I'll go first. Old Li. Be careful. We'll be there soon. Don't worry. Li Zhongyuan put away the intercom. 2, 3 led the 2 girls around to the side of the building, looked up at the corridor window on the 2nd floor. and pointed. The two girls nodded at the same time. Li Zhongyuan turned around and leaned against the wall, dragged his hands, and nodded at Li Xiaoyun. Li Xiaoyun put away the gun. Take a deep breath. Then he ran to the corner, pushed hard on Li Zhongyuan's hand, jumped up, and climbed directly on the second-floor windowsill with his hands. He pushed hard with his arms, and climbed onto the windowsill easily. Then it was Fanya, pulling from above and supporting from below. She also went up. Then it was Li Zhongyuan. The three of them entered the building together. LV Yuanchao, who came from a distance behind, had already seen the scene, and secretly admired Li Zhongyuan in his heart. He had always been the one to take care of his daughter, and that girl. He trained himself. This result is really extraordinary. This old Li is an excellent soldier. Really good. LV Yuanchao was afraid that Li Zhongyuan might make a mistake. So he waved to the 5 soldiers behind him. Speed up. Don't let Lao Li get into danger. Yes. The speed of the crowd increased rapidly and rushed to the building quickly. Inside the building, Li Zhongyuan had already started to explore along the fire escape stairs with 2 girls. There must be someone in this building, because he found a trap between the first and second floors. A thin silk thread tied 2 grenades. Ordinary people may not be able to see it, but in the eyes of an old soldier like Li Zhongyuan, nothing can escape. The trap is too elementary. Li Zhongyuan easily disarmed the trap and collected 2 grenades. When dismantling the trap, he also taught Li Xiaoyun and Fanya on the spot. Soon, the 3 people continued to explore upwards. When they reached the 5th floor, suddenly, a grenade was thrown down from above, and it landed between Li Zhongyuan and Fanya. Lie down, Li Zhongyuan yelled. Then he rushed over without hesitation, picked up the grenade, and threw it downstairs. As soon as it left his hand, the grenade exploded with a bang. Li Zhongyuan was knocked back by the shock wave of the explosion and hit the wall hard. His face was covered with wounds. His arm was even more bloody. Li Xiaoyun screamed in fear, "Dad! Hide!" Li Zhongyuan's mouth was full of blood foam, and he waved his hand at Li Xiaoyun with great effort. At the same time, 2 people suddenly rushed out from the 6th floor, holding submachine guns in their hands, and opened fire directly from the upstairs. At the critical moment, Fanya hugged Li Xiaoyun and rushed into the corridor, and Li Zhongyuan rolled down to the compartment on the next floor with his remaining strength, collapsed in the corner, and took out the gun with his other hand with great effort. At this time, 2 more grenades were thrown down from above. Li Zhongyuan's heart trembled. It's over. The 2 grenades fell to the ground and rolled right in front of him. Li Zhongyuan closed his eyes directly. After all, I can't avoid this day. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past me. Then, 2 loud rumbling noises came from upstairs. Li Zhongyuan was shocked and opened his eyes in astonishment. What happened just now? He looked up. He saw a back figure rushing upstairs like lightning. And then, there was a scream from upstairs. That back figure seemed to be Dong Qiulei. Dad. Li Xiaoyun and Fanya ran out, and the 2 of them protected Li Zhongyuan. Uncle Li, how are you? Ahem. I'm not dead yet, but my right hand may be useless. Li Zhongyuan endured the severe pain and took a look at his bloody right hand. Li Xiaoyun couldn't help crying. At this time, footsteps were heard from downstairs. It was Lu Yuanchao who brought people up. When he saw Li Zhongyuan's injuries, he immediately said anxiously, "Eru, hurry up. Bandage the wound. The others follow me up. Xiaoyun, Fanya, stay here to guard Lao Li." A soldier ran over quickly to bandage Li Zhongyuan. The rest of the people followed Lu Yuanchao and ran up again. At this moment, gunshots continued upstairs, as if the battle was very fierce. Everyone was confused. Who was it? Did they fight among themselves? 10 minutes later, when Lu Yuanchao and a few people touched the 20th floor, he widened his eyes in horror. Up there, it had become like a slaughterhouse, a place similar to a circular restaurant, full of corpses. Almost all of them were killed in one shot. Those 3-edged military bayonets were all stabbed into the temples. And the weird thing was that many people had their dicks kicked out. The scene was simply horrible. Lu Yuanchao and others looked at each other and felt that it was very weird. Then they began to search around. Finally, they gathered together again. It seemed that there were only these people here. More than 30 militants, occupying this building. Maybe their sniper accidentally discovered Su Jian, so he fired a shot. Unexpectedly, this shot brought them a catastrophe. All destroyed. I just don't know who did it. Is there another expert in this building? For a moment, Lu Yuanchao and others were all numbed. Where is Dong Qiulei? She has already stood on the rooftop. Let the rain wash the blood off her body. What a pity. It's still a little late. Li Zhongjun was injured. I hope that when I go back, Li Dahuzi can make him recover as soon as possible. This city is not as safe as imagined. Alas. When can we reach Tibet? Once there, maybe there will be no unnecessary casualties? Dong Qiulei stood silently for a moment. Chapter 364 Uncle Li's Situation. Then he took out a plastic bag from his pocket. There were 5 crystal cores in it. They were of different colors. That was what Qinyu left for her before he left. She and Su Jian each had 5. In case of emergency. At the same time, Qinyu said that if someone in the team was seriously injured, they could use the crystal cores to try to activate their abilities and save their lives. Depending on the situation, the use of crystal cores is risky. So don't try it easily unless it's absolutely necessary. It's hard to decide. Li Zhongjun must have been seriously injured. But it's not life-threatening. Should we give it a try? What if it fails? What if he turns into a monster? Dong Qiulei thought for a long time, but still couldn't make up her mind. So she took out the radio. I hope Qinyu is not too far away. Dong Qiulei turned on the radio, adjusted the channel, and tried to call, Brother Yu. Brother Yu. This is Qiulei. I heard the reply. After a while, Qinyu's voice came from the radio. Qiulei. I'm here. What's the matter? Dong Qiulei was immediately excited and said happily, Brother Yu. You haven't walked far yet? Well, the rain is too heavy. I can't walk fast. What's wrong? What's the problem? Hey, Brother Yu. We were just attacked. There is a group of people outside the train station. And the firepower is quite strong. They attacked Lao Su with a sniper rifle. So our people fought back. But when they fought back, Uncle Li was seriously injured by a grenade. Is it serious? Dong Qiulei said sadly. I took a quick look and his arm might be broken. There are also many wounds on his face. It looks serious. Where are the enemies? I have wiped them out. Okay. So what's the situation when you contacted me? Dong Qiulei took a deep breath. I want to try the crystal core. Qiulei. The crystal core is not a panacea. It is just a catalyst. There is a certain probability of activating superpowers. This superpower is still purely random. If you give it to him, the consequences are unpredictable. And it is unknown whether he can be cured. Do you still want to use it? Alas. What should I do? Seeing him injured, I feel sad. Qiulei. Is it because no one in the team has been injured for too long? And you are too comfortable? Do you think it is a peaceful time now? Why can't you bear someone getting injured? It's the end of the world now. Do you remember? Dong Qiulei bit her lip and whispered with red eyes, I remember. Brother Yu. Qiulei. Remember? Even if you have superpowers, you are not omnipotent. Everyone may die at any time. Don't think you should enjoy peace and quiet after a period of peace and quiet. If you have this mentality, you are not far from death. I know. Dong Qiulei gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She also put away the crystal core in her hand. At this time, Chen Yu's voice came from the intercom again. Haha. Qiulei. Don't be too sad. I tell you this to keep you alert. As for Uncle Li, if Big Beard Li is helpless, then try it. But I have a suggestion for you. Find a way to search Yangling City again. Or even the surrounding villages, towns, and mountains and forests. You have to know that the crystal core is a crystal of energy. The crystal core in each mutant animal contains different energy properties. This crystal nucleus is formed by the changes in the genes of the virus and the host. So, if you want to try to find mutant animals, like geckos that can regenerate after being cut off. If you can find this kind of crystal nucleus, you can try it. Anyway, the risks are the same. So try to ensure that the properties of the crystal nucleus are controllable. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing this, Dong Qiulei jumped excitedly. I understand. Brother Yu. I will ask Lao Su to go with me when I go back. Qiulei. Take Axia with you. I always feel that her ability is not that simple. It should not be limited to the level of identifying good and evil in people. Let her try to determine whether the mutant animal contains a crystal nucleus. Dong Qiulei nodded quickly. Okay. Brother Yu. I understand. If you get the crystal nucleus, you must let Uncle Li know the risks of this matter. whether to try or not. The decision is his. Yeah. I see. Okay. Any other questions? Dong Chiolei suddenly said sadly, Brother Yu, why don't you take me with you? Chiolei, letting you stay in the team is the biggest support that can make me feel at ease. Without you, even old Su can't make me feel at ease. Chiolei, your superpowers will be very powerful in the future. Do you understand? Dong Chiolei smiled sweetly. I know. Don't worry. Brother Yu. I'll wait for you to come back. And I'll protect this team. Well, I believe you. That's it. Brother Yu. I'm going back and see Uncle Lee's situation first. Okay. By the way, Chiolei, I have something else to say to you. Well, Brother Yu. You say, if you want to mature as soon as possible, remember my words. In the Doomsday world, you can survive if you are ruthless enough. Next time you stay in other cities, remember to sweep the surrounding 3 kilometers first, because 3 kilometers is the shooting limit of ordinary sniper equipment. Remember? Only by being ruthless can you survive. Dong Chiolei gritted her teeth and nodded slightly. I remember. Brother Yu. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. After saying that, Dong Chiolei turned off the 843 radio communicator. Then she let out a long sigh. As long as there is a method that can be tried, there is hope. If there is no method here, there may be one in the next city. We must make Li Zhongjuan recover. Maybe it is indeed as Qingyu said. This team has been comfortable for too long. First, there is no opponent. Second, the combat effectiveness is indeed too strong. So now someone is suddenly injured. Dong Chiolei feels a little bit unacceptable. But think about it carefully. This counterattack is too careless. Even an old soldier like Li Zhongjuan was careless. The 3 of them dared to go deep alone? Isn't this a mistake? Therefore, this incident should be a wake-up call for everyone. Doomsday survival. Never be careless. 1. Negligence. Lifelong regret. No one can rely on Qingyu forever. Moreover, Qingyu has always shown with his actions that he will not be anyone's protector. He will leave at any time. He will not stay just because there are many women in the team. In his heart, you are qualified to be his companion only if you survive. Dong Chiolei suddenly matured. She turned and hurried to the fire escape. When Dong Chiolei left, LV Yuanqiu and others in the building had already gone back. Li Zhongjuan's injuries are more serious. We must rush back as soon as possible to let Li Dehuzi take a look. When we rushed back to the train station, everyone gathered in the train compartment. Li Dehuzi was cleaning the wound. Those wounds were shocking. One of Li Zhongjuan's eyes has begun to slowly go blind, and the arm holding the grenade is completely scrapped. Fortunately, the team has enough medical supplies. Chapter 365, Spiritual Map. Li Dehuzi's medical skills are indeed superb. Although he is an old Chinese doctor, he is very skilled in treating wounds. In order to stop the bleeding, he even used acupuncture. It's quite magical. From Li Zhongjuan's expression, he was not in so much pain. It just scared Li Xiaoyun. She stood by and watched with tears in her eyes. Her lips turned white due to nervousness. Next door, the leaders gathered together. Everyone looked a little gloomy. Qingyu really hit the nail on the head. It's been too comfortable recently. In fact, it has been like this since Shancheng. The situation in Shancheng is actually very dangerous. But thanks to Qingyu's strength, everyone left Shancheng safely, and even got on the train. All these are Qingyu's credit. So, including Zhang Yang, they were actually slack. Occasionally they encountered some resistance along the way, but they were no match for their regular army. Until now. So, today's counterattack was extremely sloppy. Li Zhongjuan blindly believed in his own tactics and training results, but forgot that the enemy might not be a mob. It could also be a well-trained enemy. Now they finally suffered a loss. If Li Zhongjuan hadn't reacted quickly, the 2 grenades would probably have taken Fanya and Li Xiaoyun away. In the single room, Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanqiu both blamed themselves. Fang Jing and others also looked gloomy, feeling as if they had suffered a huge setback. Finally, Dong Chiolei came back. The first thing she did when she came back was to enter the single room next door, look at a few leaders, and say lightly, Brother Yu knows about this. Zhang Yang asked quickly, What did he say? Brother Yu only asked me a few questions. He asked me why someone would feel uncomfortable when they were hurt? Why would someone feel unacceptable when they were hurt? Are we too comfortable? Is it because I have spent some time in peace and quiet? And I feel like I have returned to the peaceful times when I got on the train? If so, then each of us is not far from death. Do you know why he often leaves at any time? He has been like this since we first met him. Often leaving alone. In fact, he is very powerful. Brother Yu is very powerful. We all know it. He knows it himself. What he fears most is that we rely on him. It is like this now. If he hadn't arrived in Shancheng, how many of us would have survived the attack of the cannibals? If there were no trains, how many people would have died along the way? Finally, Brother Yu told me one thing. Next time you stay in a city, remember to sweep the area within 3 kilometers first. That is the shooting limit of ordinary sniper equipment. Also, he told me to remember one thing. In the Doomsday world, only those who are ruthless can survive. Don't be full of tenderness in your heart. It's far from the time to enjoy yourself. I'm done, Dong Qiulei said, turned around and left. Everyone was silent, especially Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao. One of them is a major, and the other is a regiment commander. It's indeed comfortable. There's no seriousness and vigilance of the soldiers. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang said hoarsely, "My responsibility. It's also my responsibility." Lu Yuanchao also sighed. Then he looked at everyone and said with a wry smile, "I, Lu, have been on the battlefield and fought in wars. I didn't expect to make mistakes." Qiulei's words today made me break out in a cold sweat. Each of us should reflect on this. After saying that, he stood up and left. Zhang Yang lowered his head silently, with a little more pain and struggle in his eyes. When did he become like this? Maybe it was after having a child? Dong Qiulei left the single room and went to the next door to take a look. Li Dehuzi was still treating the wound. "Mr. Li, is the situation optimistic?" Dong Qiulei asked softly. Alas. Li Dehuzi shook his head and sighed, and slowly said, "I'll try my best." Dong Qiulei glanced at Li Zhongjuan silently. Li Zhongjuan also tried to look at her. The muscles on his cheeks were trembling from the clenching of his teeth. His eyes were complicated. Dong Qiulei's eyes intertwined with his. And after a moment, she whispered, "I will find a way to save you." After that, she turned around and went out. No one knew what she meant by this sentence. After a moment, Dong Qiulei took Zhang Lixiu with her and called Su Jian away. Before leaving, she called Jiang Zhan to her side and whispered, "We are going out for a while. When you come back, tell Zhang Yang and the others. Don't worry about me. Xiao Jiang. From today on, don't leave your post without permission. The master said that it is not easy to train a sniper. And you need talent. Among us, only master, and you have this ability. So, take responsibility." Huh? Jiang Zhan was confused. This posture, this tone, this look. How come it looks so much like Qingyu is possessed? Damn. I feel like worshipping. What's going on? How did Dong Qiulei become like this? Jiang Zhan watched the 3 people leave in a daze. Although he didn't know the reason for Dong Qiulei's change, her words still woke Jiang Zhan up. In this team, the only ones who can really use sniper rifles are Zhang Yang and him. There is barely one person in the women's gang who can use it. That is the auxiliary police officer Ding Kaiyun. There was another person who could barely be used, and that was Qin Yao, who came later. It was difficult for the others to control the sniper equipment. He was the most talented one. So on weekdays, he was the one who monitored the surroundings at the sniper point. When they were stationed, he went to the commanding heights alone to choose the sniper point and monitor the surroundings. This time, he was actually lazy and didn't go out to write. As a result, something went wrong. Jiang Zhan took a deep breath, turned around and hurriedly took the sniper rifle, and ran out to find a commanding height automatically and consciously. Qingyu drove the car all the way. There were no cars on the road. He could drive recklessly. If it weren't for the heavy rain and the fear of losing control of the car body, Qingyu would have wanted to shift to 5th gear and full throttle. All the way south, there are mountains on both sides. The mountain road is very quiet. Qingyu didn't want to cause trouble, so he ate in the car all day. Occasionally, he would stop to check if he saw a gas station on the roadside, or if he came across a small town, he would go down to check it out. Using Lisa's method to check the oil of abandoned vehicles was really effective. So the oil didn't hold back that day. When it was almost dusk, the rain finally stopped, and the sky slowly revealed a pure sky. At a certain moment, the general who had been lying in the back to rest suddenly got angry and stood up directly. As if he was stimulated, he began to growl in his throat. The big crow also looked out the window vigilantly. The dark golden eyes on the 5 heads kept turning. Chunyu frowned and said quickly, "Lisa, take your weapons. Something is going on." Lisa, who was drowsy, woke up instantly. She quickly took a 79 type submachine gun from behind her, turned her head, and looked out the window, and said in surprise, "What's going on?" "I don't know yet." But the general and the black crow both have abnormal reactions. Chinyu also kept looking outside and expanded his mental map at the same time. Chapter 366, A large-scale beast tide. Huh? In the mountains more than 10 kilometers to the right, there seems to be a large group of spirits, densely packed, all in the form of animals. Moreover, animals are running out one after another. The closest one is almost at the top of the hill on the right. Lisa, look at the map. What is on the right? Okay. Lisa quickly pulled out the map, checked it carefully for a long time, and then said in surprise, 10 kilometers away is the Heian National Forest Park. No wonder. Chunyu looked solemn. There is a beast tide there. It is even a large-scale beast tide. Among them, there are 2 or 3 creatures with quite terrifying spirits. Probably mutant beast kings. Chinyu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up and rush through this section of road." After saying that, he quickly changed gears and stepped on the accelerator hard. The Yuma people instantly accelerated and rushed. What is the place ahead? It's Songjiapo. Are there any larger towns? Basically, they are all small villages. All the same. Chinyu frowned. Once such a large-scale beast tide is trapped, it will end in a fight to the death. There are mountains nearby. It's impossible to fight in a roundabout way. Fighting the beast tide in the mountains and forests is to seek death. Even if Chinyu has superpowers and can hold on, Lisa will definitely be finished. I don't know if the general can survive, because there are 2 or 3 beast kings in that group of beasts. So, we must find a slightly larger town to hide in. Even if we really have to fight, we must use the city's buildings to defend and resist. Just as Chinyu was thinking, a black shadow jumped down from the mountain next to him, and just slipped when he landed. It was a mutant wolf with red eyes. After landing, it stretched its neck and howled at the car. The wolf howl was sobbing and shrill, and it could be heard from a long distance. The general in the car was instantly furious and ran into the car window next to him. The huge force actually broke the car window directly. It stretched its head out and howled wildly, seeing that it was about to get out. Chinyu shouted angrily, "General, sit down." As he spoke, his aura suddenly burst out. An invisible sense of oppression spread out. The general choked all over. He turned his head to look at Chinyu, whimpered unwillingly in his throat, and slowly retracted his head. However, his roar had worked. The mutant wolf on the side of the road was not the leader, but just a sentinel. So, it was frightened by the general's roar and immediately retreated to the foot of the mountain with its tail between its legs. The Yuma people whistled past. Chinyu said without turning his head, "We can run as far as we can. If we can't run away, we can go into the city to fight the beast tide." Lisa, have you seen a beast tide? I've seen a small-scale one. How many? About 20 to 30. Chinyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "We have encountered a large beast tide. The number of mutant creatures is about 1,000 to 2,000. Ah? Lisa was shocked. Her face turned pale. 1 or 2,000 mutant animals. That means death. If you get entangled, you will definitely be eaten to pieces. Suddenly, a huge mutant owl flew out from the ridge on the side of the road. The owl flapped its wings and flew, circled in the sky, and then flew over the vehicle. After more than 10 minutes, various mutant animals began to appear one after another on the right ridge. There were mutant wolves, mutant foxes, mutant deer, mutant wild goats, mutant squirrels, mutant yellow foxes, etc. Like a tide, rushing over the mountain ridge, rushing onto the road, and following closely behind. Lisa was stunned. The scene was simply horrifying. As time went by, more and more mutant animals rushed over. At a certain moment, a giant snow-white wolf suddenly rushed onto the ridge, and then ran wildly on the ridge to chase, as if walking on flat ground. Chinyu took a look and whispered, "The Beast King is out." Lisa quickly stretched her neck to take a look. At the same time, the general also stared at the Beast King White Wolf. And the strange eye in the middle of the forehead actually emitted a faint light for the first time. More and more animals followed behind. Blind bears, rhinos, giraffes, golden monkeys, long-maned horses, etc. came out one after another. The earth was shaking. The sound was getting louder and louder, like a rolling tsunami. Among them, the mutant animals that were good at running were slowly catching up. Lisa suddenly took out 2 grenades, pulled the rings directly, stretched out the window, and threw them back. Boom! 2 loud noises. The mutant horses and mutant wild goats that were chasing the closest were directly blown into rolling gourds. Many animals behind were affected, but it was only for a moment. Lisa said tremblingly, "This won't work. There is no way to stop them." Chinyu did not speak. He just frowned and observed the terrain in the mental map. Oops. The further he drove, the more frightened Chinyu became, since the terrain here is a road between 2 mountains for dozens of kilometers. Countless small waves of beasts appeared in the deep mountains ahead. It seems that they were all alarmed. A few kilometers ahead, the beasts also came out over the mountains and formed a pincer attack in front. The number is probably tens of thousands. This time, even Chinyu's scalp was numb. In Chinyu's memory of the previous life, the beast tied with a number of over 10,000 was invincible. No force can resist. Wherever it goes, no grass grows. Am I so lucky? I really didn't check the almanac before going out today. I actually provoked such a huge beast tide. There are 5 or 6 beast kings in full form. What to do? After this sprint, the car is almost out of gas. There is no time to refill. Suddenly, Chinyu was shocked and asked quickly, "Lisa, what is the place about 5 kilometers ahead?" 5 kilometers? It seems there are 2 small towns next to each other. One is called Fopping, and the other is called Kianjiawan. Oh! There is also a Panda Valley tourist area there. Chinyu was immediately ecstatic. No wonder. What's wrong? There are people there. And there are quite a few of them. At least hundreds of them. Chinyu said quickly, "Lisa, get ready for battle. We're going to the Panda Valley tourist area. There are survivors there who can share the pressure for us." "Okay, General. After you get off the car. Don't leave me casually. No matter how much you want to fight. You can't leave me. Remember? This kind of beast tide is not something you can handle." The general whimpered twice in the back seat. I don't know if it understood, but its reaction must be that it knew Chinyu was talking to it. Chinyu stopped talking. He concentrated on controlling the car, driving at full speed, and rushed madly towards the crowd in the distance. Panda Valley tourist area. At this moment, in the beautiful mountain leisure area, in a huge square, a group of people are sitting around. The middle of the square is surrounded by barbed wire. Inside the barbed wire, 2 people are fighting. Both hands are holding weapons, with chains around their necks, and their bodies are also bloody, scarred, and skinny. The long sword in his hand can hardly be held, but he still glares at the other party with a ferocious expression, constantly roaring, looking for each other's flaws to kill. Outside, there are at least more than 60 people, 3 layers inside, and 3 layers outside. Chapter 367, Death is Inevitable. These people are shouting and screaming, hysterical, with no mercy in their eyes, only inhuman cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Before the disaster, this place used to be a small scenic spot, AAA grade, although the scenery is ordinary and the location is remote. Because of the word panda, there are many tourists who come here every year to see pandas. This place is located in the Qinling Giant Panda Corridor, and you can indeed see traces of wild pandas. There are even some rare wild animals raised in the scenic area. There are pandas, golden monkeys, peacocks, golden pheasants, and some other miscellaneous animals. Although there are not many, they are very ornamental. When the disaster occurred, many people were trapped here. Because it was the peak tourist season, at least thousands of people were trapped in the scenic area, using some caves and culverts to avoid the extremely hot weather. However, the resources in the scenic area were limited, so many people starved to death soon. Later, when the virus broke out, fewer people were trapped here. Before the animals mutated, the remaining people used those animals as a source of food, so they barely survived. But who would have thought that one day, a group of desperate people who fled from Sichuan and Chongqing found that there were still many living people here, so they occupied this place. These people have survived until now. That group of desperate men had strong firepower. They intercepted a small army's weapons transport convoy in Sichuan and Chongqing. So they were very brutal. All the people trapped here became slaves. Those who were obedient worked and went out to collect food every day, or went hunting in the mountains. Those who were disobedient were thrown into cages to kill each other for the joy of this group of people. Such days have lasted for several months. At this moment, the battle between the two people in the cage has reached a white-hot stage. Both of them were injured, basically unable to hold on any longer. So, the two people roared at the same time, rushed towards each other, collided with each other, and slashed at each other with their long knives desperately. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams were heard. The people outside started to roar wildly. At this time, a man at the outermost edge suddenly felt the stone under his buttocks vibrating. It made his hemorrhoids hurt. He quickly stood up and looked down at the stone he was sitting on. Damn! The small gravel on the stone was actually jumping constantly. What's going on? Was it because the people around were jumping excitedly? The man stared at the stone for a long time. And at this time, one of the two people in the cage had fallen down. The roars around him gradually weakened. No one jumped. However, the stone was still shaking, and the amplitude was even getting bigger and bigger. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Call! Is there anyone on guard in the tree? Is there anything unusual around?" Just as he finished speaking, a hysterical roar suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. "Ah! The beast tide is coming! Everyone! The beast tide is coming! Run!" The roar in the walkie-talkie was broken. The man's hand trembled in fear, and the walkie-talkie fell directly to the ground. At this time, others also noticed that something was wrong. The ground was shaking. The rustling sound in the forest in the distance was getting louder and louder, like the feeling of a sea tide coming. Everyone turned their heads slowly in surprise and looked outside. Indistinctly, it seemed that the roar of a car engine could be heard. Soon, everyone saw a car on the forest road, speeding straight towards this direction. Behind the car, a dense tide of beasts was like a river rolling back. Someone screamed miserably, "Ah! Run! Wow!" Everyone turned around and ran. People ran around in a mess. The car rushed down the road and staggered all the way. When it was about to hit the iron cage, it stopped with a creak. Then, Chinyu dragged Lisa out and carried her on his shoulder, roaring, "General, you must follow me." After saying that, he ran away. He had already activated the level 2 supernatural power. He turned into a black shadow and rushed directly into the crowd. The huge force knocked the panicked people to the ground. The beast tide had already swept in. The fast ones had already pounced on the people who were knocked to the ground. And in a blink of an eye, the horrible bloody massacre began. Once the beast tide entangled the crowd, it basically gave up chasing Chenyu. So, we saw the beast tide all over the mountains and plains rushing towards the more than 60 people. In an instant, they were swallowed by the beast tide. Chinyu did not stop at all. In this scenic spot, there is a place with an underground building structure. It can be seen in the mental map. So Chinyu's goal is there. As long as he can rush in, he can temporarily avoid danger. So, anyone who stands in his way must die. In a few blinks, Chenyu is rushed into a large venue. There is a passage leading to the underground in the venue, and at the end of the passage is a large iron door. When he rushed into the passage, many mutant animals followed him in. At the end of the passage, there are 7 or 8 people guarding behind the big 670 iron door. One of them looks like a leader. When he saw that Chinyu actually attracted a large number of mutant animals, he shouted angrily, "Close the door quickly." "You dare!" Chinyu shouted. The general behind him accelerated instantly, surpassing Chinyu's speed and crashing directly into the closing iron door. With a loud bang, the iron door was knocked open again. The people behind the door were all knocked back. Chinyu took the opportunity to dodge and rushed in, casually throwing Lisa away. Then turned around and kicked the door, closing the iron door. At the moment the iron door closed, the big crow also rushed in. Bang! The iron door closed. The door latch was locked. At the same time, the 2 huge physical bolts on the door were also put down by Chinyu. For a while, there was a clanging sound outside. The sound of knocking on the door was endless. The mutant animals were all like crazy. Chinyu took 2 steps back and let out a long breath. Fortunately, it was a critical moment. He was almost swallowed by the beast tide. If he was really swept by the beast tide, I am afraid that in addition to himself, Lisa and the general would definitely die. Huh? Fortunately. Well, MD, you are looking for death. Suddenly, there was a curse behind him. Among the people who were about to close the door and were knocked out by the general, the leader-like man got up from the ground and reached for his weapon with gritted teeth. Before he could take out his weapon, a figure flashed in front of him. He saw Chinyu with a cold and murderous face. A desert eagle in his hand was directly against his head. Bang! A shot to the head. The man tilted his head back, and a puff of blood mist burst out. The other men saw it and shouted almost at the same time, and all reached for their weapons. So Chinyu fired his pistol repeatedly. Chapter 368, Searching Everywhere. Bang! 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 3 were shot in the head. Another had half of his head bitten off by the general. Another was pecked by the Black Crow. As a result, the man's head instantly turned black and completely gray. Chinyu was shocked. It was the first time he saw the attack mode of the Black Crow. What the hell? How did he do it? The man's head seemed to turn gray. The attack mode was similar to magic, which was simply weird. Chinyu looked at the Black Crow deeply for a few times, then put away the gun, walked to Lisa, and stretched out his hand to pull her up. Are you okay? No. Lisa endured the pain in her waist. She was actually injured, because when Chinyu came in, he turned on his supernatural power and rushed in order to close the door as soon as possible. He threw her to the ground. So the force was very strong. But Lisa didn't want Chinyu to be distracted by her, so she didn't tell the truth. After all, she could hold on. Chinyu reached out to support Lisa and looked around. Below is an underground sightseeing corridor. Going forward along the corridor, you will reach the dormitory of the giant pandas. You can also see the silly appearance of the pandas in the dormitory below. Fortunately, there is a basement here. Otherwise, Chinyu really can't think of any good way to resist the beast hide above. In the mental map, it is already densely packed with mutant animals. The 60-odd bandits were now reduced to bones. They were eaten clean, no matter what. They couldn't go out now. The most terrifying thing was that the Beast Kings all gathered here, and they seemed to have an agreement and didn't attack each other. They were just waiting. I don't know if they were waiting for Chinyu or the general and the Black Crow. Mutated animals can also evolve and strengthen by devouring other advanced mutant creatures. I guess these mutant animals above have set their sights on the general and the Black Crow. Chinyu whistled at the general and asked it to explore the way ahead, while he followed behind with Lisa. There were more than a dozen people below. They were all inside. They didn't move. They didn't move despite the commotion above. Obviously they were imprisoned. They should be ordinary people imprisoned by the bandits. The general took the lead. Like a majestic lion, he took a defensive posture with his whole body and walked forward slowly. The Black Crow flew a few times in the air. Maybe it felt that the space was too small, so it flapped its wings and landed on the general. The general was very irritable. He turned around and took a bite directly. In the end, he bit nothing. The Black Crow flew up again. When the general continued to walk forward, the Black Crow fell again and landed on the general's back. The general was so angry that he turned around and wanted to bite again. Chinyu scolded in a low voice, "Stop playing. Be careful." So, the general ignored the Black Crow. He just let it stand on his back. In fact, it didn't care much about being stepped on. I don't know when it started, but it seemed that it had become familiar with the Black Crow. After a few minutes, the general walking in front entered an empty exhibition hall. The hall was surrounded by glass display cases. Behind were the nests of various animals. The general roared in a low voice as soon as he entered. When Chinyu went in and saw the situation inside, his brows knitted tightly. The glass display cases around were full of people. Some were 2 or 3 together, and some lived in a single room. All of them were locked inside, and they had chains around their necks, were naked, and had unkempt hair and dirty faces. When they saw Chinyu coming in, they all looked calm. Their eyes were dull, and there was no light in their eyes. It was as if their spirits were dead. Chinmu knew that. Strictly speaking, they were indeed dead. Their spirits were completely dead. The people in the glass cabinet were basically hopeless. They were tortured like living dead. And when they saw Chinyu and his men coming, their spirits did not fluctuate at all. Their eyes did not fluctuate either. They all sat numbly inside, staring blankly. Lisa was frightened by the state of these people, and grabbed Chinyu's hand in surprise. "What's wrong with him?" Why are their eyes so numb and empty? Their spirits are dead. Chinyu patted Lisa's shoulder and whispered, "Don't look at it. You have been tracking targets in the wild, and rarely come into contact with such survivors. Their experiences are very tragic. They have been tortured all the time. Over time. Their spirits are dead. Oh my god. Let's go. Aren't we going to save them?" "No need." Chinyu held Lisa's hand and continued to walk forward, saying as he walked, "Even if you break a hole in the glass, they won't come out. How can this be? If you don't believe me, look for yourself." Chinyu turned and strode to a glass window, stepped up and kicked it out fiercely. There was a clang. The glass window was kicked to pieces. The person inside was startled and quickly covered his head and hid inside. Chinyu ignored him and turned back to Lisa. "And that person has been hiding inside. He never came out. It seems that hiding inside is safer." After waiting for a while, Chinyu said lightly, "You see? They can no longer tell the difference between life and death. I don't know what the difference is between staying inside and outside. This is a mental illness. There is no cure. Let's go." Lisa looked unbelievable. She had never been exposed to it, so she didn't understand. She didn't understand why humans could become so zombie-like. Even the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger is gone. Chinyu led them out of the exhibition hall and continued walking along the passage, and soon reached the exit on the other side. There was also a door there, but it had been sealed off long ago. There were several small houses at the exit over there. It turned out to be a place selling souvenirs. At the same time, behind the large glass wall next to it was the dormitory for the pandas. Now, the small house has become a dormitory. It is probably the dormitory for the gangsters above. Inside is a floor bed like a big bunk bed. There are a lot of leftover supplies piled up in the corner. There is a stinky and unpleasant smell everywhere. It makes people want to vomit. The small house is simply unbearable to look at. Chinyu was even too lazy to take the remaining supplies. It was so disgusting. But at least we can hide here. It would be best if we could hide until the beast tide dispersed, and then sneak away. Chinyu turned and looked at Lisa. "We can only hide here for now." "Yeah." Lisa sat down against the wall tiredly. One hand was always on her waist. "Are you injured?" "Yeah. A little. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Just take a rest. I'll show you later." Chinyu turned and waved to the general. "General, search down here again. And don't miss any corner." "Ouch," the general yelled, turned around and ran away. The black crow was still standing on his back. The image was somewhat funny. "Lisa, sit here for a while. I'll go in and take a look." Chinyu pointed to the small house. "Well, be careful." "It's okay." Chinyu turned and entered the small house, pinching his nose and searching around to see if there were any resources that could be used. A few minutes later, he took out more than a dozen bottles of mineral water, still unopened. This is not bad. Chapter 369 Giant Panda. Chinyu didn't take anything else. First, it was disgusting. Second, it was useless. Just as Chinyu was busy in the small house, Lisa outside suddenly exclaimed, "Ayu! Chunyu! Come out quickly! Hurry up!" Chinyu turned around and rushed out. He also took out the gun in his hand. Lisa pointed behind the glass window in front with a shocked look. "Look!" Chinyu looked back. "Shit! When did a giant panda appear inside?" And it was a mutant giant panda. It was huge. It was round and looked similar to an ordinary giant panda, but its eyes were the color of rubies, and its mouth was full of fangs, which looked a bit scary. But this is not what shocked Chinyu. What shocked Chinyu was that this panda was not shown in his mental map. At the same time, this panda did not show any aggression at all. It even played inside. It was rolling around with a ball. Chinyu was confused. This thing really surprised him. What the hell? The general and Black Crow didn't find it here just now. What's wrong with it? It actually has no spiritual body? Chinyu slowly walked to the glass window and looked at the panda carefully. Suddenly, the giant panda also found him. After kicking the big ball away, he slowly crawled to the glass window, sitting there and looking at Chinyu. The man and the panda looked at each other at such a close distance. After a moment, the panda suddenly stretched out its hand and gestured to Chinyu. It seemed to want to eat. It opened its mouth wide and made several chewing gestures. Chinyu looked up with a strange look on his face. This place was completely sealed and there was no way to feed it. So he shook his head at the panda. The panda grinned as if mocking. Then it turned around and walked away. Hey! Xinyu was really surprised. This thing really deserves to be a national treasure. It is so cute even after mutation. Xinyu did not doubt its attack power at all. Why? There is a tide of beasts on the ground now. If it is not as strong as the general or the black crow, it would be scared and hide now. But what about it? Not only is it playing leisurely below, but it is also acting cute and asking for food. This thing must be very powerful. Its crystal core should be very precious. Xinyu grinned. Forget it. Observe for 2 days. If it does not have any strange abilities, I will get its crystal core. Who cares if it is a national treasure or a beast? Xinyu turned around and walked back to Lisa. Lisa said in surprise, that panda doesn't seem to be dangerous? Don't say that. Xinyu shook his head. I suspect it is pretending. Besides, it should have a way to eat. Otherwise, how did it survive for so long? That's right. Never mind it. Let's talk about it in 2 days. Let's rest for a while. I still have to find a way to deal with the beast tied outside. Yes. Xinyu turned around and took out a big backpack from the side, pretending to be the supplies he searched. It was actually a 2-person high-end camping tent he took out from the space. Tonight, we can only make do here. At night, in the camping tent, Xinyu helped Lisa massage her lumbar spine. When he broke in before, he subconsciously threw her to the ground and ended up hurting her lumbar spine. She was in pain all the time. It was also a bit of a headache. Outside the tent, the general and Black Crow both stood in front of the glass window, watching the mutant giant panda inside playing with the ball. This scene was very strange. The giant panda inside was still very relaxed, not caring about being stared at by the general and Black Crow, playing with the ball happily. Xinyu was also quite curious. It seems that this giant panda must be a very special mutant species. Find a time to deal with it. Maybe its crystal core is more precious. In addition, the beast tied above has now completely gathered here. It can be confirmed through the mental map that the number of beast tides is roughly between 12,000 and 15,000. There are a total of 6 beast kings. The strength level may not be too different. Among them, the Snow White Wolf King that was seen first was the top existence. There was also a mutant macaque, whose spirit body was the scariest, almost extremely similar to humans, and even more advanced than the golden monkeys encountered before. If possible, their crystal cores should be obtained. The remaining 4 beast kings, a yellow marten, a ring-necked pheasant, a green fox and a night owl. They are also strong mutant animals. Now, the beast tide is lingering above and refuses to leave. So Xinyu can't leave. In the end, we have to find a way to deal with this beast tide. If it doesn't work, just go out quietly and throw a few high-explosive thermal bombs. At worst, the crystal core is not needed. While massaging, Lisa suddenly grabbed Xinyu's hand. Xinyu looked down. Lisa's face flushed. Her eyes were like water. Xinyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Ayu, your massage technique. I can't stand it." Xinyu was immediately at a loss. "What should I do? Do I still need to massage?" "No. It's okay." Lisa grabbed Xinyu's hand, slowly sat up, and smiled softly. "It's okay. It will be fine after a few days. If you keep pressing like this, I may really be unable to bear it. It's not safe here. I dare not mess around." "Hee hee. It's okay." Xinyu touched her hair. "It's still safe here for the time being. There are still many people locked up over there. They are more scared than you." Lisa stretched her neck and looked outside. "Where is the panda outside? I feel it is also quite scary. It looks so scary. But it is still cute." "Humph. That thing is the scariest." Xinyu whispered. "The panda gives me the feeling that it may be scarier than the beast king outside. It is just pretending to be cute. I can almost feel that it wants to eat us more. Especially the general and the black crow. Does it have that kind of attack power? Don't underestimate it." Xinyu said seriously. "The panda itself is a ferocious large bear animal. Its bite force is as strong as that of a crocodile. It runs faster. And now that it has mutated, its attack power may have increased 10-fold or even 100-fold. Oh my god. So, I have to find a way to kill it. How?" Xinyu shook his head. "I'll think of a way. I have to find out why it is playing dumb and cute inside when it has the ability to break the glass window. Okay. What are we doing now?" "Eat." Xinyu smiled and pulled over the backpack. Took out a small gas stove, pots and pans, and even took out a few packs of instant noodles and ham sausages. Oh, so many things? Picking up a bargain, Chinyu smiled and started to cook noodles with mineral water. Soon, the fragrance in the tent spread out. Just then, there were bursts of whimpering wolf howls above his head. The sound became louder and stronger, like waves, one higher than the other. Chinyu frowned. The general outside really couldn't sit still. He suddenly raised his head, and a low and majestic roar came out of his throat. The fierce power on his body spread. Lisa was surprised. What's wrong? The Wolf King is provoking the general. Chinyu walked out quickly, came directly to the general, reached out and touched its head, and whispered, "Be calm, General. There are beast tides everywhere outside now. It's just luring you out." Roar. The general was extremely irritable. His eyes were full of fierceness. Chapter 370 Running Wildly. The strange eye in the middle of the forehead emitted a cold light, as if it was blinking. At this moment, the black crow suddenly screamed. Chinyu turned his head and saw it, and immediately got goosebumps. Damn! The giant panda came over at some point, stood up, and lay on the glass window, staring at the strange eye on the general's forehead. It was drooling. The mutant panda's eyes were extremely terrifying. It was like a shrewd person. Chinyu's hair stood up. Damn! It's going to attack? Suddenly, the giant panda slapped the glass window hard. At that moment, Chinyu instantly activated his supernatural power, and it was directly turned to level 2. His muscles squirmed in an instant, and the white periosteum spread out. The panda's eyes flashed, and its huge palm stopped just in front of the glass window. It was staring at Chinyu. It looked more seriously. Chinyu also stared at it. The man and the panda confronted each other for a moment, and the panda suddenly grinned, rolled backwards, rolled into a ball and gurgled back, then continued to play. Chinyu's expression became more and more solemn. This ghost thing feels creepy. The more you look at it, the more it looks like an olding species. And finally you know its target. What it needs should be special items from mutant animals, such as the strange eye on the general's forehead. Maybe eating that thing can make it stronger. As a result, the panda immediately retreated when it suddenly found Chinyu using his superpowers. It is unclear whether it was because it was scared or because it was targeting Chinyu again. Strictly speaking, Chinyu's ferocity is now more terrifying than the general. The cunning national treasure giant panda G. Chinyu looked at it, and silently withdrew his superpowers. How can I see its trump card? What exactly is this giant panda capable of? Chinyu and Lisa ate instant noodles. It was quite satisfying. I haven't eaten this kind of junk food for a long time. Outside, the general kept walking around frantically, refusing to rest. Even the black crow stopped standing on it. The panda was still playing in the cage, acting cute and funny. The beast tide above was still lingering. It was midnight. Chinyu hugged Lisa and hid in the sleeping bag in the tent, slowly closing his eyes. His mental map was still open. At a certain moment, the general lying outside the tent suddenly stood up and ran out. His movements were as fast as the wind. Chinyu frowned, but still didn't get up. This afternoon, the general was very manic. His temper was getting worse and worse. Even if the Wolf King above didn't provoke it, it was still in a manic state. Sometimes he even refused to listen to Chinyu. Chinyu was also a little surprised by such a general. What happened to him? Did he become ferocious or something? So, when the mental map detected that the general was running out, Chinyu did not go out to stop him, and decided to let him go. If he had completely aroused his beastly nature, he was not suitable to stay with him. Let him go. I hope he knows what he is doing. On the mental map, after the general rushed to the corridor where the people were locked up, he actually jumped directly into the hole in the glass that Chinyu had kicked open in the afternoon. Chinyu was stunned. Did he go to eat people? No. After the general got in, he actually bumped into the small door behind without stopping. In a few strokes, the small door of the portal was knocked open. Then, the general rushed all the way along the passages behind those small doors. Chinyu kept running upwards. Behind those cages with living people, there were actually passages connected. The general wanted to go out. At this moment, the mutant giant panda in the panda house seemed to smell the general's scent, and suddenly got out of the shack. Then he turned around and started running wildly. Chinyu couldn't lie down anymore, and immediately got out of the sleeping bag, only saying, "Lisa, stay here and wait for me." Then he rushed out. Before leaving, he shouted, "Black Crow, if you can understand me, Help me take care of my companion. Don't let her die. GA. The Black Crow responded in a very cooperative way. Chinyu was relieved. It seemed that the Black Crow's IQ was also very high, even higher than the general, and it should have recognized him as its master. Confirmed. Very good. Chinyu was confident. So he accelerated and ran towards the cage with the broken window. At this time, on the mental map. After all, the general went out a moment earlier. So as it ran all the way, it had already rushed out to the ground and jumped out of the animal pool above. In a blink of an eye, the beasts outside kept roaring and roaring. The panda chasing behind was almost caught up. But it didn't catch up, and it rolled on the ground twice in anger. Chinyu looked and stopped at the broken window. He didn't go in. On the mental map, the panda suddenly raised its head and sniffed the air, as if it smelled something. Then it turned and started running towards Chinyu. Is it coming to attack? Smell my scent? Chinyu thought about it. Suddenly took off his clothes and stuffed them into the space. Then reached out and touched the wall. The protective color was instantly activated. The skin on his body quickly assimilated with the wall. Even his body odor was covered. After the mutant panda ran all the way over. It didn't see Chinyu at all. It circled around the cage twice, and suddenly became furious. Turning around, he rushed straight to the man who was cowering in the corner. Two huge claws hammered at the man. Puff! There was a sound of bones and flesh breaking. The man inside was beaten to death without any resistance. Then, the mutant panda tore the man's body frantically, and began to eat voraciously. It was so ferocious when eating. Chinyu stood outside and watched in shock. This thing ate people as easily as eating chicken skeletons. The bones were chewed up after a few crunches in its mouth. However, it still couldn't see its ability. Is it just a strong body? Then there is nothing special. Just as Chinyu lowered his head and pondered, he suddenly heard a strange sound. He looked up. Damn! When did this panda have a fresh bamboo shoot on its paw? It was chewing on it, and it kicked the corpse on the ground to the side with disgust. Chinyu was completely confused. Where did the bamboo shoot come from? And it was so green and tender? Just as he was looking at it, he suddenly saw that the panda had another emerald green bamboo in its hand. About 3 sections long. Chinyu's mind buzzed. Space? It's a portable space. This panda actually opened a portable space. No wonder it can survive until now. There are so many bamboo shoots in this thing's space. Chinyu was excited and ecstatic. You know, space-type crystal cores are the most difficult to get, because the probability of this kind of crystal core is extremely low. It is more than an order of magnitude worse than the physical body type and the spiritual magic type. So it is difficult to improve the space ability. Once this outrageous ability is improved to a certain level, it can store living things, including people. Chapter 371 Special Buff. What does that mean? It means you can create a small world in your space. Isn't that the realm of the creator? Chinyu was so excited that he went crazy. Now that the type of the panda's crystal core has been confirmed, there is no time to waste. The opportunity is fleeting. There is no mutant beast tied below yet, so kill it as soon as possible. Chinyu took a deep breath. The next second, he instantly activated the level 1 supernatural power and manipulated his muscles to become stronger. Then he grabbed 6 or 7 grenades from the space, quickly pulled off the pull ring and threw them in. The giant panda inside was stunned at first. Then, there was a sharp scream. Boom boom boom. The grenade exploded. The glass room was in a mess. Even the wall beside it collapsed. A huge deep pit was blasted out on the ground, and smoke filled the air. Huh? Suddenly, a huge black shadow rushed out from the smoke and rushed towards Chinyu with the force of a mountain. Damn! It has grown bigger. Does it have a twin crystal core? This method is obviously the ability to control muscles. Chinyu subconsciously activated the level 2 ability, and after his leg muscles squirmed for a while, he turned around and kicked with a whip kick. There was a bang. Chinyu was actually shot back 2 steps. After the huge panda landed, there was a rumble. The concrete floor was directly stepped on and cracked. After the panda landed, it was even more furious. Although it was huge, it was extremely agile. It kicked the ground suddenly and hit Chinyu again. Fuck your mother. Chinyu was also angry. He turned his head and took out a Gatling machine gun from the space, turned on the safety, and fired at the panda. The huge gunshots made the basement buzz. The panda was beaten to a bloody mess by the terrifying bullet stream. But even so, it was still violent. It chased Chen Yu and bit him non-stop. Soon, the bullets in the Gatling gun were all used up. The mutant panda was not dead yet. Moreover, due to the battle just now, the two people have slowly approached the tent area. No, we can't let it run around anymore. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, put away the Gatling gun, and for the first time truly activated the ability to control muscles to level 3. At that moment, he exuded a terrifying aura. The extreme control of the body also made him violent and bloodthirsty, and his muscles were as hard as steel and gold. Chen Yu roared, turned around and chose to fight the giant panda head-on. So, the basement rumbled continuously. The two figures kept colliding, rolling, roaring and roaring in the corridor. In the corridor where the people were locked up, almost all the glass windows were smashed, and the two figures bumped from here to there, from one side to the other. After 2 or 3 minutes of stalemate, the giant panda finally weakened. Its body was almost corroded by the annihilation energy. When it finally collided with Chen Yu looked up to the sky and roared, holding his arms around its neck and twisting it hard. Crack! The tibia was finally twisted off. Chen Yu raised his hands. The panda's head and body were finally separated. For a moment, the basement was filled with blood. Chen Yu was covered in blood, surrounded by black air, and his eyes, which were originally clear and bright, were now bloodshot and red, with a little bit of black light in the red. He stood in the corridor like a devil from hell. There was a dead silence all around. All the imprisoned humans on both sides were dead. They were all broken and rotten by the two of them, no longer in human form. In the distance, Lisa's mind was blank. Her eyes were wide open, and she completely lost the ability to think. At the same time, in the room where the general got out, two figures appeared at some point. One was the general. The other was the white wolf. Chen Yu suddenly heard the sound of breathing, turned his head abruptly, and his crazy killing intent shone through his body, and his bloodthirsty eyes stared directly at the white wolf. The white wolf trembled all over, and immediately whimpered and slowly lay on the ground. The tail was tucked up. The general also lay on the ground. The tail was not tucked up, but it was shaking very reluctantly. It was obvious that it was also afraid. The blue veins on Chen Yu's forehead kept throbbing, and waves of terrifying killing thoughts kept affecting his consciousness. But fortunately, the power of annihilation and protection was indestructible. An invisible energy was always protecting his brain from being affected. So, after a full 20 minutes of calming down, Chen Yu's condition finally calmed down slowly. His supernatural power was converging. He was covered with scars. There was no good meat on his body. However, those wounds began to heal to a degree visible to the naked eye. This was the ability of the immortal. Slowly, Chen Yu's eyes regained their brightness. The killing was gone. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness were gone. Chen Yu's feet softened and his body collapsed. At the critical moment, the general and the white wolf suddenly jumped over, one on the left and one on the right, and supported Chen Yu's arms and ribs. Chen Yu panted heavily. A hoarse voice murmured, "General, are you going out to grab a wife?" Ouch. The general whimpered twice. He rubbed Chen Yu's face with his big head. Chen Yu laughed and turned to look at the white wolf. The white wolf also stared at him. His ears were slightly pinned back. This means to act like a spoiled child. The white wolf's eyes were ruby-colored, very beautiful, and its body was snow-white, without a single stray hair. It was so beautiful. Its body was also very good. Seeing Chen Yu staring at it, the white wolf tentatively stretched out its tongue and licked the wounds and blood stains on Chen Yu's face, licking it very gently. At this time, footsteps came from behind. "Ayu." It was Lisa's voice. Although trembling, it was still full of emotion. Chen Yu slowly turned his head to look at her and smiled weakly. "Lisa, this is my biggest secret. It is also the real secret of my survival until now. You are like mutants?" "No. I have evolved more thoroughly than mutants." 3 hours later, Chen Yu completely recovered. He was eating like crazy. This was the first time that he officially activated the level 3 supernatural power to fight an extraordinary battle. And the consumption was too great. Ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Therefore, Chen Yu did not care whether it was disgusting or not, and had already moved out all the food left by the original gang of bandits. Eat whatever you can. Replenish the lost physical strength. This time, his body was greatly trained, thanks to the special buff of the undead, which becomes stronger with more injuries. Chen Yu's physique has become more and more abnormal. In the state of ordinary people, He is almost catching up with the mutant beast. At the same time, the head of the giant panda was cut open. There are indeed 2 crystal cores inside. One is for the physical body, and the other is definitely for space. The space-related crystal core is completely transparent. There is no material inside. As pure as crystal. Both crystal cores are mature. The appearance is very beautiful. Chinyu put the 2 crystal cores into the space. These 2 crystal cores need to be prepared before being swallowed. Especially the space crystal core. I don't know if I can evolve my space ability to level 2. If it reaches level 2, I should be able to store living objects. Although it is not enough to put humans in. Plants should be able to do it. Chapter 372 Super Farm. Plants that are still growing. In other words, once plants that are still growing can be placed in it, it means that crops can be grown in Chinyu's space. How awesome is this? Carrying a super farm with you. No need to worry about food in the future. You can be completely self-sufficient. In the tent, Chinyu ate for more than an hour. He ate the amount of food that 10 people eat. He felt a little better. Lisa stared at him intently, as if she was staring at an experimental subject. Her eyes were full of curiosity. White Wolf, General and Black Crow also surrounded them. These mutant animals with super high IQ are also very interesting. They may know the strength of each other. Unlike those ordinary mutant animals, they have no IQ. They just kill and devour crazily. White Wolf can also sense the extraordinariness of Black Crow, so he never attacked it at all. It's like he's used to it. After Chinyu finished eating, General came over immediately, wagging his tail very flatteringly, as if he was eager to talk. Chinyu knew what it meant. Wiping his mouth, he looked at White Wolf and smiled. So, you can roughly understand what I mean, right? Do you want to follow me? The White Wolf whimpered. Then it crawled directly in front of Chinyu. It rested its head on Chinyu's legs. It looked like a good boy. Chinyu reached out and touched its ears, and nodded with a smile. Okay. Since you chose the general, then I will accept you. It's just a pity for your crystal core. The general beside him cried out in grievance when he heard it. Chinyu glared at it. Don't cry. Why are you crying? I haven't punished you yet. You left me behind to find a wife? When the general heard it, he immediately crawled over. He turned over to Chinyu's side, lying there with his belly exposed, looking like a flatterer. Lisa, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but chuckle. Even the Black Crow started to cack. Chinyu was also confused. Now I understand why the general was so irritable at the beginning, and why he couldn't wait to respond to the White Wolf on the road. After a long time, it turned out that it was in heat. But I didn't expect that it would go out for a walk and get a Beast King. It was a Wolf King with such a high appearance. The general is also awesome. I have to admire it. Chinyu patted its belly and scolded with a smile. Okay. Get out. I accept your wife. Do you have any objection to calling it Xiaobai from now on? Oh. The general stood up excitedly. Chinyu waved his hand. Okay. Go out and flatter. Black Crow. You go out too. I'll chat with Lisa. The general immediately ran out with the White Wolf. Black Crow flew outside board and landed on the panda's body. Eat. It's a waste not to eat. Meat is also a great tonic. In the tent, Chinyu was completely relieved, looking at his mess. He smiled helplessly. I really should go up and get wet in the rain. This body stinks. Come on. I'll wipe it for you. Lisa smiled gently. Use mineral water? Too extravagant. Right? Lisa smiled and said, there are not many places that need to be wiped. Just clean the useful parts. I don't dislike you anyway. Chinyu was immediately confused. What kind of lewd words are these? However, seeing that she is so excited, just wipe it if you want. Lisa, you only know one side of the secret of the crystal core. My current changes are related to the crystal core. How did it change? Directly swallow it. Chinyu looked at Lisa seriously. Didn't you say that the energy condensed in the crystal core is extremely terrifying? Even comparable to a nuclear power plant? It is this kind of energy. As long as it enters the human body, there is a certain probability that it will activate certain special genes of humans and activate superpowers. I call it superpowers. Superpowers? Lisa said in surprise. How many types of superpowers can be activated? There are infinite types. But I have summarized the types roughly. And there should be only 3 types. One is the physical type. One is the spiritual type. And the other is the space type. Listen, it feels so magical. Lisa murmured. It is magical. However, there are also great risks in activating this superpower. There is a certain probability of death, a certain probability of nothing happening, and a certain probability of mutating into an irrational monster. So, risks and rewards coexist. Then, how many types do you have? I have all three. Oh my god. You are so awesome. You are indeed the powerful man I like. Lisa looked at Chinyu with an obsessed look on her face and said softly, I always feel that maybe one day, you will become the god in my heart. Chinyu smiled and said nothing. God? Maybe. If you live again, you must stand at the top of the pyramid of Doomsday survivors. Otherwise, what is the meaning of rebirth? Chinyu rested in the underground venue for 3 whole days. 3 days later, the beast tide on the ground slowly dispersed. A large part of the reason for the dispersion of the beast tide was because of White Wolf and the general. The two of them became a pair of Beast King lovers. Originally, the Beast Kings above were actually evenly matched, and they had a tacit understanding that they would never attack each other, because they were not sure of winning. As a result, now, White Wolf suddenly found a man. So, the Wolf King's strength increased greatly. The general's current realm strength is almost the strength of a Beast King, and is even slightly stronger than those weaker Beast Kings. Therefore, when White Wolf brought the general back to the ground again, the other Beast Kings noticed something was wrong and immediately flashed away. As soon as the Beast King flashed, the beast tide under their command dissipated. In the end, only the beast tide that White Wolf had driven before was left, and the scale was still not small. Then, under the Wolf King's whimpering and roaring, most of the mutant animals returned to the jungle. However, hundreds of mutant wolves were left behind. Wolves are group-living animals. The remaining hundreds of mutant wolves are all members of the 05 tribe of the White Wolf. So they vowed not to leave. The Wolf King did not chase them away. The control of mutant wolves is much easier than other mutant animals, so it doesn't matter if they stay. The 4th day, Chinyu came out of the basement. As soon as he came out, hundreds of mutant wolves immediately surrounded him. Almost more than 600. Densely packed around him. Although it looked scary. But no mutant wolf dared to move casually, because at this moment, their Wolf King had already prostrated himself in front of Chinyu. This was a gesture of submission. The Wolf King needed to let its tribe know that Chinyu was now the real leader of the tribe. So, when the White Wolf prostrated itself in front of Chinyu, and was caressed by him on the ear, all the mutant wolves around it prostrated themselves. Chapter 373 Spectacular. They all fell to the ground. The scene was spectacular. Chinyu smiled. This was an unexpected gain. I didn't expect the general to help me subdue a mutated wolf army. Needless to say, the combat capability of this wolf army far exceeded my current team. They can almost capture various small and medium-sized cities. As long as they don't encounter a regular large-scale army, they can basically charge around. Even if they encounter a small-scale beast tide, they don't have to be afraid. Cool. After accepting the mutated wolf army, Chinyu looked around. His Yuma people were scrapped. They were all torn into pieces. The terrifying beast tide actually bit even a car to pieces. It took a few days, but the harvest was good. We have to leave quickly. The more time we waste on the road, the more accidents will happen. So we set off immediately. Chinyu made an excuse, saying that he had to go out to find transportation. Otherwise the mountain road in the middle was too long and winding to reach Hanzhong City. As a result, when he was about to leave, the general bit his pants directly. Then he screamed, turned around and half-crouched on the ground, motioning him to get on. Chinyu was stunned. General, you don't want to carry me, do you? Ah! The general roared. Chinyu was surprised. Judging from his body shape, the general now looks like a calf, and it is easy for him to carry a person. But what about Lisa? Can it carry two? At this time, the White Wolf King actually walked in front of Lisa and slowly half-crouched on the ground. Lisa said with a surprised look, Ayu! It? Haha. This is very interesting. Chinyu laughed. And then, he was no longer polite, and directly climbed onto the general's back. This mutant Tibetan Mastiff, which looked like a lion, stood up with ease. Lisa, go ahead. Feel it. This? Okay. Lisa climbed onto the back of the White Wolf King carefully. The White Wolf King also stood up easily. Lisa was so scared that she quickly grabbed the hair on the side of its neck. Suddenly, hundreds of mutant wild wolves around raised their necks and howled, and the sound shook 100 miles. Then, The general roared, turned his head, and went into the mountains, and began to rush south. The White Wolf King followed closely behind. The remaining hundreds of wild wolves also followed closely behind, running all over the mountains. Qin Yu was somewhat excited. He felt like a beast king. In this way, he could walk in a straight line in the mountains. The time was greatly shortened. Looking back, Lisa had completely fallen on the back of the White Wolf King, holding the long hair of the White Wolf tightly with both hands. Her strength was limited. If the White Wolf King had not tried his best to control the balance of his body, he would have thrown her down long ago. Perhaps she could give it a try. Next time we rest, find a few crystal cores of better quality and let her try. Hope God blesses us. At the same time, in the underground military base in southern Sichuan, 7 days have passed. What surprised Murong Zheng was that Liang Qiuying not only did not die, but her body slowly recovered. Those deadly bacteria miraculously coexisted in her body. It should be the effect of those non-organisms. Hundreds of deadly viruses were harmoniously integrated into a human body. Even her bones, skin and muscles were regenerated. It was simply magical. Murong Zheng was happy, because Liang Qiuying was now also a huge time bomb. Why? Once the non-organisms in her body get out of control, she will become an extremely terrifying virus bomb. If the virus in her body spreads completely, the threat can directly wipe out a country. Of course, there is no country now. But she is indeed a big trouble. This makes Murong Zheng feel that he is not alone. On this day, Liang Qiuying walked out of the sanatorium. She was like a reborn baby, with smooth and delicate skin. And even her appearance had undergone subtle changes, becoming extremely beautiful, with a beautiful posture that makes people's scalps numb. Liang Qiuying walked to a huge dressing mirror and looked at herself in the mirror with a shocked face. Gently stroking the mirror, she murmured, "Is this me?" In a relatively intact staff dormitory, Liang Qiuying washed her body and changed into a new staff uniform here. Then she came to the central control room. In the past few days, she has exchanged a lot of information with Murong Zheng. And she also knew that Murong Zheng was originally the chief technical expert here, so she respected him very much. After entering, Liang Qiuying asked softly, "Professor Murong, is this place going to be completely abandoned?" "Yes." /n/n Murong Zheng nodded. "There are no supplies here. We can't survive. And you and I are like a huge time bomb. We must find someone who can solve our problems." "Is it the person with abnormal brain waves you mentioned?" Murong Zheng sighed. "I'm not sure if he can solve it. However, with such a terrifying brain wave signal, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. Now, the outside world has been destroyed. You can't feel it in the space station. But in fact we really have no choice." "Well, okay then. Xiao Liang, pack up immediately, and let's leave here." I plugged the power supply of the main control room into the sanatorium cabin before, which caused the chemical reactor under the main control room to be unstable. It has been on the verge of collapse these days, and it will explode soon. "Oh, okay." Liang Qiuying packed up her things in a hurry. Collect as many important items as possible. 10 minutes later, the entire underground base suddenly shook violently. Murong Zheng's face changed. "Hurry up. This place is going to explode. Are we just going to run like this?" "Follow me. There is a military helicopter in the base that can be used. We can probably escape 10 kilometers away." "Hurry up." Murong Zheng's eyes flashed with madness. The whole person instantly changed his personality, becoming resolute and decisive. He picked up his backpack and turned to run, and at the same time shouted in a deep voice, "You must follow me. Otherwise you will be left to fend for yourself." Liang Qiuying looked at him with a strange look. The personality changed again. Ever since she knew Murong Zheng's secret, Liang Qiuying felt overwhelmed. Because once Murong Zheng needed other knowledge, he would change his personality to deal with the current problem. Every time this happened, Liang Qiuying felt like she was talking to a stranger. In the past 7 or 8 days, she had reacquainted herself with Murong Zheng more than 20 times. The most outrageous thing was that there were 2 female personalities among them. It was almost killing me. Fortunately, Liang Qiuying now also had a perverted physique. Her physical strength was super exaggerated. She could even run faster than the fastest supercar. And her physical strength was unlimited. She herself couldn't figure out where the nano-organisms in her body came from. It was definitely not something from Earth. There were no nano-organisms in the space station before. The only possibility was that the escape pod might have hit something after entering the Earth's atmosphere, which was why she was knocked unconscious midway. In the underground base, the two ran wildly. Chapter 374 Super Special Forces Warrior. The personality that Murongjung chose was the original captain of the guard team here. A Super Special Forces Warrior with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. This personality is enough to deal with the current difficulties. In just 6 or 7 minutes, the two ran a distance that ordinary people would have to run for half an hour and arrived at the last safe helipad. At this moment, an unpleasant smell began to float up from the ground. The two quickly jumped into the helicopter. Murongjung started the helicopter with ease. When the ground began to rumble and tremble violently, and huge cracks appeared, the helicopter just slowly took off and quickly pulled up above the orbital cabin. A few minutes later, the helicopter rushed out of the ground and went straight into the blue sky. When the height reached more than 200 meters, there was a loud bang below, and the ground base collapsed madly. Countless red and green smoke mixed with strange purple flames rushed out from the ground. And the scene was simply horrifying. Liang Qiuying looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. Alas! Hiding in the space station will die sooner or later. But I didn't expect that returning to the ground would also be over at any time. Murongjung drove the helicopter to the north. Professor Murong, how long can the helicopter last? This little oil may be enough for us to reach Mianqing. If the target is Shancheng, then there is still a long way to go. It doesn't matter. Find a way to get a car. Even if we have to walk, we have to go to Shancheng. Liang Qiuying suddenly asked, what if the person with abnormal brain waves is no longer in Shancheng? Or, what if he is dead? Xiao Liang, don't think about anything else for now. Goals must be achieved one by one. Don't be too hasty or too frustrated. Now, we only have one goal, which is Shancheng. Then how do you find him? Murongjung casually took out a metal object from his pocket and handed it over. This is a signal receiver I made by myself, using a brainwave synchronization frequency to receive the sensor. I have written the data you sent down into its chip. Oh, this will make things much easier. Liang Qiuying's eyes lit up, holding the receiver and smiling, knowing that he is not dead. I believe we can definitely find him. Yes. Then our next stop is Mianqing? Well, go there to rest and search for resources. We need to replenish our physical strength. Otherwise we can't hold on for too long. Liang Qiuying suddenly fell silent. After a long time, she tentatively asked, Professor Murong, I know what you want to ask. Murongjung sighed helplessly and murmured, I can't eat anything now. Only human flesh and blood. But fortunately, I can still eat corpses now. Even rotten corpses. Liang Qiuying looked sad. This weird change is worse than death. Murongjung looked back at Liang Qiuying and said seriously, Xiao Liang, remember? Once I lose control and start to eat the flesh and blood of living people, remember? You must kill me in advance. Do you understand? Professor Murong. This is an order. Murongjung turned his head and said lightly, my level is higher than yours. Just treat this as an order. Xiao Liang, I have fought for the country all my life and made contributions all my life. I don't want to die and become a monster, but instead harm the ordinary people I have protected all my life. Liang Qiuying's eyes turned red, and she nodded gently. I understand. /N/, the large army has been staying for more than 7 days. Dong Qiulei takes Zhang Lixia and Su Jian out every day. They have been looking for crystal cores, but there is no result. Unexpectedly, the crystal core that is so easy to obtain in Qin Yu's eyes is extremely difficult to obtain in their eyes. It's impossible to find it. It's not that they haven't hunted mutant animals before, but the mutant animals they hunted easily have no crystal cores in their brains. For those that are a little more difficult, either they are not strong enough, or it is difficult to kill them with one strike. Once they are discovered by the mutant animals, they will run away. So after a week of hard work, they didn't get a single decent crystal core. The 3 of them were a little discouraged. In fact, they didn't know that Qin Yu had a mental map to use. Once the mental map was unfolded, all the mutant animals within a few kilometers could be seen, and which one was strong and which one was weak could be seen clearly. But what about them? They could only approach physically. Those who could be easily approached by them were basically weak. As for the more powerful mutant animals, as long as they had crystal cores in their brains, they had high IQs. Once they noticed the danger on them, they would have hidden long ago. That's why they felt It was extremely difficult. Zhang Yang only gave them 10 days. 10 days later, the team must leave Yangling and continue to move westward to enter Tibet as soon as possible. So, there are only a few days left. We must try again. Fortunately, these few days of hard work are not in vain. Because Qinyu's feeling is right. Zhang Lixiao's ability is not just to observe the difference between good and evil in people. She can indeed see the strength of mutant animals. In her eyes, mutant animals have a strange halo on their bodies. The darker the color of the halo, the stronger the mutant animal. However, I still can't see whether there is a crystal core. I still have to try my luck. This day, the sky is gloomy. It has been sunny for a few days, and it started to rain again. The main group rested in the station. Dong Qiulei took Su Jian and Zhang Lixia to explore the south. The three of them walked to the south side of the highway and came to a wetland park. This is the Weha Wetland Ecological Park. Dong Qiulei walked slowly to the Weha River with a tired face and sat down on the ground. Regardless of the wet and muddy ground, she seemed a little discouraged. Su Jian squatted down and looked at her. Why? Give up? No. Dong Qiulei's face was very serious. Since she was scolded by Qinyu last time, she seemed to have changed. Became extremely serious. She was no longer seen laughing and joking as usual. However, although this state gives people a sense of maturity and calmness, it also makes people feel unfamiliar. Su Jian patted her shoulder. Qiulei, don't be like this. You should return to your original state. I'm really not used to it. Impossible. Dong Qiulei looked at the water and murmured to herself, Old Su. Some things, you just understand them. I actually understood Brother Yu's state of mind for the first time. In the future, I will protect this team for him. Hey, girl. Su Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My best friend didn't say this. Why do you put such a big shackle on yourself? Protecting the team is the responsibility of all of us, not yours. Old Su. Brother Yu said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Brother Yu said that my ability may become very terrifying in the future. Su Jian was speechless. This girl is crazy. I don't know what Qinyu said to her. This girl now carries all the responsibilities on her own shoulders. Chapter 375. Lingering on. She is still a little girl after all. How can she have such a mature mind? Alas! Just when Su Jian was overwhelmed, Zhang Lixiao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What is this? She slowly walked to the water's edge, bent down and looked down. What's wrong? Sister Xia? Su Jian looked up and asked. It seems that there is something in the water? When she heard that there was something in the water, Dong Qiulei immediately dodged and took out the three-edged military bayonet in her hand. Su Jian also took out a pistol, pointing at the water. He asked in confusion, What is it? Is it a mutant animal? It seems like. But this thing is too small. Isn't it? Zhang Lixiao walked slowly into the water. Hey, Sister Xia. What are you doing? Dong Qiulei was startled. Nothing. Zhang Lixiao waved behind her and walked a few steps forward. Luckily, the shore looked quite wide and extended far underwater. So after walking several meters, the water only flowed to her knees. Zhang Lixiao stopped. She kept looking down at the water, and then said in surprise, Oh my god! Such a small thing is actually dark purple. Mutated creature? Dong Qiulei was startled. Dark purple? That's already scary. If you encounter a mutant animal that can reach dark purple, it's estimated that all human beings will be wiped out. But Zhang Lixiao was not panicked at all. Instead, she curiously put her hand into the water and whispered, It seems to be a kind of mollusk. Mollusk? Dong Qiulei and Su Jian were curious. The two of them slowly walked into the water and came to Zhang Lixiao's side. She put her hands together and scooped up a pool of water. And there was really a small worm in the water. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters long. The body was translucent. When he saw this little thing, Su Jian exclaimed, Damn! Is this a turbularian? Zhang Lixiao and Dong Qiulei turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Obviously, they didn't know what a turbularian was. Su Jian said excitedly, Don't you read scientific articles? Dong Qiulei's face darkened. Old Su. Sister Xia and I have never been to college. Please don't show off to us. Tell me, what is this? Ahem. Su Jian coughed twice and said excitedly, This is called a turbularian. It also has another name. Call it the heretical immortal. Why is it called that? Because it has a very strange regeneration ability, which can be said to be unsolvable. Regeneration ability? Dong Qiulei's eyes suddenly lit up. So, it can regenerate? Turbolarians can regenerate. And they are insects with a regeneration ability that is 100 times stronger than that of creatures such as geckos. Turbolarians exist in fresh water. It is a kind of worm. It has the ability to regenerate from stem cells indefinitely. So it is called a theoretical immortal organism. Stem cells are responsible for the growth and recovery of wounds. So even if this worm is cut into pieces, each piece can eventually become a new individual. Terrifying regeneration ability. After listening to Su Jian's explanation, Dong Qiulei and Zhang Lixiao looked at each other excitedly. Sister Xia, is it purple-black? Yes. Zhang Lixiao nodded. This is the first time I've seen such a dark color. I thought it was some dangerous creature, but I didn't expect it to be such a soft thing. According to the rules we have summarized, if the color can reach purple-black, it must have a crystal nucleus. However, this thing is too small. How to get the crystal core? Su Jian pushed her in anger. Are you stupid? Why are you looking for a crystal core? Just take it back and let Uncle Li swallow it directly. After that, he took out a mineral water bottle from his backpack and asked Zhang Lixiao to put the worm in it. Sister Xia, is there any more in the water? Definitely not. Zhang Lixiao shook her head and looked at the water and said, although it doesn't feel aggressive, there are almost no more mutant creatures around such a mutated creature. Well, it's a pity. It would be great if there were hundreds or thousands of them. You're just dreaming. Dong Qiulei grabbed the bottle, held it tightly in her hand, and said excitedly, let's go back to Uncle Li to discuss it and see if he dares to take this risk. Okay, let's go back. The three of them hurried back. More than 10 minutes later, back to the station. After finding Li Zhongjuan, the three of them pushed him outside in a wheelchair and found a corner wherein Jing would not be disturbed. Li Zhongjuan's injuries have not recovered. Now they can only do it to the extent that he will not die, and keep the wound from getting inflamed. But he has already lost both eyes. One hand is also useless. Only a part of the large amount of shrapnel in his body was taken out, and the rest remained deeper in the body. And it was impossible to perform surgery. So, he can only survive. After putting the wheelchair away, Dong Qiulei squatted in front of Li Zhongjuan and whispered, Uncle Li, I am Qiulei. Don't be afraid. I have something important to tell you. Qiulei, go ahead. Li Zhongjuan was not afraid at all. He actually wanted to die now. Because in this doomsday time, he, a blind old man, would only be a burden to others if he survived. Especially his daughter. It would definitely be a burden to his daughter. If he hadn't been watched too closely now, he might have ended his life long ago. Dong Qiulei looked at Li Zhongjuan and said very seriously, I declare in advance that the secret I want to tell you comes from Brother Yu. According to Brother Yu's instructions, you must keep it strictly confidential after I tell you. You can't tell anyone for the time being. Not even your daughter. Uncle Li, you are a veteran. I believe you will abide by the rules. So, I told you. Then, Dong Qiulei briefly explained the crystal core energy to activate the superpowers, and also explained the risks involved. After explaining everything in detail, Dong Qiulei looked at Li Zhongjuan and said, Uncle Li, given your situation, Brother Yu thinks you can give it a try. Of course, there is a chance of failure, so the choice is yours. After that, the three of them looked at Li Zhongjuan intently. Li Zhongjuan was silent for a long time. And then he asked in a hoarse voice, Qiulei, what you said seems like a fairy tale, but I believe it. In fact, that day, I saw you go upstairs to slaughter those people. Why didn't you ask me? Dong Qiulei was stunned. Because I'm not sure myself. It was just a flash of light. And I saw your back disappear upstairs. The speed was too exaggerated. So I'm not sure if I was hallucinating. It's not a hallucination. Dong Qiulei took a deep breath and said, me, Lao Su, and Sister Xia, the three of us have activated our superpowers. Moreover, we all swallowed the crystal core at the critical moment of life and death to mutate and save our lives. We are lucky. I know. Li Zhongjuan nodded without hesitation. I'll try. Uncle Li, if we fail, either you die or you mutate into a monster, and we will have to kill you with our own hands. Hee hee. Chapter 376 Contact. Li Zhongjuan smiled bitterly. You don't know. I have wanted to kill myself several times. There is no point in my living like this. The three looked at each other, nodded at the same time. They all understood his current mood. So, don't hesitate. You will die anyway. So you might as well give it a try. If you do it right, the motorcycle will turn into a scooter. Dong Qiulei took out the mineral water bottle very carefully, looked at Li Zhongjuan and said, "We have been looking for a suitable crystal core these days. Now we have found a mutant creature. But it is too small. So you need to swallow it directly." "What is it?" Li Zhongjuan's face trembled a little. "It's a planarian. A kind of worm." "Ahem. Okay." Li Zhongjuan swallowed helplessly. "You're not afraid of death. So why are you afraid of swallowing a worm? Come on." Su Jian winked at Dong Qiulei. Dong Qiulei no longer hesitated, and Ning unscrewed the lid, poured the planarian directly into the palm of her hand, and then shouted in a deep voice, "Uncle Li, open your mouth." Li Zhongjuan opened his mouth quickly. Dong Qiulei threw the worm in her hand directly into his mouth. "Swallow it." At that moment, Li Zhongjuan got goosebumps all over his body. There was something in his mouth that tasted strange and slippery like a big snot. He swallowed it directly into his stomach with a gurgling throat. The three people immediately looked serious. Their hearts were in their throats. Will it work? At the same time, Su Jian had secretly taken out his gun and pointed it directly at Li Zhongjuan's head. The three people stared at Li Zhongjuan nervously. Su Jian even took out his gun and pointed it at Li Zhongjuan's head. If something went wrong, he had to kill him with his own hands. Time passed by minute. Li Zhongjuan himself was also nervous, trembling all over, and his palms were bleeding at a certain moment. He trembled all over and blurted out in surprise, "I feel it. Something is drilling in my stomach." Cough, 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 puff. Li Zhongjuan suddenly coughed violently, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. All three of them were startled. "Uncle Li, Uncle Li, Uncle Li, how do you feel? Any changes?" At this moment, Li Zhongjuan's face had turned red, and he was holding his stomach with one hand and arching his body in pain, like a shrimp. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Su Jian was so scared that he opened the safety and loaded the gun. Dong Qiulei, who was standing by, quickly reached out to stop his gun. "Wait a minute." Li Zhongjuan knelt on the ground in pain, and arched his body hard. He began to sweat a lot. The ground was wet. The veins on his neck jumped high. All the muscles in his body became stiff because of the spasm. After the painful process lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, Dong Qiulei suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! Look at Uncle Li's arm." Su Jian and Zhang Lixia took a quick look. Oh my god! Li Zhongjuan's arm seemed to melt. It began to roll from the original wound and spread out at an extremely slow speed. The three of them were stunned. Su Jian slowly put down the gun in his hand. It was amazing. Moreover, Li Zhongjuan's shouting gradually weakened, leaving only the heavy breathing. It seemed to be successful. Dong Qiulei let go of Su Jian's hand and said softly, "It seems to be okay. Uncle Li seems to have succeeded. Right? Is this considered a success?" "It should be." Zhang Lixia nodded. "I struggled for several hours after I accidentally ate the crystal core. But we have to wait a little longer. We have to make sure that Uncle Li is still sane, so he won't become an irrational monster." Su Jian was still very cautious. Dong Qiulei thought it was right. So she moved closer cautiously and asked softly, "Uncle Li. Uncle Li? How are you?" Who? I'm fine. I'm fine. I can hold on." Dong Qiulei was relieved when she heard it, turning her head to look at Su Jian excitedly and smiled. "It's done. It seems that we succeeded in doing this for the first time." Haha. Awesome. Su Jian also put down his gun. "Contact Brother Yu later and see if he can be contacted. Tell him when the time comes." "Wait." Zhang Lixia suddenly turned pale, and slowly backed away with a look of horror, pointed at Li Zhongjuan and said in surprise, He is not right." As soon as the voice fell, Li Zhongjuan suddenly looked up and opened his mouth towards Su Jian. Poof! He actually sprayed a stream of black water from his mouth. The black water exuded a fishy and sour smell. Su Jian was unable to dodge, and was sprayed all over his face and body. Ah! A shrill scream. Su Jian's face and body began to rot and decay, emitting a disgusting smell. And even his clothes were corroded with countless large holes. The incident happened suddenly, and Dong Qiulei was really shocked. Her mind went blank. when Li Zhongyuan turned his head and stared at her with dark eyes, opening his mouth to spit. Dong Qiulei came back to her senses instantly, stepped on the ground suddenly, and disappeared instantly. Li Zhongyuan was stunned. In the time it took to be stunned, Dong Qiulei had already turned behind him, and the three-edged military dagger in her hand suddenly pierced his temple. The military dagger went in from one side and came out from the other side. It pierced his head. Li Zhongyuan was shocked all over and didn't move anymore. Old Su. Old Su. Dong Qiulei let go of the military dagger, rushed directly to Su Jian's side, and reached out to grab him. Don't touch me. Su Jian trembled and yelled, and said hoarsely, Don't touch me. I'm fine. You forgot that I am also a superpower. Although this thing is very corrosive, I won't die. As he spoke, Su Jian's skin trembled slightly like a drum. Soon, the corrosive liquid on his body was shaken off. The tattered and scarred skin underneath was exposed. But Su Jian seemed to be really fine. His skin is very resilient. His defensibility is getting stronger and stronger. Even though he was corroded like this, his internal organs were not exposed. There was not even any bleeding. Su Jian panted and turned his head to look at Zhang Lixia. Sister Xia, are you okay? It's okay. Zhang Lixia looked sad. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Li Zhongyuan. We failed. Yes, we failed. Su Jian was also depressed. Dong Qiulei was speechless, because she sent Li Zhongyuan away with her own hands. How could she tell Li Xiaoyun about this result? The three of them were silent. 10 minutes later, Su Jian slowly got up from the ground and shook his body. His skin had gradually changed from black to grayish-white, and it was obvious that he had almost recovered. Sister Xia. Qiulei. Now that things have come to this, face it calmly. Su Jian slowly turned around and murmured, Go find Xiaoyun and confess to her. I hope she can accept this result. Even if she doesn't accept it, there's nothing we can do. Well, let's go. Dong Qiulei walked over and took Zhang Lixia's arm. The three of them left dejectedly. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoyun followed the three people over. She looked very unhappy. Although she hadn't been told what happened yet, she had already discovered that her father was missing, so she had vaguely guessed what it was. When the four people came to that deserted corner, they were suddenly stunned. Fuck. Chapter 377 Not Dead. Dong Qiulei rushed over and picked up the bloody three-edged military bayonet from the ground. Looking at Su Jian and Zhang Lixia in confusion, he is not dead. /n/ the body is gone. Li Zhongyuan ran away. He is not dead. This made Dong Qiulei and the other two dumbfounded. He didn't die even after a knife pierced his temple? Will it be okay to destroy the brain? The key is, where did he run to? Is he still rational now? Li Xiaoyun stared at the blood on the ground blankly, feeling mixed emotions. She actually didn't object to Su Jian and his actions. Knowing the truth, if it was her, she would do the same thing to her father. After all, that is also a means. It's just a pity that the luck is a bit bad. If nothing is done, Li Zhongyuan will end his life sooner or later in order not to drag everyone down. Li Xiaoyun can't keep an eye on him at all. Zhang Lixia saw Li Xiaoyun's dull expression, walked over and gently hugged her, holding her in her arms, and comforted her softly. Xiaoyun, cry if you want to. No, I won't cry. Li Xiaoyun buried her head in Zhang Lixia's chest and murmured, Sister Xia, I'm fine. Life and death are determined by fate. Strictly speaking, Dad is dead. I won't cry. I have more important things to do. I won't cry. Okay. Zhang Lixia hugged Li Xiaoyun tightly. She looked at Dong Qiulei and Su Jian, her eyes full of questions. What to do now? I don't know where Li Zhongyuan ran off to. Should we stay and kill him? Or just leave? Dong Qiulei and Su Jian looked at each other. Old Su. You decide. Let's go. Let him escape. Anyway, we don't plan to stay in this city. He can't possibly go against us. So, go back and notify everyone immediately. Pack up and prepare to retreat. Okay. Let's do it. The three people made a decision and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Dong Qiulei quietly came to the place with blood stains, untied a necklace from her neck, and gently placed it on the ground. That was her first birthday gift after she became an adult. It was given to her by her father. She had never taken it off since the day she put it on. Today, she officially put it down. Let's leave the necklace here to commemorate my father. Then, The four people left in a hurry and returned to the station. Dong Qiulei informed Zhang Yang and lied that Li Zhongjuan had given up his life and was gone. Everyone was sad at the same time. Everyone on the train held a collective moment of silence. Then immediately packed up their things, started the train, and officially left Yangling City. There is still a long way to go in the future. The sacrifice of one person cannot affect the big goal. However, Li Zhongjuan's departure became a warning and sounded the alarm for several leaders. Any negligence will cause the death of companions. Now is the end of the world, not a peaceful time. So, the same thing. Only by being ruthless can you survive. So, more than an hour later, the Doomsday train slowly started. Time flies. Half a month later, Qinyu took Lisa and drove hundreds of wolves out of the mountains. Gu County was at the bottom of the mountain. Gu County is already the nearest county town to the east of Hanzhong City. Gu County is adjacent to the north side of the Han River. Due to the backflow of seawater and the backflow of rivers, the Han River is turbulent at this moment, and the river current is comparable to the Yangtze River tide. Half of Gu County is soaked in water. Only a part of the north side is still intact. There are still nearly 20 kilometers to go from Gu County to Hanzhong City. Chunyu rode on the general, stood on the top of the mountain, and observed for a while. Then jumped down and took Lisa from the white wolf. When we got to the county town, it was not appropriate to let the wolves follow. It was enough to leave only the general and the white wolf. The other wolves were hidden in the surrounding mountains. As long as the white wolf howled, the wolves would come immediately. After Qinyu asked the white wolf to arrange the wolves, he immediately took Lisa down the mountain and entered Gu County. In the mental map, hundreds of people gathered at a certain location west of the county town with weapons. Comparing the map, it should be the Hanzhong Guqing Airport. Needless to say, it must be the guards of the Japanese. From the information obtained by Lisa, we know that the Japanese have more than 10,000 combat troops in Hanzhong City. It is comparable to the garrison in Shanxi City. And the firepower equipment is not bad. With such a scale, the traffic choke points around Hanzhong City must be blocked. I wonder if there are cannibals in Hanzhong City. It would be great if there are. It would save me a lot of trouble. Qinyu sneaked into the official office building of Gu County with Lisa and rested for a few days. For more than half a month, the two have been following the wolf pack in the deep mountains and old forests. Although the distance is shortened and the time is advanced, the suffering is not less. It's too hard. It's better to drive here slowly. The main reason is that Lisa can't bear it anymore. Her lumbar spine was injured, and she was bumped on the back of the white wolf for half a month. Qinyu felt distressed. Therefore, she must rest for a while in Gu County, regain her energy. In particular, Qinyu is considering letting Lisa try to activate her supernatural power, because Lisa's old lumbar injury has not been healed, but seems to be getting worse. This is not a good sign. The injury on the waist is not easy to treat, and I am not a doctor, so I really can't relieve her. If it doesn't work, just try it once. Otherwise, her survival rate will get lower and lower. After nightfall, in the office building, Chunyu cleaned out a large and spacious office. Then he went out for a while, and when he came back, he had brought back a lot of supplies. What tents, camp beds, alcohol stoves, pots and pans, and even some dried bacon and canned food. Lisa looked surprised. It was hard to imagine that he could find supplies every time he went out. And so much. Qinyu never explained. No explanation was needed. Qinyu could let her know that he had the ability to fight. But no one had ever told her about the portable space. That was the biggest secret. It was because of this secret that he could live comfortably in the Doomsday world. So until the end, no one would know that he had enough living supplies to live comfortably for a lifetime in his space. All the tools were placed in the big camping tent. Lisa was lying on the camp bed, finally able to rest her waist comfortably. And Qinyu was cooking outside. Alcohol stove. Take a small pot and simply stir-fry some bacon. There were no green vegetables, but there were two imported canned foods. One was Russian pickles, and the other was Italian canned beans and tomato sauce. These two were enough. Eat some vegetables appropriately to supplement vitamins. The staple food was big bread. This time, it was the Russian big bread. Hunger resistance. For Lisa, she may have been tired of eating meat. Why? In the past half-month, she has been traveling in the mountains, eating basically all the meat, which was caught by the wolf soldiers of the Beast King White Wolf. There are all kinds of wild beasts. So she is tired of eating meat. The only advantage of being in the mountains is that Chinyu knows wild vegetables. These are all skills accumulated in the previous life. In the mountains, you can also get some wild vegetables to cook and eat, which is a pretty good enjoyment. Soon, dinner is ready. Chapter 378 Dinner. Chinyu helped Lisa out and let her sit next to him, leaning against the cabinet, and the two of them had a leisurely dinner. The bacon was fried very well. It was oily. Add some chili peppers to it, and Lisa's mouth was watering. She was even more impressed by Chinyu. It was almost a year after the Doomsday, but she could still eat this kind of food with him. It was also magical. It was very quiet outside at night. After so long, lone walkers were almost extinct all over the world. The more time passes, the harder it is for lone walkers to survive. Without the support of the team, once they encounter mutant beasts, they will definitely be finished. Because you can't hide. The noses of those mutant beasts are more than 100 times more sensitive than before. No matter where humans hide, they can be dug out. So there is only one way to fight. Therefore, every city is becoming more and more peaceful. The two finished their meal and packed up their tools. Chinyu carried Lisa back to the tent, took off her clothes, and looked at her back carefully. Frowning. The large area of bruises on her back not only did not disappear, but became more and more serious. The situation is getting worse and worse. It seems that the spine is seriously injured. Just when Chinyu wanted to ask Lisa's opinion on whether to use the crystal core, the general and the wolf king outside the tent suddenly stood up at the same time and let out a low growl of warning. Are there enemies? Chinyu quickly unfolded the mental map and took a look. Huh? About 7 or 8 kilometers away, a shabby car drove over on a road. There were 2 people in the car. The reason why Chinyu paid attention to these 2 people at the first time was because their mental bodies were simply terrifying. That was not the mental body of an ordinary person at all. The one driving the car should be a man, but his mental body was simply abnormal. It was as if the mental bodies of dozens of people were compressed into his body. The mental body was simply terrifying. The other one was a woman. She was also terrifying. There was nothing wrong with her, but her spirit body was actually parasitized by numerous tiny spirit bodies. Those tiny spirit bodies were strangely bright and dazzling. It felt as if the woman's spirit body was the Milky Way in the sky, densely dotted with countless stars. Chinyu was stunned. What on earth were these 2? Could they be sub-alien people? But they were different from ordinary sub-alien spirit bodies. Could they be superpowers? Chinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took out the military night vision infrared telescope and began to observe the car from the window. As the car slowly approached, it went deeper into the main street of Gu County. Suddenly, when the car reached a certain position, there was a loud rumbling noise. It was like a landmine. The whole car was blown up, and then it fell heavily to the ground with a bang, and turned over directly. Chinyu's heart tightened. It turned out that there were landmines on the road into the city. It was a close call. Luckily, I came down from the mountains. Otherwise I might have been hit. I am fine. But Lisa is finished. The Japanese are really cruel. They have already started laying landmines so far away. Are you not letting anyone pass? It's a pity for those 2 people. No. Chinyu could no longer see the 2 people moving in the telescope. However, in the mental map, their spirits did not weaken at all, but became stronger. Especially, the man driving the car had his spirit squirming. Damn! The color of the spirit changed. It became a very bright color. Generally, this color means that the person is very strong. At least an elite special forces member of Zhang Yang's level. What's going on? Is this a transformation? Chinyu became very interested in these 2 people. At this time, 2 military jeeps drove over on the long street. After driving near the shabby car, 6 or 7 people got off the jeeps, fully armed, holding weapons, and carefully came to the outside of the shabby car. Then, the 2 people inside were dragged out. They seemed to have whispered to each other for a while, and they probably found that the 2 people were not dead. So they tied up the man and woman in a few seconds, put them in the jeep, and drove away quickly. Chinyu turned around. He thought silently for a moment. No! We have to find out what those 2 strange creatures are. If they are creatures like sub-alien people, we have to kill them and get the crystal core. Their abilities are too weird. If they are superpowers, we have to think about it carefully. Contact them first. If possible, they should be absorbed into the team. This is the tongue of a wild superpower. It must be very powerful. They should have survived outside for a long time at least. Having made a decision, Chinyu turned around and walked quickly towards the tent. Before leaving, he had to see if Lisa had the courage to try to use the crystal core. Lisa looked at him nervously. Ayu. What happened outside? Nothing. Already left. /n/in Chinyu came to the bed, looked at her thin face and asked softly, Lisa, I'm asking you very formally now. Do you want to try to use the crystal core? Your lumbar spine may be very serious and deteriorate very quickly. Lisa was stunned. Then her expression dimmed, and she said softly, Is it very bad? Yeah. I am a little scared. Chinyu was silent for a moment. Then said solemnly, Don't worry. No matter what you choose, I will not give up on you. If something really happens to you, I will send you off myself. Ayu, can you stay here with me for a few more days? Stay a few more days? Yeah. Lisa smiled. I want to live with you and Jing for a few more days. Without regrets. And then I will use the crystal core again. In this way, even if I really fail, die, or mutate, I don't care. Okay. Chinyu nodded without hesitation. As long as you decide, I will respect your decision. Yes. Ayu. Lisa held out her hands to Chinyu, biting her lips gently. I want to sleep with you tonight. Okay? Don't do anything. Okay. Chinyu turned around and said to the outside in a deep voice, General. Xiaobai. Black Crow. Help me guard this building. Anyone who approaches will be killed. No one should disturb us. Go out. Ah. The general growled. Then he got up and left the office with Bailang. Black Crow also fluttered to the window, leaped and flew out. The room was quiet. Chinyu zipped up the tent, got into the sleeping bag, and let Lisa hug his waist and pillow his arms. Sleep. Yes. It's so comfortable to hug you. I'm not afraid of anything when I hug you. It's like hugging the whole world when I hug you. Ayu, you are really amazing. Lisa murmured in her mouth and slowly closed her eyes. She fell asleep soon. Chapter 379 Relaxation. Perhaps the safest place in the world is Chinyu's arms. For the next week, Chinyu did nothing but stayed in the room with Lisa, chatting with her, cooking with her, bathing with her, and making love with her. In a week, Lisa was completely relaxed. She was calm and indifferent to life and death. Lisa was a smart woman. Since she knew Chinyu's secret, she knew that Chinyu must be a nobody. This man was born to do great things. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in troubled times. Now is a world that is even more chaotic than the troubled times. It is basically the end of the world. Perhaps Chinyu is a strong man born for the times. So it was impossible for him to stay for any woman. It was a great blessing for him to accompany her for a week. Lisa was satisfied. So, on the morning of the 7th day, she washed herself clean, combed her hair again, and changed into a set of cleaner clothes. Then, she stretched out her hand to Chinyu. Ayu, give me the crystal core. Have you decided? Chinyu's eyes finally became calm. He had to be calm, because once the crystal core is used, there is a chance of mutation into a monster. At that time, he would have to be cruel and kill Lisa. I've decided. Okay. Chinyu casually took out at least 7 or 8 tiny crystal cores. Activating superpowers can be done with ordinary crystal cores. And the more types there are, the greater the chance. After Lisa took the crystal core, she took a deep breath, looked at Xiaoyang and smiled faintly. Ayu, you go. I want to bear this process by myself. If you are afraid that I will become a monster, leave the generals. They are enough to kill me. Chinyu was stunned. Lisa said softly with red eyes, I don't want you to kill me with your own hands. Chinyu's heart tightened. Unexpectedly, a kind of bitterness arose. It's really strange. In fact, the time I spent with Lisa was not long, and the experience was not the most thrilling. As a result, I actually felt the most sorry for her. Why is that? I always felt that Lisa had a special temperament. It made people reluctant to give up on her. Maybe it was because she was of mixed blood and had lived abroad since she was a child. The education philosophy she received was not the traditional ancient concept of Xia country. For her, liking is liking, and worship is worship. It was completely naked, not covered at all, not shy at all. Chinyu looked at Lisa silently, and finally said nothing, but walked over and kissed her forehead gently, then turned and left. Before leaving, He gave orders to the general and the White Wolf. The general and the White Wolf did not understand this order, but they still guarded the door. And the look in their eyes, when they looked at Lisa, had gradually become ferocious. Only the Black Crow did not change. It was like a bystander, not concerned about anything and keeping aloof. It stood on the windowsill all the time. It tilted its 5 heads and looked at Lisa strangely. After Chunyu left completely, Lisa wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then let out a long breath and muttered to herself, "No matter what, let's pray." As she said that, she took out a piece of charcoal from the charcoal basin next to her. Then she knelt down and used the charcoal as a pen to draw on the ground. Before long, she drew a complicated magic circle on the ground. Lisa threw away the charcoal in her hand, looked at the general and the White Wolf, and smiled reluctantly. "My mother is actually a Nordic psychic, although I don't believe this. I have always liked to pray since I was a child because of my mother's influence. Pray now. If I really mutate into a monster, don't show mercy, just bite me to death. My prayer is just a hope that I won't go to hell after death. To be honest, I don't even know who I'm praying for. It's funny, isn't it?" The general and the White Wolf looked at her with a confused look. In fact, they were also quite confused, because for more than half a month, they have regarded Lisa as a companion. The White Wolf even carried her on his back for half a month. Why did the master order her to be killed? Confused, Lisa took a deep breath, knelt in the center of the magic circle, clasped her hands together, placed them in front of her chest, and closed her eyes devoutly. She said some prayers. 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes with a firm look. Then she grabbed the crystal cores and threw them into her mouth without hesitation. Chunyu, half a little devil and half a second devil, stood downstairs. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from upstairs. The scream was extremely tragic. Chunyu slowly clenched his hands into fists. She started. What was the result? No one knows. Chunyu gritted his teeth, turned his head, and quickly ran towards the direction of Hanzhong Airport. Leave everything to fate. If she survives, she will be his most loyal partner. She is also the woman he can't let go of. If she doesn't survive, it can only be said that her luck is too bad. As for myself, I can't afford to delay. There is still a huge target waiting for me in Hanzhong City. As for the 2 terrifying creatures staying at the airport, Chunyu decided to take a look and contact them. What are those 2? It has aroused his curiosity. There are almost no survivors in Gu County. There are blockades on several main streets. The people there are all fully armed combatants. Probably either the Little Devils or the second devils bribed by the Little Devils. At this time, it is not uncommon to see traitors. Chunyu ran at full speed in the alley among the buildings. He was too lazy to hide his body. He came to Hanzhong just to kill and rob. No disguise or strategy. No need. Just do it. With a little life, still polite. Half an hour later, when they were about to approach the airport, a gunshot was heard in the distance. Chunyu tilted his head. The bullet almost hit his face and shot past. He was discovered. Chunyu dodged and hid behind the building. The mental map quickly locked the sniper hiding in the airport tower. Then, he took out a heavy sniper from the space. A WM sniper rifle, equipped with a high-precision telescopic sight. It is a super sniper equipment second only to TAC-50. Chunyu took out the heavy sniper, opened the safety, pushed the bullet into the chamber, and then used the mental map to lock the position of the sniper. The next second, he dodged and found a tricky angle to half kneel on the ground. He held the gun with his left hand and clenched it with his right hand. He pulled the trigger at the moment of aiming. Bang! The sniper on the airport tower was shot out of his hiding spot and fell directly from it. Immediately afterwards, the alarm bells in the airport rang loudly. In the mental map, at least 100 combat troops immediately began to act. At least 200 more people have started to move. They are probably ordinary people. After all, they should have families. Now, Chunyu is in a very irritable mood, because he is concerned about Lisa's situation. But he doesn't want to go back to see her. So his rage is getting worse and worse. And his murderous intent is raging, no matter who is in there. Chapter 380, The Wounds Disappeared Unexpectedly. A killing spree. So, Chunyu continued to run forward with the heavy sniper. Using the lock of the mental map, he could always avoid the sniper shooting at him without any danger. At the same time, he launched a counterattack. So, there was a lot of gunfire in the airport. In an office building at the airport, there were 2 beds side by side. There were 2 people tied to the bed. It was Murong and Liang Qiuying. Both of them closed their eyes and looked like they were unconscious. Outside the room, there was a glass window. There were 7 or 8 people outside who had been discussing the situation of the 2 of them because it was too weird. The car was blown up by a landmine, and the 2 people were all wounded. But they didn't die. They just fainted. Isn't this weird? Especially the woman. After being brought back for such a short time, the wounds on her body disappeared. There must be a secret. So, these people began to discuss how to study the 2 strange organisms. Half of these people are second-hand devils, and half are real devils. One of the middle-aged men wearing Japanese military uniforms is the leader here, named Kato Tianxiong. He is a genuine Sakurajima native, but he speaks fluent Chinese. When the gunshots outside were loud, Kato Tianxiong was stunned, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Guards! What's going on? Report to Mr. Kato. There is an invasion." Kato Tianxiong cursed angrily. "Send 2 teams to deal with it. Idiots. How could they let the invaders get so close to the airport? A bunch of idiots." "Yes, Mr. Kato." Putting down the intercom, Kato Tianxiong looked at the people in white coats around him. "You be responsible for the autopsy, and make sure to find out the secrets of the 2 people inside." "But the 2 of them are still alive." An older person in a white coat couldn't help but say something. Kato Tianxiong looked back at him, expressionless. Then he suddenly took out a gun, pointed it at his head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The old man fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The others were so scared that they were silent and hid aside. Kato Tianxiong looked at the others coldly. "Who else has questions?" No one said anything. Kato Tianxiong then hurriedly left with 2 guards. After they left, the 3 or 4 guards who stayed put their guns on the table, looked at the remaining 2 or 3 white coats and cursed, "Go, pigs." The 3 white coats looked helpless and could only turn around and walk into the inner room. One of them muttered, "Little Japanese, you will not die well." Bang! Another gunshot. The young man who had just finished muttering was also shot in the head. The remaining 2 white coats dared not to move, and they were so scared that they quickly opened the door to the inner room and went in. But as soon as the door was opened, they were stunned. The man lying inside actually got up. Moreover, his eyes were cold and murderous. Just as the man in the white coat was about to speak, he saw the man stretched out his hands, holding his head and twisting it hard. There was a cracking sound. The guards outside were suddenly startled, suddenly picked up their guns and cursed, "Baka!" As soon as he finished cursing, the body of the white coat with a broken neck was pushed out and hit them directly. Several people were hit and had no time to shoot. As a result, the figures flashed in front of them, and a scalpel had cut off their necks. At the door of the inner room, Liang Qiuying silently watched everything outside and sighed secretly. The old professor changed his personality again. Murong dealt with all the people. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. It was probably Kato Tianxiong who came back again. With a bang, the door was knocked open. A guard rushed in, and just as he raised the gun in his hand, he saw a figure flash, and his neck and thigh were stabbed almost at the same time. Blood gushed out. The guard behind was so scared that he raised his gun and shot into the door. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet smashed the wooden door to pieces. As a result, a grenade was thrown out from the gap of the door, hit the door frame, and turned directly, and fell between the guard and Kato Tianxiong. Shit! Kato Tianxiong only had time to curse before there was a loud bang. There was no sound outside immediately. Murong had a blank expression on his face. His eyes were sharp and cold, and he was full of murderous intent. His current personality was exactly that of a Special Forces king. It was easy to carry out this kind of mission. Murong turned around and signaled to Liang Qiuying not to come out, then picked up a submachine gun on the ground and rushed out. Outside, Kato Tianxiong had already fallen to the ground. He was not dead yet. His body was torn to pieces by the explosion. He was lying on the ground groaning. Murong grabbed his leg and dragged him into the room. Just when he was halfway through dragging, a group of people rushed up from the corridor in the distance and shot at him. Murong hurriedly rolled into the room, suppressed by firepower. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many devils? The people suppressing the firepower outside are also devils, speaking devil language. which Murong can't understand. Something moved in his mind. He switched to another personality. It was a female personality. It was also a translator in the underground base. This time he understood. It turned out that the guy who was dragged in by him was called Kato Tianxiong. And he was the commander here. This is the airport. So, after Liang Qiuing and he were knocked unconscious by the explosion, they were taken to the airport in Gu County. This place was occupied by the Sakurajima people? Murong was full of doubts. After thinking for a while, she switched back to the personality of a special forces soldier, dragged Kato Tianxiong into the room, and wait till Liang Qiuing. Find a way to find out the situation here and how many people there are. I will deal with the people outside. After saying that, she rolled over and rushed out. Liang Qiuing wanted to call him, but it was too late. In desperation, she had to carefully approach Kato Tianxiong. She was not a combatant. She could only be regarded as a technician. So seeing this kind of war scene, she felt her scalp numb. Especially Kato Tianxiong's body was blown to pieces and bloody, which was simply horrible to look at. Kato Tianxiong groaned in pain. Sensing someone approaching him, he subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed Liang Qiuing's ankle. The next second, something terrible happened. Where his hand touched his ankle, a strange transparent thin line instantly passed from Liang Qiuing to Kato Tianxiong. In less than 5 seconds, Kato Tianxiong suddenly groaned violently and sat up from the ground. He gasped for breath. Liang Qiuing was shocked, fearing that he would hurt herself. She subconsciously raised her leg and shook his hand off. As a result, the thin line was retracted at the moment when the hand left the body. Kato Tianxiong fell into a state of near death again. He fell to the ground dejectedly. This time, Liang Qiuing found a clue. What's going on? Something on his body seemed to be able to sustain his life? Liang Qiuing thought about it, picked up a pistol from the ground, pointed it at Kato Tianxiong, and then gently touched him with his foot. In just a few seconds, Kato Tianxiong sat up again with full energy, coughed twice. After coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood, he looked at Liang Qiuing in shock. What are you? Why do I feel completely healed when you touch me? I don't know either. Chapter 381 Half Xia Countryman. Liang Qiuing pointed the gun at him cautiously. You better not act rashly. I have something to ask you. Okay. Asked. What's your name? Kato Tianxiong. My Chinese name is Zhou Tianxiong. Liang Qiuing frowned. Are you from Sakura Island? I was actually born in Xia Country and grew up in Xia Country. Strictly speaking, I am half Xia countryman. Sakura Island people are Sakura Island people. Why are you pretending to be Xia countrymen? Liang Qiuing glared at him unhappily, and then asked, What are you doing here? Living. Kato Tianxiong said honestly. We were originally residents of the free city of Hanzhong City. Now I am sent here to guard the entrance to the east of Hanzhong. What is the free city of Hanzhong City? Liang Qiuing asked in confusion. There is the last paradise for mankind. Kato Tianxiong smiled slightly and said with a longing face, There are few beautiful cities left in the world. Beautiful lady, do you want to go? Save me, and I will take you to the free city? Do you think I am a fool? Liang Qiuing looked cold and said lightly, The whole world is destroyed. What beautiful city can there be? I can't even lie clearly. No, you are wrong. Kato Tianxiong was full of confidence and said softly, Miss, I only tell you a few things. First, there is electricity in Liberty City. Do you believe it? Second, there is even network signal in Liberty City. People there can use mobile phones. Do you believe it? Third, the administrator of Liberty City is the wisest scholar of our Yamato nation. The management there is full of freedom and freehand. People there are very free. Fourth, the defense force of Liberty City is very strong. There are more than 10,000 defensive combat teams. Can you imagine how safe it is there? There, in the ancient words of your Xia country, no one picks up things on the road, and no one locks the door at night. Miss, are you excited and yearning? As Kato Tianxiong said. He sat up straight. There was even a pilgrimage-like glow on his face. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly came in from behind and shot him in the head. Bang! Kato Tianxiong fell to the ground. He saw Murong with a cold and murderous look on his face, and said coldly, boasting. After killing Kato Tianxiong, Murong quickly said to Liang Qiuing, Most of these people are second devils, and the rest are Sakurajima devils. with a number of between 300 and 400. So many people? Liang Qiuying was shocked. Yes. So the crisis has not been resolved. But for some reason, it seems that someone outside has held back most of the people. So, leave here with me. What about our stuff? Liang Qiuying said anxiously. We haven't got our brainwave receivers back yet. I don't know either. Murongjin quickly changed the magazine and looted all the weapons from the dead guards. He looked very energetic. Liang Qiuying was a little worried and pointed at the wound on his body and said, You are not Professor Murong now. Right? No. Call me number 3. Liang Qiuying was stunned. Number 3? Yes. I am from the Special Forces. For convenience, I numbered them all. Liang Qiuying was secretly shocked. All numbered? That would have to be in the 50s. Number 3 said quickly, Professor Murong is number 0. He is the main personality. Number 1 is a female translator. Number 2 is a researcher. And number 3 is me. I will tell you the rest later. Okay. Liang Qiuying nodded. It's easy to remember this way. Otherwise, he would probably go crazy if he had to remember the names of each independent personality. Liang Qiuying pointed at his body. Although you are not Professor Murong, you share the same body. You have so many wounds on your body. Can you hold on? It's okay. Number 3 sorted out his equipment and whispered, I know if there are any fatal injuries. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself and don't die. Let's go. Let's rush out first. If the brainwave receiver is gone, it's gone. As long as you look carefully, you will definitely find that person. After saying that, he turned around, pulled the bolt, loaded the bullet, and then shouted, Follow me to rush out. Liang Qiuying quickly got up to her full strength and ran out with him. The corridor outside was already a mess. Corpses were everywhere. In the airport square, Chen Yu was like a war machine. The gun in his hand had turned into a big carbine, rushing around recklessly. His target was the administrative building, because from the mental map, it can be seen that the 2 terrifying life forms have gotten rid of the entanglement of those people in the building and are breaking out. Awesome. That man is pretty good. Looking at his tactical moves, he is definitely a master, even not inferior to Zhang Yang. Chen Yu became more interested in him. However, all the people stationed here regarded Chen Yu as a terrible invader, and all the combat members were besieging him. Chen Yu used the wreckage of the plane explosion in the big square to deal with these people. It was almost a one-sided massacre. These people were about to cry. What's going on? The killing of the person in charge was already a headache. No one expected that the 2 outsiders transported back were so powerful and easily wiped out the person in charge here. The result? Another invader came outside. This is even scarier. He used a sniper rifle at long range. He got a big carbine at close range. He just pushed forward all the way. No one could hold out against him for too long. And they were almost killed as soon as they met. And this man seemed to have unlimited stamina. From the time he killed the sniper from a distance outside to the time he rushed into the square and dealt with dozens of people, it should have been almost an hour. He was still agile. He jumped and shuttled with such a heavy gun. Just like a monkey. Isn't this endurance too terrifying? As time went by, the number of combatants continued to decrease. More than an hour passed, and no one could stop him. So, everyone was scared. The little leader has sent a distress signal to the Liberty City headquarters. I hope the rescue team can come quickly. Otherwise, there are more than 200 relatives and family members here. Are you going to wait for death? 1.5 hours later. On the mental map, the blocking force with less than 30 people left suddenly retreated to an abandoned building in the corner of the airport. There are more than 200 people hiding upstairs in that building. Chen Yu suddenly lost the pressure and ignored the group of people. He quickly chased after the 2 abnormal life forms. The 2 people also escaped, running to the northwest corner of the airport. There is a parking lot over there. It seems that the 2 of them are going to run. Chen Yu began to slowly speed up and run wildly. As he exerted his strength, the distance between the 2 sides became smaller and smaller. When they were only 100 meters away, the man who had been running in front suddenly fired back. Bang! Chen Yu rolled on the ground and dodged the shot. The man also quickly grabbed the woman and threw her to the side, and then threw her behind the cover on the other side. Chen Yu rolled on the ground and fired back 500 times. The man in the distance also dodged. Chapter 382 Master. I'll help. Master? Chen Yu was aroused by the desire to win. and quickly got up from the ground, holding a large carbine and fighting with the opponent. The two people attacked each other around the broken debris. This airport is full of debris from the explosion of planes. When it was extremely hot, almost most of the planes were sunburned and exploded. So there was no shortage of cover during the gunfight. Shinyu did not activate his superpowers. He just fought against the man in his normal state. However, his current normal state is almost the same as those mutant animals, and his agility and endurance are far beyond ordinary people. As a result, he fought the other party on equal terms in this state. That man is quite powerful. Who is he? Why is his spirit body so strange? It's as if the spirit bodies of dozens of people were squeezed together. Shinyu became more and more interested, seeing that the gun in his hand had no bullets. Shinyu took a deep breath, put away the big carbine, and then slowly activated the level 1 supernatural power. The next second, he suddenly dodged and rushed out. There is no doubt, Murong was defeated. Shinyu held his neck with a saber, and the whole person was pressed to the ground. His hands were held in reverse, and he couldn't move at all. Murong was shocked, because he found that the young man's strength was ridiculous. It was not at the level that humans could possess. At this moment, a scream came from behind the bunker in the distance. "Don't kill him!" and Liang Qiuing risked her life and rushed out. Murong shouted, "What are you doing out here? Run! You are very fast. He may not be able to catch up with you." "No!" Liang Qiuing looked at Shinyu anxiously. "You can't kill him. He is one of the few old experts who are still alive in our country. You can't kill him." "TSK. Old expert?" Shinyu sneered. "Do you think I'm a fool? So easy to fool. How can he be an old expert with his skills? Why have I never seen such a powerful old expert? He really is. His name is Murong. He is the chief expert of space technology in Xia country. And he is also an academician of 2 academies. You can't kill him. If you still have reason, please move the knife away. Please." Liang Qiuing was really anxious. Her reaction didn't seem fake. Shinyu looked down at the old man he was holding down in confusion. As a result, in just a moment, the feeling of the old man suddenly changed. In the mental map, Shinyu could see that his mental body squirmed several times, as if a mental body was separated again and became the main mental body. Fuck. This ability is awesome. How did he do it? Murong regained his master personality, and immediately started coughing violently. All the resistance in him disappeared. Shinyu could clearly feel that his body was the kind of decayed physique of an old man, and he subconsciously loosened his hands, because if he pressed down further, he would definitely break his bones. This feeling was really fucking terrifying. The feeling changed. Even the feeling of the body changed. Shinyu slowly stood up and stepped back, looking at Murong in surprise and frowning, asking, "What's wrong with you? It's like you've become a different person." At this time, Liang Qiuing hurried to his side and helped Murong sit up slowly. His situation is very complicated, and it's not easy to explain. Liang Qiuing looked at Shinyu anxiously. "We don't have any daily necessities. So if you want supplies, you don't have to chase us. I don't think you are a mad person. Can you let us go?" Shinyu didn't say anything, just frowned and looked at her. After looking for a long time, he suddenly asked in confusion, "What is in your body? What is that densely packed thing?" "What?" Liang Qiuing was shocked. How do you know there is something in my body?" "Don't worry about it. Answer my question first. My situation is very complicated. If I explain it to you in detail, it will take at least more than an hour." "Is that so?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from far behind. A bullet hit the 3 people's feet. Shinyu turned around and hid behind a bunker. Murong and Liang Qiuing also hid behind another bunker. In the distance, the sound of a helicopter seemed to be heard in the sky. Shinyu was stunned. Is it the sound of an armed helicopter? What? An armed helicopter? Liang Qiuing's face turned pale. And after Murong regained his master personality, the pain from his injuries was already unbearable for him. His face was as pale as paper. He was shaking all over. Shinyu glanced around, pointed to the terminal building not far away, and whispered, "You two come with me. Treat his injuries first. I think he's going to die?" Liang Qiuing glanced at Murong. As expected, he was already shaky. At this time, Murong suddenly said with a hoarse voice, "Xiao Liang. Follow him. He should be fine. Unlike the survivors he met in the past, Hurry up. Once the armed helicopter comes, we can't leave. Okay. Liang Qiuing helped Murongzheng up with all her strength. As if it was not difficult at all. Qinyu glanced at her and said in surprise, "You are really strong. Come with me." After that, he took the lead and ran to the terminal building. There was no one in the terminal building. All the glass windows had been shattered. Many buildings collapsed. The remaining parts were also dilapidated, with broken walls and ruins. It's quite convenient to hide. The three people rushed into the terminal building quickly under the cover of the bunker. Qinyu used the mental map to quickly find a semi-collapsed space that could provide shelter, and stuff the two people in. The space was originally a VIP lounge in the terminal building. It was relatively clean inside. After Liang Qiuing put Murongzheng down, she sighed helplessly and said, "If you hide here, they will find you sooner or later. Don't worry. If they find this place, I will go out and lead them away." Liang Qiuing was stunned. She looked at Chunyu in astonishment. Just now, he was holding a knife and looked like he was going to kill two people. Now he actually said such a thing. Really? So sacrificial? Liang Qiuing wanted to speak. But Qinyu shushed her and then stopped moving. Seemed to be listening. Liang Qiuing looked puzzled. What? Could he hear how many people were outside and how far away they were from here? In fact, she didn't know that Qinyu was monitoring the mental map. Good guy. A large group of people came from the direction of Hanzhong City. A rough count showed that there were almost 500 people. The strength of 2 combat battalions. Moreover, there were at least 3 armed helicopters, 5 tanks on land, and more than a dozen infantry armored vehicles. Is this Hanzhong Free City so awesome? No wonder Lisa said that their supplies were enough for 50,000 people to survive for 10 years. However, this only shows that they have not encountered a large-scale beast tide. Right? If they really encountered a beast tide, like the scale they encountered in Qinling, the shitty Free City would be flattened in minutes. After monitoring for a while, Qinyu looked back at Liang Qiuing helplessly and sighed softly. Their reinforcements are here. I guess I can't escape. I will die here sooner or later. /n/need a small space. Liang Qiuing looked ugly. Chapter 383 Old-Fashioned Cuteness. She looked at Murongzheng lying on the ground. Then looked at Qinyu and whispered, "I think you are very powerful. You can go. You don't have to stay here and die with us." Qinyu blinked. "You just stay here and wait to die? What else can I do?" Liang Qiuing sat on the ground dejectedly, holding her hands together nervously, and said sadly, "I don't know how to fight either. Professor Murong's condition is getting worse and worse." "You really don't know how to fight?" Qinyu looked at her puzzledly. "I really don't understand." At this moment, Liang Qiuing had no need to hide anything. She said frankly in a hoarse voice, "I am a researcher at the Xiaogua Biological Research Institute. Previously, I accepted the research and development of a secret project and went to the Tiangong space station to develop biotechnology. When the Earth disaster broke out, I was about to return to the ground. But I was delayed. I lived alone in the space station for several months. Later, the resources were facing depletion. It was Professor Murong who sent me a return signal from the Sichuan South base, and I successfully returned to the ground. I am just a biotechnology researcher. How can I know how to fight?" Qinyu looked at her with a strange look on his face. "Then what is in your body? It's densely packed? The size is almost at the nano level?" Liang Qiuing was also confused. She looked at Qinyu carefully for a few times and asked tentatively, "How do you know that there is something in my body? You answer me first." "Okay." Liang Qiuing shook her head and briefly recounted her experience of returning to the ground from the space station, and also told her speculation. Finally, she looked at Qinyang. "I am now a supervirus library. I was originally infected with biological viruses, and after returning to the ground, I was infected with ancient viruses. Anyway, the number of virus groups in my body is extremely exaggerated. If it weren't for that unknown non-organism, I might have died long ago. This is weird." Qinyu frowned and said, "What on earth did you hit in the atmosphere? Is there any secret in our atmosphere?" "I don't know." Liang Qiuing shook her head. "It is impossible for there to be anything. The matter in the atmosphere can already be pulled by the Earth's gravity, and will fall to the ground sooner or later. It is impossible to be suspended in the atmosphere." Qinyu did not say anything. After a while of silence, he pointed at Murongzheng. "What's wrong with him?" "What do you mean?" Qinyu blinked. "Does he have schizophrenia?" Liang Qiuying was really surprised when she heard this. How can this guy see everything? Murong, who was lying on the ground to rest, finally opened his eyes. Because he found that this Chen Yu should not be an ordinary person. He could actually find his abnormality. Murong slowly sat up from the ground, looked at Chen Yu weakly and said, "Young man, my name is Murong, and I am a professor at the Institute of Space Technology. Hello. My name is Chen Yu." Chen Yu now believed their identities. Because at this time, there is no need to lie. Mr. Chen should not be an ordinary person. Right? If I guess correctly, you and we should be more or less similar. And your body has undergone changes. Right? Chen Yu nodded, yes. I won't hide it from you. I do have special abilities. That's right. Murong said tiredly, my situation is also more complicated. Your guess is close, but not quite accurate. I am not schizophrenic. I have dozens of independent personalities in my body. Ah? Chen Yu was stunned. Well, let me tell you in detail. Murong briefly described his situation and concluded, my current situation is very bad. Once I eat human flesh and blood, I will inherit that person's personality and have all his abilities. Chen Yu was stunned. This is awesome ability. Although it's a bit disgusting. He has to eat human flesh and blood. Then he is a cannibal? However, the more people he eats, the more split his personality will be. After several years, he will have thousands of personalities in his body. It's really scary to think about it. If he can't restrain himself, he might collapse in an instant. Scary. Chen Yu was silent for a long time, and finally asked, so why are you here? Do you have a mission to perform? No. Liang Qiuying shook her head. A few months ago, when I was still in the space station, I suddenly detected an extremely terrifying brain-wave signal erupting on the Earth, which actually penetrated the atmosphere and reached the outer space. I located the location of the brain-wave signal in the space station, in Shanxi City. So, the only idea that the professor and I have now is to find that mysterious person. Human brain waves can reach such an exaggerated level, which means that this person must not be a normal person. He might be smart, and he might be able to find a way to solve our problem. If he can't do it, then we too probably can't hold on. We are two time bombs. Once out of control, they will bring great disasters to mankind. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yu sneered. Liang Qiuying frowned and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Chen Yu shrugged. I just think you researchers are really old-fashioned and cute. What's wrong? What do you mean? Liang Qiuying said angrily. Just say what you want to say. Okay. Chen Yu said seriously. You should have walked a long way outside. It's hundreds of kilometers from southern Sichuan to here. How many people have you met? Liang Qiuying stopped talking. Chen Yu continued, Ms. Liang. Let me tell you. There are less than 1/10 of the human beings left in this world. Do you still think that you two will bring great disasters to mankind? Chen Yu let out a long breath and said, not only are you not a time bomb, not a great disaster, but you two are the last treasures of mankind. Liang Qiuying and Murong were stunned. Not a disaster? Instead, a treasure? Why? Sometimes, scientific researchers are really stubborn. If it weren't for this stubbornness, they might not focus all their energy on scientific research and make one scientific breakthrough after another. However, it is a bit stupid to still be stubborn even at the end of the world. Chen Yu looked at Murong very seriously. Let's talk about you first. Oh, Professor. In my opinion, your ability is very terrifying and awesome. So awesome that it cannot be described in words. Every time you eat the flesh and blood of a person, you can get his personality, including all abilities. Although it seems painful to you. But if you look at all mankind, this is not painful. It is simply a treasure. Professor Murong. The world is destroyed. /n/ all technology is destroyed. One day in the future, the Earth may be completely frozen. By that time, what will determine whether humans can continue to survive? Both technology and superpowers are indispensable. Chapter 384 Doomsday Survival Technology Team. If you can survive to that time, do you know what you can do? You alone are equivalent to a Doomsday Survival Technology Team. You know everything. You can provide all the skills and knowledge needed by the last surviving humans. You alone are better than thousands of troops. Oh, Professor. What's the big deal about eating one person's flesh? Do you know? There is a tribe outside now, called cannibals. They specialize in feeding on humans, and have slowly begun to evolve. They are strong, smart, united, and wise. Maybe in a few years, they will become the masters of this planet. Oh, Professor, there will be no rules in the future. Whoever dominates the planet in the end will write the rules of the new century. Do you understand what I said? After hearing this, Murong was completely confused. He really didn't think so much. He just felt that he had become a monster. If he didn't solve it as soon as possible, if his personality got out of control one day, he might become an extremely terrifying monster. But what if his personality didn't get out of control? What if his main personality never disappeared and collapsed? What if he could endure the disgusting feeling of eating human flesh? Then after a few years, I'm afraid he could really be a think tank. He knows everything. He knows everything. He will be the smartest person in the world. He will indeed be the guide of future human beings. Murong was stunned. Xin Yu looked at Liang Qiuing again, smiled and said, "You are even more amazing. The unknown nano-organisms in your body may be the key to solving the Doomsday virus. You should know that the huge disaster facing mankind now, in addition to coming from the sun and nature, there is also a kind of mutant creatures created by the Doomsday virus. Those creatures gather into a beast tide, which can almost sweep the world. No team can fight against the super beast tide. Human thermal weapons are useless unless you can use nuclear weapons. But is it realistic to use nuclear weapons now? However, the nano-organisms in your body not only inhibit the biological viruses that you are infected with, but also inhibit ancient viruses. You have not shown any abnormalities, which explains the problem. The unknown organisms in your body are the key to solving all mysteries in the future. Ms. Liang, you are a scientist and a researcher. Think about it yourself. Are you a time bomb or a key to unlocking the key to the future? Liang Qiuing, I don't know what to say. This young man is really amazing. A few words changed her and Murong's ideas. Thinking about the problem from a different angle. It is indeed true. I am not really a disaster. On the contrary, if this can be used to understand the nano-organisms in the body, it may play a huge role in promoting the survival and development of human beings in the future. When Liang Qiuing thought of this, she couldn't help but feel her blood boiling. But at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang outside. The surrounding buildings shook violently. Rocks fell from the top of the head and kept falling down. Liang Qiuing blurted out in surprise, "It's over. They bombarded us. It's too late to say anything now. We can't escape." That may not be the case. Xin Yu strode to the inside, looked back at the two people, and then his muscles squirmed, and a huge sense of oppression gradually spread over his body. I forgot to tell you that I'm not a normal person either. After saying that, the supernatural power activated the second level. The arm was already surrounded by the white periosteum. The power surged. Xin Yu turned his head and kicked hard. Boom! He kicked a hole in the inner wall. Liang Qiuing and Murong were stunned. Xin Yu turned around and flashed to Murong's side at a very fast speed. He helped him up and whispered, "Follow me, Miss Liang." After saying that, he rushed into the hole. Liang Qiuing saw it and rushed in hurriedly. She didn't know how to fight, but her physical fitness was abnormal now, so it was not difficult to keep up with Xin Yu's speed. Just after the three people left, the place where they had just lived collapsed with a loud rumble. Outside, 5 tanks bombarded the ruins. Seeing that all the terminal buildings had completely collapsed, the people outside stopped. The tanks stopped and someone rushed over immediately. A large team of 300 or 400 people began to search in the ruins. If they heard any unusual noises, they would throw grenades directly into the ruins. They must kill all the enemies and leave no trouble. The whole operation lasted for more than 2 hours. No one could survive in this situation. So, 2 hours later, the fighting in the airport died down. The large army withdrew. At the same time, on the rooftop of a building 3 kilometers away from the airport, a figure stood in the wind. Long hair fluttered in the wind. That beautiful face of mixed blood had a mysterious and ancient cold temperament. A big crow stood on her shoulder. 5 heads. 2 giant beasts followed her. 1 white and 1 black. Her eyes were sky blue. And in the sky blue, there was a golden glimmer that lingered around the pupils. Like lightning. At night, the earth fell into darkness. A light was still flashing in an abandoned building in the corner of the airport. Outside the building, hundreds of military tents were densely packed. The abandoned building was the airport's warehouse. The huge warehouse was so spacious that small compartments were built inside for living. The people living inside were the families of the original airport garrison. They were the families of Kato Tianxiong and his men. There were about 200 people. There were also many children among them. These children even went to school here. The man who led the team in the afternoon was called Nakamura Okamoto, one of the 10 great kings of Liberty City, ranked 9th, and was warlike and cruel by nature. Kato Tianxiong was his subordinate. When he heard the news that the airport was going to fall, he almost jumped up. How could a garrison of hundreds of people be destroyed by 1 or 2 people? Who is so awesome? Even if the king of the special forces of the Xiao army came, he couldn't do this. He couldn't figure it out. So he led the team himself and brought 2 combat battalions. He brought a lot of weapons. All kinds of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were transferred. He was afraid that a large force of the Xiao army would come to attack. After they came, they finally confirmed that only 3 people wiped out most of Kato Tianxiong and more than 100 guards. In the end, only more than 30 people were left. And they fled into the family area, prepared to defend the family area to the death. Nakamura Okamoto was speechless. At night, after solving the hidden dangers, he led people to tie up all the remaining more than 30 people and let them kneel in the hall of the family area. Everyone was shirtless, tied up. Behind him, more than 200 family members watched with their own eyes. He was going to enforce military law. Among those who survived, there was only one senior deputy left, Kato Tianxiong's brother-in-law, named Yoshino Inuzuka. Chapter 385. No Way to Escape Death. At this moment, Yoshino Inuzuka was kneeling in the front. He was pale, sweating, and trembling all over. He was afraid, because Nakamura Okamoto was a madman. His cruelty spread throughout the entire Liberty City. Now, the airport was almost destroyed. It was originally a very important checkpoint. But now it has become like this. Yoshino Inuzuka was scared. Without Kato Tianxiong, he must be the target of torture. In the crowd behind, a woman hugged her child and kept crying, trying to rush up. That was Yoshino Inuzuka's wife. Unfortunately, she was just a woman. In Liberty City and all spheres of influence, Jedi was a male-dominated world, completely inheriting the customs of Sakurajima. Women have no status. They are just tools for giving birth and raising children. The woman struggled so hard that the soldier in front of her raised the butt of his rifle and shot her. Bang! The woman was knocked to the ground. The child screamed. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Nakamura Okamoto was indifferent, just staring at Yoshino Inuzuka fiercely for more than half an hour. Finally, he stood up. He walked slowly to Yoshino Inuzuka and said with a cruel face, "Are you good for nothings? Are you enjoying life all day? Have you completely forgotten your responsibilities here?" "I dare not." Yoshino Inuzuka bowed his head. "Sir, we really tried our best to resist. But, baka." Nakamura Okamoto kicked him. The big leather shoe hit Yoshino Inuzuka's chin directly, and there was a sound of crack. Yoshino Inuzuka fell to the ground. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Behind him, the woman screamed, and the child screamed. A murderous look flashed in Nakamura Okamoto's eyes, and he suddenly pointed at the child and cursed, "Bring that little thing here. Quickly." "Yes." Immediately someone went over and picked up the child. Yoshino Inuzuka was so scared that he immediately fell to the ground and begged, "No. Sir, don't touch my son. It's my fault. It's my fault. Get out of here." Nakamura Okamoto kicked Yoshino Inuzuka away. After the child was brought over, he threw a seppuku knife in front of him and said with a ferocious face, "You are shouting so fiercely. You are brave. Take this knife and commit seppuku for your father. If you can do it, I will not kill you. Otherwise, you will die first." The child was shocked when he heard this. He kept backing away in fear, and Yoshino Inuzuka was completely collapsed. It's over. It's impossible to escape death. Now, he can only try to save his son. Yoshino Inuzuka made a prompt decision. Immediately hugged his son, put the seppuku knife into his hand, and shouted excitedly, "Come on, Ichiro. Do it. You are the hero of Yoshinoya. You have to clear the injustice for your father. Come on. Do it, son." The child was only 7 or 8 years old. He had never experienced such a scene. He burst into tears. Yoshino Inuzuka yelled. The child cried. The woman screamed. And Nakamura Okamoto laughed wildly. The hall was in chaos. And at this moment, hidden in an attic on the roof of the warehouse, Liang Qiuing, who was looking down through the cracks in the floor. Couldn't help turning her head away. She couldn't bear it. She murmured softly, "Too cruel." "Is this called cruel?" Chen Yu looked at her in confusion. "Do you have any misunderstanding about cruelty?" I can't bear it. Miss Liang. I tell you, that child will definitely do it. Because he has to live. When he grows up one day, he will become more cruel than the man who forced him. This is their educational philosophy and education method. Alas. Liang Qiuying sighed softly. Why does this nation have such a deep-rooted bad nature? Who knows? We can only ask their 1.7 ancestors. Chen Yu turned over and lay comfortably on the attic floor. This is the hiding place he found. Liang Qiuying and Murong Zheng were both shocked. He was too brave. He also said that the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. This place is too dangerous. Below is the living area for those people. There are already more than 500 enemies guarding outside. Once discovered, they will definitely die without a burial place. But he had the courage to bring 2 people up. Murong Zheng has fallen asleep. Chen Yu gave him some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics and asked him to take them. Now, and Jing can only wait for a few days. When Murong Ning's injuries get better and his physical strength recovers, then we can find a way to leave here. Nakamura Okamoto is a human killer. In front of more than 200 family members. He killed all the remaining 30 guards. Not one was left alive. There was a lot of crying below, which made people's scalps numb. Then, Nakamura Okamoto did something that surprised Chen Yu. This guy actually took all the old, weak, sick and disabled people out to serve as laborers. Cooking, washing clothes, and taking care of the excrement and urine for the army. Then, all the children were sent back to Liberty City by truck. The remaining women were redistributed. All previous families were invalidated. The women were redistributed to the men he brought with him. More than 200 people were matched. When he withdrew his troops from here in 2 days, the more than 200 people would stay here to continue to guard the airport. In this way, the noise below continued until after 4 in the morning. Although most of the women were unwilling. But there was nothing they could do. The children were taken away. The men were dead. And their role was only to continue to serve the men. Give birth to children. And raise children. Start a new cycle. It was a little after 6 in the morning. After a short rest, Chen Yu was awakened by thunder. It was raining outside. It was another storm with lightning and thunder. One advantage of this kind of weather is that it can cover up some sounds. Murong Zheng was still sleeping. He was indeed very weak. Although his personality was infinitely split. His physique was still the old physique of Murong Zheng. So every time he switched to the Special Forces King personality, he was overdrawing his body. Now and Jing finally came down. He really needs a good rest. Liang Qiuying has woken up and is sitting at the window of the attic in the distance, staring out in a trance. Chen Yu quietly walked over, sat next to her, and asked casually, "What are you thinking about?" Liang Qiuying looked back at him. After thinking for a while, she asked softly, "Have you lived alone until now?" "No. I have a team." "Where are they?" Chen Yu smiled and said, "He went to Tibet. Tibet is my ultimate goal. After finishing things here, I will go to Tibet to create a home." "You are really energetic." Liang Qiuying sighed. "After almost a year of this doomsday life, you can still maintain such high enthusiasm and hope for the future. It's really rare. People have to live. Who made me live in this era? What else can I do? Should I just die? Many people would choose to die. Right?" Chen Yu curled his lips. "Life is precious. And usually there is only one life. Since you survived, you must live well." "That's great." Liang Qiuying also smiled faintly. "I feel it is my blessing to meet you when I am about to collapse. Will you choose to follow me?" "Yes." Liang Qiuying nodded. "I actually don't know anything. I can only do research. I hope to be with you. At least let me learn how to survive." Chapter 386 Brainwave Receiver. Chen Yu pointed at Murong Zheng. "Why didn't you learn when you followed him? Doesn't he have the personality of a Special Forces elite?" "Oh, don't mention it." Liang Qiuying sighed helplessly. Each of his personalities is a truly independent individual. Each personality has an independent character. Do you know that feeling? Sometimes, I have to get to know 7 or 8 people a day. Take the personality of the Special Forces King. I call him number 3. He is a very old-fashioned and boring person. He didn't teach me at all. He thought I couldn't learn, and it was useless to learn. Anyway, As long as he was there, he could protect me and the professor. That's enough. So I can only follow him all the way. I can't do anything and learn nothing. Although he is really powerful. But it's really boring. I haven't learned to shoot yet. After listening to this, Chinyu smiled and said, "So that's what happened. It's very depressing and boring. For you, it's a waste of talent. Do you think so?" "Yeah." Chinyu looked at Liang Qiuying seriously. "To tell you the truth, the unknown nano-organism in your body has strengthened your physique to an extremely terrifying level. Your overall quality may have long exceeded the level of the Special Forces King." "Ah? Really? How do you know?" Liang Qiuying was stunned. Chinyu smiled and said, "You forgot that I also have some abilities. I can see that your physical strength is very high. If you really fight, you will be very powerful." After that, he took out a pistol and 2 magazines and gently placed them in front of her. "If you want to learn, I will teach you." "Okay." Liang Qiuying's eyes lit up immediately, and she sat cross-legged with relish. Chinyu saw that she was so interested, and he didn't hide anything. He reached out and picked up the pistol and began to explain it to her. From assembly to disassembly, to shooting and aiming. He said it very carefully. Liang Qiuying looked very focused when she listened. After Chinyu finished speaking, she immediately picked up the gun, disassembled it quickly, and then quickly assembled it. Her hand speed was ridiculously fast. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as he guessed. The nano-organism not only strengthened her body, but also strengthened her brain, making her smarter. This woman will definitely be a strong person in the future. A strong person different from a superpower. So, she must not be given up. Seeing Liang Qiuying playing with the pistol more and more, Chinyu suddenly asked, "You said you want to find the person with abnormal brain waves. How do you find him? Do you have a photo?" "No. We don't know who he is at all." Liang Qiuying shook her head, but Professor Murong made a brain wave receiving device that can analyze brain wave frequencies. As long as we get close to that person, we can know. Unfortunately, I don't know where the device is now. It may have been collected by this group of people. Draw me what your device looks like. I can go find it. Okay. Chinyu took out a pen and paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Liang Qiuying glanced at his pocket and asked in confusion, "Why do you still carry pen and paper with you? It seems that no one would carry these things? I may be different from ordinary people." Chinyu smiled. Liang Qiuying didn't ask much, and drew on the paper for a while, and drew the appearance of the receiver. Chinyu took it and looked at it for a while, then nodded silently. "Go back and look for it. This thing must be brought back. If the person with abnormal brain waves they mentioned can be found, it would be a good choice." Chinyu came out of the attic. He wanted to find that brain wave receiver. When he was in Shanxi City, he didn't realize that someone's brain waves were so terrifying that they could spread from the earth to the outer space. That's too terrifying. This person must be found. Maybe he is a very powerful creature. Now, among the few surviving humans in the world, more and more people with superpowers have appeared. Therefore, it is urgent to build your own team. There is a huge risk in using your own team to create a superpower. Chinyu dare not try it easily, because everyone has only one life. If the attempt fails, it's gone. But the wild superpowers can't be let go. Everyone counts. As long as you can pull him to your side, you must deal with him. So Chinyu went out. The abandoned building is basically full of ordinary people, and it's easy to avoid them. Chinyu slipped out of the building without anyone noticing, and quickly groped towards the building where Murong Zheng and the others were imprisoned. If the brainwave receiver was left by the people here, it should be in that building. After entering the building, Chinyu began to conduct a carpet search in the entire building. There was no one in this building. The people brought by Nakamura Okamoto were being reorganized. He planned to leave a team of 200 people here to guard the airport and defend the east gate for Hanzhong City. So, now those people are being reorganized. Chinyu searched floor by floor. Soon, he stopped at the door of a room on the top floor. The door of this room was locked. Chinyu was happy. There must be something good inside. He reached out to hold the door lock, activated his supernatural power, and then twisted it suddenly. There was a sound of snap, and the door lock was twisted off. Chinyu pushed the door open. Damn! There are all kinds of instruments and equipment in this place. There are even laser radar warning devices, some large power storage devices, and some spectrometers and oscilloscopes commonly used in physics laboratories. After looking around, the brainwave receiver was placed on the table in the corner. Sure enough, it was here. Chinyu immediately went over and picked up the receiver. It's a small one. It looks quite sophisticated. Liang Qiuying said that this thing was made by Murong Zheng himself. It looks very high-end. It means that the old professor must be a great person. In the past, he was an academician of the two academies in peacetime. Who of those who can be elected as academicians of the two academies is not the pillar of Xia country? Therefore, we must find a way to get him back to the team. He will definitely be the soul of the base construction in the future. Chinyu fiddled with the brainwave receiver twice, but didn't turn it on. I don't know if I fiddled with it wrong or it was broken. Just take it back. Take everything in this room away. These will be treasures in the future. Chinyu swept through, collected all the items, and turned to leave the room. Next target. The material storage warehouse at the airport. There must be such a place here. A large base with more than 400 people. The material storage volume is estimated to be quite amazing. Look at those little devils. They are living quite comfortably. They must have never suffered. Leave the building. Chinyu used the mental map to scan around. It's not easy to find. The airport is too big. There are too many underground spaces. It would take too long to check them one by one. Ask someone. Chinyu quietly lurked back to the abandoned building in the corner. When he was about to go in, he suddenly heard a childish voice shouting something in the corner. He walked over quietly to take a look. It's a child. And it's the son of the deputy leader of the guard, who was executed in public last night. Chapter 387 Assassination Techniques. Last night, this kid was forced to kill his own father in public. Now he is hiding in a deserted place with a submachine gun in his hand. There is also a bayonet on the gun. He is practicing assassination techniques there. At a young age, his eyes are full of sinister eyes. His little face is also tense. Every time he stabs out, his expression is ferocious. And he grits his teeth and shouts, "I guess it's Sakuraga's kill?" Chinyu blinked and walked out slowly, hearing someone coming out. The little boy was obviously startled and immediately raised the gun. The posture is pretty damn standard. Moreover, the gun is obviously on safety. Chinyu stopped, smiled faintly. "Do you dare to shoot? Who are you?" When the child heard that Chinyu was speaking Chinese, he also asked in Chinese. Although he had a slight accent, it was already quite standard. One sentence. Needless to say, this little devil was probably born in Xia country, and his language sense was nurtured by the language environment. Chinyu shrugged. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you are practicing bayonet here. Do you want to kill the person who forced you? You saw it all?" The child was shocked. "So you are also from Liberty City?" "Yes. I practiced assassination. Not for revenge, but to kill more of that person." The child stood at attention as if frightened, and said loudly. When Chinyu heard this, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Transferring hatred. The Japanese's favorite trick. Chinyu slowly squatted down and said indifferently, "I am the person you are talking about." "What?" The child blinked, and suddenly his whole body was shocked. And he blurted out, "Are you an invader?" He was about to raise his gun. Chinyu waved his hand. The gun in his hand had been taken away. Then the supernatural power was activated, and his hand struggled. And with a crack, the submachine gun was actually broken by him, Li Zhao's. The child was so scared that he sat on the ground. A look of horror. Chinyu looked at him expressionlessly. "Where is the place where supplies are stored?" In. Speak nicely. "In the underground warehouse of the aircraft warehouse over there." The child pointed casually. After taking a look, Chinyu nodded, then pulled out a set of powerful time bombs from the space and slowly put them on the child. While putting them on, he said gently, "This thing is very scary. Go find the man who forced you to kill your father last night. Only he can dismantle this thing. Remember, you only have 5 minutes. If you can't find him, you will be blown to pieces. Go." After saying that, he put the clothes on him. He patted his head, then turned around and walked away leisurely. The child was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed, got up and ran away. The place the Japanese said was real. Chinyu sneaked in as fast as he could, and when he entered the warehouse door, he was stunned. Damn! There are so many supplies. Boxes of instant food. Piles of canned food. all kinds of dry goods, all kinds of stewed goods, all kinds of compressed food, and a lot of military rations. Just these things are enough for Chen Yu's team to live for several months. There are so many supplies in an eastern outpost. It is hard to imagine how rich and huge the supply warehouse in Hanzhong City must be. Cool. Come on. Don't be polite. Harvest. Chen Yu began to harvest frantically. While harvesting, he suddenly found that there were still a lot of green vegetables behind. It was compressed and preserved with a special vacuum film. For this storage method, as long as the vacuum environment is more pure, the preservation effect will be better. And it can even store the moisture in green leafy plants. The little devils are amazing. The work done in this regard is particularly meticulous. Chen Yu happily put all the vegetables into the space. Just when the harvest was about to be completed, there was a loud bang in the distance outside. The huge explosion was deafening. The terrifying shock waves spread out instantly, and it actually shook the walls of the warehouse. And even countless spider web-like cracks appeared. Then, a sound of ghosts howling and wolves howling came over. Chen Yu sneered. If they hadn't run too far, they would have suffered heavy casualties. After quickly harvesting the remaining supplies, Chen Yu turned and rushed out, finding a commanding height to look into the distance. Oh my god! The big square was ablaze with flames and smoke. The ground was full of corpses. From the center of the explosion, they laid down in a scattered pattern. It is estimated that there are at least hundreds of people. The rest fled far away, and many of them were injured by the flying shrapnel and gravel. I don't know if Nakamura Okamoto is dead. The remaining number is probably around 300. Which is still a lot. Chen Yu turned and left quietly. It's not convenient to fight now. If Murong Zheng is accidentally injured, it will be a huge loss. So, he quietly lurked back to the abandoned building, climbed up to the attic, and returned to his hiding place. When Liang Qiuying saw him appear, she breathed a sigh of relief and whispered anxiously, "Are you okay? There was a big explosion outside just now. Many people died at once. The windows here were shattered. Are you okay?" Chen Yu glanced at Murong Zheng, who had sat up next to him. "We are fine." Murong Zheng shook his head. "Don't worry. It's okay. I caused the explosion. In addition, I found this. You see? This is the brainwave receiver." "Right." Chen Yu took out the receiver. Liang Qiuying was delighted. "You really found it? That's amazing. This is it. Fortunately, you found it. Otherwise we can't do it anymore." "Why?" Chen Yu asked in confusion. "Because it needs to input the original brainwave data downloaded at the beginning. We only have this one copy. So if it is destroyed, there will be no original data." "Oh!" Chen Yu suddenly realized and pointed to the receiver. "How to use this? I'll show you." Liang Qiuying tried to open the receiver, but failed to open it after several attempts. She handed it to Li Murong Zheng with a suspicious look on her face. "Professor, take a look." Murong Zheng took it and fiddled with it for a few times. Then he looked up helplessly and sighed. It was damaged by the earthquake. "Ah? Can it be repaired?" Liang Qiuying was shocked. "It can be repaired, but it requires a good experimental environment and some instruments and equipment. It is impossible to repair it outside." "That's it." Liang Qiuying was helpless. "Where can I find a good experimental environment now?" "Well, let's talk about it later." Murong Zheng was about to throw it away, but Chen Yu suddenly reached out and took it. He smiled softly. "Don't give up so easily. Come with me. We will build a laboratory sooner or later." "Build a laboratory?" Murong Zheng asked in confusion. "Where are you building a laboratory?" "Tibet." Chen Yu put away the receiver, smiled and said, "There is the director of the Jiancheng Virus Institute in my team. When I was in Jiancheng before, I built a laboratory for him to analyze the Doomsday virus. Now I am forced to move to Tibet, and the research is interrupted. But in the future, I will definitely build a laboratory." Chapter 388. Consider it. Murong Zheng. Liang Qiuying. This young man is too serious. Listening to him, he seemed full of hope for the future. Chen Yu looked at the two people with dull faces and said seriously, "You too. I formally invite you to join my team and go west to Tibet with me. When I get there, I will do my best to build a home. I need useful people. So, you too should consider it." Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying looked at each other. Afterwards, Murong Zheng asked, "Young man, aren't you afraid that our situation will deteriorate and cause harm to your team?" "Afraid?" Chen Yu nodded. "It's impossible to say I'm not afraid. But even if you really can cause harm, I have to keep you. Everything depends on human effort. The solution is always thought of by human beings. Let's work together to control your problem. Compared with the value you can bring, your threat is not worth it. At worst, if the day comes when I can't control you, I will kill you with my own hands and show no mercy. Is that okay? Murongzheng took a deep breath, then nodded and smiled. Okay. Young man, I will join you. Remember your words. If one day you find that I am out of control, kill me immediately. Don't hesitate. I don't want to become a monster. Okay. Qin Yu nodded simply and looked at Liang Qiuying again. Liang Qiuying did not hesitate and smiled faintly. I will join too. I hope I won't become a disaster. Otherwise, you may not be able to stop the virus in my body from breaking out even if you kill me. Don't worry. I will definitely find a solution. Qin Yu smiled and said, besides, it is possible that you don't have to bother to find a solution at all. Your situation may itself be a perfect harmony and balance. Maybe there will be no bad situation in the future. So there is no need to worry about it now. I really like chatting with you more and more. Liang Qiuying smiled charmingly and said softly, I suddenly feel hopeful about the future again. That's good. Qin Yu let out a long sigh, then went to the window and looked out carefully. The remaining hundreds of people outside were fully armed and began to search the entire airport. So, they might not be able to hide for too long. Chen Yu looked back at Murongzheng. Professor, how is your injury? Nothing serious. Murongzheng shook his head. I think as long as I don't have to fight in person, I should be able to hold on. That's good. Qin Yu smiled slightly. Maybe. We will leave here soon. In his mental map, at some point, a dense group of mutant wild wolves surrounded the airport. At the same time, he saw Lisa. That beautiful elf survived. The wolf pack came. The wolf king and the general also came. Outside, on the top of a tall building, Lisa looked at the airport silently, holding the intercom in her hand. She adjusted the intercom to the secret channel dedicated to Qin Yu and whispered a few words. Hey, this is Lisa. Please reply if you hear me. Please reply if you hear me. A few seconds later, Chen Yu's voice came from the intercom. Lisa, you succeeded. Lisa's eyes became gentle, and she smiled softly. Well, I succeeded. Moreover, I have also acquired a very strange ability. I really want to show you. Then let me see it. Can you see it? I think you can. Then I'll try. After Lisa finished speaking, she put away the intercom. Then, the expression on her face disappeared, and the glimmer surrounding her pupils and her beautiful sea blue eyes began to flicker violently. Slowly, an invisible energy spread out from around her body. The wind began to blow around. The wind spun and grew stronger. Her hair was blown up and lifted high. I don't know when the thick black clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder and lightning kept passing through the black clouds. Lisa's face slowly turned pale. It seemed very strenuous, but she still persisted. The dark clouds in the sky slowly lowered, as if the sky was about to fall. In the airport, the fighters who were originally searching everywhere were all stunned, and ran out from all directions at the same time, looking up at the sky one by one, with a look of shock on their faces. In the abandoned building in the corner, Qin Yu also stood at the window and looked outside, and his heart was shocked beyond words. So awesome? Could Lisa be able to draw the power of nature? Needless to say, this ability is definitely a spiritual magic ability. However, the ability should only be at level 1 when it is just activated. How can it draw the power of nature? In his previous life, Chen Yu had also seen a few rare spiritual magicians. All they could do was to make a small fireball, or emit electric light with their fingertips, or add a freezing effect to a water cup. That was basically the extent. Why could Lisa mobilize the power of nature? She was attracting lightning, right? As soon as Qin Yu's thoughts fell, the outside suddenly turned white, becoming dazzling and bright. Then a huge rumbling sound made everyone's eardrums numb, buzzing, and temporarily deaf. And in the empty space of the airport, with the naked eye, countless lightning bolts could be seen falling from the sky and hitting the heads of those people. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of people fell to the ground. Some were directly blackened by the lightning, while others were only slightly injured by the lightning and lay on the ground screaming. The remaining people who were lucky enough not to be hit threw away their weapons like crazy and rushed to the remaining buildings around them. Qin Yu was shocked. His eyes were also closed, stimulated by the white light, but the mental map was still open. Just this one blow. Hundreds of people were killed directly. There were less than 40 combat members who survived. Too scary. How did Lisa do it? It is impossible for her to reach level 2 or 3 when she activated her superpowers for the first time. Right? Unless. Chinyu was shocked. Unless there is a situation. That is, the ancient genes hidden in her body are different from those of ordinary humans. After combining with the crystal core, the latent energy in the ancient genes was completely released. This is the only explanation. Because this is also a possibility. And it is an extremely rare situation. In the mental map, Lisa seems to have consumed a lot of energy. Her mental body became listless in an instant. Chinyu quickly picked up the radio communicator. Lisa. Lisa. How are you? After a moment, Lisa's weak voice came out. Ayu. I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Ayu. This is my ability. I seem to be able to control electric current and even manipulate lightning. Huh? It's terrible. Mental ability. You succeeded. Moreover, your ability level may have reached level 2. Or even close to level 3. It's really weird. Normally, a newly activated superpower can't be so powerful. Ayu. My mother used to be a Nordic psychic. My mother said that our ancestors were an ancient witch family. I never took it seriously before. Maybe what my mother said is true. When Chinyu heard it, he suddenly understood. This makes sense. Maybe it's true. The ancient gene hidden in Lisa's body is born with this ability to communicate with nature. So she activated this ability when she activated her superpower. Her superpower is level 2 at the beginning. Awesome. Chapter 389 Kill Without Mercy. Chinyu was excited and said with a smile, Okay, Lisa. You stay where you are and don't move. Take a rest. Let Black Crow stay to protect you. Inform the General and the Wolf King. And kill without mercy. Clear this place. Yes. Chinyu turned off the radio. Then, a whimpering wolf howl resounded through the sky in the distance. Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying, who heard Chinyu's words, looked outside the window with doubts on their faces. Soon, they saw a shocking scene. From the outside of the airport, countless huge mutant wild wolves rushed in from all directions. These wild wolves were crazy and brutal. They bit anyone they saw. The most bizarre thing is that they bite people to death and do not eat them, but continue to attack. When they encounter resistance, several or even dozens of mutant wolves will unite to besiege the enemy. In a blink of an eye, gunshots rang out again inside the airport, and screams continued. Very few people were able to fight back. Most people were already scared and even lost the ability to resist. Some people hid. They thought hiding would be fine. But who can hide from the nose of a mutant wild wolf? Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying were stunned. And it took them a long time to turn their heads to look at Chinyu. This is your team? You are wrong. Chinyu smiled indifferently. This is not my team, but the team of my pets. But the thunderstorm just now was caused by my friend. Both of them said at the same time. Thunderstorm all over the sky? Magic or magic? Is it so terrible now? Everyone in the airport was wiped out, including those ordinary women. No one survived. The entire open space outside the airport was full of mutants. In this battle, the wolf group lost more than 10 members, and wiped out all the enemy combat members. When Chinyu walked out of the building, the wolves outside automatically dispersed to form a passage. Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying followed Chinyu in fear. Chinyu walked forward leisurely. At the end of the passage, Lisa, who had exhausted all her energy, barely pulled herself together, rode on the back of the white wolf, and smiled as she watched Chinyu slowly approach. When he got closer, Lisa couldn't wait to throw herself into Chinyu's arms. Her hair had 2 white strands on both sides of her temples. Chinyu frowned, and quickly supported her and asked softly, Isn't that method just now too much for 430? Yeah. Lisa nodded tiredly, just to show you, and to reduce the resistance here. So I tried my best. Don't do this again in the future. Chinyu looked at her hair, sighed and said, You don't have such strong mental strength now. If you do that a few more times, you might die of mental exhaustion. Okay. I understand. Okay. Forget about everything and take a break. Chinyu picked her up by the waist and turned to walk towards the parking lot not far away, saying as he walked, Xiaobai. Let the wolves disperse and hide their tracks. The white wolf understood. He turned his head and howled. The hundreds of wolves on the square immediately retreated in all directions, and soon there was not a single one left. There were several military jeeps parked in the parking lot. They were brought here by Nakamura Okamoto and his team. It was just right for Lisa to take a break and then drive away. As they walked to the parking lot, they passed by the outside of one of the military jeeps. And suddenly a man rushed out from the driver's seat, holding an MP5 submachine gun in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was hysterical. He looked at Chinyu and roared, "Monster! Monster! Kill you! Kill you!" Roar. Before he could shoot, a black shadow rushed over. The huge body directly threw him to the ground. And then bit him. Crack! The head was bitten to pieces. It was the general. It shook its head hard and bit off the man's head in a few strokes. It turned around and threw it on the ground, licking its mouth with its tongue. It seemed to be very disdainful. The head gurgled a few times and stopped in front of Chinyu. It was Nakamura Okamoto. Strange. How did he avoid the wolves' search? Chinyu took a look at his crotch. Good guy. He was so scared that he peed and shit all over. It was probably the stench that drove the wolves away. Chinyu shook his head. Nakamura Okamoto was already scared silly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped out with a gun and howled. Isn't this just looking for death? Chinyu put Lisa in another car. Look back at Liang Qiuing and Murongzheng. You too. I still have to go to Hanzhong City. The three of you don't have much fighting ability now. So leave here first. Find a small village. And wait for me there. What are you going to Hanzhong City for? Murongzheng asked doubtfully. Go find someone. Chinyu looked at Liang Qiuing and asked, Can you drive? Yes. Well, go out from here and drive directly south. Go to the south bank of the Han River. There are some villages there. And basically no one is there. Stay there and wait for me. I will be back to meet you soon. Liang Qiuing nodded. Okay. Then turned around and got into the driver's seat. Murongzheng also patted Chinyu's arm. Young man. Be careful. Don't worry. Murongzheng also got in the car. Chinyu finally came to Lisa and whispered, Give me your tracker. I'm going to find Professor Chin. Tell me about his appearance. Yeah. Lisa briefly described it. After Chinyu remembered the general features, he took the signal tracker and gave them some weapons with full ammunition before closing the car door. Let's go. Goodbye. Liang Qiuing waved and drove away slowly. After watching the car leave, Chinyu began to busy himself around the airport. Nakamura Okamoto and his men brought a lot of weapons. They were all cheap for him. A crazy sweep. In the end, even the 5 tanks were loaded. Various gun bullets. Various grenades and ammunition. Another small harvest. Chinyu didn't mind the trouble of harvesting resources at all. Even the weapons in the hands of the dead were collected. So when the work was done, most of the day had passed. Finally, Chinyu returned to Nakamura Okamoto's side. He took a military walkie-talkie from him. This should be the tool for them to communicate with each other. Chinyu put it in his pocket, then turned around and waved to the general and the White Wolf. Let's go. Set off for Hanzhong City. And see what this awesome free city is like. I heard that it is built very perfectly, and is the last home of mankind. Roar. The general roared, accompanied by the aloof White Wolf. Chinyu swaggered out of the airport. More than an hour later, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Hanzhong Free City, a middle-aged man in a suit picked up the intercom. What's the matter? Lord, the special frequency fluctuations received by the detector have been confirmed to be consistent with the characteristics of mutants. And just sent a drone to the East City airport to check. Nakamura's team was wiped out. What? Chapter 390 Selection. The man was shocked. And the eyes hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses instantly became as dark as ink. And even the pupils disappeared. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. And he said coldly, the whole army was wiped out. Not a single one was left? Yes. So, it was caused by the previous thunderstorm? It is very likely. The frequency fluctuations that triggered the thunderstorm have similar properties in our database, and should belong to the natural ability. But this mutant's ability is a little stronger. The man narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, Send a hunting team to find him. Be sure to bring that mutant back to me. Yes. The man put down the intercom. He turned and walked to the window, looking at the prosperous streets outside, the prosperity of the traffic, and a kind of sweet confidence appeared on his face. As long as I want, everything is mine. In the future, the Yamato people will create glory again on this land and become eternal. Other nations are garbage. Garbage that does not need to exist. on the road leading to Hanzhong City. Chen Yu walked forward leisurely. He was alone. 10 minutes ago. He suddenly had an idea and sent the White Wolf and the general out. But not to Hanzhong City, but back to the Qinling Mountains. Let them go and lure the beast tide that they encountered at the beginning. Isn't Hanzhong City awesome? Let them have a taste of what a super beast tide feels like. Don't look at the last beast tide. The number of animals was only about 15,000. And the combat team of Hanzhong City is said to have more than 10,000 people. It sounds like they are evenly matched. However, 10,000 mutant animals and 10,000 people are completely different concepts. The scene will be very good at that time. Chen Yu walked leisurely, with his hands in his pockets. The more he experienced, the more confident he was about the future, especially with the addition of Murong Zheng and Liang Qiuying. He had new plans for the future. Murong Zheng can be trained well. His ability is too awesome. In the future, he can even try to see if he can inherit the superpowers if he swallows the flesh and blood of the superpowers. Then he is really amazing. As for Liang Qiuying, the nano-organisms in her body must be studied clearly. If it is an extraterrestrial organism, it will be intriguing. How did it appear? Did it really hit the atmosphere? How could such a terrible unknown organism be hidden in the Earth's atmosphere? Moreover, once it is studied clearly, maybe the Doomsday virus will not be so terrible. Cool. Chen Yu is in a very good mood. So he has no feeling about the free city in Hanzhong City at all. No need to think about it. Head-on confrontation. I want all the supplies there. At this moment, there is a huge horse farm in Hanzhong City adjacent to the Han River. It used to be an equestrian club. Now, the magnificent leisure and commercial building has become the experimental center of Liberty City. In the ultra-modern laboratory, a young man in his 30s was wearing a white coat, standing on the laboratory table, fiddling with a bright red crystal core. The crystal core was fixed by a metal frame. A round instrument plate was made around the metal frame, with a very complicated circuit on it. After the young man soldered the last few electronic devices, he gently fixed the metal frame and then cleared the area around the laboratory table. At this time, the door of the laboratory behind him was pushed open. The young man did not look back. He knew who was coming. In this free city, only one person can enter and leave this laboratory at will. That is the city lord, Aoi Hatoyama. He is a very mysterious and terrifying man. Very powerful. Not an ordinary person. The tens of thousands of people in the entire free city are controlled by him alone. After the door opened, the unique hoarse voice of the city lord came over. Professor Qian. How are you? Almost well. The young man's surname is Qian. Qian Jiang. He is the Professor Qian that Lisa has been chasing after from afar. In his hand, he holds a physical formula that can change the fate of mankind in the future. Aoi Hatoyama slowly walked to the side of the experimental table, looked at the bright crystal core on it, and asked softly, "Can we see a miracle today?" "Maybe." Qian Jiang turned around and smiled. "City Lord. If you succeed, you will be the first witness of the creation of human history in the new era." "Uh-huh. That's what I wish for." City Lord knows a lot about Xia culture. Xia culture is broad and profound, and I still need to learn a lot. Hatoyama Aoi reached out and patted Qian Jiang's shoulder. "Let's have dinner together tonight. I once promised you that as long as you come, you can choose any resources here. In the end, you didn't have time to choose, so I picked some for you." "Help me pick?" Qian Jiang was stunned. "Uh-huh. I picked a few women for you." Aoi Hatoyama laughed. "Remember what I said? I will let you live like a king here." "Professor Qian. In Liberty City, anyone with ability will never be treated unfairly." "Thank you, Lord." A hint of greed and vulgarity flashed in Qian Jiang's eyes. "It's so cool. My choice was right. Only this place can provide me with abundant resources. These resources are resources that I can't get even in the prosperous times. For example, women. As before, a second-class disabled man like me with acne all over his face would never be favored by women. Women are visual animals. Those who don't look handsome at first glance are basically passable, no matter how talented you are. So Qian Jiang is very unbalanced. He has an IQ beyond the average person, has unique insights into scientific research, and is a leader in future scientific research projects. However, he can't get satisfaction at all, just because he can't find a girlfriend. Now he is comfortable. The formula in his hand can allow him to change the future, gain the respect of the city lord, and even have several women. In the peaceful era. How could such a good thing be possible? Hatoyama Aoi could see the greed in Qianjiang's eyes. And couldn't help but smile. Professor Qian. Work hard. As long as you succeed, you will get much more than these. Thank you, Lord. Okay. I'll wait outside. Today, I must see a miracle. Okay. Hatoyama Aoi turned and left. Qianjiang took a deep breath, looked back at his masterpiece, then gathered his mind, returned to the computer and started writing code. He wanted to write that formula into the code. This city is very well preserved. There is even a high-power solid laser with a pulse power of megawatts. Although it is not the largest, it is a miracle to find a laser with a peak power of megawatts in this period. He needs to bombard the crystal core with a laser to instantly activate the chain reaction of the crystal core. Achieve energy level transition. Release the energy in the crystal nucleus like a laser. Once successful, the energy released from the crystal nucleus will be comparable to nuclear energy, but cleaner and more stable than nuclear energy, with no radiation at all. This is the treasure of mankind. Therefore, tonight is the most critical day for Qianjiang to come to Liberty City. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. The sky gradually darkened. In the laboratory. Chapter 391 Output Device. Qianjiang was busy with bloodshot eyes. But the code was already written. He tested and corrected it over and over again, trying to make sure there were no mistakes. Today, I promised the city lord that I must succeed. Besides, when I was in Luo City before, I had actually conducted a low-power experiment, and the instructor had actually succeeded. Now, he was just trying to activate the crystal core at full power. This requires a huge output device, and the city's power system must be intact. Otherwise, after your energy is converted into electrical energy, where will it be output? At that time, Luo City had been destroyed. Naturally, there was no power system for them to try. But Liberty City was very special. The power system of the entire area of 100 miles was well preserved. So, as long as the crystal core successfully outputs stably, the city will be as bright as day tonight. This is a miracle. It was a miracle brought by himself. Around 6:30 in the evening, Qianjiang prepared all the work. Then, he picked up the radio and began to contact the staff outside to load all the power systems to full load. People were sent to watch each key node. Feedback was given in time if there was any problem. After finishing the things outside and preparing the equipment in the laboratory, it was time to witness the miracle. Qianjiang called Aoi Hatoyama in. The work required him to wear protective clothing and goggles, and stand in the distance to witness the miracle. He also took good protection himself, walked to the corner, and turned on the only remaining solid laser. Whoosh! It started running. Qianjiang suddenly turned on the switch of the solid laser. After hearing a huge buzzing sound from the chassis, a dazzling green light instantly shot out and shot directly at the crystal core. The next second, a circle of gorgeous and brilliant flame suddenly spread on the surface of the crystal core. Qianjiang's eyes lit up. He quickly ran to the computer and pressed the enter key directly. The code ran. The aggregator started working. The internal energy of the crystal core bombarded by the laser began to fuse rapidly, forming an energy level transition, and then released a large amount of red energy. That energy was converted into electrical energy through the conversion device. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly burst out outside. The street light system of the entire city was lit up, and all the lighting systems of all the buildings that were still intact were all lit up. Neon lights, searchlights, street lights, fluorescent lights, everything was lit up. The light went straight into the sky. Even the anti-missile defense system deployed around Liberty City was activated. In the laboratory, the huge buzzing sound lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then slowly subsided, and everything stabilized. Seeing this, Qianjiang suddenly roared. He jumped up excitedly. In the corner, Aoi Hatoyama's eyes bloomed with a strange black light, and his face was also shining, and he laughed wildly. Awesome! A tiny crystal core actually provides electricity for the entire Liberty City. According to Qianjiang, the crystal core he brought can provide electricity for at least 3 years. That is the most conservative estimate. 3 years. You are kidding. If it is replaced with the previous thermal power generation or solar power generation, how many resources will be needed? Baby! This man is a baby. Haoshan Aoi looked at Qianjiang, who was roaring with excitement, and nodded slowly. Such a man is easy to control. It is enough to use a woman. How Sean always likes this kind of talent the most. There is no limit to ability. And no limit to meanness. Tonight, he can have a good rest. Aoi Hatoyama walked to Qianjiang with a smile and said slowly, "Okay, Qianjiang. From today on, you are the chief scientist of Liberty City. You can own an independent villa. And there is no limit on women. You can have as many as you want." "Thank you, Lord." Qianjiang's face was flushed with excitement. The pimples on his face full of big acne turned purple. It can be seen how excited he was. Aoi Hatoyama patted his shoulder. "But remember one thing. Women are just a condiment. You can't have too much. You still have to ensure your health. Understand?" "Yes, I understand. In addition, I have another request for you," Aoi Hatoyama said calmly. "Within 3 months, train someone who can accept your job." "Ah?" Qianjiang was stunned. An ominous premonition came to his mind. But Aoi Hatoyama smiled. "Don't worry. It's not what you think. Finding an assistant is to reduce your workload. What if you get sick one day and can't come to work? Will the city power be paralyzed?" "Oh, I understand." Qianjiang nodded guiltily. Things were turning in his mind. He can live and live well. All thanks to this system in the laboratory. So, it is impossible to hand it over to others. Train an assistant? It's not impossible. It's okay to find someone to do odd jobs. Hayama always seemed to see through Qianjiang's thoughts. But he didn't take it seriously. He patted his shoulder and said, "You finished the aftermath of the laboratory. There are 2 female secretaries outside. You arrange work for them. And they will stay here tonight." "Yes, Lord." Hayama always let out a long breath. Turned around and said, "I'll wait for you in the Grand Palace in an hour. Hold a celebration banquet for you." "Thank you, Lord." Hayama always left. When he reached the door, he reminded again, "By the way, the 2 female secretaries left for you are both excellent women of our Yamato nation. They are both assistants and bodyguards. They will be yours from now on. You can do whatever you want." Okay. Thank you, City Lord." Qianjiang was grinning from ear to ear. "Sakurajima women? That's fine. I like to hear them shout Yagiti the most." Watching Aoi Hatoyama leave, Qianjiang stood up straight, not caring about his old face that looked like a crater on the moon. "Tonight, I must have fun. I have to be happy to the fullest. I came here with so much hardship. Isn't it just to be a human being?" Slowly, Qianjiang felt a little hot. "Hot! I want to vent. How many years have I been holding it in?" Qianjiang was really excited. Because he succeeded. It's no exaggeration to say that he became the first person to rewrite the history of human energy. This work is of epic-making significance. Unfortunately, it is the end of the world now. He can get very few honors. Fortunately, the Japanese Go City Lord still has some vision and left him to become the chief scientist of Liberty City. Otherwise, if he had been trying to survive in the city, he would not be able to do anything. He would not be able to live for too long. He did not even have the ability to search for supplies. Therefore, Qianjiang was still very grateful to Hatoyama Aoi. Soon, he finished the work in the laboratory, and then pushed the door and walked out. Outside, 2 girls in kimonos stood up immediately. "Hello, Mr. Qian." "Hello, Mr. Qian." The 2 girls bowed in unison, with their hands clasped in front of them, looking very polite. Qianjiang was so happy. Why? Because the 2 girls looked so similar. One look at their faces reminded me of the XXX I saw when I was in school. A perfect female protagonist's face. They were wearing kimonos. When they smiled, they had 2 fangs. Is this for me? I can do whatever I want. Qianjiang felt itchy. But he still didn't dare. Moreover, he was a little inferior. These 2 Japanese girls were so beautiful. Their skin was white and delicate, and their big eyes were bright and black. Although they were small, they were well proportioned and deadly. What about me? I was 1.6 meters tall, with big purple pimples all over my face. Chapter 392, Inferiority. It's all pitfalls. Qianjiang is used to being inferior. Except for his confidence in scientific research. He is inferior in other aspects. When he lived in a dormitory at school, his roommates gave him a nickname. Short and sharp. Therefore, Qianjiang was still a little reserved and nodded politely. "Hello. What's your name?" "My name is Gizi." "My name is Huizi." The 2 girls smiled sweetly again. They were like harmless little white rabbits. Qian Jiang kept muttering in his heart. The city lord said that the two of them were both assistants and bodyguards. How did they look like bodyguards? Did they play bodyguards in the filming of a short movie? Qian Jiang had dirty thoughts in his mind. And at the same time, he called the two girls into the laboratory and explained the work projects they were responsible for one by one. Half an hour later, Qian Jiang was somewhat surprised, because he found that the two girls accepted the physics knowledge very quickly. There was no obstacle at all. Later, he asked carefully and found out that the two girls were top students at Sakurajima Kyoto University before the disaster. They were academic masters. Their experience was not much worse than his own. Then Qian Jiang suddenly realized something. Are these two assistants? They are basically two surveillance spies. And they are going to steal his core technology. Right? Qian Jiang got angry when he thought of this possibility. He was no longer timid. He took advantage of the time when he was explaining to look inside the collars of the two girls from various angles. He would touch and rub them from time to time. He acted like a completely wretched man. Basically no different from the male protagonist in The Trained Pervert. After the explanation, Qian Jiang finally felt the pleasure, because the two girls did not resist at all. Instead, they were laughing and joking. They punched him with their little pink fists. Qian Jiang was excited. His face, which was already red, turned purple because of excessive excitement. The pits and big lumps on his face looked like they were about to burst. Fortunately, he remembered that he had to go to the appointment in the evening. The city lord was going to hold a celebration banquet for him. He couldn't delay. So, Qian Jiang finally left the laboratory, and the two super cute Japanese women in a daze. Outside, the lights were bright. All the buildings in the entire Liberty City were powered. The city network was covered. Every household had fluorescent lights on. Even the trams in the city were open. After Qian Jiang walked out, he looked at everything outside and felt quite proud. There was a car waiting for him at the door of the laboratory building. It was an extended Lincoln. A man in a black tuxedo had been standing at the door waiting for him. Seeing him coming out, he quickly bowed and said, "Qian-san, I have been waiting for a long time. Please get in the car. We are going to the Grand Palace Entertainment City." Okay. Qian Jiang got in the car with a swagger. 10 minutes later, the car drove to the downstairs of the Grand Palace Entertainment City. This was the landmark building of the original Hanzhong City, and the most luxurious entertainment venue. Now it has become the private territory of the city lord. The first floor of the Grand Palace is a magnificent restaurant. There are many people inside. Tonight, there is a celebration banquet for Qian Jiang. So all the leaders of Liberty City, including the heads of various fields, are present to see the Xia countrymen. Because Qian Jiang was the first Xia countryman to be left in Liberty City. Soon, Qian Jiang followed the driver into the hall. As soon as he entered, everyone inside stood up and applauded. The city lord, Aoi Hatoyama, stood at the innermost. He smiled faintly at him. Qian Jiang was nervous again. With a red face, he walked in carefully, came to Aoi Hatoyama, and greeted him politely. "City lord, I'm here." "Okay." Aoi Hatoyama nodded, then waved his hands. "Tonight, it's a celebration banquet for Professor Qian. From today on, Professor Qian is the chief scientist of our Liberty City, specializing in the development of new energy." Everyone applauded and welcomed him. Wow! A round of warm applause. Qian Jiang was even more at a loss, nodding repeatedly. When the applause died down, Hatoyama always shouted, "Come on! Play some music. Let Professor Qian's family come out to meet us." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of piano rang out in the hall. Then, a line of women in translucent long skirts filed in from outside. Qian Jiang was stunned. Oh my god! All of them were beautiful women with amazing bodies. The key is, so many? 1, 2, 3, a total of 7. Stepping on the classic Japanese small steps, she slowly walked in front of Qian Jiang. Qian Jiang was stunned. They are wearing two see-through. Right? Qian Jiang looked at the 7 women standing in front of him. Each of them was a beauty. And the skirts they wore were half transparent. It was hazy. And I could see everything. Qian Jiang felt hot all over. Soon, 2 streams of hot water flowed out from under his nostrils. Damn! I'm bleeding from my nose. Qian Jiang's appearance caused a burst of laughter. He quickly turned to the side, with a red face to wipe the blood from his nose. Hatoyama always had a mocking smile on his face and patted his shoulder, Professor Qian. Don't take it too seriously. We don't have many other things in Liberty City. But there are many women. These 7 are all yours. There is a character in your country, Xia Wei Xiaobao, who married 7 wives. So I will give you 7 wives too. How about it? Ahem. Okay. Okay. Qian Jiang coughed twice and nodded repeatedly. What else can he do? He is satisfied with 1 wife. What more can he do with 7 wives? Qian Jiang's hands and feet were numb. All 7 of them were his. They were all Sakurajima women. They all called him Yeti. This place is so beautiful. It is simply a paradise on earth. Qian Jiang completely lost himself. So, that night, he was unrestrained and drank until the cup was empty. There were people praising him. People blowing him off. Women surrounding him. Wine to drink. Meat to eat. Is this the end of the world? This is simply heaven. A few hours later, Qian Jiang was drunk. When he was drunk, Aoi Hatoyama made a request, asking him to kneel on the ground and kowtow several times, and acknowledge Aoi Hatoyama as his father. From then on, he changed his name to Hatoyama Jiang. So Qian Jiang agreed on the spot. From now on, he will be called Hatoyama Jiang. After the dinner, Hatoyama Jiang was carried back to his residence. But fortunately, his women also went back with him. Back to the residence. Someone served him. He was drunk and vomited violently. Anyway, he was not afraid. There were women to clean up. The women of Sakurajima were used to serving men, and they had no temper and no complaints. The service was meticulous. After vomiting, Jioshan Jiang was somewhat sober. After sobering up, his eyes were slightly drunk. All his women looked at him with a smile. Jioshan Jiang was dumbfounded. Damn! After living for more than 30 years, he is still a virgin. What should I do in this situation? Will it collapse tonight? At night, on the side of the highway, Chinyu stopped. His spiritual map can already see the situation in Hanzhong City. He finally knew that the so-called Free City was actually just a large area in Hanzhong City near the north bank of the Han River. It occupies about 1/3 of the city's area. There are indeed many people there. Tens of thousands of spiritual bodies. Chapter 393 Exaggeration. What surprised Chinyu was that he could actually see the bright lights in Hanzhong City from a few kilometers away. The neon lights on several skyscrapers were even lit up. Is it so exaggerated? Suddenly, Chinyu's heart moved. Damn! It is estimated that Professor Qian has achieved energy conversion. Otherwise, in the Doomsday period, even if Hanzhong City still has backup power, they can't be so wasteful. Still turning on the lights in the middle of the night? And turning on the neon lights? Aren't you afraid of becoming a target of attack? Unless the energy of the crystal core has been successfully converted into conventional energy. According to the information provided by Lisa. Although the crystal core energy is huge and the energy is terrifying, the energy conversion formula is actually not very complicated. The old professor figured it out in a short time. So strictly speaking, the conversion of crystal core energy is relatively simple. At least much simpler than nuclear energy. Do you want to use the resources at hand to build a nuclear power plant in the end of the world? That is simply a fantasy. So, it must be said that the conversion of crystal core energy is a real treasure. And it is the key technology for the future human world to continue to thrive and develop. We must get it. That Professor Qian is really fucking stupid. So the Japanese got involved? Now that Liberty City has sufficient electricity and energy, I guess many defense systems are also turned on. At least there must be radar scanning and early warning. It will be even more difficult to approach the city. Chinyu stood by the road and thought for a while. Then turned his head to look down the highway. There seemed to be a group of buildings not far away. There was no one there. Forget it. I'll stay there tonight. Anyway, I feel okay now. So I'll try to swallow another crystal core. Now, I still have 3 more precious crystal cores in my hand. One is the crystal core of the giant python that was transformed into a dragon after being bathed in fire. And the other 2 are the crystal cores of the national treasure giant panda. These 3 crystal cores are extraordinary. But once they are completely swallowed and absorbed, my strength will be further improved. At the same time, Chinyu has actually thought of the means to attack Hanzhong City. That is the Beast Tide. But it will take time for the Beast Tide to migrate here. Let's wait and see. I hope the general and Xiaobai can succeed immediately. Then we can capture Hanzhong City without a single soldier. So, turn. Chinyu made up his mind and jumped off the highway directly. heading north all the way to the dark manor in the distance. 10 minutes later. Arrived at the gate of the manor. Chinyu glanced at the dilapidated gate. The words on the gate of the manor can still be vaguely seen. Taoyuan Leisure Manor. The scenery here should have been good. But since the disaster, after experiencing extremely high temperatures, most of the plants in the world have been withered by the sun. Only a small number of plants with strong vitality have slowly recovered after being irrigated and nourished by rain for about a year. Chinyu unfolded the mental map and took a look. There is no one here. There are very few mutant animals. This is it. I will think about which crystal core to devour tonight. Late at night, Chinyu sat cross-legged in the living room of a villa. This is a manor-style villa in a holiday resort, which is well preserved. It has not been damaged. The furniture in the room is complete, except for the lack of water, electricity and gas. Everything else is no different from the peaceful times. There is a barbecue grill in front of Chinyu, the kind used outdoors. He burned some charcoal himself and prepared to make some barbecue for himself in the evening. Tonight, I have to relax my mind because I have to devour the crystal core. It might be very hard. So the most important thing is to relax. During the meal, he had to think about which crystal core to use first. The 3 crystal cores with the best quality in his hand. One is the crystal core of the giant python that was transformed into a dragon after being bathed in fire. And 2 are the crystal cores of the national treasure giant panda. I don't know what the properties of the giant python crystal core 793 are. But there is nothing unexpected about the crystal core of the national treasure panda. One is the physical body type, and the other is the space type. First of all, the space type crystal core will not be swallowed tonight, because that kind of crystal core cannot increase combat power. At most it can make the portable space evolve. In the best case, it can evolve to level 2 and can hold living objects. For example, plants in the growth period. The next level is to make the portable space bigger. Of course, the worst case is that nothing happens. So this kind of crystal core should be saved for swallowing after going to Tibet. It is not very useful now. At present, the most important thing is to continuously improve one's strength. As for the crystal core of the giant python and the crystal core of the panda's body, which one should be eaten? Chinyu thought for a long time. Finally, he decided to swallow the crystal core of the giant python, because now his physical body ability has reached level 3. It is almost difficult to upgrade to the next level. Judging from the crystal core of the national treasure giant panda, the possibility of failure should be greater. So, it's better to keep it. Maybe I can activate the superpowers for others in the future. But the python crystal core is fine. There are 2 kinds of mental superpowers now. One is the mental map, which is only level 1. The other is the power of annihilation and protection, which is also level 1. If the python crystal core can increase the power of annihilation and protection to level 2, it will almost be invincible. So, this is it. The python crystal core. Try it tonight. It just happened that I swallowed the crystal core of the golden monkey some time ago, which greatly improved my mental power. This also helps the absorption of the python crystal core. With the decision, Chinyu also relaxed. So, a leisurely barbecue. Half mutton skewers, half beef skewers. These are the frozen skewers that have been skewered and processed in the supermarket when I looted the supermarket before. So no need to process. Grilled directly on the fire. There are also some other seafood. There are plates filled on the side. As the fat of the skewers falls into the charcoal fire, waves of oil, smoke, and fragrance float out. Chinyu doesn't care. Anyway, the mental map is on. As long as it's not the kind of psychic who can block the spiritual body, basically nothing can escape his mental map. There is really no one around here. Maybe it's because the little devils in Hanzhong City regularly clean up the surroundings. Some were killed, or they were taken to Hanzhong City as slaves. Hanzhong City couldn't be full of Sakurajima people. Given the nature of those Sakurajima people, they would definitely capture many Xia people as slaves. Professor Qian should be a guest of honor. So after getting the crystal core, sneak into Liberty City in stealth mode. I believe that Professor Qian will be found soon. Soon. The skewers were ready. Chinyu started eating directly. Eat with relish. A few bites of meat. A sip of wine. The beer was all iced. He was eating so happily. While eating, suddenly in the mental map, on the highway, 3 jeeps drove out from the direction of Hanzhong City. There were a total of 12 people in the 3 cars, walking out along the highway. Chinyu immediately turned on the walkie-talkie he had taken from Nakamura Okamoto. tuning in, eavesdropping. This group of people came out. Probably for some purpose? The airport has been completely destroyed. Are they still going to the airport? What are they going there for? Or are there other purposes? Xinyu turned on the walkie-talkie and put it aside, eating and waiting, monitoring the map at the same time. A few minutes later. Chapter 394. Be alert. As the three jeeps drove farther and farther away, there was a buzzing sound in the intercom. They started to contact Liberty City. Xinyu quickly picked up the intercom to monitor. A few minutes later. Xinyu sneered. This is a hunting team. There are 12 people in total. They are all elite masters in Liberty City. And their target sounds like Lisa. They mentioned some frequency fluctuations and mutants. The word mutant was proposed by Lisa and others. Obviously, the people in Liberty City must have obtained all the information about mutants from Professor Chin. This is something worth being vigilant about. Because they know the information. They will definitely find a way to find the mutants. Right? They must also know the secret of the crystal core. So, do they have the crystal core? Xinyu put down the walkie-talkie, immediately stood up and rushed out, came outside, and climbed onto the roof to a high place. Then, he took out the sniper rifle. Lie down and aim. Since they are a hunting team and are going after Lisa, just lure them here. It's just right to capture a few people and interrogate them. Ask for internal information about Liberty City. Bang! Xinyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. On the highway in the distance, the jeep in the front exploded with a rumble, and the fuel tank was blown up by a shot. The two cars behind braked suddenly. The people in the cars quickly escaped and hid behind the roadbed. The people in the car in front had been burned to death. Xinyu sat up leisurely and put the sniper rifle on his shoulder. Isn't he a master? See if you can find me? In order to attract the attention of the other party. Xinyu even lit a cigarette on the roof, smoking and blowing the wind leisurely. If they had night vision binoculars, it should be easy to find me. Sure enough. A few minutes later, the remaining 8 people in the 2 cars behind quickly crossed the roadbed and began to rush in this direction with a very professional speed and posture. 10 minutes later. The hunting team is here. A professional tactical team. The 2 groups of people dispersed and surrounded Xinyu from both sides. Soon, the 2 groups met downstairs. They gestured to each other. They didn't find the sniper. The 2 groups were a little confused. Where are the people? Smell it carefully. It smells so good. Barbecue smell. Coming from the hall of the villa. One of them gestured to the others. Then took out a grenade. Pulled out the pull ring. And threw it directly into the living room. Boom! There was an explosion. The inside was filled with smoke. Then, 8 people rushed in, all holding up their submachine guns. But after entering, they found that there was still no one. Several people were dumbfounded. Could it be a ghost? At this moment, there was a bang in the darkness. One of them fell to the ground and died. The others turned around and shot immediately. After a burst of shooting, bang! Another shot in another direction. Another person fell to the ground. The remaining 6 were scared to death and turned around and rushed out in a hurry. During the running, there were 2 more gunshots. The 2 people running at the end fell down. There were only 4 people left. After these 4 people ran out of the living room, they simply stood back to back, with 4 guns pointing in 4 directions, so as to observe the enemy's actions. The surroundings were quiet again. No footsteps. The 4 people were terrified, already scared of being killed. Seeing that they could not find the enemy, they were about to evacuate when a grenade suddenly came out of the darkness and landed squarely at the feet of the 4 people. Bada! The 4 people screamed and fell in 4 directions at the same time. But the grenade did not explode. Fake? One of them exclaimed. But before he could get up, a ghostly figure rushed behind them. 2 puffs. The figure grabbed 2 things in his hand and instantly pierced the temples of 2 team members. The remaining 2 looked at it in horror, screamed in fear, and tried to run away, because they found that the 2 teammates' temples were pierced by 2 barbecue skewers. It was so scary. Who was this? The remaining 2 simply surrendered without resistance, throwing away the gun in his hand. He raised his hands and shouted in fear, "Surrender! Surrender! Surrender!" The figure in front of him let go of the iron skewers in his hand and slowly stood up. He tilted his head and glanced at the 2 people. 2 typical images of Japanese devils. You can tell by looking at their faces. Xinyu sat on a corpse with a desert eagle in his hand. Without saying a word, unloaded the magazine and looked at the bullets. and then slowly loaded it again. During the whole process, the two Japanese soldiers did not dare to move. They were really scared. Chinyu raised the gun in his hand, looked at the two people and asked calmly, "I want to know the specific situation of Liberty City." "Who said it?" The two Japanese soldiers did not say anything. Two pairs of small eyes were also looking at Chinyu, and there was a not-so-friendly light flashing in their eyes. Chinyu blinked and suddenly knocked the hammer. "Whoever speaks first, the other will die. If no one speaks, then both of you will die together." Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other at the same time. Then, they looked at Chinyu again. One of them suddenly opened his mouth to speak, but the other one suddenly waved his hand and slapped him on the back of his head. Shouting loudly, "I said, I am most familiar with the situation in Liberty City." The man who was slapped in the face covered his head in fear and looked at him. "Noda-kun." Bang! The man fell to the ground head first. He was shot in the head. The man called Noda-kun was so scared that he trembled all over, and the flesh on his face froze. "Tell me, you earned this opportunity yourself." "Noda-kun." Chinyu looked at Noda. Noda swallowed hard and said nervously, "What do you want to know about Liberty City?" "Everything. The number of people living. The number of people fighting. The city defense situation. The managers. And the city's material resources. Everything." Okay. I'll tell you." Noda nodded hurriedly. "It seems that not all Sakurajima people have the Yamato spirit. So, Noda quickly introduced Liberty City. It turned out that Liberty City was originally a school founded by a Sakurajima person in Hanjong City. It was still a small school called Liberty Dawn School. Before the disaster, only children of Sakurajima people were admitted there. It was a complete Sakurajima teaching model, and Xia people were not allowed to enter at all. On the surface, it was an elementary school, but in fact, the underground of Liberty Dawn Elementary School had been slowly hollowed out, and a huge underground air raid shelter was built. Their work was very secretive. It took a long time. It took about 4 years from the excavation to the completion of the air raid shelter. It was filled with supplies. When the disaster began, the people there hid from the extremely hot weather in the air raid shelter. When the weather returned to normal, the school principal, a man named Aoi Hatoyama, led the school security personnel to start a crazy looting. The defense range was expanded from the school. Slowly, after more than half a year of hard work, it was changed into a free city. Originally, Liberty City was just an ordinary post-disaster survivor base, no different from bases in other cities. But since the Doomsday virus spread, suddenly one day, Aoi Hatoyama became the leader of the entire Liberty City. He seemed to have changed into a different person. Smart, calm, wise, and ruthless. Chapter 395 Genius. So not long after, the survivor base changed. It became like a miniature city-state. All the Sakurajima people united and plundered everywhere. Plundering resources, plundering manpower, and plundering everything that could be plundered. And Hatoyama always seemed to have become an omnipotent genius. He restored the city's power system, network architecture, and city defense system, and did many jaw-dropping things. Until today. Hearing this, Chinyu was basically sure that City Lord Hatoyama Aoi was probably a superpower. He was also wild. I don't know how he opened up his superpowers by chance, and I don't know which aspect it was. One thing is certain. That is, his ability makes him very smart, even omnipotent. It is probably a spiritual ability. Except for this Hatoyama Aoi, everyone else in Liberty City should be ordinary people. He has 10 great warriors under him. Among them, Nakamura Okamoto, who was killed by Chinyu, is one of them, ranking 9th. It's just that level. The rest of the people are probably nothing special. Even if they are powerful, they are the best among ordinary people. Not to worry about. In addition, it is easy to find out the news about Qianjiang. He has become the chief scientist of Liberty City, and has solved the energy problem, providing Liberty City with sufficient electricity. At present, all defense systems in Liberty City have been activated, including radar scanning and ground-to-ground and ground-to-air missiles. The firepower is very strong. There are more than 16,000 members who can fight, and the number of ordinary people is about 80,000. There are people from all walks of life. The city can already operate normally. It is like a small country. After hearing this, Chinyu curled his lips, raised his hand and shot. Get rid of Noda. With the news of Qianjiang, everything is unimportant. The little devils want to take root in the land of Xiagua? Don't even think about it. After dealing with the hunting team, Chen Yu went back to continue the barbecue. More than an hour later, dinner is done. He lay in the dark villa and was quiet for about 2 hours. When the moon was at its zenith, he confirmed from the mental map that there was no fatal danger within a radius of 20 kilometers. And then he sat up cross-legged. He took out the giant python crystal core from the space. This crystal core is extraordinary. He could almost feel the extremely violent power inside the crystal core. Chen Yu took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and then swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. As soon as the crystal core entered his stomach, it suddenly became extremely hot. Chen Yu was shocked. It felt like his esophagus and stomach were burning. Damn! It's exaggerated. In the past, when swallowing a crystal core, you might have to wait a little while for it to react after entering your stomach. The crystal core reacted as soon as it entered. Horrible. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and began the arduous process of endurance. After the crystal core entered his stomach began to burn. Almost in an instant, the gastric mucosa was burned, and the unbearable pain made Chen Yu's whole body spasm. But fortunately, his physical body is no longer that of an ordinary human. He has the ability of immortality. The internal organs were burned and injured, and soon began the process of self-repair. And the speed was very fast. Originally, human internal organs are not easy to exercise. Moreover, the ability to control muscles is still to exercise tendons, bones, blood and flesh, and it is impossible to exercise the internal organs. So strictly speaking, before Chen Yu had the ability of immortality, once he was poisoned, even if his body was protected by the ability, he would definitely die. The internal organs could not bear it. Now the opportunity came. The terrifying power of the giant python crystal core was constantly burning the internal organs. And Chen Yu, who had the ability of immortality, was naturally not afraid of such damage. If it was burned, it would be repaired. After repairing, it would be burned again. In this way, repeating the painful process over and over again, it also greatly exercised and improved Chen Yu's internal organs. The more damage, the stronger it becomes. The training cheat was turned on. Chen Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, feeling the violent and hot power slowly spreading to his limbs. As time passed, his pain gradually eased, because his internal organs were trained by the damage of the crystal core, and gradually began to improve their adaptability. Time passed by. Chen Yu was a little anxious. Nothing was wrong yet. He hadn't activated a new ability or upgraded his ability level yet. What happened? Could it be impossible? Or were they all swallowed up by the power of annihilation and protection? Just as Chen Yu was anxious, his heart suddenly hurt violently. And then he felt as if his whole heart was burning. Chen Yu's eyes widened immediately. His whole body seemed to be frozen. This pain was a bit unbearable. It hurt so much. Chen Yu let out a scream and curled up on the ground, clutching his chest with one hand. The pain in his heart became more and more intense. It seemed that even the ability of the undead to recover was no longer effective. Just as his heart was about to be burned, Chen Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The power of annihilation and protection that protected his brain instantly dispersed with his consciousness and flowed into his heart with the blood. The next second, the heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Boom, 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 beating like a drum. The unbearable pain disappeared. The heart was also protected by the power of protection like the brain. At the same time, the burning energy of the python crystal core entangled with the protective power, completely wrapping the heart. Like a heart of fire, Chen Yu had a new feeling in his body. The superpower was activated. Another new spiritual magic superpower. The pain in his body disappeared instantly. Chen Yu jumped up from the ground, feeling the strangeness in his body with surprise. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently pinched it. Puff! A small flame appeared between his fingers. Ha ha! The ability to control fire. Chen Yu laughed. This is a real magic superpower. It is similar to Lisa's control of lightning. The difference is that one controls electricity, and the other controls fire. Chen Yu looked at the small flame on his fingertips excitedly, and was also secretly surprised. This small flame is also different from normal flames. The red flame has a dark color on the surface. It seems to be wrapped by something. It looks quite evil. Chen Yu began to try to make the flame bigger, wanting to see how big a flame he can control with his current mental power. After trying for a long time and trying hard, The flame on the fingertips is still a small one. Small, ethereal and swaying. There is no change at all. Chinyu was stunned. It seems that he really doesn't have Lisa's two tricks. This is the virtue of the first-level supernatural power. It feels a bit useless. It doesn't quite fit the identity of the giant python turning into a dragon. Chinyu extinguished the flame depressedly and lay down on the camp bed tiredly. Huh? So tired. After working hard for a long time. This is it? Is it because mental supernatural powers are more difficult to master? Chapter 396 Talent. No wonder the types of crystal cores are mostly physical, followed by spiritual magic. And the rarest is space. Maybe it's because humans in this era are not born with the talent to use fairy magic. Lisa's situation must be extremely rare. Forget it. Go to sleep. It's time to rest. Chinyu closed his eyes tiredly and prepared to go to sleep. After 2 minutes of silence, he suddenly sat up again, and Mama Hao ignited a small flame again, and picked up a stick from the side and burned it. Hula! The moment the stick touched the flame, a terrifying black light suddenly flashed, and the flames instantly burned all over the stick, and it was burned to ashes almost instantly. Chinyu hurriedly shook his hand and threw away the stick. Damn! The flame is so fierce? Chinyu widened his eyes. He slowly looked at the three-edged military dagger beside him. Can this thing burn? Logically speaking, the crystal core of the giant python turning into a dragon should be a little special. Chinyu picked up the three-edged military dagger and put it directly above the flame. The next second, wow! Black flames burst out. The three-edged military dagger was unable to stop the flame wrapped in black matter. In the blink of an eye, it was slowly burned into liquid metal and flowed to the ground. Chinyu was stunned. This feeling is wrong. Chinyu fiddled with it for several hours. Finally, he came to a conclusion. This fire, although the flame is small, can burn everything. At least so far. All objects in life, including various metal objects, whether you are pig iron or alloy steel, are all burned. Nothing can withstand the burning of the flame. So, Chinyu finally figured out the clues. The black substance wrapped on the surface of the flame in his hand is simply the annihilation power of annihilation and protection. This annihilation power is strangely integrated with the flame. So, the new flame can burn everything. Ha ha. It feels so good. Chinyu finally laughed, looking at the holes burned by him in the room one after another, and the metal liquid solidified everywhere on the ground. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Really not bad. It's enough to have this kind of power. This is simply a killer. Although the volume of the flame is a little smaller now. Only as small as a candle flame. But the power is too terrifying. Moreover, this is attached to the flame. It is more flexible to use. Unlike the main body of the annihilation power, it has been around Chinyu's body for an inch and cannot spread out. So if you want to use it, you have to fight with people. It's much more convenient to use flames. In the future, when the level of superpowers is improved, the flame will gradually become larger, and there must be a suitable way to attack. For example, release it. Wouldn't that be a fireball of destruction? Chinyu wanted to laugh. As a result, he suddenly fell on the camp bed, with extreme mental exhaustion and fell asleep. The next day, Hatoyama Aoi attended the work meeting of Liberty City, hearing reports from all sides. When he heard the news that the hunting team was wiped out not far east of Liberty City last night, Hatoyama Aoi's expression changed. He had a bad premonition. This premonition had actually been very strong since yesterday. A strong enemy was approaching. This terrifying and powerful enemy might destroy Liberty City. No! We must prepare for a rainy day. His premonition has always been correct. Because this involves a secret of his. A secret that no one knows. Including the woman closest to him. Aoi Hatoyama swallowed a crystal core by accident. As a result, his brain began a slow evolution process. The result of brain evolution is that his IQ is getting higher and higher. He can learn all the knowledge of university physics in a few hours and master it. With this ability, he is like a changed person. He not only becomes calm and wise, but also has a strong learning talent. He even has a sixth sense. A very sensitive sixth sense. Whatever he does, as long as he feels good, he will do it. And he will guarantee 100% success. If he doesn't feel good, he will never do it again. It was later proved that when you feel bad, you will face the risk of failure. Just like that, Aoi Hatoyama became the mayor of Liberty City. Well deserved. He actually knows a lot of knowledge in many subjects, which he has learned in the past 6 months. He has mastered all the knowledge. As for the formula Qian Jiang came up with, although he doesn't understand it yet, it's because he doesn't know that the crystal core has such a function. If he knew, he might be able to deduce the conversion formula himself. Now, his brain is still evolving slowly. He can vaguely sense it. Moreover, he made a percentage estimate of the degree of brain evolution. At present, it should have evolved to 12%. When the brain evolves more than 30%, according to his estimation, he may become a true god and can use many supernatural powers. But that will take quite a long time. Maybe 100 years. 1,000 years. It is hard to say. Moreover, he has to eat like crazy to replenish the physical strength consumed when the brain evolves. That consumption is very large. Therefore, the food he uses is actually mutant animals. It is different from ordinary people. It's just that no one knows this secret. Hatoyama Aoi is an extremely smart person. He knows very well that the reason why a secret is called a secret is because no one knows it except himself. This is called a secret. If a second person knows it, it is no longer a secret. Sooner or later, it will become known to everyone. Therefore, he kept the secret and never let anyone know. In addition, he has many hunting teams. All hunting teams are doing one thing. That is, hunting mutants and powerful mutant animals. He is also collecting crystal cores. He always feels that more crystal cores may be needed in the future to provide energy for the continuous evolution of his brain. Because of this, when the news of crystal core energy conversion reached his ears, Aoi Hatoyama was quite excited. He immediately sent people to contact Qian Jiang from afar and lured him to Liberty City. With that formula, the energy of Liberty City is no longer a problem. I have a lot of crystal cores in my hands. It turns out that these are all treasures. Now, the sixth sense is given a warning, and it has never been so strong. There must be an extremely powerful enemy approaching Liberty City. In addition to what happened in the past 2 days, the army stationed at the airport was slaughtered, and the hunting team last night was wiped out. No way. We must make an absolute defensive posture. If possible, we must get rid of this potential threat as soon as possible. So, Hatoyama Aoi directly issued an order. The whole city changed from a free state to a war preparation state. All holidays were cancelled, and the defense around Liberty City was opened. Outside Liberty City, all buildings will be stationed from today. Strive to achieve absolute defense and not let any suspicious people in. Chapter 397 Premonition. The city's missile system is also fully activated. Qian Jiang's role is reflected. Now the city has sufficient electricity and energy. The 24-hour high-voltage power grid can provide uninterrupted power supply and protection. And the radar scanning early warning system can also monitor the surroundings 24 hours a day. This should be enough. Hatoyama Aoi looked solemn. Why is the premonition so strong this time? Could it be that the mutants are also coming? If so, we must find a way to kill this threat and get the crystal core in its body. A good night's sleep. The next day, Shinyu woke up and felt better than ever. Look up. It was past noon outside. Good. I slept so well. I completely relaxed. Shinyu stood up and twisted his muscles, then flicked his fingers and summoned the little flame again, looking at the dark flame at his fingertips. He felt proud. Call it immortal art or magic. Anyway, he finally had this power. In the peaceful time, when he was still in college, Shinyu liked to read immortal cultivation novels and liked the illusory power. However, at that time, immortal art could only be a novel setting. It could only be used for fantasy. But now, it is no longer a fantasy. In the future of several years, who can guarantee that he will not be able to fly in the clouds and move mountains and calm the sea? Although this is a doomsday world, but God gave me a second chance, which means infinite possibilities. The future must be firmly in my own hands. Shinyu took a deep breath. He extinguished the flame in his hand. Suddenly, he listened carefully. There seemed to be a few whimpering wolf howls and dull beast roars in the distance. Shinyu was delighted. He quickly ran out of the shelter, jumped onto the roof, climbed to the top balcony as quickly as possible, and looked in the direction of the sound. Damn! In the mental map, more than 10 kilometers away, a dense tide of beasts has arrived. The huge number is simply staggering. Shinyu laughed. He stood on the rooftop and waited. Within 10 minutes, 2 sturdy figures jumped down from the mountain and rushed into the holiday villa at a furious speed. Here they come. These two guys really didn't let him down. Chen Yu jumped down from the building. And just by chance, General and Xiao Bai also rushed in front of him. General jumped around happily, rubbing Chen Yu's thighs affectionately, and even stood up, as if he wanted to pounce on him. White Wolf was very arrogant. He always maintained an aristocratic demeanor. When he saw Chen Yu, he just sat quietly on the ground, silently looking at Chen Yu with his ruby-like wolf eyes. Chen Yu comforted the general for a while, then smiled and said, "You have worked hard, and you have done a great job. We will find a time to reward you later." The general knew that he was praising it, and he roared twice in excitement. The white wolf also took the opportunity to come over. It rubbed Chen Yu's hand with its huge head. In the jungle in the distance, 5 or 6 beast kings rushed out, but they didn't come over. Just stood at the edge of the forest and stared at Chen Yu. After a few glances, they hid back in the woods. In the jungle, all kinds of sounds became more and more complicated. It felt like there were countless monsters and demons hiding in the woods. Chen Yu turned his head to look in the direction of Hanzhong City, and murmured with a smile, "Let's have a feast. Little devils, everything belongs to me." Noon. Direct sunlight. Although it is midsummer, the scorching heat is no longer felt under such scorching sun. The highest temperature is only 26 or 27 degrees. Hatoyama always stood on the rooftop of the tallest building in Liberty City, holding a telescope in his hand, observing the situation around the city. At least so far, no one has been found approaching the city, including the radar. No suspicious person was scanned. The scanning radars in Liberty City are all military radars modified by Hatoyama Aoi himself, and they are all biological scanning types. This type of radar can clearly identify humans after adjusting the frequency. Even mutants can be scanned. Very powerful. Aoi Hatoyama does not need military frequencies, because in this era, there is no large-scale military operation capability, so it is only necessary to prevent humans and mutants. After watching for a while, Aoi Hatoyama put down the telescope. He looked up at the sun. He also found something abnormal about the sun. It seems that the heat is not enough. Why is this happening? Is there something wrong with the atmosphere? Or is there something wrong with the sun itself? Aoi Hatoyama covered part of the sunlight with his hand and looked at the sun in the sky through his fingers. It didn't seem so dazzling. The world is destroyed and technology is destroyed. No one will pay attention to the changes in the sun anymore. The few remaining humans are all trying to survive. Barely surviving. Alas! I hope my premonition is wrong once in a while, because until now, the sense of danger has not dissipated, and there is even a tendency to intensify. That strong man. Where are you? What kind of strong man can easily wipe out his combat force of more than 500 people? If there is such a terrifying ability, can his city defense system really withstand it? Hatoyama Aoi doesn't know. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the intercom. The person in charge of Liberty City. "Can you hear my voice? My name is Chen Yu, and I am a Xia countryman. I am on my way to Liberty City. Is there anyone in charge? Can you talk to me?" As soon as this voice came out, all the defense forces heard it. Originally, the people of Liberty City were still confused, because no one knew why the city lord suddenly ordered to increase the realm level. And it was directly the highest level. Even the guards of Hanzhong City Outer City were all transferred back to the Liberty City area to guard the surrounding urban areas. All weapon systems were activated. Even the most powerful ground-to-ground and ground-to-air missile systems were activated. What is this about fighting the army group? Unfortunately, the city lord never explains. Then let's defend. Now! Suddenly someone uses their walkie-talkie to speak on the public channel. And immediately someone starts cursing on the walkie-talkie. Where did this bastard come from? Are you looking for death? Aoi Hatoyama didn't move. His brows slowly wrinkled. At this time, the voice sounded again, the person in charge of Liberty City. "I just want to communicate with you. As for the idiot who just spoke, I have found his location." As soon as the voice fell, a gunshot rang out in the distance of the city. On the roof of a defensive stronghold in Liberty City, a figure fell from the 19th floor of the building and fell directly to the ground in the downtown area. It was broken into pieces and bloody. Aoi Hatoyama was shocked. He suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie and turned around to hide in the defense bunker. What kind of method is this? Can he locate his people so easily? Aoi Hatoyama was somewhat shocked. He couldn't figure out how this person named Chen Yu located his people. But one thing is certain. This person's means of attack is nothing more than a sniper rifle. Chapter 398 Combat Channel. Without the assistance of electronic systems, relying only on personal ability, the sniper equipment can only hit targets within 3 or 4 kilometers at the farthest distance. This is already the limit. This is assuming that the opponent is a professional military talent. Hayama Aoi immediately picked up the intercom, adjusted the secret combat channel, and notified all defenders not to expose themselves outside, and all to defend in fortifications and bunkers. At the same time, notify the electronic troops to analyze and locate the direction of the previous shot, and then adjust the scanning area of the scanning radar to perform a grid-type infrared scan within 5 kilometers. Be sure to find the person using the sniper rifle as soon as possible. Finally, Hatoyama Aoi adjusted the intercom to the public channel, cleared his throat, and said lightly, "My name is Hatoyama Aoi, and I am the person in charge of Liberty City. This, Mr. Chinyu. What do you want to communicate with me?" Haoshan Aoi. "So, Mr. Hatoyama is from Sakurajima?" "Exactly." "Uh-huh. Okay. I don't want to waste time. I need someone. Please give him to me." "Mr. Hatoyama. This person is called Chien Jiang." Haoshan Aoi was stunned. "Professor Chien? Are you here to see Professor Chien?" "Yes." Haoshan Aoi blinked. "What is the relationship between Mr. Chen and Professor Chien?" "It doesn't matter." Haoshan Aoi frowned. "What does Mr. Chen want to see him for?" "Now Professor Chien is the chief scientist of our Liberty City. In addition, there is one more thing. His surname is not Chien now, but Haidashan. He is already my adopted son." "WTF? Chien Jiang recognized you as his godfather?" Haoshan Aoi laughed. "That's right. Mr. Chen. If you are a friend and not an enemy, why don't you come to Liberty City to get together? I will be the host. Please enjoy a few days." "TSK?" A sneer came from the intercom. "Forget about the enjoyment. To be honest, I came to you to rob you. Mr. Hatoyama, give me a straight answer. Can Chien Jiang be given to me?" The smile on Haidashan Aoi's face disappeared. He looked outside with a cold look and said coldly, "You asked me for someone on the public channel. If so, I will hand it over to you. How can I manage Liberty City? Do you think I am a fool?" "Okay, Mr. Hatoyama." There was no sound in the intercom. Hatoyama Aoi immediately adjusted the combat channel and asked quickly, "Have you found his location?" "City Lord. We have found it." Hatoyama Aoi was immediately delighted. "Where is he?" Right. "Speak." Hatoyama Aoi shouted in a deep voice. "Yes, City Lord. According to the results of the radar scan, he is on the highway east of the city. The thermal imaging has results about 5 kilometers away." "But," Hatoyama Aoi said impatiently, "but what?" "But, we can't see his entity through the telescope." Aoi Hatoyama was stunned. "What? What do you mean by not being able to see the entity?" "It means that although the thermal imaging has located his position, the telescope cannot see the person. It's like a ghost." "Bullshit. Located more carefully." "Yes." Aoi Hatoyama put down the walkie-talkie angrily. "What the hell is a ghost? If there are ghosts in this world, it would have been a mess long ago. Who can stop ghosts?" A few minutes later, the walkie-talkie rang. Report to the City Lord. He is indeed on the highway, and he is walking along the highway towards the city. But none of our telescopes can see him." Aoi Hatoyama was so angry that he suddenly picked up the intercom. "Bakayaru. A bunch of idiots. Send me 2 armed helicopters. I want to see what he is doing." "Yes, City Lord." On the East City Expressway, Chenyu walked swaggeringly. He has entered the optical stealth state. He also knows that this state can only be physically invisible, not truly invisible. As long as the enemy has a biological scanning radar, it can still detect the infrared heat radiation emitted from his body. But it doesn't matter. What Chinyu wants to do is just to deter. It is to scare the people of Liberty City. If they can release Chien Jiang obediently, then he will save the trouble of searching the whole city. If they don't let them go, then we can only sneak in first. Wait until we find Chien Jiang before ordering a massacre. So, Chinyu is arrogant, without tactics. Just arrogant. At a certain moment, the buzzing sound of helicopters came from afar. Chinyu had already found the 2 armed helicopters flying out in his mental map. Good thing. I was just worried that I couldn't scare you. Chinyu didn't stop at all and continued to move forward. When the 2 helicopters entered the attack range, He immediately pulled out a shoulder-fired rocket launcher from the space. He pulled the trigger at one of the helicopters. Whoosh! A rocket flew out. The helicopter in the sky was startled when it saw it approaching. Shit! What's going on? There's nothing on the ground in the distance. Except for a figure on the radar. Nothing can be seen with the naked eye. The helicopter pilot was reporting to Aoi Hatoyama. And suddenly a rocket was fired. It's over. No evasive action was taken. Watching the rocket hit the target. Boom! A loud noise. The armed helicopter was blown into a fireball and exploded in the sky. The other helicopter was scared and quickly avoided it. Wanted to fight back. But there was no target. What the hell? The pilot and the co-pilot looked at each other and immediately turned around and ran back. As a result, before 0.5 flew far, another rocket was inexplicably fired from the highway and hit the target. The sky burst into flames again. In Liberty City, Aoi Hatoyama, who was in the bunker, was stunned. He saw the image of the helicopter being destroyed. What happened? Where did the rocket come from? I didn't see it at all. Is there really a ghost? Aoi Hatoyama felt a chill on the back of his neck. Even though his brain has evolved by 12%, it has not yet escaped the scope of ordinary people. At most, he is extremely smart. In this situation, he panicked. Suddenly, Chin Yu's voice came from the intercom again. City Lord. Mr. Hatoyama, now think about it. Do you want to hand over Xinjiang to me? Aoi Hatoyama blinked. After a moment of silence, he suddenly nodded. Okay. /N/Nin a luxurious villa. Hatoyama Jiang was sleeping soundly. The surroundings were soft and fragrant. So warm. Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a bang. Hatoyama Jiang was startled. Sat up suddenly, and shouted sleepily, "Who is it?" The next second, I saw several fully armed men quickly walk in and dragged him out directly. Hatoyama Jiang was scared and screamed constantly. The woman on the bed also screamed and shrank inside. Soon, Hatoyama Jiang was dragged outside, transported to a car, and quickly drove to the outskirts of the city. In the car, Hatoyama Jiang was completely awake. He was grabbed by the arms by two strong men and could not move at all. He was anxious and cursed. "Let me go. You pigs. I am Hatoyama Jiang, the son of the city lord." Chapter 399 dedicated to Liberty City. The sturdy men on both sides ignored him. They even showed a strong disdain on their faces. Haoshan Jiang continued to curse. "I am the chief scientist of Liberty City. Do you know? Let me go. I want to see the city lord." "What are you doing?" "I am the chief scientist. I am the son of the city lord." "I am." "Pa!" The sturdy man next to him slapped him back. The corner of Jioshan Jiang's mouth was bleeding. The sturdy man looked at him coldly. "If you talk again, I will cut off your tongue. Catching you out is the order of the city lord. Someone outside the city is looking for you." "What?" Haoshan Jiang spit out the blood foam in his mouth and asked in astonishment. "Someone is looking for me." "Who?" "A man named Chen Yu." "Who?" Jioshan Jiang was stunned. "Who is Chen Yu?" "I don't know him at all." "Humph. Whether you know him or not, that Chen Yu has killed one of our snipers and destroyed 2 armed helicopters. Now, the city lord is going to let you go out to meet your friend." Jioshan Jiang was confused. "Destroyed 2 armed helicopters? Who is so awesome? Chen Yu? I've never heard of him." He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out who Chen Yu was. So, Jioshan Jiang didn't dare to struggle anymore. He saw that the city lord might give him up. However, Jioshan Jiang also had his own little tricks. He is not a fool. Someone came to Liberty City to find him in this way. 100% for the conversion formula of the crystal core. So, as long as the formula is in his hands, he will not die. Absolutely not. 10 minutes later, Jioshan Jiang was taken out of the defense zone of Liberty City. 2 strong men took him to an empty square in the east of Hanzhong City. They did not restrain him, and even gave him a walkie-talkie. After that, the strong man drove away quickly. Jioshan Jiang was a little trembling. He looked around carefully, and felt a little cold unconsciously. He was dragged out directly from the big bed. So he was not wearing anything. There was not even a piece of cloth to cover her body. Standing naked in the sun, in the middle of the big square, Haoshan Jiang looked around and turned around to find a place to get some clothes to put on. As a result, just after taking 2 steps, the voice of the city lord came from the intercom. "Good son. Stand there and don't move. Wait for your friends to pick you up." Hao Shanjiang hurriedly picked up the intercom. City Lord. Dad? Dad? I don't know any Chinyu. Let me go back. Hee hee. You don't know him. But he is here to find you. He is on the public channel. You can ask him yourself. Public channel? Hao Shanjiang was also anxious, and quickly adjusted the radio to the public channel, and shouted loudly, Who is it? Who is Chenyu? Why are you looking for me? I don't know you. Hey! Professor Qian? Chenyu's voice rang out. I am. No. My name is Jioshan Jiang now. You can call me Professor Jioshan. Jioshan Jiang covered his mouth and shouted excitedly, I don't care who you are. I tell you. I won't go with you. Get out of here. Who the hell knows who you are? If you are here for the conversion formula, I advise you to give up. The formula is mine. I have dedicated it to Liberty City. There was no sound in the intercom for a long time. Speak. Speak. Mr. Chen. I repeat again. My name is Jioshan Jiang now. And I will not leave Liberty City. Get out of here. Finally. A cold voice came from the intercom. Qian Jiang. When I catch you, I will definitely cut off your limbs and leave only your head. I will make you into a human stick. And I don't believe you won't tell me. Hao Shanjiang heard it and immediately shouted into the intercom, I'm QNMLGB. If you have the guts, come into the city. You dare to kill me? I will forget everything when I feel pain. At this time, the voice of Jioshan always suddenly came from the intercom. Haha. Mr. Chenyu. It's actually easy to make him into a human stick. I'll help you. Hao Shanjiang was so scared when he heard it that he shuddered all over and hurriedly said, Dad. Dad? Are you kidding? I made it clear that I will not leave. Haha. Professor Qian. How did you become a professor? Are the professors in your country like this? Hao Shanjiang was dumbfounded. The tone sounded wrong? He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Liberty City. And he had already thought of running away. At this time, Hao Shanjiang's voice continued to come out. Qian Jiang. A rubbish like you. We in Liberty City don't even bother to keep you. Let you live a few more days. But I just want to spend time cracking your code. Now, you can become a human stick. Hao Shanjiang was shocked. Then, he heard a strange sound. He looked back suddenly. Fuck. A ground-to-ground missile in the sky had already smashed down with a tail of fire. At that moment, Jioshan Jiang's shit and urine flowed out. Is he crazy? Do you need a missile to kill yourself? Boom! A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. The huge explosion created a deep pit in the square, and the huge shockwave swept out, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse. Outside the city, Chenyu, who had not yet entered the city, stopped. He was also stunned for a moment. Qian Jiang was killed just like that? Moreover, he was killed by a ground-to-ground missile. What are you playing? Using a cannonball to kill a mosquito? Is this city lord showing off his strength to me? In the free city, Aoi Hatoyama sneered. It was his order to kill Qian Jiang. He was just a piece of trash. So he was killed. As for his conversion formula, it was actually written into the code. With the current level of brain evolution of Aoi Hatoyama, he was fully capable of cracking Qian Jiang's software, seeing the coding program, and then copying the formula. Easy and simple. So, why keep him? The purpose of Chenyu's coming must be to convert the formula. Otherwise, who would be interested in being friends with a piece of trash like Qian Jiang? In addition, Aoi Hatoyama killed Qian Jiang to attract Chenyu's attention. Because his super brain has analyzed Chenyu's secret. He knew that Chenyu should be in a state of physical invisibility, so he can't be seen by the naked eye. But the biological radar can scan his infrared thermal imaging. Which means one thing. Chenyu is not really invisible. He is physical. His invisibility should be similar to an optical invisibility effect. If so, it's simple. He can't be seen by the naked eye, as long as the radar can scan him. So, when Qian Jiang attracted Chenyu's attention, Hatoyama Aoi had secretly ordered the missile troops to lock the position on the radar. Directly use missiles. Ground-to-ground defense missile system. Although this ground-to-ground missile is not a super powerful strategic missile, it is also a tactical conventional missile, and it is an anti-tank Red Arrow series. Use this big guy to hit a fixed target. Everything within 100 meters will be reduced to ashes. Are you still afraid of him? After giving the attack order, Hatoyama Aoi immediately walked out of the bunker and looked at the distant highway with a telescope. In the city, sparks flew at a certain location. Chapter 400 The Cost of Saving Life. A missile was launched into the air, and after adjusting its direction in the sky, it immediately flew out of the city. Aoi Hatoyama raised his lips. He showed a sneer. He dared to face Liberty City alone? Isn't it just relying on some special abilities? Optical invisibility? That can also be called an ability? It can't even block the scanning of biological radar. Trash. Just a little trash. What a pity. It would be best if he could be captured alive. Cut open his head. Maybe there will be a crystal core. Suddenly, Aoi Hatoyama's eyelids twitched. He quickly put down the telescope and rubbed his eyes inexplicably. What's going on? Why is that ominous premonition getting stronger and stronger? Is it not him who brought disaster to Liberty City? Someone else? Just when Hatoyama Aoi was puzzled, there was a loud rumbling in the distance. Another miniature mushroom cloud rose up. The terrifying explosion directly destroyed the highway. The center of the explosion was dazzling. The violent shock waves swept in all directions. In the intercom, someone shouted excitedly, "Oh yeah! It's done! City Lord! Hit the target!" Hatoyama Aoi quickly raised the telescope to look. The location hit. The fire shot up to the sky. Ha ha! I can't show off yet. Hatoyama Aoi just laughed twice and put down the telescope again. Baka! The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. My heartbeat also began to accelerate. I felt like a disaster was about to happen. What happened? Hatoyama Aoi's face turned pale, and a shadow of death began to loom over his head. He looked around in panic, not understanding where this feeling came from. It felt like there was danger everywhere. Why was it like this? At this moment, the terrified shouts of his subordinates came from the intercom again. No, something is wrong. City Lord, that man is actually not dead. He has revealed himself. He is standing in the middle of the flames. Upon hearing this, Hatoyama Aoi's heart skipped a beat. Still alive? The missiles didn't kill him? He quickly picked up the telescope and looked at the center of the explosion. He gasped in shock at the sight. The center of the explosion in the distance. A man stood proudly. He was wearing ordinary casual clothes. His hands were in his pockets. His expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. At the same time, above the man's head, there was a huge crow circling and flying. What was terrifying was that the crow had 5 heads. One of the heads was madly devouring the surrounding flames. What was this? Aoi Hatoyama was stunned. Why would that terrible mutant animal help Chinyu? Could it be that it was tamed by him? Is there anyone who can tame mutant animals? Suddenly, the intercom buzzed. The young man in the distance picked up the intercom and looked in the direction of Hatoyama Aoi, as if he had really seen him in person. Hatoyama Aoi, do you want to party? In order to return your missiles, I decided to let you experience a feast of gluttony. Let's party. Chinyu slowly spread his hands, with a half-smile on his face. Then, on the road in the distance, 2 huge mutant animals rushed along the highway and rushed madly towards Hanzhong City. Behind the 2 animals, there were hundreds of mutant animals. Hatoyama Aoi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! It's a beast tide. Then, there were terrified roars from the intercom. Oh no! City Lord, there's a beast tide in the west. Ah! There's a beast tide in the south. At least thousands of them. Oh no! There's a beast tide in the north. Oh my god! There's probably thousands of them on the highway. City Lord, a super beast tide is coming. Even in the sky. Hatoyama Aoi looked up at the sky. Oh my god! So dense that it covered the sky. A large group of mutant birds suddenly appeared from the mountains and forests, sweeping over. Hatoyama Aoi suddenly picked up the intercom and yelled, "Full firepower defense. Everyone joins the war. Defend against the beast tide." As soon as the voice fell, gunshots were heard in the city. For a moment, the whole city was filled with gunfire. In a blink of an eye, there was continuous gunfire outside the city. Countless mutant animals that rushed to the vicinity were blown to pieces. At first glance, the defense was quite strong. But as time passed, the sky could not be defended first. How could such a large Liberty City defend against the mutant birds flying all over the sky? Then, the defense lines on all sides fell one after another. Although guns and cannons are powerful, they are only good for dealing with ordinary mutant animals. Once the Beast King appears, it will become a one-sided massacre. So, Liberty City fell completely. The whole city was filled with shrill screams. Standing on the rooftop, Aoi Hatoyama was completely dumbfounded and sat down on the ground. His mind was blank. The paradise he had worked hard to build for several years was destroyed so easily by one person. Why? How could this happen? The beast tide attack lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Liberty City was destroyed. When Qin walked slowly into Hanzhong City with Black Crow, General and White Wolf, the whole city was in a mess. Corpses were everywhere. Those who escaped from Liberty City failed to escape from the scope of Hanzhong City and were basically killed in the city. Looking around, it was a bloody scene. It was like hell on earth. The beast tide had receded. They seemed to know that they had completed their mission. So after a full meal in the city, they returned to Qinling under the leadership of the Beast King. Qin Yu walked slowly towards the direction of Liberty City. Behind him, hundreds of mutant wild wolves followed quietly. So mighty that it made people's scalps numb. In the mental map, except for a spirit body on the roof of the skyscraper 2 kilometers away, there was no other living person. The spirit body on the roof was the city lord. He was not dead yet. He hid in a very solid bunker on the roof. And no matter how the Beast Kings rushed, they could not destroy the bunker. So the Beast Kings thought it was boring and left. Qin Yu also admired the city lord to some extent, for actually building such a solid coffin for himself. Well, that's fine. I just wanted to meet him. Let's see what's so special about this man who is described as extremely smart. I don't know if he has a crystal core in his head. If he does, he should get it out. More than an hour later, Qin Yu appeared on the roof of the skyscraper with 3 giant beasts, and saw the bunker. It has a very strange shape. It looks like a seed bowl half covered on the ground. I don't know what metal material it is. The color is dark blue, and it is covered with scratches, but it is basically not damaged at all. There are still some defensive weapons on the bunker. Now they are all off. It is estimated that the ammunition was exhausted when fighting against the Beast King, all sticking out. I have to say that this city lord really has the capital to save his life.